Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. 6CA Chapter 236. Together the captain was no pushover either. When he saw Ni Yin Meng running towards him, he immediately knew that Ni Yin Meng was coming to attack him. After all, Ni Yin Meng was in cahoots with Lu Jin at this time. Now that he has Lu Jin pressed under him, how could this woman let him go? Ni Yin Meng took a look and without any hesitation, she hugged the captain's head with both hands and then knocked it to the ground. How could the captain let her do whatever she wanted? He kicked her directly, but unfortunately he missed. Just when Ni Yinming was about to fight back, suddenly, several captains rushed out from the surroundings. Lu Jin was stunned when he saw this. It seems that this is not just one person. No wonder he felt that he was surrounded just now. It turns out that it is true. Lu Jin smiled strangely at this moment and said, "Lousy doesn't want to play with you anymore. I don't have time." After saying that, he tripped the captain between his legs with one leg, then turned around and pressed the captain who was pressing him under his back. I then had to use force, do an air push-up, land on all fours, lift my back up, and then drop down with force. In an instant, he lifted the captain's back up and threw him to the ground again. After doing this several times, the captain felt like his entire lungs were about to be ruptured. While he was planning, he felt a bloody taste in his mouth and throat. If this continued, his lungs would be completely blown up by Lu Jin. The captain was not stupid. Although catching Lu Jin was important, his life was more important. What else could he do if he lost his life? With this thought in his mind, he had no choice but to let go. He watched helplessly as Lu Jin escaped from his hands again. At this moment, Ni Yinming was stunned. She thought Lu Jin had come out, but she didn't expect that this guy was like a loach and ran faster than a rabbit. Especially the outrageous action just now made her dumbfounded. "What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and leave," Lu Jin Ni Yinming said directly. "If we don't leave now, they will surround us. Let's go." After Lu Jin said this, he pulled Ni Yinming and continued to run forward. At this time, the captains and deputy captains behind him had followed closely. Advertisement. It can be said that as soon as Lu Jin and Ni Yinming left, the captains followed. They were so close that there was not a single gap. Everyone tried their best. Some jumped directly onto the tree, trying to make a crosscut, while others did several somersaults and chased towards the shortcut next to them. What's more, some of them even used the hidden weapons on their bodies. Lu Jin was running when suddenly an electric thunderhammer flew towards him and hit them directly in front of them. Ni Yinmeng was immediately frightened and stood there motionless. After all, women are women. They have not seen the world as men and their reaction speed is not as fast as men. This electric thunder hammer was thrown at him, and it frightened Ni Yinming so much that he couldn't recover for a long time. Even Lu Jin tried to pull him several times, but couldn't move it. "Don't be afraid, I'm here for you." After Lu Jin finished speaking, he patted Ni Yinmeng lightly. At this moment, the deputy captain who had crossed the sky had jumped in front of them. He pulled out a big knife from behind him. The size of the knife was 3 times that of theirs. Not to mention the size, even the weight looks like it must be several kilograms. Most people would have to lift it in sections. As a result, this deputy captain has unprecedented offensive power. He just swung the big knife with one hand and rushed towards Lu Jin. "I'll see where you can escape, kid. I'll catch you and bring you back to report to the task." After saying that, his eyes widened, and he dragged the ground with his sword twice. In an instant, 2 deep cracks appeared on the ground, and he walked towards Lu Jin. Although the deputy captain was holding a heavy bag weighing several kilograms, he was extremely fast and light, and was not at all troubled by the heavy knife. It happened so quickly that he was in front of Lu Jin in the next second. Lu Jin was also fast and pushed Ni Yinmeng aside. He stood in front of Ni Yinmeng, fearing that Ni Yinmeng would get hurt. You have to be careful, that knife can kill people without any eyes," he said with great concern. "Don't worry, don't you trust me? When have I ever let you down?" After Lu Jin finished speaking, he drew his sword from behind and rushed towards the deputy captain. In an instant, the two of them clashed with swords, and the sword light flashed and Hanabi splashed everywhere. Advertisement. The two men started fighting each other instantly, and at the same time, the captains and deputy captains behind them all appeared in front of them. I saw 2 of the captains whispering to each other and looking at Ni Yinmeng who was standing there, as if they wanted to tie Ni Yinmeng up first. But one of the captains shook his head, seemingly disagreeing with the other captain's suggestion. It seemed as if they were saying that the purpose of their coming was to capture Lu Jin. If they couldn't catch Lu Jin, what was the point of tying up this woman first? This kind of thing is done by villains and cowards. Men of integrity like them should just do it in earnest and bring Lu Jin back. That would be considered a real achievement. After hearing this, the captain seemed to think it made sense. After discussing with several people, they decided to rush forward and deal with Lu Jin alone. If one person can't deal with you, then I don't believe that we can't deal with you if we all deal with you. Unless you have the ability to fly into the sky. Ni Yin dreamed that the captains were whispering to each other, obviously coming up with bad ideas, and then he turned around to remind Lu Jin. At this time, Lu Jin and the vice captain were fighting fiercely and then suddenly heard a sentence. "Be careful of those old thieves behind him. They seem to be talking about you. Don't let them attack you by surprise." As soon as Ni Yinming finished speaking, the deputy captain glanced at him with disdain. Sometimes, when men fight with each other, the most frightening thing is a woman getting involved. That feeling was so infuriating. We were both men, and when we were fighting, Lu Jin had a beautiful woman by his side who was cheering him on, but I, on the other hand, had been single for so many years and was still a single dog. It was so infuriating to watch those people showing off their love all day long. Suddenly, anger came out of nowhere. You're quite capable, kid. Even if I kill you in the next second, it would be a worthy death, the deputy captain said with a smile. That expression is so annoying. Lu Jin naturally understood the vice captain's hidden meaning and sneered, if you envy my skills, you can find one too. Chapter 237. Red beads, come on. The deputy captain was speechless, because Lu Jin's words sounded like naked sarcasm to him. If he could find a girlfriend so easily, he wouldn't be single until now. Let your little girlfriend cry. After the deputy captain finished speaking, he slashed at Lu Jin with a knife. Because he was chatting with the deputy captain just now, he was suddenly hit by the knife and didn't react at once, but he still dodged it. Therefore, the knife hit Lu Jin's shoulder hard, and a deep blood mark appeared instantly. I saw that the flesh inside his wound was turned out, and it looked very serious. Lu Jin sighed, took a breath, and quickly blocked the attack with his own sword, which was used by Deputy Captain Jianzhang. The deputy captain took advantage of the victory and attacked again with a knife. At this moment, the captains next to him also started to take action. The captains formed a group of 2 or 3 and slowly approached Lu Jin. Lu Jin was not stupid either. He could feel that the captains were eyeing him covetously. He was not worried about that. He was mainly worried about Ni Yin Meng. He turned his head to look in the direction of Ni Yin Meng. At this time, Ni Yin Meng was walking towards him with a wooden stick, as if he wanted to help him and hit the deputy captain on the head. Lu Jin saw what Ni Yin Meng was thinking and shook his head. He knew that Ni Yin Meng could not deal with the guy in front of him. After all, Ni Yin Meng was a weak woman. Besides, with just that stick, it was impossible to hurt the captain in front of him at all. It could only be said to be a tickling feeling. Ni Yinming saw Lu Jin shaking his head at her, and then she immediately understood what he meant, and then stopped and watched the fight from the side. At this time, Lu Jin planned to make a big move. After all, if he was still entangled by this deputy captain and could not get away, then if the captains behind him rushed over at once, he would not be able to withstand it at all. After all, he was fighting alone at this time. Originally, he had a Hitsugaya Tushiro to help him, but now he has no one left and can only rely on himself. Thinking of this, Lu Jin jumped up, used his weapon to attack Hades, and took out a red bead that he was carrying with him. The red bead emitted a strange light. As soon as the bead was taken out, it instantly attracted the attention of many captains. "What is this? This red bead looks so familiar," said one of the captains. A captain nearby heard this and looked at the beads in Lu Jin's hand, and immediately took a breath of cold air. Advertisement: this thing is extraordinary. I have never seen it before. I have been here for many years, but this is the first time I have seen it. Me too. Don't even mention how many years you've been here. I've been here for about 10 years and I've never seen one. Just like that, this small bead instantly attracted several captains to discuss it. Queen Lu Jin heard the captain's discussion and couldn't help sneering in her heart. Of course you have never seen this thing. If you think about it carefully, he had obtained it with great difficulty. This thing is her amulet, and it is also equivalent to his magic weapon. Normally he would never show it to others, but now it's different, it's such a critical time. If he was in danger before, at least he had a helper, but now he doesn't even have a helper, and he doesn't want Ni Yin-meng to get hurt. What if Ni Yin-meng is afraid that she will lose during a fight and rushes to help her, wouldn't that hurt her? As a man, Lu Jin has considered every aspect. The deputy captain's eyes widened at this moment, looking at the red bead in Lu Jin's hand with a look of surprise. Where did you get this thing? Did you steal it? As soon as the deputy captain said this, Lu Jin got furious. What do you mean by stealing it? No matter how bad a person you are, you would never go to the extent of stealing. How can you talk like that? What do you mean by stolen? Do I look like a thief to you? Lu Jin seemed very angry, his face flushed and he glared at the deputy captain. The deputy captain burst into laughter upon seeing this, looking embarrassed. Why are you so nervous all of a sudden? I was just joking. I've never seen this thing before, so of course I thought you stole it. Although the two people were fighting, they still did not forget to joke with each other. It was precisely because of this red bead that the captains and deputy captains behind him did not dare to come forward, because they did not know why Lu Jin took out this bead. Could it be that there is some killer weapon hidden behind this? Advertisement. Several people discussed this back and forth for a long time, and Lu Jin hung the red beads directly around his neck, which looked very dazzling under the sunlight. It's time to end this. After he finished speaking, he put the red bead into his mouth and bit it, and then the sword in his hand instantly flashed white light. It was as if something was calling upon the sword. Lu Jin bit the table into pieces in an instant, and suddenly a black object appeared from the red bead. It seemed to be alive and jumping, moving back and forth in Lu Jin's mouth. Oh my god, maybe I saw it wrong. At this time, a team leader looked at Lu Jin in disbelief, thinking he had seen it wrong. What did you see wrong? A captain next to him looked puzzled. Didn't you see that there was a living thing in that bead? No way, it's alive. The captain was instantly shocked. My eyesight isn't very good, let me take a closer look. After saying that, the captain took a few steps closer. Indeed, the moment it got close scared him. He saw that the little black thing seemed like a little man, moving quickly in and out of Lu Jin's mouth. What's even more strange is that this little black man seems to have a nose and eyes. Is this true? How come I have never heard of this thing? Just when a group of people were curious about the little black man inside the red bead. Lu Jin's eyes turned black instantly, even the white pupils turned black. The whole person looked like he was possessed by a demon. He glanced in the direction of Ni Yinmeng, and Ni Yinmeng was immediately frightened by his appearance. Your eyes, what's wrong with you? Ni Yinmeng was so frightened that she took a few steps back. She didn't dare to look into Lu Jin's eyes again, as if those eyes were poisoned. Just when everyone thought Lu Jin was going crazy, he looked like he was enjoying it. Chapter 238, Upgraded. He just curled the corners of his mouth and looked at the deputy captain in front of him with a sneer on his face. In an instant, the little man disappeared, as if he had been swallowed by Lu Jin. The red beads were originally hung around Lu Jin's neck, so the rope was still hanging around Lu Jin's neck, even though the beads were broken. But the rope, which was originally black, instantly turned red, and the sword in Lu Jin's hand also turned into a black sword flashing white light. She looked so abnormal. After sneering, he walked towards the deputy captain. At this moment, the deputy captain felt a chill. Although Lu Jin had not made any move towards him, he already felt as if an iceberg was pressing down on him. This feeling is something that ordinary people cannot understand. It is the kind of feeling that makes the whole body feel freezing cold and it is difficult to breathe. It seemed that every time I took a breath, my throat and eyes felt painful, and my face felt like there were millions of knives cutting at it. Well, I didn't want to use this trick, but there's no other way. You guys are too much of a bother. After saying that, he raised his sword and swung it towards the deputy captain. He deliberately pointed the blade of the sword to the side instead of facing the deputy captain. Although it certainly didn't hit the deputy captain, the power of this sword was enough to kill people from a distance. The sword's blade of light swung out at this moment and directly chopped down an ancient tree. The ancient tree was several circles wide, and it would take an average person half a month to complete the work even with a knife. But Lu Jin simply swung the blade, and the deputy captain clearly felt a flash of white light passing by his ear. The speed was so fast that he had no time to dodge and he froze in place. He could clearly hear a whirring sound, and the blade flew past his ear. Then there was another loud crash, and instantly a loud noise came from behind him, as if something had fallen. He hurriedly looked behind him and saw that the huge ancient tree had been cut down by Lu Jin. The huge ancient tree fell from the sky and landed directly on the ground. Advertisement: it is no exaggeration to say that a big hole was smashed directly into the ground, and those who didn't know would think it was a meteorite falling. Seeing this, the deputy captain just stayed where he was and dared not move. If he could chop the tree in half from a distance, killing him would be easy. However, Lu Jin did not do that. The blade of light he just swung out was specifically used to separate him. If that blade of light had struck him just now, he would have turned into a tree by now, without even a soul left. Thinking of this, the deputy captain couldn't help but swallow his saliva, and then stared blankly at the captains next to him. In fact, the captains and deputy captains were also completely dumbfounded. They couldn't believe that the huge ancient tree in front of them was actually chopped down by Lu Jin from mid-air. Oh my god, Lao Zhang, did I see it wrong just now? This kid suddenly became so powerful, said a captain. I'm sure you're not mistaken, because I saw it too. It seems like this kid has become so powerful all of a sudden after eating that red bead. What on earth is that red bead? I'll have to investigate thoroughly when I get back. Just like that, several captains stood there, not daring to move, and were completely frightened by Lu Jin. But before they had time to think about it, Lu Jin had already walked in front of them. When did this guy get in front of us? A captain took a few steps back in disbelief. At this moment, he felt that Lu Jin was a weird person, so weird that it was scary, so weird that made his whole body tremble and he couldn't even stand steadily. The other captain nearby swallowed hard after hearing his words, then continued, Captain, I think I saw this guy just teleport in front of us. He didn't come over. What? You said it teleported in front of us? After hearing what the person next to him said, the captain looked at Lu Jin in disbelief. He saw that Lu Jin's eyes had not only turned completely black, but even his lips had turned black and purple. Lu Jin looked at everyone, then twisted his neck and revealed an even weirder smile. Advertisement: actually, it would be easy for me to kill you, just like crushing an ant. It's just that I don't want to use this method. Of course, my purpose is not to kill you. Lu Jin said this, then glanced at Ni Yinming, who was not far away, and said with a smile. My request is very simple. I just want to take my woman away. You can choose to continue pursuing me, or you can choose to give up on your own initiative. Of course, if you continue to chase me, I will definitely not show mercy like I did just now. I can't guarantee that if you continue to pursue me, your final outcome will be the same as that ancient tree. After hearing Lu Jin's words, several team leaders looked at each other, as if seeking each other's opinions. One of the team members nudged the captain and whispered in his ear, Captain, why don't we quit while we're ahead? Even if the higher-ups blame us, at most we'll be in jail for a few days. But if this guy gets angry, it could really cost us our lives. The captain listened to what his team members said and understood what they meant. In fact, the captain wanted to retreat after seeing Lu Jin upgraded, but as the captain, he was embarrassed to turn back, and there were several other captains and the team leader nearby. Since the captain didn't tell them to go back, he naturally felt embarrassed to lead his team members back. And now that this team member said this, it was just a way for him to save face. He didn't say anything, but thought for a moment before walking up to the captain and said with an embarrassed look on his face, "Captain, you see the team members are a little scared, and I think you've seen how powerful this guy is. If it really doesn't work out, let's just call it a day." After hearing what the captain said, the captain frowned. I have to say that Lu Jin was indeed frightened by what happened just now. In fact, he felt the same as the captain. He wanted to retreat but was too embarrassed to speak up because of his identity. Now that the captain has come to ask him for help, it is just a good opportunity for him to get out of trouble. Alright then. After all, you're following me, and I have to consider your safety. When we get back, report the truth. If the higher-ups blame us, I'll take the blame with everyone else. After hearing what the captain said, the captain breathed a sigh of relief and felt relieved. Chapter 239. Doubtful places. Just as they were about to leave, the other two captains behind them suddenly spoke. "We don't agree to leave. I disagree with that, too." After the two captains finished speaking, the dozen or so team members behind them all refused to leave. The captain thought he had misheard, but after he confirmed again and again, these captains and the dozen or so team members still said the same thing. "Our mission this time is to capture Lu Jin. We can't go back until we catch him." Immediately, one captain after another said this, and the team members next to them also began to agree. Just now, the captain was chatting with this captain. He didn't pay any attention to the captains and other team members next to him. Their expressions were very strange, so weird and scary, as if these dozen people were not the same kind as them. After hearing what these captains and team members said, the captain was stunned. It was impossible. How could they not want to go back? I remember when they came out to fight together before, these guys were eager to kill the ducks and run back quickly, but now they're becoming more and more courageous. After thinking for a moment, he gave an awkward laugh and said, "I'm just thinking about everyone's safety. Even if the higher-ups will blame you, don't worry. Even if they do, it won't be you. I'll take the blame for you." The captain finished speaking, then glanced at the captain next to him and said, "Don't you think so?" The captain next to him nodded immediately after hearing this. "Yes, the captain and I will help you with the responsibility, just don't worry." The captain originally thought that he could deal with it by saying this, but he didn't expect that the team members next to him would just refuse to listen. Their eyes were red and they looked at the captain and the captain next to him as if they were enemies. "I told you we're not going back, we're not going back." Advertisement. Yes, we won't go back. At first, only one or two people responded, but in the end, more and more people said this. The captain was right. Looking at Lu Jin in front of him, he obviously looked like he couldn't afford to defend him. But none of his team members and the captain were afraid of death. Now he became the one who was afraid of death. At this moment, Lu Jin sneered and said, "Get out of here quickly. I don't have much time left for you." As soon as the captain finished speaking, before he got angry, several team members next to him could no longer hold back and directly picked up their weapons and rushed towards Lu Jinshan to argue. Their eyes looked as if they wanted to kill Lu Jin. When Lu Jin saw those fearless people coming towards him, he didn't hesitate at all and just swung his sword. In an instant, the captains and team members in front of him all fell down at the same time. Seeing this, the captain thought that his team members were killed in an instant. He quickly ran over with the captain, but before he had time to squat down to check, he saw that the team members who were knocked to the ground actually got up one by one at the same time. Oh my god, this picture doesn't look too scary. Some of the team members had their arms and some had their hearts falling out. Shahan's heart was hanging in front of her chest, no longer beating, but the strange thing was that she was still alive, able to talk and walk, and most importantly, she was able to get up and continue fighting. When Lu Jin saw it, he was stunned for a moment. What was going on? Could it be that these people were not human? He looked in the direction of Ni Yin Meng with a puzzled look on his face, only to see that Ni Yin Meng also looked very surprised at this time. "Are they robots, not humans?" Lu Jin asked. Ni Yin Meng hesitated after hearing this, not knowing how to answer for a moment. "Well, I really don't know. I only knew that Hitsugaya Tushiro and I were robots. I didn't know there were so many robots besides the two of us." "You really don't know?" Lu Jin continued to ask. Advertisement. I really don't know. At this moment, Ni Yin Meng himself didn't know how to answer. Before the two men could finish speaking, the captains next to them, leading a dozen or so team members behind them, roared loudly and rushed directly towards Lu Jin. It happened so quickly that before Lu Xin could react, they had completely surrounded him. He asked Ni Yin Meng to step back, then concentrated his mind and energy and waved his hands directly at the group of people. In an instant, a few sword strikes hit the dozen or so people around him, and their arms and legs flew everywhere. When Ni Yin Meng saw this, he felt nauseous. If he didn't look up, he would feel that everything around him had turned red. The blood-red color had completely permeated the surrounding environment. The smell was also very strong, with a bloody smell spreading everywhere and also smelling of rot. The captains and team members made of robots were beaten to a pulp by Lu Jin, but they still got up and continued fighting. The support was completely broken apart. But every part of the body that can move can jump up. Shu took a lot of effort and finally dealt with the dozen or so people in front of him. At the same time, the captain and the captain at the back were completely confused. They were dumbfounded and didn't know whether to go up and help or not. If I go up to help, I will obviously be seeking death. Besides, those team members are all made of robots, not real living people, and there is no need to sacrifice my life for these robots. But if he didn't move forward, he might get into trouble himself. At this moment, the captain next to him pushed the captain and said fearfully, "Boss, why don't we retreat first? Those are robots." We can't compare to them. They can get up after being hit several times, but our flesh and blood bodies will be completely destroyed if they're hit once. We can't even restore them to factory settings, boss. After listening to the captain's words, the team leader felt that there was some truth in them. Just as they took a few steps back and prepared to escape, they suddenly ran into a few people coming up from behind. It turned out that several team members had just gotten lost, so it took a long time for them to find them again. The captain was also confused at this time. He couldn't tell whether the person in front of him was a living person or a robot. At this time, Lu Jin was completely bloodthirsty. When he saw a few more people running behind the captain, he thought they were robots. Lu Jin knew that the captain and the captain just now were definitely human beings, but the few people running behind them might not be human beings. Chapter 240. Distinguishing between true and false people. Thinking of this, Lu Jin picked up the sword on his body without any hesitation and rushed towards the people behind him. In just 2 seconds, he teleported behind the captain. He hadn't even seen the faces of the people behind him yet, he just waved his hands and splashed water up and down, then criticized those people one by one. Soon, screams were heard one after another. Logically speaking, he had just fought with those dozen robots and didn't seem to hear any screams. After all, robots cannot feel pain, but it is different for living people. Living people can truly feel pain. Could it be that the people I just attacked were living people? When Lu Jin thought of this, he froze in place. Then they rushed forward to check his injuries, and one of them was Matsumoto Rangaku. The first moment Lu Jin saw Matsumoto Rangaku, he was just a little surprised. Logically, he didn't see Matsumoto Rangaku just now. Could it be that he didn't see clearly because his eyes were red? But what if this Matsumoto Rangaku is also a robot like the robots just now? His mind was in a mess at this moment. He only saw Matsumoto Rangaku stretching out a hand towards Lu Jin, with pleading eyes, as if telling him to save him. Well, at this moment Lu Jin didn't know what to do, and Ni Yinming, who was standing on the other side, saw this and couldn't help but ran over and pushed Lu Jin down. Looking at Matsumoto Rangaku lying on the ground in front of him, he couldn't help but want to cry. Sadly, although Ni Yinming has a human heart and can feel emotions and pain, she is still a robot, so no matter how much she wants to cry, she can only shed 2 tears. Ni Yinming looked at Matsumoto Rangaku lying in a pool of blood with a look of discomfort, and said gently, "Are you trying to say something? Are you a robot, or is this really you?" Ni Yinming's words made Matsumoto Rangaku's expression relax a little, and then he turned his head to look at Lu Jin at this time. In an instant, his face became full of fear again. Before Ni Yinming could say anything, Matsumoto Rangaku spat out a mouthful of blood, which instantly dyed Ni Yinming's white gauze skirt red. Seeing this, the purple color on Lu Jin's face gradually softened, and his 2 black pupils were not so dark anymore, gradually showing human-shaped pupils. He squatted down, wanting to take a closer look at Matsumoto Rangaku's injuries. Advertisement at this moment, a robot nearby stood up instantly and inserted a mechanical arm into Lu Jin's internal organs. It happened so quickly that the robotic arm grabbed an intestine from Lu Jin's internal organs and pulled it out with great force. The pain made Lu Jin feel like he was dying, something he had never experienced before in his life. His abdomen was completely soaked with snow water, and the mechanical hand seemed to want to tear his intestines apart. When Ni Yinming saw this, he trembled and hurriedly hugged the robot, thinking that in this way he could control the robot and stop it from exerting force. "You're not a human being, how dare you attack lousy?" Lu Jin was so angry that he kicked the robot hard, but the robot was obviously not a pushover. One hand tightly grasped Lu Jin's arm, and the other hand directly controlled Ni Yinming, making Ni Yinming unable to move. At this moment, the captain and the team leader behind were completely shocked, because now the only 2 people who could help Lu Jin were these 2 people. Lu Jin didn't care about so many things at this time, as long as he could help him get rid of this mechanical arm. "What are you 2 still standing there for? Come over and help us," Lu Jin said angrily. The 2 men were stunned instantly. "Is this guy calling us too? We are trying to catch him, but now he comes to us for help. Hurry up, oh my god, this thing is killing me. I feel like my internal organs are being ripped out by it." At this time, only the internal organs were vaguely seen hanging in Lu Jin's small intestine, and those internal organs were about to be completely removed. "Come here quickly." Lu Jin was in great pain. With one hand he grabbed his intestines and pulled them back, afraid of breaking them if he pulled too hard, and with the other hand he thrust the sword firmly into the robot's internal organs. But the robot is a robot after all. Even if the sharp sword is inserted into his internal organs and stirs it back and forth a few times, he still has that kind of primitive power. Advertisement seeing this, the captain and the team leader looked at each other and then ran over to help. "If you want us to help you, fine. But there's one catch. You can't come back and attack us again after we help you." The captain stepped forward to offer his hand as he spoke, while the captain on the other side listened without nodding or refusing. "Yes, that's right, I said it up front. It would be meaningless if you go back on your word later." The 2 of them finally managed to completely destroy the robot, and Lu Jin suddenly felt his internal organs relieved. When Ni Yinming saw this, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. She hurriedly hugged Lu Jin, took off her coat, and cut it into strips of cloth to bandage Lu Jin. "Look at all the trouble you've gone through. You've lost half your life." He said this with a look of heartache in his eyes, wishing he was the one whose intestines were pulled out. Seeing this, the captain and the team leader next to him looked at Lu Jin with envy. At this moment, everyone completely forgot about Matsumoto Rangaku lying next to them, Matsumoto Rangaku was speechless. He held it in for a long time before finally uttering 2 words from his throat. Save me. I can't take it anymore. Just as he finished saying this, Lu Jin seemed to hear a faint sound beside him. He turned around and saw Matsumoto Rangaku lying on the ground. Then he remembered the scene of Matsumoto Rangaku being injured by him just now. I didn't expect that I had forgotten it. He quickly bent down to check Matsumoto Rangaku's injuries, which were not much better than his own. Is it a robot or a human? Tell me, Lu Jin asked. Matsumoto Rangaku was so angry that his face turned red. He held it in for a long time before blurting out a few words. You are simply not a human being. Lu Jin was still a little unconvinced and looked warily at Matsumoto Rangaku, who was lying on the ground. While he was hesitating, he saw Matsumoto Rangaku, who had slowly sat up, slowly fall down again, his face becoming paler and paler. In a flash, Lu Jin suddenly realized something. Chapter 241. No need to blame yourself. Looking at Matsumoto Rangaku slowly falling down in front of him, Lu Jin suddenly became panicked. He was now certain that this Matsumoto Rangaku was not a fake, but a real person. He never expected that the person standing in front of him this time was not a robot, but the real Matsumoto Rangaku. His thin lips trembled as he looked at Matsumoto Rangaku, who fell in front of him, unable to utter a word for a long time. I don't know how long it took, but Lu Jin suddenly reacted and rushed forward. Looking at Matsumoto Rangaku lying on the ground, he took a deep breath. I. Before he could finish his words, the corner of Matsumoto Rangaku's mouth, which was on the verge of coma, curled up slightly. I know you didn't mean it. Well, I don't blame you. It's all my fault. Lu Jin shook his head frantically. No, this is not your fault. I will definitely save you. After he finished saying this, Lu Jin tried hard to help Matsumoto Rangaku, who was lying on the ground, but before he could do so, Matsumoto Rangaku suddenly stretched out his cold hand and grabbed the corner of Lu Jin's clothes. No, it's okay. You don't have to save me. Perhaps because he hadn't expected Matsumoto Rangaku to say that, Lu Jin was a little confused for a moment. But when he finally realized what was happening, he hurriedly shook his head. What do you mean I don't need to save you? Matsumoto Rangaku's face was as pale as a piece of paper, and his words were intermittent. Ahem. I know I'm almost gone. There's no need for you to waste your energy on me. You should just. As she looked at Lu Jin and said these words, she felt as if she had used up all her life's strength, and she felt extremely weak. Lu Jin's tears were about to burst out. He never expected that the Matsumoto Rangaku in front of him was not a robot, but a real person, and this time he even injured Matsumoto Rangaku with his own hands. Whenever he thought about how he had attacked Matsumoto Rangaku and she had slowly fallen down in front of him, he was speechless. Ni Yinming, who was standing next to him, noticed that Lu Jin looked dazed, so she suddenly took a step forward and pushed Lu Jin. Advertisement, what are you still daydreaming about? When these words fell into Lu Jin's ears, he instantly came back to his senses. The grief-stricken expression on his face changed at this moment, and Lu Jin's expression gradually became indifferent. Don't worry, I will do everything in my power to save you. I was the one who hurt you. No matter what method I use, I will definitely save you. After Lu Jin finished saying this, he immediately turned around and left. Matsumoto Rangaku wanted to say something, but before she could finish the words, she felt a pain in her heart and a wave of fatigue came over her. The whole person fainted. Lu Jin kept running forward. Ni Yinming turned around and glanced at Matsumoto Rangaku, only to find that she was dying and had fainted. She also noticed that Lu Jin didn't know where he was running to at this time, so she hurriedly caught up with Lu Jin, and Ni Yinming's face was full of anger. Where are you going? Is this the time to run around? She's already unconscious. Someone grabbed the corner of his clothes. When Lu Jin turned around, he noticed that Ni Yinming yelled at him. He didn't know how to respond. He just stared at his toes for an unknown amount of time before Lu Jin finally found his voice. Of course I know. When he said this, there was a hint of hoarseness in Lu Jin's voice. Ni Yinming was about to say something, but then she noticed Lu Jin's sad expression, and thought of what Lu Jin had just said to Matsumoto Rangaku, and she instantly understood. This is a result that no one wants to see. It was not his intention to hurt Matsumoto Rangaku. Matsumoto Rangaku did not blame Lu Jin, so there was really no need for him to say anything here. No one was wrong in this matter. Advertisement. The main thing is that I didn't expect that Matsumoto Rangaku was not a robot, and Lu Jin hurt her unintentionally. Now the only thing I need to do is find a way to rescue her. When Ni Yinming thought about this, she finally took a deep breath and said, this matter is indeed not your fault. There is no need for you to keep blaming yourself. Perhaps he didn't expect Ni Yinming to say this to him. Lu Jin wanted to say something, but then he thought that in the final analysis, this matter was his fault. A bleak smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. This matter is indeed my fault. You don't have to comfort me. Please help me look after Matsumoto Rangaku. I will find a way to rescue her. After saying this, Lu Jin immediately turned around and left. Ni Yinming pursed her pink lips. She wanted to say something, but when she noticed Lu Jin's resolute expression, she knew that no matter what she said, he probably wouldn't listen. In the end, he swallowed the words that came to his side, and Ni Yinming didn't say a word. She walked slowly towards the place where Matsumoto Rangaku was unconscious, and looked at the woman in front of her named Matsumoto Rangaku. Her face was as pale as a piece of paper, her lips were bloodless, and her breathing became gradually weaker. Ni Yinming shook her head and watched the dusk gradually setting in the west. She couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Lu Jin came back soon. Ni Yinming noticed that he was holding something in his hand and was walking towards him in a hurry. His peach blossom eyes narrowed slightly, and Ni Yinming also noticed that he was holding various pills in his hands. For a moment, I felt a little confused. What are you holding in your hand? What are these? Lu Jin did not answer Ni Yinming's words. He just put the thing in his hand aside and observed Matsumoto Rangaku again. The result was that I noticed that Matsumoto Rangaku's breathing was getting weaker and weaker, but this place was deserted and it was probably too late to rush back. Not to mention that if I take Matsumoto Rangaku back with me, those people probably won't have any solution, so now I can only rely on myself. When he thought of this, Lu Jin couldn't help but take a deep breath. Chapter 244. Seeking help from others. No matter how good the relationship between Lu Jin and herself was before, she had no memory of those things now. So when she noticed that Lu Jin wanted to leave, Ni Yinming thought she didn't care. But she didn't know what was going on, or maybe it was because the two of them had been together for a long time, so when she noticed that Lu Jin wanted to leave, she felt herself panicking instantly. Finally, he took a step towards this side, and Ni Yinming directly grabbed the corner of Lu Jin's clothes. Lu Jin turned his head to look at Ni Yinming, and noticed that when Ni Yinming asked this question, her face was full of confusion and anxiety. I know that Ni Yinming is worried about me, otherwise he would not look at me in this way. Thinking of this in his heart, Lu Jin also shook his head. It's okay, you don't have to worry about me. Even though she had said so much to comfort him, Ni Yinming still felt a little uneasy. She finally asked, you haven't answered me yet, so where are you going? I have no other options but to ask for help from others, so this time I plan to ask for help from others. After saying this in one breath, Lu Jin raised a bitter smile at the corner of his mouth. Matsumoto Rangaku's health really can't delay any longer. If she continues like this, she probably won't be able to hold on for much longer. Ni Yinming heard Lu Jin telling her that he planned to take Matsumoto Rangaku with him to seek help from others, but who would go where? I didn't tell myself all of this. Her beautiful eyebrows were twisted into a kawa shape at this moment, and Ni Yinming didn't know whether to ask or not. While Lu Jin was struggling and hesitating in his heart, he turned his head and glanced at Ni Yinming. As a result, noticing Ni Yinming's extremely conflicted and hesitant look, Lu Jin instantly reacted, don't worry, I will take the risk too. Of course, I am worried about their safety, but what worries me even more is that Lu Jin has not yet told me where he plans to take Matsumoto Rangaku. Advertisement. Perhaps sensing the confusion in Ni Yinming's eyes, Lu Jin immediately spoke up, I plan to return to Jinglingding to find the captain of Team 4, Unohana Retsu. When these words fell into his ears, Ni Yinming felt a little confused. After an unknown amount of time, Ni Yinming finally found her voice and said, you said you were going to go find him? But are you sure he will help you? Listening to Ni Yinming's realistic criticism in his ears, Lu Jin didn't know what to say. As for whether he would help him or not, Lu Jin could probably guess the outcome. But if even Unohana Retsu was unwilling to help him, Lu Jin really couldn't think of who else he could turn to for help. Ni Yinming raised her head and glanced at Lu Jin, only to notice that he looked conflicted and hesitant. She didn't know what he was thinking, and his expression turned ugly. She couldn't help but sighed softly. Actually, until now, I still don't know what you think. Lu Jin turned his head to look at Ni Yinming, not quite understanding why she suddenly brought up this topic. Not only was he a little unresponsive for a moment, but he also reacted later. Only then did he realize that Ni Yinming was referring to the fact that he saved her. If he had not insisted on saving Ni Yinming, he probably would not have fallen to this point. Lu Jin looked at Ni Yinming in front of him seriously and shook his head. You're wrong. I wanted to save you myself, so there's nothing I can't figure out. It's because I wanted to save you. Lu Jin had no time to continue chatting with Ni Yinming and the others, and Matsumoto Rangaku really couldn't wait any longer. He also knew that if he continued to waste time like this, Matsumoto Rangaku might be in danger. When thinking about this, Lu Jin immediately brought Matsumoto Rangaku to see Unohana Retsu. Lu Jin hurried to the residence and was about to take Matsumoto Rangaku in when suddenly a few people jumped out from the side. Who are you? Someone looked at Lu Jin, and there was some scrutiny in his eyes. However, when he reacted later, he realized that the person standing in front of him was not someone else, but Lu Jin. Advertisement that Lu Jin. Lu Jin clearly noticed the security guard standing at the door, who was also looking at him with a ferocious look, but he didn't know what happened afterwards. I don't know if it's because they recognized my identity, but they didn't dare to continue to embarrass me like this. Instead, he took a step back calmly. When Lu Jin noticed the security guards took a step back, he said coldly, you don't have to be so afraid of me. Don't worry, I'm not here to cause trouble this time. If you're not here to cause trouble, then why did you suddenly come here this time? The security guard's eyes fell on Lu Jin, and he also felt that he was really confused. I also have no idea why Lu Jin would come here this time if there was nothing wrong. Lu Jin listened to the security guard asking him questions in his ear, and he didn't know how to respond. Just at this moment, Matsumoto Rangaku's body suddenly began to feel cold. He stretched out his hand and touched her smooth forehead. As a result, he unexpectedly found that Matsumoto Rangaku's forehead was icy cold and her body temperature was gradually dropping. This action caught the eyes of the security guards, no matter if it was Lu Jin or Matsumoto Rangaku in his arms. Both of them are influential figures. They might never see these two influential figures in their entire lives, but now, for some unknown reason, the two influential figures suddenly appeared before their eyes. The security guards didn't know what to say. His eyes were fixed on Lu Jin, and the security guard regained his voice. What are you doing? Why are you here this time? It's too late to explain now. Lu Jin just took a deep breath and said, I didn't come here to cause trouble this time, so please rest assured. Chapter 242. Find a way, I'm trying to figure it out. When these words fell into his ears, Ni Yinming also felt that he didn't quite understand what Lu Jin meant by these words. When she felt puzzled, Ni Yinming asked directly, so, are these various pills the solution you came up with? When asking this question, Ni Yinming's delicate eyebrows wrinkled, and she felt that it was a little unreliable. Lu Jin paused in his action of feeding medicine to Matsumoto Rangaku. He turned his head to look at Ni Yinming next to him. He noticed that Ni Yinming tilted his head at this moment, and there was some confusion in his tone when he asked this question. He took a deep breath and said, but if I don't try this method, I don't know what else I can try. This is the only way. Ni Yinming didn't say a word. She also said that she understood that if she were asked to think of a solution, Ni Yinming would not be able to think of it either. But Ni Yinming felt a little unsure whether this method would work or not. I can only put all my hopes on Lu Jin. I believe you can do it. Even if you can't, it doesn't matter. We still have other ways to try. When these words fell into Lu Jin's ears, a slight curve appeared on the corner of his mouth. He also turned his head to look at Ni Yinming next to him. Just nodded firmly. Of course I can. Lu Jin originally felt a little uneasy inside, but he didn't know if it was because Ni Yinming encouraged him, or maybe it was because he was encouraged. He instantly felt more motivated. Lu Jin fed the pill into his mouth, and Ni Yinming hurriedly brought him some water. Just put the medicine and water in, and Lu Jin waited quietly for the result. I don't know how long they waited, but Lu Jin and Ni Yinming didn't even blink. Their eyes were always on Matsumoto Rangaku. But the medicine had been administered for such a long time, and Matsumoto Rangaku showed no sign of waking up. Ni Yinming turned her head and glanced at Lu Jin. She also felt a little uneasy inside. Advertisement. When I looked to the side, I saw that what I feared really came true. Lu Jin's face was gloomy. If he knew that someone hadn't reacted by now, Lu Jin would think that he must be blind. Matsumoto Rangaku didn't wake up, and the medicine was useless. Lu Jin felt that he couldn't deceive himself at all. Not to mention that there is no point in deceiving oneself nowadays. When he thought of this, Lu Jin stood up from the ground again. Ni Yinming noticed that Lu Jin suddenly stood up from the ground. His face looked a little bad, and he didn't know what to say at the moment. When he finally realized what was happening, Matsumoto Rangaku found his voice again. Are you? Before he could finish, Lu Jin interrupted him. I can't stand by and watch this happen any longer. It seems this method is useless. I have to think of something else. Can we wait and see? Maybe the medicine hasn't taken effect yet? If I didn't have any feelings for Lu Jin at the beginning, now I notice that he is busy running around for this friend. Ni Yinming suddenly felt a little distressed. She didn't know what was going on with her, but when she noticed Lu Jin suddenly stand up from the ground and was about to leave, Ni Yinming reached out and grabbed Lu Jin. Wait a moment, okay? It is indeed impossible to deceive oneself. So when he heard Ni Yinming grabbing the corner of his clothes and begging in his ear, Lu Jin also shook his head. I'm sorry, I can't deceive myself. After he said this, Ni Yinming was a little confused. She also had no idea what Lu Jin meant by this sentence. But when Ni Yinming finally reacted, he regained his voice. But, maybe the medicine hasn't taken effect yet. Let's wait a little longer. I originally planned to leave, but I heard Ni Yinming constantly persuading me to wait for the result, and I also had a glimmer of hope in my heart. In the end, Lu Jin had no choice but to stay. Advertisement. He turned his head to glance at Matsumoto Rangaku, and neither of them said anything else. He stared at Matsumoto Rangaku with full concentration from beginning to end, fearing that something unexpected might happen. Lu Jin waited for a very long time, but Matsumoto Rangaku showed no signs of waking up. This time I couldn't help it at all. He also knew that he didn't need to wait any longer. These drugs work extremely quickly. If they had been effective from the beginning, Matsumoto Rangaku would have woken up long ago. Instead, he waited for a long time, but Matsumoto Rangaku showed no sign of waking up. When he thought about this, Lu Jin really didn't know what to say. Ni Yinming, who was standing next to him, noticed that Lu Jin was quite obedient at first, but later, especially when he noticed that Matsumoto Rangaku had no reaction, he finally couldn't help it. Noticing that Lu Jin wanted to turn around and leave again, Ni Yinming raised his hand and rubbed his brow. So where are you going? The steps under my feet suddenly stopped. Lu Jin turned around and glanced at Ni Yinming, and noticed that when Ni Yinming asked this question, her face was extremely serious. I didn't know what to say at the moment. After reacting, Lu Jin regained his voice. I don't know. When he said this, Lu Jin also felt that his momentum was too weak. After all, he really didn't know what other way to solve this problem. If medicine was useless, Lu Jin really couldn't think of anything else. Noticing Ni Yinming looking at him with a distressed expression, Lu Jin belatedly realized something, but there's nothing you can do about it. After hearing these words, Ni Yinming didn't know how to respond. Chapter 243. Finding a solution. She raised her hand and touched her chin. After an unknown amount of time, Ni Yinming finally found her voice again. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. Let's sit here and think it over. You've been busying around all by yourself. I'm afraid you'll feel tired and increasingly upset. You won't be able to think of any good solutions. I have to say that what Ni Yinming said was absolutely right. Lu Jin just listened to her saying it in his ear and didn't know how to respond at the moment. Lu Jin took a deep breath, but, when he got to the end, Lu Jin found that he didn't know how to continue. But he noticed that Ni Yinming looked extremely serious and was looking at him, so he finally had no choice but to sit down next to him, and the two of them faced each other. Ni Yinming also turned her head to look at Matsumoto Rangaku, and she regained her voice. The two of us must think of a solution carefully. Lu Jin nodded beside him and asked, do you have any good ideas? Ni Yinming didn't know how to answer. There is no good or bad solution. It can be said that she has no good solution at all. So when Lu Jin asked this question in her ear, Ni Yinming didn't know how to respond, and she suddenly fell silent. Lu Jin noticed that Ni Yinming suddenly fell silent. He also knew that Ni Yinming seemed to have no good solution, otherwise he would not have remained silent. When thinking about this, Lu Jin could only take a deep breath. I can't put it off any longer. Please look after Matsumoto Rangaku for me this time. I'll go out and think of a solution. I'll be back soon. Ni Yinming glanced at Matsumoto Rangaku again, and finally raised her head to look at Lu Jin, who was taking a step forward with his long legs, intending to find another way. Finally, she couldn't help but sigh. Do you think you can really find a way? The steps under my feet paused again. Advertisement. It may also be that he did not expect Ni Yinming to actually say this to him. It must be said that her question was very realistic, and Lu Jin also felt a little uneasy. But no matter how uncertain he was, for the sake of Matsumoto Rangaku, Lu Jin knew that he had to work tirelessly to find a way to save Matsumoto Rangaku. In fact, he was deceiving himself. A self-deprecating smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Without turning back to look at Ni Yinming, Lu Jin said in a calm voice, I'll go look for her. Ni Yinming was waiting here for Lu Jin to come back, and suddenly noticed Matsumoto Rangaku lying next to him. At this time, he didn't know what was going on. Her face was red and her breathing became increasingly difficult. Ni Yinming was shocked. She didn't know what she should do. His brain was working rapidly, and Ni Yinming was trying hard to think of a solution, but before he could think of it, he heard footsteps. Lu Jin came over hurriedly. When he first rushed over, he noticed that Matsumoto Rangaku was having difficulty breathing, and his mind went blank at that moment. I don't know how long it took, but Lu Jin hurriedly took the water from the side and fed it to the baby carefully. Matsumoto Rangaku also calmed down after drinking some water. Although his breathing was still a little weak and he was dying, compared to his previous appearance of having difficulty breathing, he was much better after all. While Lu Jin breathed a sigh of relief, he immediately turned his head to look at Ni Yinming next to him. Ni Yinming also shook his head at this time. No, it seems you have to think of another way. If you keep delaying like this, I'm afraid Matsumoto Rangaku won't be able to hold on until you come up with a solution. After hearing these words, Lu Jin just kept staring at Ni Yinming in front of him. Finally, his eyes fell on Matsumoto Rangaku next to him. He didn't know what to say. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Jin finally found his voice again. So what do you think I should do? Ni Yinming has no good ideas at all. Advertisement. So when Lu Jin asked this question in his ear, Ni Yinming didn't know how to answer. Suddenly taking a deep breath, Ni Yinming regained his voice. I don't know. When she said this, Ni Yinming also felt upset inside. Mainly, he didn't expect Lu Jin to throw such a question to him. Matsumoto Rangaku looked so painful beside him, and Ni Yinming saw it all. She didn't know what to do after all. Suddenly, she raised her hand and rubbed her brows. After an unknown amount of time, Ni Yinming turned her head and glanced at Lu Jin. But you were out for so long this time? Did you find any solution? When Ni Yinming asked him this question, Lu Jin didn't know how to answer. He was out for so long this time, it was actually a bit funny to say. Lu Jin was out for so long but still couldn't find any solution, which was equivalent to just wandering around outside. Suddenly shaking his head, Lu Jin clenched his fists and said, You're absolutely right. We really can't keep delaying this. Ni Yinming turned her head and glanced at Lu Jin. She also didn't quite understand what Lu Jin meant by this sentence. So what are you going to do? After she asked this question, Lu Jin also fell silent. Ni Yinming shook his head. It seems that you still haven't thought of a solution. Since I can't think of a solution myself, I can only try to ask others for help. It must be said that Ni Yinming's words instantly reminded Lu Jin, and Lu Jin felt as if he had suddenly been enlightened. Then this is the only way. Lu Jin immediately walked towards Matsumoto Rangaku next to him and picked him up. Ni Yinming just looked at Lu Jin, not knowing what was going on. After he picked the person up, he walked forward step by step. Suddenly chasing forward, Ni Yinming also grabbed Lu Jin and asked, Where are you going? When asking this question, Ni Yinming's face was expressionless and there was no emotion in her tone. Chapter 245. Go see him. After he finished speaking, Lu Jin couldn't help but add, I just wanted to see Yuno Hanaretsu. The security guards had no idea that Lu Jin came here to see Yuno Hanaretsu, and they couldn't help but sneer. Who do you think you are? To put it bluntly, you're nothing more than a traitor, just relying on your identity as a traitor. Do you think you can meet Yuno Hanaretsu? Another security guard also chimed in, even if you want to see Yuno Hanaretsu, I'm afraid our captain won't see you at all. Lu Jin just listened to the two security guards standing in front of him talking to each other. He didn't know what to say. The security guard started to mock Lu Jin. Lu Jin had no expression on his face and he just let the security guard mock him in his ear. After all, before coming here, Lu Jin could probably guess that something like this would happen. So when so many people started to mock him, he didn't feel embarrassed at all. He didn't say a word from beginning to end. I don't know how much time passed, but the two security guards may have had enough of the ridicule. They were almost talking so hard that their lips were worn out, and they thought that Lu Jin would definitely not be able to hold back and might even fight with them. But unexpectedly, after making a few sarcastic remarks, Lu Jin didn't know what was going on. He had great patience and seemed not to have heard what they said. The whole person was extremely calm. The group didn't know what to say, but when they reacted, the two security guards started to mock them. I thought you were so capable, I didn't expect you to be just this good. That's right. What a bullshit. You're just a punching bag. No matter how powerful you were before, what's the point? Now you've been reduced to being ridiculed by us. Lu Jin raised his eyelids calmly. Do you think I want to tell you this? Advertisement. He said this in his ears. There was no expression on Lu Jin's face when he said this, and his tone was flat from beginning to end. The two people didn't know what to say. For some reason, especially when they noticed Lu Jin's obsidian-like black pupils fixed on them, the two security guards took a few steps back. They were indeed quite arrogant at the beginning and did not take Lu Jin in front of them seriously at all. But now that they noticed Lu Jin's angry expression, they were really scared. Lu Jin held Matsumoto Rangaku in his arms and walked towards this side step by step. The two security guards who were originally extremely arrogant also felt their legs go weak when they noticed Lu Jin walking towards them step by step. You? What on earth do you want to do? Lu Jin listened to the two security guards asking this question in his ear, and especially noticed that when the two people asked this question, their calves could not help but tremble. It was obviously because of my own relentless pressure. A mocking smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. I saw that you two were quite arrogant before. Are you scared now? After hearing this, the two security guards didn't know what to say. After an unknown amount of time, they finally found their voices again. How powerful do you think you are? You don't think we're really scared of you, do you? Lu Jin noticed the two security guards feigning composure as they followed him. He smiled and said, what do you mean by, don't assume it, aren't you two just afraid of me? It is said that kind people are often bullied by pigs. Lu Jin had never been ridiculed like this before, so now that he was bullied by two security guards, how could Lu Jin really endure it? It was only for Matsumoto Rangaku, and he knew that Matsumoto Rangaku absolutely could not delay any longer. She probably won't be able to hold on until that time. However, he did not expect that his repeated tolerance would make this group of people even more unscrupulous towards him. Advertisement. I originally thought that if I took a step back, the horizon would be broader, but look at the current situation. Lu Jin thought it was really ironic. At this time, they were completely scared. The two security guards also knew that even if Lu Jin had fallen to this state, he was not someone they could bully. But now that I understand this truth, everything can be said to be completely over. The security guard didn't know what to say, so he just looked at Lu Jin in front of him, especially noticing that there was nothing but ridicule in his eyes. At that moment, I felt a chill in my heart. Lu Jin noticed that the security guards might be really scared, and the two security guards in front of him didn't dare to look him in the eye. If it were any other day, Lu Jin would have definitely taught the two security guards a lesson, but the situation was different now. When he thought about this, Lu Jin silently withdrew his gaze from the two of them. Looking at the courtyard gate in front of him, Lu Jin said, I know you two are scared by me, but don't worry, I will definitely not attack you. But that doesn't mean I will let you go. The two security guards felt like they were about to be scared to death as they listened to Lu Jin speaking word by word. The main reason is that I don't quite understand what Lu Jin meant by saying this. By the time they realized what was happening, the two security guards had also found their voices. What are your instructions? Whatever they are, as long as it's something we two can do, we'll definitely do our best to complete it. This is exactly what Lu Jin was waiting for. So when he heard the two people talking in his ear, he nodded slightly and said, it's actually very simple. All you two need to do is go and inform them. But the two security guards never thought that Lu Jin would actually say such a thing, nor did they expect Lu Jin to actually make such a request. I was stunned at the moment. Lu Jin also noticed that the two security guards were stunned for some reason. It was obvious that it was because of the request he made. Chapter 246. Forcing people to do what is difficult. The two security guards also looked particularly embarrassed. Noticing their utterly embarrassed expressions, Lu Jin snorted coldly, could it be that you're unwilling? When these words fell into their ears, the two security guards didn't know how to start. After an unknown amount of time, they finally found their voices again, but this is a bit unreasonable. Lu Jin just listened to them talking in his ear, even saying something about forcing others to do something difficult. A hint of hostility flashed between his eyebrows. What do you mean by forcing others to do something difficult? When Lu Jin said this, his face was full of anger. When the two security guards raised their heads, they noticed that Lu Jin was looking at them. If they don't agree, he might just glare at them and kill them alive. I was so scared that I shuddered. The two security guards were unable to utter a word, and they didn't know what to say at all. There is only fear in my heart. Lu Jin noticed that the security guards looked so scared that they didn't even dare to look up and meet his eyes. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Lu Jin immediately asked, so what do you guys think? The two security guards felt like they were about to cry. What do they mean by, what on earth are they thinking? Now, apart from agreeing, the only thing left is to agree. While thinking this in their hearts, the two security guards didn't know how to start. After an unknown amount of time, they finally found their voices again. This matter is really. When he got to the end, the security guard found that he couldn't continue at all. Lu Jin noticed that even though he had said this, the two security guards didn't know what was going on and still stood there in a daze. He couldn't help but snort coldly. Advertisement, so do you agree or not? If you don't agree to go in and report, then I'll just barge in. Lu Jin's patience has reached its limit. It was impossible for him to continue talking nonsense with the two security guards, so after saying this, Lu Jin immediately walked inside. After being threatened by Lu Jin just now, the two security guards were almost scared to death. So it was interesting to hear him say this in my ear, especially noticing that he was going to break in alone. Under normal circumstances, if it were someone else, the two security guards would have called over long ago. But Lu Jin is too scary after all. They could only suppress the thought that popped up in their minds. The two security guards took a deep breath and said, "Don't be angry first." Lu Jin glanced sideways and said, "What do you mean by, don't get angry first? Do you think I came here just to talk nonsense with you guys?" These words were almost squeezed out from his throat. Lu Jin's patience had indeed reached its limit. He also lowered his head and glanced at Matsumoto Rangaku in his arms, and was speechless at the moment. Finally, I couldn't help but sigh. The two security guards noticed that Lu Jin was holding Matsumoto Rangaku in his arms. For some reason, this influential figure had his eyes closed and looked extremely weak. The two of them didn't dare to look around or think too much, and finally nodded to Lu Jin. "Don't worry. We will go in and report to the captain right away." After the security guard said this, he immediately rushed in. Lu Jin was waiting nearby, not knowing how long he had been waiting. The two security guards also didn't know how long they had been inside, as they hadn't helped either of them out. Lu Jin's thick black eyebrows furrowed tightly, and he couldn't utter a word. Mainly, I don't know what to do. When he thought about this, he didn't know what to say. Advertisement finally, he took a deep breath, and Lu Jin couldn't help it anymore. They immediately wanted to rush in. When the two security guards came over, they also noticed that Lu Jin was waiting outside and was getting impatient. "I even want to rush in." Walking over here in a hurry, two people immediately stopped Lu Jin. "Don't be anxious. You must not rush in. If you rush in, our heads will fall off." Lu Jin completely ignored the security guard and asked calmly, "What's going on?" After asking this question, Lu Jin also noticed that the two people had no reaction. His brows were twisted into a kawa shape, and he couldn't utter a word. The two people noticed that Lu Jin didn't react at all, and finally took a deep breath. "Our captain doesn't agree to let you in." One of the security guards mustered up the courage and said this. After saying this, he also looked at Lu Jin cautiously. They were even a little afraid that Lu Jin would vent his anger on them when he heard that the captain didn't allow him to go in. "So just run as far as you can." Lu Jin noticed that the two security guards suddenly moved away from him. A sneer appeared on his face. "You really didn't hesitate at all? In fact, I had guessed the result a long time ago." However, he still had a glimmer of hope in his heart, so when he noticed the two security guards returning and heard them tell him that Unohana Retsu would never allow him to enter, Lu Jin did not feel surprised at all. When he said this, there was a flash of sarcasm in his eyes. The two security guards noticed that Lu Jin suddenly laughed self-deprecatingly. They were a little slow to react and didn't quite understand what Lu Jin meant. When the latter reacted, they also found their voices. "What do you think?" When these words fell into his ears, Lu Jin did not expect that the two security guards would ask him a question. He didn't know how to answer. Lu Jin stared at the pale-faced Matsumoto Rangaku for an unknown amount of time before he spoke coldly. "Could you please help me go in again?" Advertisement chapter 247. Seeking perhaps they didn't expect Lu Jin to be so persistent. The security guard thought of what the captain had just said in his ear and immediately shook his head to refuse. The two of them also walked to the side. As they walked to the side, they were actually a little panicked inside, and were even more afraid of what Lu Jin would do to them. Unexpectedly, when they walked over there, Lu Jin no longer called them. The two security guards also breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Jin put Matsumoto Rangaku, who was in his arms, in a clean place nearby and walked inside. The security guard jumped out from the side and stopped Lu Jin. "What on earth do you want to do?" Maybe because of the previous commotion, the security guard thought that he and Lu Jin were quite familiar with each other, and finally asked this question. Lu Jin didn't know how to answer. After an unknown amount of time, he finally found his voice again. "Some trouble." After saying this, the security guard didn't know what he was thinking at this moment, and in the end he could only swallow the words that were on the tip of his tongue. Lu Jin originally wanted to break in, but then he thought that if he broke in, the security guards next to him would probably not watch him go in. Not to mention that Unohana Retsu didn't want to see him at all. Even if I break in, if Unohana Retsu doesn't want to see me, I will definitely not be able to see him. Unohana Retsu might have a very bad impression of him because he barged in without permission. By then, he will not agree to it. When he thought about this, Lu Jin really didn't know what to say. A pair of thick black eyebrows frowned at this moment. He finally sighed. The security guards saw Lu Jin sighing beside them and didn't know what to say. But then he noticed Matsumoto Rangaku next to him, and he seemed to understand something. So when we were later, the security guard also said, how about I ask for you? Advertisement. Lu Jin turned his head and looked at the security guard in surprise. He had never expected that the security guard would say this to him, but soon he shook his head and refused. Absolutely not. Just now when you went in and asked, Hana Retsu refused to see me. No matter how much you asked, if she doesn't want to see me, she simply doesn't want to see me. When he said this, a bitter smile appeared on Lu Jin's lips. The security guard beside him also sighed, and the range became strange for a moment. Lu Jin just stared at the door in front of him. He was waiting for Hana Retsu to let him in, but he didn't know how much time had passed and there was no movement from inside. The security guard next to him noticed Lu Jin just standing there and didn't know what to say. He knew that even if he talked himself into it, Lu Jin would probably not be willing to leave. At the moment, I could only sigh. Lu Jin just waited quietly here, but there was no news at all. Suddenly, he took a few steps forward and yelled to the inside, I have something to ask for, please let me in. I really have something to ask for. Just kept yelling in front of the door. The two security guards next to him knew their responsibilities. They should have gone up and driven Lu Jin away directly at this time, but so much time had passed. The two of them had originally planned to go forward, but after thinking about it carefully, they finally let Lu Jin go. Lu Jin didn't know how many times he shouted outside, nor did he know how long he had been shouting outside, until his voice was almost hoarse, and the door was finally pushed open. I was just looking at the tightly closed door, and at this moment it was pushed open from the inside. Lu Jin also breathed a sigh of relief. The two security guards nearby naturally noticed that a member of the team next to the captain was walking towards them, and they both felt uneasy inside. I originally thought that the team members were coming over here to question them. The two men closed their eyes, waiting for punishment from the captain, but so much time had passed. There was no sound in my ears. The two people felt more or less confused in their hearts. When they finally opened their eyes, the two security guards also noticed that the man was standing in front of Lu Jin. Advertisement. I also whispered something to him. Lu Jin also turned around and glanced at the two of them. Thank you for not stopping me this time. We're even this time. After he said this, Lu Jin immediately followed the man in. The two of them didn't know what to say. The main reason was that they didn't expect Lu Jin to be more free and easy than they imagined, and even said something like, it's even. They were speechless at the moment. I could only watch Lu Jin walk in. After Lu Jin walked in, he looked at a team member in front of him and asked tentatively, Captain, do you agree to let me in? The team member turned his head to look at Lu Jin, probably because he didn't expect him to ask this question, especially because he noticed that his tone was cautious when he asked this question. At the moment, I didn't know how to respond. When the team member realized what was happening, he found his voice again. The captain did agree. He finished saying this, and his eyes remained on Lu Jin. Lu Jin noticed that the team member's eyes were on him, and he didn't look away for a long time. I didn't know what to say at the moment, but no matter how much he wanted to say, he would have to wait until he went in and saw Hana Retsu before he could say it. When thinking about this, Lu Jin immediately quickened his pace. Holding Matsumoto Rangaku in his arms, he followed the two team members in. When Lu Jin arrived at the inner room, he also noticed that Hana Retsu seemed to have been waiting for him. He had already sat down there, so when she noticed me walking towards her, Hana Retsu raised her eyelids calmly. You're here. When these words fell into his ears, Lu Jin didn't know how to respond. First, he put Matsumoto Rangaku down from his arms. Lu Jin also suddenly lowered his head. I am presumptuous this time, but I have something important to ask of you, so I can't care less. Advertisement. Chapter 248. Helpless. I just listened to Lu Jin telling me that he had something important to ask for, so all the shouting outside was out of helplessness. Hana Retsu nodded slightly and said, I know. Lu Jin didn't react for a long time after hearing these words. The main reason was that he didn't expect him to say that to him. When he realized what was happening later, Lu Jin found his voice again. What do you mean you know? When he asked this question, Lu Jin's thick black eyebrows frowned at this moment. Hana Retsu didn't answer. His eyes fell on the unconscious Matsumoto Rangaku. He also spoke slowly. So you mean to say that you want me to save Matsumoto Rangaku? Suddenly mentioning Matsumoto Rangaku, Lu Jin stopped asking questions and said, the reason I came here this time is indeed because I hope you can save Matsumoto Rangaku, no matter what you ask of me. Are you willing to do whatever I ask for? Hana Retsu naturally took over the second half of Lu Jin's sentence before he could finish it. He just raised his head and glanced at Hana Retsu. Perhaps he didn't expect him to say that. Lu Jin was a little slow to react for a while, but he finally reacted later. He also found his voice. Whatever you ask, I'm willing to do it. Hana Retsu was particularly satisfied. Then you must remember what you said. Hana Retsu raised a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, and his tone also contained a hint of profound meaning. He didn't know why, but when he heard Hana Retsu talking to him like this, he always felt a bad premonition spreading in his heart. I really don't know what to say. Hana Retsu continued, it's actually very simple. All you have to do is give me one of your organs in exchange, and then I will agree to your request. I already had a bad feeling in my heart, and now hearing Hana Retsu say this in my ear, the bad feeling in my heart became even stronger. Lu Jin didn't know what to say. Advertisement mainly, he hadn't expected Hana Retsu to say this to him. His expression suddenly turned grim. What do you mean? What does this sentence mean? When these words fell into his ears, Yunohana Retsu just raised his head and glanced at Lu Jin calmly. He also spoke slowly. Didn't you just promise me that no matter what I ask, you would agree? Why are you asking me what I mean now? Lu Jin did say that, but he never expected Yunohana Retsu to make such an excessive request. He just lowered his head and looked at the pale Matsumoto Rangaku lying on the ground. He didn't know what to say. Seeing Lu Jin's hesitant look, Yunohana Retsu's smile grew wider, and a hint of sarcasm flashed in his eyes. So you don't agree? After Yunohana Retsu finished speaking, he immediately turned around and made a move to leave. Anyway, now I give you a choice. If you don't agree, then I don't think there's any point in saving Matsumoto Rangaku. I won't agree to that. Lu Jin lightly lifted one eyelid and looked at Yunohana Retsu in front of him. These words seemed to be squeezed out from his throat. Of course there was no way he would agree. I also know that if I give out an organ to exchange with him, I will not be able to survive. Not to mention that I don't even know what organ he wants. Can a person survive if they lose an organ? When Lu Jin thought about this, he couldn't say a word for a long time. Yunohana Retsu noticed Lu Jin's resolute expression and smiled. So you don't agree? After he asked that question, Yunohana Retsu immediately turned his head and glanced at Matsumoto Rangaku lying on the ground. Even if she has become like this, you still won't agree? Lu Jin really didn't know what to say. It was all Matsumoto Rangaku's fault. If he hadn't accidentally hurt her, Matsumoto Rangaku would never have become like this. All of this is because of me, so I must save Matsumoto Rangaku. At all costs. Advertisement. This is what he thought in his heart, but he never expected that Yunohana Retsu would make such a request. At the moment I really don't know what to say. I don't know how long it took, but Lu Jin didn't say a word. Yunohana Retsu originally thought that once he nominated Matsumoto Rangaku, Lu Jin would immediately relent. But I didn't expect that even after I said so much, Lu Jin was still unwilling to say a word. It seemed that he really disagreed. A sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Since you are unwilling to agree, then I guess you can take Matsumoto Rangaku out with you. As Yunohana Retsu finished speaking, Lu Jin suddenly reached out and grabbed Yunohana Retsu. You can make other requests, and I can agree to them, but this is the only thing I won't do. He finished speaking in one breath, and Lu Jin's eyes were always on Yunohana Retsu's face. I am even more looking forward to him agreeing, but I didn't expect that after I said this, Yunohana Retsu didn't react at all. A sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Do you think I will really agree to what you said? Lu Jin didn't quite understand what Yunohana Retsu meant by this. He was puzzled, but he finally asked directly, so you really have to make this request? After asking this question, there was no response from Yunohana Retsu. The hand that was holding him tightly suddenly loosened. Lu Jin was also speechless, mainly because he didn't expect that Yunohana Retsu really disagreed. When he thought about this in his heart, Lu Jin finally found his voice again. I really disagree. Lu Jin said this coldly, and Yunohana Retsu flew into a rage. Then don't stay here, get out of here. After he said this, Yunohana Retsu immediately drove Lu Jin away. Chapter 249. Agreed to his request. Lu Jin was asked to leave by two security guards. The two security guards looked at Lu Jin and couldn't help but shook their heads. I hope you can take care of yourself. After the two of them said this, I thought Lu Jin would completely give up and leave. Unexpectedly, he grabbed the hands of the two people and said, please help me again. The security officer shook his head. I believe you heard what our captain said just now. The captain disagrees at all, so I hope you'd better hurry up and leave. Do you have to agree to the impossible? Lu Jin noticed the security guard leaving and his eyes fell on the face of Matsumoto Rangaku in his arms. Especially noticing that Matsumoto Rangaku's face was as pale as a piece of paper, I didn't know what to say. Thinking of the request made by Yunohana Retsu in his ear, he felt a wave of entanglement and conflict in his heart, and he didn't know whether he agreed or disagreed. But if Matsumoto Rangaku hadn't been because of him, she probably wouldn't be unconscious now. So all of this is entirely his fault. Looking at Matsumoto Rangaku in his arms, Lu Jin could only take a deep breath and say, wait a minute, you two, I have something to tell you. The two security guards were about to leave when Lu Jin suddenly called out to them from behind. Please help me in and let them know. He sighed helplessly. I advise you to give up this idea as soon as possible. Our captain doesn't agree with you going in at all. You should. Before the security guard could finish his sentence, Lu Jin hurriedly interrupted him. I agree. I agree with your captain's request. So, can you let me in? The security personnel heard clearly what their captain asked Lu Jin. I originally thought that Lu Jin would give up just like that, but I didn't expect him to suddenly say this in my ear. He even said he agreed. A pair of brows furrowed, and there was a hint of confusion in the security guard's tone. Advertisement. Do you really agree to this? Listening to the security guard's question, Lu Jin nodded and said, I really agree. The security guard felt conflicted inside. He didn't know what to say, let alone how to say it. After an unknown amount of time, the security guard still felt uneasy. I believe you heard the captain's request clearly. If you want to save Matsumoto Rangaku, you must give up one of your organs in exchange. After the security guard repeated this sentence, he suddenly remembered that Lu Jin had refused with a serious expression before, but now he didn't know what was going on. He suddenly felt so regretful again. He even said he wanted to go in. The security guard didn't know how to start the conversation. He also didn't know how to dissuade Lu Jin. He never thought that this person had clearly refused to agree before and was even kicked out. But now I don't know what's going on. Lu Jin noticed the security guard's gaze on him. He didn't know what to say. Later, Lu Jin found his voice and said, "Please go in and inform them." After he finished speaking, he could probably see the confusion on the security guard's face, so he added, "I know what's going on. Just go in and tell the captain for me." They knew that no matter what they said, no matter how they tried to persuade him, Lu Jin had already said so, and they also knew that there was no need to persuade him any further. After all, he himself agreed, so there was no need for them to persuade Lu Jin, and they went in immediately. Yunohana Retsu noticed that the security guards outside suddenly came in, and he frowned. "Why don't you just stay outside? What are you doing here?" After asking this question, Yunohana Retsu also noticed that he had not said a word to the person before him. He became increasingly confused and puzzled. What exactly is going on? Tell me now. After Yunohana Retsu said this, she could probably guess that the security guards came in because of Lu Jin's incident. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to come in. Advertisement. When he thought about this, Yunohana Retsu became more and more confused. The security guard didn't know how to start, and he also had no idea where to begin. Later, the security guard remembered that Lu Jin was still waiting for him outside, and immediately replied. The man outside agreed. When these words fell in her ears, Yunohana Retsu didn't quite understand what the security guard meant by these words. Perhaps she didn't expect that Lu Jin was so angry and disagreed before, but now she didn't know why and suddenly agreed. He also became more and more confused. I took a deep breath and asked, "Are you sure Lu Jin has agreed?" After asking this question, he kept waiting for the security guard in front of him to answer him. The security guard might not have expected the captain to ask the same question again. Especially when he noticed that Yunohana Retsu asked this question, his face was full of confusion. He seemed as surprised as I was. After all, no one would have thought that Lu Jin, who had clearly refused to agree before, suddenly agreed later for some reason. When thinking of this, the security guard really didn't know how to start. He just took a deep breath and said, "That's probably it. Anyway, Lu Jin told me that he agreed, so he asked me to come in and inform him this time." Yunohana Retsu put his hand on his chin and touched it. He was just a little surprised for a moment. When he reacted later, Yunohana Retsu felt that there was nothing to be surprised about. He nodded slightly and said, "I understand." After saying this, the security guard was about to say something else, but before he could finish the words, Yunohana Retsu immediately gave orders. "Let the man in." Lu Jin had been waiting anxiously outside. But after waiting for such a long time, the security guard who went in to help him pass the message still didn't come out. Chapter 250. You look nervous. He felt himself becoming increasingly impatient. Lu Jin also felt a little regretful. He should have agreed to him earlier. Instead of just dilly-dallying here. When thinking about these things, Lu Jin felt more and more irritated and uneasy. The security guard standing nearby noticed Lu Jin's anxious look and said, "Don't worry, he's already gone in. He'll probably be out soon." Will he come out with good news? Lu Jin turned his head to look at the security guard standing next to him who was comforting him. He also asked the same question, and there was a hint of ambiguity in his voice. The security guard didn't know how to respond. He took a deep breath and was about to make a promise, but then he noticed that the door, which had been closed, was pushed open from the inside. The tightly closed door was pushed open from the inside, and several familiar faces came into view at this moment. Noticing those familiar faces, Lu Jin didn't know what to say. The main thing he didn't expect was that the security personnel not only informed him when he came in, but also invited Yunohana Retsu over as well. When Yunohana Retsu walked towards this side, he noticed that Lu Jin looked very nervous, and a faint arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. "You look nervous." When these words fell into his ears, Lu Jin didn't know how to respond. When he finally realized what was happening, he found his voice again. "I'm not nervous." Although he said he was not nervous, Yunohana Retsu could also notice that Lu Jin swallowed hard, and it was obvious that he was also very nervous. A slight curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. Advertisement. Yunohana Retsu didn't rush to speak. He asked calmly, "So, did you finally agree?" When these words fell into his ears, Lu Jin didn't quite understand why he asked this question again. For a moment I didn't know how to reply, but he thought that if he did not agree to his request, then he would have no other choice, and Matsumoto Rangaku's body could not delay any longer. In particular, he noticed that Matsumoto Rangaku, who was lying next to him, had been breathing increasingly weaker. Even if it means removing one of his organs, as long as removing one of his organs can save Matsumoto Rangaku, Lu Jin can say that it doesn't matter at all. After Yunohana Retsu asked this question, he also noticed Lu Jin standing in front of him. At this time, he didn't know what he was thinking, and his eyes narrowed slightly. He did not rush to urge Lu Jin, but waited quietly by the side. I don't know how long it took, but Lu Jin, who had been silent all the time, finally spoke. "Of course I agree." After he finished saying this, Yunohana Retsu raised her eyebrows in surprise. Although he had heard from the security guard that Lu Jin agreed to his request, when he came out and asked again, Lu Jin even said in front of him that he agreed. There is a huge difference between hearing it from others and hearing it with your own ears. So when Yunohana Retsu heard Lu Jin say this in her ear, she really didn't know how to respond. He took a deep breath, and Yunohana Retsu found his voice again. "Something's strange." Lu Jin didn't quite understand what Yunohana Retsu meant by "a little weird" after hearing this. While he was puzzled, Lu Jin asked directly, "What do you mean by a little weird? What do you mean by that?" After he asked this question, Yuno Hanaretsu also noticed that Lu Jin's face was anxious. Perhaps he had never expected to see such an anxious look on Lu Jin's face one day, and he didn't know what to say. Advertisement: the more Yuno Hanaretsu remained silent, the more anxious Lu Jin became. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Jin finally regained his voice. So you regret it? I have no regrets. Looking at Lu Jin in front of him, Yuno Hanaretsu finished his words in one breath, and then he added, I just didn't expect you to be able to do this. I also didn't expect you to sacrifice one of your organs for Matsumoto Rangaku. After hearing these words, Lu Jin just lowered his head and stared at his toes. After an unknown amount of time, he finally found his voice again. You really didn't expect that? Yuno Hanaretsu said that she didn't quite understand what Lu Jin meant by this sentence. But what it means is not important. Yuno Hanaretsu walked in with Lu Jin. As they walked towards the yard, Yuno Hanaretsu noticed that Lu Jin had been taking care of Matsumoto Rangaku, so he didn't dare to take big steps. Afraid of hurting Matsumoto Rangaku. Noticing this, Yuno Hanaretsu couldn't help but shake his head. But what exactly are you thinking? What's your relationship with Matsumoto Rangaku? Although both of them are influential figures, Yuno Hanaretsu also knows that they are not in that kind of relationship at all. Putting aside what the relationship between the two is, why was Matsumoto Rangaku injured this time? Why was she so weak? What was the reason for all this? Yuno Hanaretsu finally asked, but I have a question. How did Matsumoto Rangaku get injured? Such a sentence fell in my ears. Lu Jin's steps suddenly stopped. Maybe he didn't expect Yuno Hanaretsu to suddenly ask him such a question, and he didn't know how to respond for a moment. After realizing what was happening, Lu Jin regained his voice and asked, why do you ask this question? When he said this, Lu Jin's eyes were always on Yuno Hanaretsu's face. Yuno Hanaretsu never expected that Lu Jin would look at her so seriously, and even asked her why she asked this question. Chapter 251. Why was I injured? Besides being curious, she was also curious. However, she knew that if she answered like that, Lu Jin would definitely not tell her. Yuno Hanaretsu also paused. He looked at Lu Jin, who was a little distance away from him, with no emotion in his eyes. Of course I'm curious. To be more precise, if you want me to save Matsumoto Rangaku, then you must tell me why she was injured. After Yuno Hanaretsu said this, she originally thought that Lu Jin would agree to her immediately. After all, in order to save Matsumoto Rangaku, he even agreed to such an unreasonable request. I originally thought that if I made such a request, no matter whether it was Lu Jin in front of me or anyone else, they would definitely not agree. Lu Jin did not agree, but in the end, for some reason, Lu Jin suddenly agreed. Yuno Hanaretsu felt that he was too curious, but despite his curiosity, he also felt that he needed to know how Matsumoto Rangaku was injured, so that he could treat Matsumoto Rangaku himself when the time came. It would also be easier to find a place to start. Lu Jin just looked at Yuno Hanaretsu in front of him. He didn't say anything, but his obsidian-like black pupils darkened. A group of people walked inside. Yuno Hanaretsu originally thought that Lu Jin would just answer her question. He also felt a little sorry, but he didn't expect that after entering, Lu Jin also carefully placed the still unconscious Matsumoto Rangaku on the couch. Then he raised his head and glanced at Yuno Hanaretsu. Yuno Hanaretsu noticed that Lu Jin raised his head and looked at her. There was a heavy look in his eyes, and she didn't know what to say for a moment. Advertisement mainly because she didn't quite understand why Lu Jin looked at her like that. When she felt puzzled, Yuno Hanaretsu also found her voice. Why are you looking at me like that? When these words fell into his ears, Lu Jin didn't know how to respond. When he finally realized what was happening, he said word by word, aren't you curious? Yuno Hanaretsu understood immediately, and his face was also heavy. If you want to say it, then say it, but if you don't want to say it, I will definitely not force you. Matsumoto Rangaku was very strong, and Lu Jin was even stronger. Yuno Hanaretsu knew that no one could hurt both of them together. But now that Matsumoto Rangaku was injured so seriously, Yuno Hanaretsu could vaguely guess that something big must have happened, and when he asked the reason, Lu Jin's face obviously darkened. Although he still felt a little curious in his heart, he also knew that asking such a question would definitely put Lu Jin in a difficult position, and he probably didn't know whether to answer him or not. No matter how excessive her request was, Yuno Hanaretsu knew when to stop. So when Yuno Hanaretsu heard Lu Jin ask this question in her ear, she just shook her head. If you feel it's too difficult, then there's no need to answer. Even if you don't answer me, since I've already promised, I will definitely save Matsumoto Rangaku, so don't worry. After saying this in one breath, Yuno Hanaretsu originally thought that Lu Jin would not speak anymore. But what I didn't expect was that he shook his head seriously and said, I'm talking to you, just listen from the side. Lu Jin's expression was extremely serious, and when he spoke these words, his tone was full of insistence, which made it impossible for Yuno Hanaretsu to refuse. However, noticing that he was willing to speak, Yuno Hanaretsu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Because I am too curious inside. Advertisement, then go ahead and talk. I'll be listening. Yuno Hanaretsu still looked serious. He was extremely interested in what Lu Jin was going to say next and couldn't wait. Lu Jin took a deep breath and regained his voice. To be precise, no one hurt Matsumoto Rangaku at all. When these words fell into his ears, Yuno Hanaretsu felt confused in his heart. He felt that he did not understand what Lu Jin said at all, and did not understand what Lu Jin meant by these words at all. Yunohana Retsu frowned and looked at Lu Jin, who was in front of him, seriously. He knew that he was not talking nonsense. Suddenly he remembered that when he asked such a question before, Lu Jin also had an extremely serious expression. Could it be that it was really because of this? When he thought about this, Yunohana Retsu was unable to utter a word for a long time. Lu Jin had just started talking, and before he could continue, he noticed Yunohana Retsu standing next to him, who looked incredibly familiar, and suddenly smiled. There was a hint of sarcasm in Lu Jin's tone. Of course it was self-deprecating. Are you surprised too? No. Yunohana Retsu raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead. He took a deep breath and said, please let me be quiet for a while. I need to sort things out. After saying this, Lu Jin did not urge Yunohana Retsu. He waited for Yunohana Retsu to calm down before continuing. Matsumoto Rangaku was injured by me, so this is my fault. No matter what you ask, no matter how difficult the road ahead is, I must save her. Lu Jin kept his eyes on Matsumoto Rangaku, especially noticing that Matsumoto Rangaku's life force was getting weaker at this time. He also felt a little uneasy in his heart. Yunohana Retsu really didn't know what to say, nor did he know where to begin. When he finally came to his senses, Yunohana Retsu found his voice and said, I think I understand. Sitting up from the ground, Yunohana Retsu also spoke word by word. So it was you who hurt Matsumoto Rangaku. But why did you hurt Matsumoto Rangaku? Although Lu Jin was previously identified as a traitor by the captain, everyone knows the real situation. Chapter 252. It's not a question of whether you dare to speak. What kind of person is Lu Jin? Yunohana Retsu also said that he knew the most about this, so when he noticed Lu Jin suddenly doing this, Yunohana Retsu felt quite confused. It is generally recognized that Lu Jin and Matsumoto Rangaku have a good relationship and there are no conflicts between them. Logically speaking, it is absolutely impossible for the two of them to kill each other. But the two of them just happened to start fighting like this. If someone else told her, Yunohana Retsu would probably never believe it, but now it was not someone else who told her, but Lu Jin who said it to her in person. Even though he didn't want to believe it, the truth was right in front of him. When he thought about it, Yunohana Retsu took a deep breath and asked, so why did you attack Matsumoto Rangaku? Lu Jin just closed his eyes and now he couldn't say a word. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Jin finally found his voice. I don't know. After Yunohana Retsu asked this question, she originally thought that Lu Jin would answer her immediately, but she didn't expect him to tell her that he didn't know. Yunohana Retsu was a little unwilling to give up. Are you really unwilling to say it? Or are you simply afraid to say it? A pair of narrow and long almond-shaped eyes lit up at this moment. Lu Jin just looked at Yunohana Retsu in front of him, probably not expecting that he would speak to him like this. So for a moment he didn't know what to say. When he finally reacted, Lu Jin said word by word. It's not a question of whether I dare to say it, but... When he got to the end, he couldn't continue. Yunohana Retsu originally thought that Lu Jin had some difficulties, but now she noticed that after he said this, he couldn't finish the rest of the sentence. I immediately shook my head and said, since you don't want to say it, then I won't force you. This was an accident. I am willing to perform surgery to remove Matsumoto Rangaku's organs as long as you can save him. Lu Jin just stared at Yunohana Retsu in front of him. After he finished speaking, the atmosphere fell into silence for a moment. Advertisement Yunohana Retsu said that she understood. The two of them walked into the inner room together. He glanced at Matsumoto Rangaku with some concern. Yunohana Retsu urged in his ear, there's nothing to worry about. She's waiting outside. Come with me first. As long as you don't regret it, I will naturally save Matsumoto Rangaku. Walking inside, Lu Jin also looked at Yunohana Retsu who had already changed into a set of clothes in advance. His eyes fell on himself. Lu Jin also lay on the operating table with some difficulty. Noticing Lu Jin's stiff movements and unnatural expression, Yunohana Retsu let out a faint smile. Are you scared? When these words fell into his ears, Lu Jin didn't know how to respond. When he came to his senses later, he found his voice and said, there's nothing to be afraid of. After saying this in one breath, Yunohana Retsu noticed that Lu Jin, who was originally a little tense, instantly relaxed after saying this. It seems that there is really nothing to be afraid of. Yunohana Retsu raised one eyebrow and said with a hint of indifference, whatever. As soon as he finished saying this, Master Yunohana Retsu immediately picked up a knife from the side. Seeing him pick up the knife and stab towards him, Lu Jin also closed his eyes and did not dare to turn his head to look at Yunohana Retsu. Yunohana Retsu naturally noticed that Lu Jin didn't know what was going on, and he didn't dare to turn his head to look at her. If you're scared, and if you don't want to agree to my unreasonable request, then you can leave. I don't really like to embarrass others. Yunohana Retsu paused as she said this, but if you leave, then I won't save Matsumoto Rangaku. Stop talking nonsense and come on. The eyes that had been tightly closed opened at this moment, and just looking at Yunohana Retsu who was chattering in his ear, Lu Jin also said in a deep voice with a wooden face. Yunohana Retsu didn't say anything. Advertisement he first disinfected Lu Jin, and then Lu Jin also felt a sharp pain in his shoulder. When he opened his eyes again, Lu Jin heard a familiar voice coming from the side. How does it feel? Such a sentence fell in my ears. Lu Jin also slowly stood up. He looked at Yunohana Retsu standing in front of him, especially noticing that he was packing up his things. For a moment, he didn't react. When he finally reacted, Lu Jin's tone was also a little unpredictable. Is the operation over? When he asked this question, Lu Jin felt confused and puzzled. The main reason was that he didn't quite understand that he had just closed his eyes and didn't feel anything. Lu Jin especially noticed that Yunohana Retsu was packing up, and it seemed that the operation was over. But if the operation was already over, then why didn't I feel anything? When thinking about this, Grandpa Lu Jin felt more and more confused. He finally asked this question, but Yunohana Retsu didn't respond at all. He just felt a little uneasy inside. But after I asked this question, Yunohana Retsu didn't answer me at all. He was still packing his things, as if he didn't hear it. Lu Jin took a deep breath and asked, was the operation successful? Or has it not been performed yet? Turning his head to look at Lu Jin, Yunohana Retsu also noticed that when he asked this question, Lu Jin's face was full of nervousness. He had a half smile on his face. Yunohana Retsu also slowly replied, don't worry, the operation was successful. When these words fell into Lu Jin's ears, he didn't react for a long time. I didn't expect Yunohana Retsu to suddenly tell me that the surgery was successful. If the surgery was successful, then why didn't I feel anything? Yunohana Retsu just looked at Lu Jin, who was standing beside him with a puzzled expression. He could probably guess what he was thinking just by twitching his toes. Chapter 253. No feeling. The men's packing suddenly paused, and Yunohana Retsu looked at Lu Jin seriously. If you think it's not a big deal, then we can go rescue Matsumoto Rangaku. Yunohana Retsu left without saying anything. He just sat there on the operating table in a daze. Lu Jin also noticed that after Yunohana Retsu said that, he didn't even look at him, and even left like that in the end. I couldn't utter a word for a long time. The main thing is that he didn't expect that even though he had an organ removed, he didn't feel any discomfort. Of course, this was good for him. After Lu Jin calmed down in the room for a while, he finally walked outside. When he opened the door, he unexpectedly found that Yunohana Retsu had not left, but had been waiting for him at the door. Just looking at Yunohana Retsu in front of him, Lu Jin was also shocked. Why didn't you leave? After Lu Jin asked this question, Yunohana Retsu turned her head and glanced at Lu Jin. I have already removed an organ from you, so from now on you are like a person who is short of weight. When he said this, Yunohana Retsu also had a half smile on his face. For some reason, Lu Jin couldn't help but clench his fists when he heard Yunohana Retsu reminding him like this in his ear. Do I even need you to remind me? Of course, I know that after the operation is successful, I will become a person who is short of weight in the future. Lu Jin also knows that he is different from normal people, but in order to save Matsumoto Rangaku and make up for the mistakes he made before. No matter what, Lu Jin doesn't care. While he was thinking about this, Lu Jin stared at Yunohana Retsu in front of him with an indifferent look, and there was no emotion in his tone. So you did this on purpose? When these words fell into his ears, Yunohana Retsu didn't quite understand why Lu Jin asked him this question, and he shrugged lazily. Advertisement? What do you mean by intentional or not? I was just kindly reminding you. You're just overthinking it. After Yunohana Retsu finished speaking, he gave Lu Jin a meaningful look and turned away. The two people walked outside. Although Lu Jin didn't feel anything, he could only think about the fact that an organ of his body had been removed and that he would no longer be a normal person in the future. My mood suddenly became depressed. As they walked outside, Lu Jin also looked at Matsumoto Rangaku lying on the ground, especially noticing that her face was pale and she couldn't say a word for a long time. The scene of Matsumoto Rangaku slowly falling down in front of him emerged in his mind again. Lu Jin closed his eyes silently. He controlled himself not to imagine it, but the more he tried not to think about it, the more he wanted to think about it. When Lu Jin thought of this, he couldn't say a word. After Yunohana Retsu packed up his things, he walked towards the hall and noticed that Lu Jin looked extremely uncomfortable. Matsumoto Rangaku was lying next to him. After taking a quick look at Matsumoto Rangaku, Yunohana Retsu was surprised to find that Matsumoto Rangaku's condition was worse than she had imagined. Her face was as pale as paper. Yunohana Retsu calculated the time and knew that he couldn't delay any longer. He walked towards this side, and when Lu Jin heard the footsteps, he turned around and noticed that Yunohana Retsu had appeared behind him at some point, with a heavy expression on his face. I've already promised you, and you've removed an organ from me. Now you can fulfill your promise, right? Lu Jin slowly stood up from the ground. He turned his head to look at Yunohana Retsu standing behind him, and then asked this question. When these words reached her ears, Yunohana Retsu just nodded. Of course I will. After he finished speaking, Yunohana Retsu couldn't help but ask, but you haven't told me yet. Why did Matsumoto Rangaku get injured? Was it just because of you? Is there no story behind this? Don't you think you have too many questions? Just listening to Yunohana Retsu's persistent question in his ear, Lu Jin also felt a wave of irritation in his heart, as if these words were squeezed out from between his teeth. Advertisement. Yunohana Retsu suddenly felt a little funny. I really do have too many questions. After he finished speaking, Yunohana Retsu turned his head and glanced at Matsumoto Rangaku again. But her injury cannot be delayed any longer. Lu Jin slowly picked up Matsumoto Rangaku, who was lying on the ground, turned his head to look at Yunohana Retsu, and he also found his voice. Do you have any good ideas? When suddenly asked this question, Yunohana Retsu roughly understood what Lu Jin meant. He nodded and shook his head. Lu Jin noticed that Yunohana Retsu had a conflicted look on his face, especially when he noticed that he nodded and then shook his head. He also felt a surge of anger in his heart. What do you mean? Lu Jin felt very angry. At the beginning, he thought that Yunohana Retsu had such ability, and Yuno Hanaretsu did not deny that he could not save Matsumoto Rangaku. After much hesitation, she finally agreed to let him remove an organ from her body. His own promise had been fulfilled, but Yuno Hanaretsu's promise had not yet been fulfilled. He also felt a little uneasy in his heart, and was even more afraid that if even Yuno Hanaretsu couldn't save Matsumoto Rangaku, Lu Jin really didn't know who else could save Matsumoto Rangaku. Don't worry, since I said it, I will naturally do it. When Yuno Hanaretsu raised her head, she noticed that Lu Jin was thinking about something, and his thick black eyebrows suddenly frowned. I made this promise right away. If he was a little nervous at the beginning, Lu Jin breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Yuno Hanaretsu's promise in his ear. As he breathed a sigh of relief, Lu Jin couldn't help but ask, but I still have one thing I'm worried about. I hope you can give me some advice. Chapter 254. Worrying. Turning her head to glance at Lu Jin, Yuno Hanaretsu was a little confused for a moment, perhaps not expecting him to say that. She didn't quite understand what Lu Jin meant by that. He also asked directly, "What do you mean you still have something to worry about?" When asking this question, Yuno Hanaretsu felt really confused. He never thought that someone as powerful as Lu Jin would say that he had something to worry about and now asked him for advice. There was also a slight uneasiness in his heart. After Yuno Hanaretsu asked this question, his eyes kept falling on Lu Jin's face. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Jin said, "Actually, there is nothing to worry about. I just don't know what your abilities are." Yuno Hanaretsu just picked up the cup and took a sip of water. She never expected that Lu Jin was worried in his heart and actually doubted his own ability. He felt like he was about to go crazy. He had never expected that one day someone would question his ability. He sneered at the moment. "Then I can only say that you are the first person to question my ability. Before this, no one has ever questioned my ability. So what do you think of my ability?" When Lu Jin heard Yuno Hanaretsu say this, he sneered a few times. Originally, he felt a little worried, but now, after hearing Yuno Hanaretsu say this in his ear, Lu Jin felt that the worry in his heart disappeared. He nodded. "I understand." After saying this, Lu Jin still felt a little worried. Yuno Hanaretsu noticed that Lu Jin wanted to say something again, and he knew that if Lu Jin continued to ask questions, he would definitely become impatient. She immediately interrupted his question and said, "Don't talk about this for now, hurry up and follow me." Lu Jin immediately hugged Matsumoto Rangaku and came to the real world with Yuno Hanaretsu. When he arrived in the real world, Lu Jin looked at Yuno Hanaretsu, who had been walking in front of him, and his steps suddenly stopped. "How do you plan to save Matsumoto Rangaku?" After asking this question, Lu Jin also noticed that Yuno Hanaretsu had no reaction. He took a deep breath, and Lu Jin also felt a little uneasy inside. Yuno Hanaretsu turned around and glanced at Lu Jin. Perhaps she didn't expect Lu Jin to have so many questions today, one after another. Advertisement. He also doesn't like answering other people's questions. So for a moment, she stood there, not knowing whether to answer or not. When she was hesitant and struggling in her heart, Yuno Hanaretsu could only sigh. "I don't know whether to answer or not." Lu Jin was a little confused when he heard this. When he finally realized what he meant, he continued to ask, "What do you mean you don't know the answer? Or do you mean you have no solution?" He raised his hand and rubbed his brow. Perhaps because he did not expect Lu Jin to ask so many questions, Yuno Hanaretsu felt annoyed inside. Matsumoto Rangaku's question was already a bit tricky, and Lu Jin kept asking a few questions in his ear from time to time. He didn't know how to answer it all. When Yuno Hanaretsu finally reacted, he could only take a deep breath. "Don't ask these messy questions for now, just hurry up and come with me." After saying this, Yuno Hanaretsu was afraid that Lu Jin would continue to ask her why she wanted to go with him, so she could only sigh. "Do you really want to save Matsumoto Rangaku?" If he was still a little confused at the beginning, now that Yuno Hanaretsu asked him this question, Lu Jin could no longer remain calm. He nodded slightly and said, "I understand." Lu Jin held Matsumoto Rangaku in his arms, and the two of them walked towards the house in front. When they entered the house, Lu Jin noticed that Yuno Hanaretsu, who had originally had an impatient expression, suddenly changed. He had a serious expression on his face, his eyes fixed on Matsumoto Rangaku in his arms. Finally, he found his voice again. "You go out first, I will take care of this matter." After Yuno Hanaretsu finished saying this, she originally thought that Lu Jin, who had been standing in front of her without moving, would seize the opportunity to go out. But I didn't expect that after I said this, Lu Jin didn't react at all. Advertisement. He also turned a deaf ear to his own words. A pair of thick black eyebrows twisted up. Yuno Hanaretsu never expected Lu Jin to be like this. When thinking about this, Yuno Hanaretsu suddenly reached out and pushed Lu Jin. "Don't you understand what I'm saying?" After he asked this question, Yuno Hanaretsu noticed that Lu Jin still had no reaction, and he became more and more annoyed. Before anyone here could get angry, Lu Jin said word by word, "I have to stay by your side. I still don't quite trust you." Things have come to this point. Yuno Hanaretsu also knew that no matter what she said, Lu Jin would not leave. When he thought of this, Yuno Hanaretsu could only swallow the words that were on the tip of his tongue. "Whatever you want." Yuno Hanaretsu asked Lu Jin to place Matsumoto Rangaku in his arms on the operating table. She placed Matsumoto Rangaku carefully on the operating table. Lu Jin also turned his head to look at Yuno Hanaretsu. "Actually, I'm staying here not because I don't trust you, but mainly because I'm worried that you won't have an assistant. So if you have anything to say, just tell me." Of course Lu Jin didn't distrust Yuno Hanaretsu. If he didn't believe Unohana Retsu, he would never have handed Matsumoto Rangaku to him, and he would never have let him give him anesthesia. He even removed an organ from his own body. Lu Jin was also worried that Unohana Retsu didn't have an assistant or something. If something happened, at least he could stand by and help. Perhaps she didn't expect Lu Jin to say this to her, and Unohana Retsu didn't react for a long time. Chapter 255. One medicine. It wasn't known how long it took, but Unohana Retsu finally found her voice. I was narrow-minded. After he said this, Lu Jin also noticed that Unohana Retsu didn't dare to look up at him at all. It was obvious that she was really feeling guilty. Lifting the corners of his lips and smiling, Lu Jin casually said, just explain it clearly. Then you should hurry up and treat Matsumoto Rangaku. Unohana Retsu took a deep breath. He also immediately treated Matsumoto Rangaku. Lu Jin just stood by and observed Unohana Retsu everywhere. If there was anything he could help with, Lu Jin would lend a hand in time. The busy actions of his subordinates suddenly stopped at this moment. Turning his head to glance at Unohana Retsu, Lu Jin also felt a little uneasy in his heart. The atmosphere also became quiet. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Jin regained his voice and asked, what's wrong? When he asked this question, Lu Jin also felt uneasy inside. Unohana Retsu didn't answer. After an unknown amount of time, Unohana Retsu finally found her voice and said, things are more optimistic than I thought. This time it should be okay. This sentence is a bit nonsensical. Lu Jin also thought that he should not be able to understand Unohana Retsu's mumbling. Of course he didn't understand, but he just heard that the situation was very optimistic. I might be able to understand something now. His eyes fell on the face of Matsumoto Rangaku, who was lying quietly on the operating table. Lu Jin could also notice that Matsumoto Rangaku's face was as pale as a piece of paper. My complexion gradually recovered a lot, especially I noticed that her complexion looked much better. Advertisement. Lu Jin breathed a sigh of relief, but saw that Matsumoto Rangaku still couldn't wake up at this time. He also turned his head to glance at Unohana Retsu. Unohana Retsu noticed that Lu Jin's eyes were on his face, and he didn't know how to start. Noticing Unohana Retsu's hesitant look, Lu Jin finally took the initiative to ask, what's going on? Didn't you say Matsumoto Rangaku's condition was optimistic? Why hasn't she woken up yet? After Lu Jin asked this question, Unohana Retsu raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead. He didn't know what to say, mainly because he didn't know where to start. Looking at Unohana Retsu's hesitant look, Lu Jin felt a little annoyed inside. After all, human lives are at stake, and Unohana Retsu should be quick and decisive, but now he looks like this. Lu Jin was a little annoyed watching from the side. What are you hesitating about? What can't you say? He looked up at Unohana Retsu, and these words seemed to be squeezed out from his throat. Unohana Retsu just listened to Lu Jin asking questions in her ear, and especially noticed a hint of anger in his tone. It was obvious that her hesitant look instantly angered Lu Jin. He didn't know what to say. When she reacted later, Unohana Retsu found her voice again. Although I can cure Matsumoto Rangaku, I'm still lacking a medicinal ingredient. When Unohana Retsu said this, he also had a worried expression on his face. Lu Jin just listened to Unohana Retsu speaking in his ear, and told himself that he was missing a medicinal ingredient. With his thick black eyebrows knitted together, Lu Jin asked, what are you missing? What's the name of that herb? I'll find it for you. Unohana Retsu suddenly reached out and grabbed Lu Jin. You'd better not go, it's too dangerous. Looking up at Unohana Retsu, Lu Jin also had a serious expression on his face. Even if he's in danger, I'll go. Advertisement. After Lu Jin spoke these words, he also noticed that Unohana Retsu was still looking at him with such a nervous expression, and he immediately understood something. He raised his eyelids, and Lu Jin said in a nonchalant tone, if they can even remove an organ from my body, do you think I'd still be afraid of any danger? When these words fell into Unohana Retsu's ears, she was speechless. She knew that no matter what she said, Lu Jin would not change his mind. Unohana Retsu had no choice but to nod and said, thank you very much. He handed the drawing to Lu Jin. Lu Jin noticed a drawing that Unohana Retsu handed to him. He scanned it roughly and finally said that he understood it. With the blueprint in his hand, Lu Jin immediately turned around and left. Just as he was about to close the door of the ward, Lu Jin turned his head to look at Matsumoto Rangaku and couldn't help but tighten the blueprint in his hand. The drawing in his hand was of the medicinal herb that Unohana Retsu had drawn. This medicinal herb was extremely precious and could only be found on steep cliffs. No wonder Unohana Retsu said it was so dangerous. I chose the nearest cliff. Just staring into the abyss, Lu Jin's eyes were emotionless, and he didn't even blink. He climbed up the steep slope carefully and then looked at the cliff. Finally, they found out that there was no black flower that Unohana Retsu mentioned, so Lu Jin gave up on this cliff. He walked along several cliffs in succession. The thickest part was at the most dangerous cliff. Lu Jin also noticed the black flower halfway up the mountain, and his eyes fell on the black flower that was about to bloom. He took out a drawing from his pocket. After smoothing out the wrinkled drawing, Lu Jin compared the black flowers with the flowers on the picture. Finally, we found that they were exactly the same. It seems this must be the black flower that Unohana Retsu mentioned. Lu Jin breathed a sigh of relief. After all, he had run to several cliffs in a row, but found nothing in the end. He also felt a little uneasy inside. So when Lu Jin saw a black flower at the bottom of the cliff, he breathed a sigh of relief. While he breathed a sigh of relief, Lu Jin was also stumped by the problem at hand. Because the cliff was too steep and this side was too dangerous, Lu Jin didn't know how to get down. After all, if he wasn't careful, he might fall into the abyss. Chapter 256, Black Flowers. Being torn to pieces was probably a small matter. When he thought of this, Lu Jin's thick black eyebrows frowned at this moment. He didn't know what he should do. He was walking around in place, and Lu Jin's brain was working even faster, but in the end he had no idea what to do. Lu Jin raised his hand and rubbed his eyebrows. He really didn't know what to say. When he came to his senses, he suddenly came up with a good idea. His phoenix eyes narrowed slightly, and he also summoned his Zanpakuto. Before Lu Jin could go down, he suddenly heard footsteps behind him. Hearing the footsteps coming from behind him, Lu Jin felt a little confused. When he turned his head to look back, he noticed that Ni Yinming had come over at some point. When Ni Yinming walked here, she noticed Lu Jin standing on the edge of the cliff. My heart is about to jump out. Although he did not recall his previous memories, looking at the Lu Jin who used to be with him day and night, he did not know what kind of blow he had suffered, and even wanted to commit suicide. Ni Yinming couldn't sit still anymore. She walked towards this side hurriedly, and Ni Yinming reached out and grabbed Lu Jin. The corner of his clothes was suddenly grabbed by Ni Yinming. Lu Jin was a little slow to react, mainly because he didn't quite understand why Ni Yinming suddenly appeared here. Even tugging at the corner of his clothes, he was puzzled, and Lu Jin finally asked directly, "What's going on?" After asking this question, Ni Yinming didn't react at all. He didn't know what to say, and Lu Jin didn't know how to answer either. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Jin regained his voice. "This matter." Before Lu Jin could finish his words, Ni Yinming suddenly reached out and covered his mouth. "What on earth has hit you?" When Lu Jin noticed that Ni Yinming asked him this question, her small nose suddenly turned red, and her eyes were even redder. He realized that Ni Yinming had misunderstood that he wanted to commit suicide. Advertisement. When thinking about this, Lu Jin replied with a somewhat awkward smile, "It's okay, I just want to pick a medicinal herb." Such a sentence fell into my ears. It took Ni Yinming a long time to react. Perhaps she hadn't expected Lu Jin to come here just to collect medicinal herbs, so she was a little confused for a moment. Collecting medicinal herbs? When asking this question, Ni Yinming's eyes fell on the map in Lu Jin's hand. Lu Jin did not close the map, so when Ni Yinming looked over here, he could see it all at a glance. She didn't know how to start. Lu Jin noticed that Ni Yinming's eyes fell on him. She seemed to be hesitant to speak. He shook his head and said, "Let me pick this flower first. We can talk about it later." After he said this, Lu Jin immediately wanted to go down and pick the black flowers. But before he could go down, Ni Yinming suddenly reached out and grabbed Lu Jin. "It's too dangerous." When these words fell into his ears, Lu Jin didn't know how to respond. "It is indeed dangerous, but if I don't do it now, if I don't hurry up to pick the flower and bring it back, Matsumoto Rangaku will be beyond help, and Yuno Hanaretsu will be waiting for me to return." When thinking about this, Lu Jin nodded. I know what I'm doing." A pair of pink thin lips pursed. Ni Yinming also knew that no matter what she said, Lu Jin would not easily change his mind, so she could only swallow the words that were on the tip of her tongue. After going through a lot of hardships, Lu Jin finally picked the flower. Ni Yinming was watching Lu Jin from the side, and especially after noticing that he was safe, Ni Yinming couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Advertisement. While she breathed a sigh of relief, she also hurriedly asked, "So you want to go back now?" When these words fell into his ears, Lu Jin didn't quite understand what Ni Yinming meant. But when he realized what was happening, he replied, "I have to go back. Yuno Hanaretsu is still waiting for me, and Matsumoto Rangaku is even more waiting for this medicine to save his life." After saying this, Lu Jin still felt a little confused inside. "But why did you come here this time?" When he asked this question, Lu Jin felt nothing but confusion in his heart. He had no idea why Ni Yinming stayed there for no reason. "Why are you here suddenly now?" When such a topic was suddenly brought up, Ni Yinming also fell silent at this time. She remained silent, and Lu Jin certainly could not force Ni Yinming to speak. He put the black flower in his pocket, and Lu Jin was very precious to it. "Let's not talk about this for now. I'm leaving now." When these words fell into her ears, Ni Yinming was a little confused about what Lu Jin meant. When she was confused, Ni Yinming asked directly, "Where are you going?" "Matsumoto Rangaku is still waiting for me. I must hurry and give this herb to Yuno Hanaretsu." Ni Yinming stopped talking completely. She also went back with Lu Jin. Yuno Hanaretsu was waiting anxiously. At the same time, he felt a little regretful. The black flower was particularly difficult to find. Yuno Hanaretsu also thought that Lu Jin must have lost it and might not be able to return safely. But when she heard footsteps outside, Yuno Hanaretsu looked up and found Lu Jin standing in front of her safe and sound. There was another person following behind him, but Yuno Hanaretsu had no time or interest to see who that person was. He just held out his hand. "Give it to me." Lu Jin immediately handed the black flower in his hand to Yuno Hanaretsu. There was a hint of uneasiness in his voice. "I don't know if it's this one. Take a look." Chapter 257. It will definitely get better. Such a sentence fell in my ears. Yuno Hanaretsu took the flower from his hand, and after carefully examining it, she nodded. "This is exactly what I want." Yuno Hanaretsu took the black flower from Lu Jin's hand and directly refused to let the person in. Lu Jin and Ni Yinming stood at the door. Ni Yinming also clearly noticed that Lu Jin's face was uneasy. He kept looking inside, obviously worried about Matsumoto Rangaku. Matsumoto Rangaku will definitely get better. Seeing Lu Jin's worried look, Ni Yinming couldn't help but say something to comfort him. When these words fell into his ears, Lu Jin didn't know how to respond. He hummed softly. I think so. Although he said that, he was still a little uneasy in his heart. Lu Jin was really scared, but he had already picked the black flower. I have done all the help I can, so now it's up to Unohana Retsu and Matsumoto Rangaku. Lu Jin has been waiting anxiously. I don't know how long it took, but Unohana Retsu finally opened the door and came out. Noticing Unohana Retsu push open the door and come out, Lu Jin couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. As he breathed a sigh of relief, Lu Jin hurriedly asked, what happened? When these words fell into his ears, Unohana Retsu could also notice that when Lu Jin asked this question, his face was full of nervousness and uneasiness. The immediate reply was, I'm awake. Lu Jin only felt that the string that had been taut for a long time finally loosened at this moment. He immediately pushed the door open, and Lu Jin also looked at Matsumoto Rangaku lying on the hospital bed. In particular, I noticed that Matsumoto Rangaku, who had been pale before, not only looked much better now. Advertisement, she even woke up. Lu Jin just looked at Matsumoto Rangaku without saying a word for a long time. Matsumoto Rangaku felt as if she had slept for a very long time, and her body felt particularly heavy. When she finally opened her eyes, Matsumoto Rangaku was looking at Lu Jin. For a moment, she was stunned. Lu Jin, why are you here? After asking this question, Matsumoto Rangaku suddenly realized something. He couldn't help but think of how Lu Jin had mistaken him for a robot and even attacked him. He was seriously injured because of his carelessness and finally fell down slowly. Just looking at Lu Jin in front of him, Matsumoto Rangaku didn't know what to say for a moment. When Unohana Retsu walked in, he could also feel that the atmosphere was a bit strange. I became more and more curious. Long before, Unohana Retsu had always wanted to ask Lu Jin what was going on. Why did the two of them fight for no reason? But no matter how hard she tried, Lu Jin refused to answer her. Unohana Retsu can only be left unresolved. But now, noticing that Matsumoto Rangaku had finally woken up thanks to her efforts, Unohana Retsu walked towards them. But why did you two start fighting? When these words fell into their ears, Lu Jin and Matsumoto Rangaku were both stunned. Unohana Retsu also noticed that when she asked this question, the two people didn't react at all. It was obvious that they were thinking of some bad memories. His face also looked particularly ugly. With a hint of a smile on her lips, Unohana Retsu found her voice again. What on earth are you two thinking? Ni Yinming, who had been standing by without saying a word, couldn't bear to watch it anymore. Although Unohana Retsu didn't know what happened, Ni Yinming had seen it with her own eyes, and now she also heard Unohana Retsu talking about whatever was going on. She also felt a little annoyed. Advertisement Ni Yinming walked over and immediately looked up at Unohana Retsu. There was a hint of seriousness in her tone. I hope you won't bring up something irrelevant. When turning his head, Unohana Retsu also noticed that Ni Yinming, whom he had not seen for a long time, suddenly appeared in front of him. She also said this to herself. Although she was a little confused for a moment, when she came to her senses later, Unohana Retsu's eyes were filled with surprise. I didn't expect to see you here. Ni Yinming just looked at Unohana Retsu with shock in his eyes, and he also sighed. The tone is too exaggerated. Ni Yinming felt a little uncomfortable, and she always felt as if she had been offended. Just when he was about to say something, Lu Jin also stood in front of Ni Yinming. Looking at Unohana Retsu, Lu Jin calmly changed the subject. But Matsumoto Rangaku is obviously seriously injured. How did you do it? When suddenly talking about such a topic, Unohana Retsu's mouth curled up into a faint smile. Unohana Retsu's face was filled with confidence as he spoke these words. Although Matsumoto Rangaku's injuries are serious, I can bring him back to life even if he's on the verge of death. Listening to Unohana Retsu bragging in my ear, Matsumoto Rangaku couldn't help but twitch her lips. She was about to say something when Unohana Retsu suddenly walked towards her. But how did the fight between you two start? Maybe he didn't expect that Unohana Retsu had asked just one question before, but then asked this question again. A flash of anger passed between Matsumoto Rangaku's brows. She didn't like Unohana Retsu very much, nor did she like Unohana Retsu bringing up irrelevant issues. The atmosphere had obviously become weird because of this matter, and everyone tacitly avoided him. But Unohana Retsu kept moving forward. When she thought about this, Matsumoto Rangaku took a deep breath and said, "You shouldn't ask this." After saying all this in one breath, Matsumoto Rangaku originally thought that Unohana Retsu would know the situation and not ask any further questions, but he never expected that the more he said this, the more interested Unohana Retsu became. What is the reason? Lu Jin knew that if he didn't tell Unohana Retsu what happened, he would continue to ask, so he immediately said, "It's all my fault." Chapter 258. Encirclement. Ni Yinming and Matsumoto Rangaku had tried their best to avoid this matter, but they did not expect that Lu Jin would finally say this. The two people didn't know what to say. His eyes fell on Lu Jin. After all, it was Lu Jin who took the initiative to speak this time, so it was difficult for the two of them to stop him. Unohana Retsu also didn't expect to ask Matsumoto Rangaku, but Lu Jin next to him suddenly answered. It was obvious that before, no matter how she asked, Lu Jin was completely unwilling to answer her. But now I don't know what's going on, this time he is willing to answer me. With a half-smile on the corner of her mouth, Hanaretsu just looked at Lu Jin quietly, waiting for him to continue speaking, but so much time had passed and Lu Jin didn't say a word. He felt a little impatient inside, and Hanaretsu couldn't help but urge him, say it or not. Lu Jin just looked at Hanaretsu who was urging him, and he didn't know how to respond. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Jin finally found his voice. You don't need to urge me, I can speak. Actually, I accidentally hurt Matsumoto Rangaku, it wasn't intentional, no one expected this to happen. As Lu Jin finished speaking, Ni Yinming and Matsumoto Rangaku, who were standing next to him, nodded repeatedly. When Hanaretsu looked to the side, she noticed that two people nodded repeatedly, obviously agreeing with Lu Jin, which meant that what Lu Jin said was not a lie. When he thought about this, Hanaretsu felt more and more strange. Hanaretsu knitted her brows together and found her voice again. Seriously? In fact, when Hanaretsu asked this question, he felt something was a little strange inside. Hanaretsu has some understanding of Lu Jin's abilities and knows that Lu Jin is quite capable, but has she made a mistake now? Advertisement was it because of a misperception that Matsumoto Rangaku was accidentally injured? How bad would one's eyesight have to be to have misperceived it? And why were Matsumoto Rangaku and Ni Yinmeng nodding beside them? Hanaretsu always felt that when Lu Jin said this to him, he must have overlooked some process. With this in mind, Hanaretsu also asked the doubts in his heart. Lu Jin didn't know how to answer. When he realized what was happening, he found his voice again. You are indeed right. I missed a little bit of the process, but I don't think you want to hear it. When Lu Jin said this, a bitter smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Hanaretsu didn't know how to respond. The main reason was that he didn't expect Lu Jin to say this to him. When he thought about this in his heart, Hanaretsu finally took a deep breath. So what process was missed? When Hanaretsu asked this question, his eyes were fixed on Lu Jin's face, waiting for him to reply. However, so much time had passed and Lu Jin still hadn't spoken a word. Hanaretsu could only swallow the words that were on the tip of her tongue. Just as she was about to go out, Hanaretsu heard footsteps outside. Just by listening to the footsteps, I knew there were a lot of people outside. He frowned, and Hanaretsu turned his head to look at Lu Jin, Matsumoto Rangaku and Ni Yinmeng, and then he noticed that it was not only him who heard the footsteps, but they also heard them. Several people also had serious expressions on their faces. Did you hear any footsteps? Hanaretsu couldn't help but take a deep breath, and ask the doubts in his heart. After asking this question, Hanaretsu noticed that they did not reply to him. Lu Jin's expression became increasingly uglier. Advertisement. You don't even need to ask me, you'll know what the process is in a moment. After hearing this, Hanaretsu also said that she didn't understand what Lu Jin meant. As he was thinking about this, Hanaretsu finally asked directly, what do you mean by I'll know the process soon? What exactly is the process? After asking this question, Lu Jin did not respond. Hanaretsu just looked at Lu Jin in front of him. Later, perhaps he could not bear it any longer, so he pushed the door open. As a result, when he pushed the door open, Hanaretsu was also looking at the group of people in front of him. I found that the group of people were all familiar. They were all captains of other teams. Hanaretsu turned her head and glanced at Lu Jin in the room. He immediately asked, has your status as a traitor not been lifted yet? Could it be that all these captains are here to arrest you? After asking this question, Hanaretsu originally thought that Lu Jin would answer her, but she didn't expect that after asking this question, Lu Jin ignored her completely. His own words seemed to be like wind in his ears, he didn't hear a single word. Hanaretsu only felt a bad premonition spreading in his heart. When he thought about this, he could only take a deep breath. Could it be that the process you mentioned as missing is the process we are seeing right now? Hanaretsu is no fool. Besides being a little surprised for a moment, he also didn't quite understand why these captains suddenly appeared here, especially in groups. But after thinking about it carefully, Hanaretsu felt more and more that something was wrong. When thinking about this, Hanaretsu couldn't help but take a few steps back. Lu Jin ignored Hanaretsu next to him. He just looked at the captains in front of him, especially noticing that the captains had surrounded them. He knew that these captains were not real people, but robots, but Lu Jin had no idea why these robots had found this place. No matter how this group of people found this place, it is completely unimportant. What is important is how to break out of the encirclement of this group of robots. Lu Jin's eyes fell on this group of robots. His eyes suddenly darkened. Chapter 259. I believe in him. Lu Jin looked back at Matsumoto Rangaku and Ni Yinming, and asked, do you two believe me? Matsumoto Rangaku nodded immediately after hearing these words. Of course I believe you. Ni Yinming, who was standing next to him, replied in the same unyielding tone, if I don't trust you, who else can I trust? A faint smile played at the corner of his mouth. Looking at the captains surrounding them, Lu Jin said word by word, since you believe in me, I will lead you to a breakthrough. Hanaretsu, who had been standing nearby without saying a word, didn't know what to say for a moment. He naturally didn't want to be involved in such a mess. So when Hanaretsu heard Lu Jin say this, he pondered for a moment before taking a step back and said, I have nothing to do from now on. After he said this, Hanaretsu immediately turned around and left. It was obvious that this group of robots were coming for Lu Jin. After Unohana Retsu said this, he immediately left. The group of people did not stop Unohana Retsu at all. However, Lu Jin no longer cared whether Unohana Retsu left or not. This matter really had nothing to do with Unohana Retsu, so there was no need for him to involve him. Then don't come back after you leave. Lu Jin suddenly called out to Unohana Retsu. Unohana Retsu didn't expect Lu Jin to call out to her. She paused as Lu Jin's voice reached her ears. He didn't know how to respond. After an unknown amount of time, Unohana Retsu also nodded. Even though he knew that Lu Jin couldn't see his nod at all, he didn't care at all. We fought together. After Unohana Retsu left, only Lu Jin, Ni Yinmeng and Matsumoto Rangaku were left. The three people were surrounded by robots. Lu Jin summoned his Zanpakuto, and then broke through the encirclement with Matsumoto Rangaku and Ni Yinmeng. But those robots are not vegetarians either. Lu Jin fought with the robots, and Matsumoto Rangaku and Ni Yinmeng also came up to help. Ni Yinmeng glanced at Matsumoto Rangaku and noticed that her face was as pale as a piece of paper. She said with some concern, "Why don't you take a rest?" Advertisement. After she finished speaking, Matsumoto Rangaku also shook his head. "It's okay, I can do it." Ni Yinmeng was at a loss for words. Facing the offensive of several captains, Lu Jin alone could not resist. A pair of large hands with distinct joints tightly grasped the Zanpakuto. Looking at the captains attacking him, Lu Jin took a deep breath and almost used up all his strength to use the Zanpakuto to repel all the captains who surrounded him. The situation on Matsumoto Rangaku's side is particularly bad. She had just recovered from a serious illness and had just woken up not long ago, so Matsumoto Rangaku had not had time to rest properly. As a result, this group of people came over. Matsumoto Rangaku's face was originally pale, and now it looked even uglier. Lu Jin turned his head to glance at Matsumoto Rangaku, and especially noticed that she looked so ugly, so he immediately reached out and grabbed Matsumoto Rangaku. "It means protecting people behind you." Matsumoto Rangaku turned his head and glanced at Lu Jin. Perhaps he didn't expect him to hold him back, so he didn't react for a long time. "Let me go." Noticing that a captain, or more precisely a robot without any emotions, was attacking this side, Lu Jin even protected himself. Matsumoto Rangaku pushed Lu Jin away hard. Lu Jin also saw that Matsumoto Rangaku had just recovered from a serious illness and was having a hard time dealing with that group of people. Unexpectedly, even though she was protecting him, Matsumoto Rangaku suddenly pushed him away. Apart from not being able to react for a moment, when he finally reacted, Lu Jin turned his head and glanced at Matsumoto Rangaku. It was noticed that she was knocked to the ground by the robot. I couldn't say a word. I don't know how long it took before Lu Jin hurried over here. When helping the man up from the ground, Ni Yinmeng also noticed that Matsumoto Rangaku was suddenly injured. Advertisement. Her eyes were wide open, and Ni Yinmeng felt even more worried. When she was about to come over to take a look, she was attacked from behind without warning. Lu Jin watched as both men were injured. Ni Yinmeng and Matsumoto Rangaku were lying in front of him, and his eyes gradually turned red. He couldn't utter a word for a long time. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Jin suddenly stood up from the ground and looked at the robot in front of him. His narrow and long eyes narrowed slightly. There was a flash of coldness in his eyes. "Are you looking for death?" These words seemed to be squeezed out from his throat. After Lu Jin finished speaking, he immediately summoned his Zanpakuto. Unlike usual, this time the Zanpakuto seemed to contain endless power. The robots standing nearby didn't feel anything at all, and they didn't have any emotions at all. But when they saw the man in front of them suddenly stand up from the ground and even burst out with such powerful strength, the robots that were originally standing in place were stunned. With a sneer on his face, Lu Jin took advantage of the moment when the robots were dazed and rushed forward. Knocked down all the robot captains. Those robot captains were no match for the enraged Lu Jin and fell to the ground one after another. Lu Jin held his Zanpakuto tightly in his hand and knocked the group of robot captains to the ground. He also felt that the stone pressing on his heart finally disappeared at this time. Even if the stone pressing on my heart disappears. But Lu Jin still felt that he could not breathe, so he turned his head to look at Matsumoto Rangaku and Ni Yinmeng, and especially noticed that the two people had been unconscious on the ground and had not woken up for a long time. Her long eyelashes drooped, instantly concealing the emotions in Lu Jin's eyes. She just lowered her head and looked at Ni Yinmeng, and finally her gaze shifted to Matsumoto Rangaku's face next to her. When Lu Jin walked over here, he also noticed that Matsumoto Rangaku was lying on the ground, dying. Matsumoto Rangaku had suffered such a serious injury long before. Now with the new injury and the old injury, Matsumoto Rangaku's injury has become particularly serious. Chapter 260, completely falling apart. Lu Jin turned his head and glanced at Ni Yinmeng. It was also noticed that unlike Matsumoto Rangaku, Ni Yinmeng's injuries were more serious. She had completely fallen apart. Only the head was left, and the rest of the body was all scattered. Lu Jin felt his heart in his throat and hurried over here. He also reached out and pushed Ni Yinmeng. When he was about to ask something, he waited for Lu Jin to react and his thick black eyebrows suddenly frowned. Looking at Ni Yinmeng in front of him, Lu Jin couldn't help but tremble. "You." When Lu Jin said this, he had already burst into tears. He never expected that Ni Yinmeng would become like this, and he couldn't help but think of the past. Lu Jin would never forget that Ni Yinmeng had lost his memory. Those are memories that belong to both of them. Could it be that God not only wants to take away the memories of the two people, but now even wants to take away Ni Yinmeng's life? He just lowered his head and looked at Ni Yinmeng. Lu Jin suddenly covered his face with his hands, looking heartbroken. Although Ni Yinmeng has fallen apart, there was only a trace of consciousness left, and her butterfly-like eyelashes trembled. When she struggled to open her eyes, Ni Yinmeng noticed that Lu Jin beside her had a grief-stricken expression, and a bitter smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Lu Jin. A familiar voice sounded in his ears, and Lu Jin hurriedly loosened his hands that were covering his face. He also noticed that Ni Yinmeng still had a trace of consciousness, and was calling him softly in his ear. The sound is really too quiet. Lu Jin couldn't hear clearly what Ni Yinmeng was saying in his ear. Lu Jin hurriedly lowered his head and heard Ni Yinmeng calling his name in his ear. Lu Jin raised his hand to wipe the tears from the corners of his eyes. He smiled and said, "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. I'm here with you." After saying this in one breath, Lu Jin also noticed that Ni Yinmeng, who originally had a painful look on his face, now smiled. Lu Jin wanted to pick Ni Yinmeng up from the ground. Advertisement, but later I noticed that Ni Yinmeng was completely broken. With only this head left, Lu Jin had no idea where to start. Just looking at Ni Yinmeng lying on the ground, Master Lu Jin felt that he was unable to say a word. Ni Yinmeng could feel that Lu Jin was in a very low mood. A faint smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, and Ni Yinmeng also found her voice again. "It's okay. I don't blame you. Being able to be with you, even though you've tried so hard for so long, and even though I haven't regained my memory, this time spent with you is, for me, the most beautiful and precious memory." A weak female voice fell in my ears. After Lu Jin heard Ni Yinmeng say this, she also fainted immediately. Matsumoto Rangaku also woke up at this time, holding his head. She just felt as if her whole body had been run over by a car, and her hands and feet were sore. After struggling to sit up from the ground, Matsumoto Rangaku also looked around and found that all the robot captains were knocked to the ground. It looks like someone has taken care of the robot captain. As she breathed a sigh of relief, Matsumoto Rangaku thought of Lu Jin and Ni Yinmeng. She rubbed her eyes and saw Lu Jin squatting not far away. He walked over here in a hurry. Matsumoto Rangaku also looked at Lu Jin, her eyes filled with surprise. She had never expected that Lu Jin, who had always been the strongest, would now. "Are you crying?" Matsumoto Rangaku raised his head and looked at Lu Jin in front of him, and was speechless for a long time. The main reason was that he had never expected Lu Jin to suddenly burst into tears in front of him. After an unknown amount of time, Matsumoto Rangaku finally found his voice again. "Are you really crying?" She saw tears dripping from the tip of Lu Jin's nose, and she never expected to see such a scene. Matsumoto Rangaku also had no reaction at all. Lu Jin heard Matsumoto Rangaku's voice falling in his ears. When he turned his head towards this side, he also noticed Matsumoto Rangaku asking this question beside him. For a moment I didn't know how to answer. Advertisement. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Jin raised her hand to wipe the tears from her face. Matsumoto Rangaku felt completely at a loss. She had no idea that she was only unconscious for a while. As a result, when I opened my eyes, I didn't know who had dealt with those robot captains. Why did Lu Jin suddenly burst into tears? When she thought about this, Matsumoto Rangaku felt more and more confused. He couldn't utter a word for a long time. After an unknown amount of time, Matsumoto Rangaku also took a deep breath and asked, "Why are you crying?" As soon as she asked this question, Lu Jin just shook his head. "I'm not crying, you're seeing things." Although he said this, Matsumoto Rangaku could also hear that there was even a hint of hoarseness in Lu Jin's voice when he said this. I couldn't utter a word for a long time. Just as he was feeling confused, Matsumoto Rangaku suddenly turned his head and glanced to the side. The result was that Lu Jin was the only one there. She raised her hand and scratched her head, and Matsumoto Rangaku only felt a wave of confusion in her heart. Later, Matsumoto Rangaku finally found his voice again. What the hell is going on? After she asked this question, Matsumoto Rangaku noticed that Lu Jin did not answer her. Instead, he had a very gloomy expression on his face. At this moment, I became more and more confused, but when everyone reacted, Matsumoto Rangaku suddenly lowered his head and looked down at his feet. The result was that I noticed that Ni Yinmeng, who had a worried expression on her face before, suddenly became completely shattered. I don't know what happened. Only this head is left. A pair of big watery eyes were rolling around, and Matsumoto Rangaku was shocked. Ni Yinmeng also noticed that Matsumoto Rangaku was frightened, but when he saw Matsumoto Rangaku appear in front of him safely, he breathed a sigh of relief, and Ni Yinmeng also found his voice again. "Seeing that you are safe and sound, I feel relieved." After she said this, Lu Jin didn't know how to respond. Chapter 261. Let's give it a try. Matsumoto Rangaku felt like he was not feeling well. The main reason was that he didn't expect to see such a scene when he came here. After a while, Matsumoto Rangaku turned his head and glanced at Lu Jin. Her voice couldn't help but tremble. What on earth is this? When he talked about the latter part, Matsumoto Rangaku found that he couldn't continue at all. He just looked at Lu Jin in a daze. Lu Jin noticed that Matsumoto Rangaku was looking at him in this way. He also suddenly lowered his head, because he was so confused in his heart. Matsumoto Rangaku also had no idea what was going on. He couldn't utter a word for a long time. Can Ni Yinmeng be repaired? When Matsumoto Rangaku said this, There was no emotion in her tone. She just stared at Ni Yin-meng lying on the ground, and a flash of loss passed through her eyes. Lu Jin shook his head. I'm afraid there's no way. As you can see, Ni Yin-meng's entire body has fallen apart. Only his head and consciousness remain. After he said this, Matsumoto Rangaku remained silent for a long time. Ni Yin-meng fell into a complete coma. The two of them just looked at Ni Yin-meng lying on the ground, and Lu Jin suddenly stretched out his hand to pick up the only remaining head of Ni Yin-meng. Before I could pick it up, Yuno Hanaretsu came out from some small corner. Don't touch it yet. The two turned around when they heard the voice, and ended up hearing Yuno Hanaretsu say this in their ears. Lu Jin didn't expect that Yuno Hanaretsu had already slipped away long ago. At this moment he suddenly appeared in front of him. But there was no time to ask Yuno Hanaretsu why he suddenly appeared here, he just stood up suddenly. Lu Jin strode towards Yuno Hanaretsu and asked, "What do you mean?" "There is nothing I can do on my side." Advertisement. Lu Jin also knew that after Ni Yin-meng's entire body fell apart, there was no other way to repair it. He just felt that his brain was a mess and he didn't know what to do. Unexpectedly, when I was struggling, Yuno Hanaretsu would appear at this time. His eyes sparkled. "Do you have any idea? You must have some idea?" Yuno Hanaretsu noticed that when Lu Jin asked her this question, his eyes were glued to her and he kept asking her questions. I didn't know how to respond at the moment. The main reason was that she didn't expect Lu Jin to be so crazy. He just lowered his head and stared at his toes. She didn't know how long it took before Yuno Hanaretsu found her voice again. "What do you mean I have any solution?" When these words fell into his ears, Lu Jin originally felt a little urgent in his heart, but after hearing Yuno Hanaretsu say this in his ear, he couldn't say a word. He suddenly took a few steps back. There was some hope in his eyes, but now it had disappeared. Lu Jin's face looked as pale as death. Matsumoto Rangaku also turned her head to look at Yuno Hanaretsu, her eyes filled with confusion. "Don't you have a solution? Why did you say you had a solution just now? But now you say you don't have a solution?" Yuno Hanaretsu shook her head. "There's a way, but there is only one way." When these words fell into his ears, Lu Jin suddenly raised his head and looked at Yuno Hanaretsu in front of him. He immediately asked, "What's the solution?" After asking this question, Lu Jin noticed that Yuno Hanaretsu standing in front of him had no expression on her face. He shook his head. "I said, only." Before he could finish, Lu Jin hurriedly interrupted him. "I know what you mean. Since you said there is a way to save Ni Yin-meng, whether it's one way or several ways, as long as there is one, I will try it." Yuno Hanaretsu's eyes narrowed slightly. Perhaps he didn't expect Lu Jin to say that. When the man standing in front of him said this, his tone was full of determination. The moment I took a step back, Yuno Hanaretsu didn't know what to say. Advertisement. After an unknown amount of time, Yuno Hanaretsu raised her hand and touched her chin. "Since you've already said that, there's no need for me to hide it." Matsumoto Rangaku also looked at Ni Yin-meng with a nervous expression. She and Ni Yin-meng had a good relationship. Seeing Ni Yin-meng become like this now, Matsumoto Rangaku also feels a little reluctant to let her go. She hurriedly urged, "Hurry up and tell me." Yuno Hanaretsu also spoke up immediately. "Actually, it's like this. The only way I mentioned is to save Ni Yin-meng, but it's a little troublesome." Lu Jin immediately said, "No matter how much trouble it is, I'm going to give it a try." Seeing the two people's anxious faces, Yuno Hanaretsu was in no mood to keep a secret any longer. He immediately said, "The method I mentioned is to put Ni Yin-meng's consciousness into another body. This is equivalent to saving Ni Yin-meng." The two of them didn't react for a long time. Yuno Hanaretsu originally saw the two of them with extremely anxious expressions, and thought that after she proposed such a method, Lu Jin would rush to try it out. Unexpectedly, he said such a sentence, and Lu Jin did not say a word for a long time. He lowered his eyes, and Yuno Hanaretsu couldn't see the emotion in Lu Jin's eyes at all. Naturally, it was difficult to understand what he meant. Lu Jin remained silent beside him, and Yuno Hanaretsu also felt a little uneasy inside. "Don't you think my method is not?" Before he could finish, Lu Jin came over at a brisk pace. He grabbed Yuno Hanaretsu and asked with a sullen face, "Can you explain it again? I don't seem to understand what you mean." Just watching Lu Jin asking in his ear, and even asking himself to explain it again. Yuno Hanaretsu shook his head. He also had his own tsundere nature, so when Lu Jin asked in his ear, Yuno Hanaretsu immediately refused. Not only Lu Jin was slow to react, but even Matsumoto Rangaku, who was standing next to him, was also slow to react. Mainly, he didn't expect Yuno Hanaretsu to actually say that. Matsumoto Rangaku probably understood what he meant by this sentence, but he never expected that the method he mentioned was to put Ni Yin-meng's consciousness into someone else's body. Chapter 262. Found. Lu Jin took a few steps back. Originally, when he heard Yuno Hanaretsu say that there was a way, he was ecstatic, but when he heard Yuno Hanaretsu say this method, especially when it came to putting Ni Yin-meng's consciousness into someone else's body, Lu Jin felt that he couldn't accept it at all. However, he also knew that Yuno Hanaretsu's method was not made up. Ni Yin-meng's body had completely fallen apart and it was impossible to repair it now. Only the brain and consciousness are left. After his body was destroyed, Ni Yin-meng really needed a new body. Lu Jin had thought about this a long time ago, but later he felt that his idea was too crazy. He immediately rejected his idea, but he never expected Yuno Hanaretsu to pop up and even reiterate his rejected idea. Unohana Retsu raised half of her brow. He could probably guess that the two people standing in front of him were in a complicated mood, especially looking at Lu Jin's gloomy face. Unohana Retsu also guessed that Lu Jin was not willing to accept such a solution. When thinking about this, Unohana Retsu also shook his head. If you don't accept this method, then I think there is no other way. After saying this, Unohana Retsu deliberately observed Lu Jin's expression. Noticing the blank expression on his face, with only a slight curve at the corner of his mouth, Unohana Retsu continued, "So, what are you hesitating about?" "What are you hesitating about?" Lu Jin couldn't explain it either. He didn't know what he was thinking, so when he heard Unohana Retsu asking in his ear, Lu Jin's face became more and more ugly. It wasn't known how long it took before Lu Jin found his voice again. "You're quite right." This statement was somewhat nonsensical, and Unohana Retsu also expressed her confusion about what Lu Jin meant by this statement. Since he was right, Lu Jin probably realized that this was the only solution, so why didn't he hurry and find a solution based on it? Advertisement Matsumoto Rangaku took a deep breath and said, "Apart from this method, I can guarantee that there is no other way." Looking down at Ni Yin-meng, Lu Jin also noticed that Ni Yin-meng had already fallen into a coma. Ni Yin-meng's body was completely shattered. He still had some consciousness left, and even without Unohana Retsu and Matsumoto Rangaku repeating in his ears that this was the only solution, he understood. "It's just that I don't want to accept it." Thinking of this, Lu Jin nodded slightly and said, "Of course I know this is the only way." After he finished saying this, Unohana Retsu also glanced at the darkening sky. Finally, he said, "Whether you accept it or not, I have no other options." After throwing down these words, Unohana Retsu immediately walked outside, but turned back to look at Lu Jin again, and reminded him, "I just came up with this idea for you." At this point, Unohana Retsu paused for a moment, and then added, "As for the rest of the matter, I can't help you at all, but you can go find Urahara Kazuki, he should have a solution." After Unohana Retsu finished saying this, he immediately turned around and left. Matsumoto Rangaku turned her head to look at Lu Jin and asked, "Should we go look for him?" After hearing these words, Lu Jin did not rush to answer the question asked by Matsumoto Rangaku. He just lowered his head to look at Ni Yin-meng, then took off his coat and carefully used the coat to wrap the remaining head of Ni Yin-meng inside the coat. After completing this series of processes, I finally answered the question raised by Matsumoto Rangaku. Of course we're going to look for it. After Lu Jin finished saying this, he immediately took Matsumoto Rangaku and Ni Yin-meng to Urahara store. As soon as they arrived at Urahara store, Urahara Kazuki looked at the few people who suddenly appeared at the door. When he saw Lu Jin and Matsumoto Rangaku coming to him, there was no surprise on his face. Advertisement Urahara Kazuki opened the door and cleared his throat. "Come in." After saying this, Lu Jin immediately followed Matsumoto Rangaku into the Canberra store. Urahara Kazuki picked up 2 bottles of hot drinks from the shelf and handed them to the 2 people. Then he noticed that the 2 people didn't take it. Instead, they looked at him with extremely serious expressions. Urahara Kazuki raised one eyebrow in surprise and was speechless. He didn't quite understand why several people looked at him like that. When he finally realized what was happening, Urahara Kazuki found his voice again. "Why are you looking at me like that?" After he asked this question, Lu Jin also took a deep breath. "Actually, the reason I came here this time is because I want to help you with something." Urahara Kazuki's expression was a little strange. He placed the hot drink on the table, opened another can, and drank it all in one gulp. Only then did he regain some sanity. "What do you mean you need my help?" When Urahara Kazuki asked this question, he felt really confused in his heart. He had never expected that Lu Jin and Matsumoto Rangaku would suddenly come over to him. Lu Jin even asked for his help. But Urahara Kazuki said he had no idea what he wanted help for. Lu Jin didn't know how to answer him, and he didn't know where to start. Matsumoto Rangaku noticed Lu Jin's silence and immediately spoke up. "Ni Yin-meng's body has fallen apart, leaving only her consciousness. That's why we've come to you specifically this time. I'm sure you have a solution." When she said this, Matsumoto Rangaku's tone was filled with certainty. Perhaps he didn't expect Matsumoto Rangaku to look at him with such confidence, and even said that he would definitely have a way. Urahara Kazuki didn't know what to say. He didn't know how to reply. He didn't know how much time had passed. Maybe it was because the 2 people were looking at him with burning eyes. Urahara Kazuki felt that he couldn't bear it at all. He finally took a deep breath. "You two are right. I do have a solution, but it might be a bit costly for you too." Chapter 263. Put it into his body. Lu Jin frowned and felt that he had no idea what Urahara Kazuki meant by this sentence. What does it mean that the price is a bit high? While Lu Jin was confused, he asked directly, "What do you mean by, the price is too high?" After he asked this question, Urahara Kazuki didn't respond at all. For some reason, Lu Jin noticed that Urahara Kazuki did not reply to him. Instead, he looked at him with a complicated look. He felt a little uneasy. Not only was he a little nervous, but Matsumoto Rangaku, who was standing next to him, was also a little nervous. Urahara Kazuki noticed the 2 people's uncomfortable expressions, and a half-smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Why are you so nervous? I won't eat you." After saying this in one breath, Urahara Kazuki immediately continued, "Since you said that Ni Yin-meng only has consciousness, and you also came to me, it seems that you know this method." After saying this, Urahara Kazuki didn't give the other 2 a chance to ask questions, and continued, "It's easy to say, but it's also difficult to say. I don't know if you agree or not." When Urahara Kazuki said this, his eyes were always on Matsumoto Rangaku's face. Matsumoto Rangaku raised his hand and pointed at himself. I never expected that Urahara Kazuki's eyes would fall on me and even ask me such a question. Are you asking me? When Matsumoto Rangaku asked this question, she felt incredible in her heart. He never expected that Urahara Kazuki would ask him this question for no reason. After saying this, Urahara Kazuki raised the corners of his lips and smiled. I'm asking you, of course. Not only Matsumoto Rangaku was a little slow to react, but Lu Jin, who was standing next to him, was also a little slow to react. The two of them were a little at a loss. They didn't understand what Urahara Kazuki meant by these words. Advertisement. I don't know how long it took, but Matsumoto Rangaku finally reacted. Her face turned very ugly, but Urahara Kazuki was not in a hurry. Instead, he waited quietly beside her, also waiting for Matsumoto Rangaku's reply. But after waiting for so long, Matsumoto Rangaku couldn't say a word. Lu Jin knew he couldn't remain silent at this moment, so he immediately stood up and said, I don't understand what you mean by this. Could you please explain it to me? Urahara Kazuki smiled and said, actually, what I mean is that if we want to save Nirvana, then this matter may depend on Matsumoto Rangaku. After he said this, Urahara Kazuki noticed that the two people's expressions became more and more confused. He immediately got straight to the point and said, I plan to place Ni Yinmeng's consciousness into Matsumoto Rangaku's body. Matsumoto Rangaku is no fool either. At the beginning, when Urahara Kazuki said that, he deliberately looked at himself. In addition, before coming, Yunohana Retsu also told them in their ear that the solution was to help Namung find a new body, but they never expected that Urahara Kazuki would come up with such an idea on his head. Matsumoto Rangaku panicked instantly. Lu Jin had never expected Urahara Kazuki to say that. He immediately objected. Absolutely not. No matter how anxious he was to save Ni Yinmeng, he could not sacrifice a living life. Not to mention that person was Matsumoto Rangaku. Lu Jin felt that he was totally unable to do it, and there was no way he could harm his good friend Matsumoto Rangaku. In addition, he had accidentally attacked Matsumoto Rangaku before, and even caused her to be unconscious for a period of time. Now she has new injuries on top of old ones. Although Matsumoto Rangaku did not say anything, Lu Jin also knew that her injuries have not yet fully recovered. So when Lu Jin heard Urahara Kazuki say this in his ear, he refused without hesitation. Matsumoto Rangaku was originally a little worried, but when he heard Lu Jin say this in his ear, he even hurriedly rejected Urahara Kazuki. After she breathed a sigh of relief, Matsumoto Rangaku's eyes fell on the clothes in Lu Jin's arms again. Advertisement. For some reason, he remembered that Lu Jin obviously cared so much about Ni Yinmeng before, but apart from this method, Matsumoto Rangaku knew that there was no other way. I guess only I can understand what Urahara Kazuki means. So should he save her or not? But if he wanted to save Ni Yinmeng, he would have to sacrifice himself. Matsumoto Rangaku felt that his emotions were too complicated. Urahara Kazuki didn't say anything either. Noticing that the two people looked anxious, he observed their expressions, and Urahara Kazuki especially noticed that Lu Jin wanted to pull Matsumoto Rangaku out at this time. He also knew that if he didn't hurry up and explain, the two of them would have already left. Urahara Kazuki hurriedly called them down. You two have misunderstood what I meant. Hearing his voice ringing in his ears, Lu Jin's steps suddenly stopped. The two turned around and looked at Urahara Kazuki, and they didn't quite understand what he meant by that sentence. Lu Jin didn't know what to say. Urahara Kazuki noticed the two people's eyes on him, and a faint arc appeared on the corner of his mouth. I can only say that you two really misunderstood what I meant. Then I don't know what you mean. Lu Jin turned his head and glanced at Urahara Kazuki. After he asked this question, Urahara Kazuki immediately replied, I don't know what you were thinking, but that's definitely not what I meant. After he said this, Urahara Kazuki seemed to be afraid that the two people would really misunderstand him. He struck while the iron was hot and said, Matsumoto Rangaku and Ni Yinmeng will only coexist. It's not about one replacing the other, so you can rest assured about this. After Urahara Kazuki said this, he originally thought that the two people would answer him immediately, but he didn't expect that after he said this. Neither of them spoke. He just felt a little surprised in his heart. Urahara Kazuki also didn't understand why the two people didn't answer him. Is it possible that this is not enough? Chapter 264. Agreed, but then he thought of Matsumoto Rangaku again. Urahara Kazuki turned his head to look at Matsumoto Rangaku, and indeed noticed that Matsumoto Rangaku's face was full of complexity. Her hands were tightly grasping the corners of her clothes. She had no idea what to say. Urahara Kazuki also didn't know what to say. The atmosphere fell silent for a while. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Jin immediately spoke up to break the silence. Is there any other solution? When Lu Jin asked this question, his eyes were fixed on Urahara Kazuki in front of him. When he finally asked this question, Urahara Kazuki did not respond. Because he didn't know what to say, Lu Jin felt complicated inside, and now he was left with only complexity and didn't know what to say. Urahara Kazuki heard Lu Jin asking in his ear, and then noticed that Matsumoto Rangaku's face looked a little unhappy, and knew that the two were not satisfied with this method. He sighed slowly. I know you two are not satisfied with this method, but now there is no other way besides this. Urahara Kazuki finished speaking in one breath. Lu Jin stopped talking, and neither did Matsumoto Rangaku. Lu Jin certainly understood that this was the only way at the moment, as Yunohana Retsu had said it long before. So when he heard Urahara Kazuki repeating this sentence in his ear, he didn't feel surprised at all, but he also couldn't accept this fact at all. It's not convenient to speak here. After all, it was not himself who was sacrificed, but Matsumoto Rangaku. Lu Jin certainly understood that she was somewhat reluctant in her heart, but no matter how reluctant she was in her heart, there was no other way now. Matsumoto Rangaku noticed that Lu Jin glanced at him, but he quickly lowered his head. Matsumoto Rangaku showed a hint of embarrassment on his face. She didn't know what to say at the moment, and she didn't know whether to agree or not. While he was struggling and hesitating inside, Matsumoto Rangaku also found his voice again. I think I understand what you mean. Advertisement. Matsumoto Rangaku said this to Urahara Kazuki, who was standing in front of her. Urahara Kazuki didn't quite understand why she suddenly said this. But when everyone reacted later, Urahara Kazuki also reacted instantly. He didn't know what to say. Now the person who has a choice is Matsumoto Rangaku. The sacrifice in this matter was not ordinary. Urahara Kazuki felt that there was nothing to kidnap. Even after he said that, Matsumoto Rangaku directly and rudely rejected him. He didn't find anything surprising, nor did he think that Matsumoto Rangaku was too selfish. If Matsumoto Rangaku was willing to agree, Urahara Kazuki would feel particularly strange. Lu Jin also turned his head to look at Matsumoto Rangaku, but he didn't know what to say, so he swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. Matsumoto Rangaku noticed that Lu Jin had a grim look on his face and he didn't dare to look at him at all. He immediately understood what he meant. When thinking about this in his heart, Matsumoto Rangaku curled up a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. Why do you look more nervous than me? When these words fell into his ears, Lu Jin didn't know how to respond. He also said that he was a little confused about what Matsumoto Rangaku was thinking when she said this. When thinking about this, a bitter smile appeared on Lu Jin's lips. You know what I'm thinking. After he said this, Lu Jin also noticed Matsumoto Rangaku standing in front of him, and his expression suddenly changed at this moment. Matsumoto Rangaku didn't know what to say. She had no idea where to start, so when she heard Lu Jin say this in her ear, she really didn't know what to say. It wasn't known how long it took, but Matsumoto Rangaku finally found his voice. I don't want you to suffer because of me either. Advertisement. Urahara Kazuki listened to the two people talking back and forth. He narrowed his eyes with some amusement, and then just stood by and listened to the two people talking quietly. Lu Jin never expected that Matsumoto Rangaku would say this to him. He never thought that Matsumoto Rangaku would say that he didn't want to be embarrassed because of her. He gave another bitter laugh. In fact, this sentence should be said the other way around. Lu Jin also doesn't want Matsumoto Rangaku to feel embarrassed because of him. Matsumoto Rangaku seemed to be able to guess what Lu Jin was thinking. She took a step forward with a nonchalant smile on her lips. His voice was also lazy. If I don't help Ni Yin Meng will disappear. So this time, in order to help my good friend, I am naturally willing to do it. Such words fell into my ears. Perhaps I didn't expect Matsumoto Rangaku to suddenly say such a thing, and I didn't expect her to agree to it. Lu Jin didn't react for a long time, his obsidian-like pupils fixed on Matsumoto Rangaku. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Jin finally found his voice and asked, "What are you talking about?" When he asked this question, Lu Jin felt confused and puzzled. I never expected Matsumoto Rangaku to say that, and I never expected her to suddenly speak like that. Matsumoto Rangaku heard Lu Jin ask this question in his ear, and his tone was full of disbelief. With a smile on his lips, Matsumoto Rangaku slowly replied, "Nothing, I didn't say anything, that's all I meant." Matsumoto Rangaku shrugged her shoulders nonchalantly, pretending to be relaxed. That's exactly what I mean. He deliberately pretended to be relaxed. Matsumoto Rangaku didn't want Lu Jin to think that he was doing this for him, so he agreed in the end. In fact, this matter was not just because of Lu Jin. The main reason was that he was afraid that if he didn't hurry up to rescue Ni Yinmeng's consciousness would disappear and there would be nothing left. Naturally, I agreed hastily. Chapter 265. Bad news. Urahara Kazuki helped with the operation, and Lu Jin stayed outside. When he heard footsteps behind him, he hurriedly turned around to look. Looking at Matsumoto Rangaku who appeared behind him. Lu Jin could also sense a familiar aura from her and was unable to utter a word for a long time. Urahara Kazuki also came over and said, the operation was successful. After he finished speaking, he deliberately added, from now on, Matsumoto Rangaku will not be that Matsumoto Rangaku, but a combination of Matsumoto Rangaku and Ni Yinmeng. The two will become one person. Looking up at Matsumoto Rangaku in front of him, or to be more precise, Matsumoto Rangaku and Ni Yinmeng. Lu Jin raised his eyes and a bitter smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. I'm the one who got you into trouble. Matsumoto Rangaku shook his head when he heard this. What's the point of getting involved? I did it willingly. Even if the surgery is successful, I can't go back to the way it was. As if to make Lu Jin relax a little, Matsumoto Rangaku also deliberately pretended to be relaxed. I still want to be with you like before. Matsumoto Rangaku and Ni Yinmeng became one person, and they also got along with Lu Jin. But he switches between the two personalities from time to time. Looking at Matsumoto Rangaku in front of him, or Ni Yinmeng to be more precise, he rubbed his brows with a headache. Are you going to make me guess who you are again? Ni Yinmeng listened to Lu Jin's somewhat helpless question in her ear and playfully stuck out her tongue. Guess? This made Lu Jin feel particularly helpless. However, Lu Jin felt very happy that Ni Yinming was able to survive in this way. I am more grateful to Matsumoto Rangaku. If Matsumoto Rangaku had not stepped forward at that time, I would probably never have seen Ni Yinming in my life. Not to mention that two people can still talk here. Even though two people shared the same body, Lu Jin felt that he was quite satisfied. Advertisement life is pretty happy, but what was unexpected was that when Urahara Kazuki was playing and joking with Ni Yinming, he suddenly came over. Seeing that Urahara Kazuki was not staying in the Urahara store, he suddenly found himself. There was a flash of surprise in his eyes. What's going on? When he asked this question, Lu Jin felt a little worried inside and just looked at Urahara Kazuki in front of him with an extremely ugly face. He also felt like his heart was about to beat out of his chest. Urahara Kazuki also coughed and said, "Actually, the reason I came to you this time is to bring you some bad news." He could roughly guess why Urahara Kazuki came to see him this time, but when he heard him say this in his ear, Lu Jin had no idea how to respond. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Jin finally found his voice and asked, "What bad news do you have for me?" The Ni Yinming next to him had transformed into Matsumoto Rangaku. Matsumoto Rangaku was also afraid that Ni Yinming would be worried about this matter, so she hurried over, staring at Urahara Kazuki with her big eyes. Urahara Kazuki noticed that both of them were staring at him with an eager look, and he didn't know how to start. Raising his hand and rubbing his brow, Urahara Kazuki finally found his voice. "The captain knows about this matter." "Did you find out what happened?" Matsumoto Rangaku asked. Urahara Kazuki opened his mouth and spoke in one breath. "Knowing that you and Ni Yinming share one body, the captain also issued an order and sent people to hunt down you who had become two people." When these words fell into his ears, Matsumoto Rangaku was unable to react for a long time. She suddenly took a step back. No one expected that the news Urahara Kazuki brought this time would be such bad news. His face was as pale as a piece of paper. Lu Jin also reached out and hugged Matsumoto Rangaku. Lu Jin could feel her delicate body trembling slightly, and his face suddenly became gloomy. "Is this news true?" Urahara Kazuki looked up at Lu Jin. Perhaps he didn't expect that he would doubt him, so he didn't know where to start for a moment. Advertisement. After an unknown amount of time, Urahara Kazuki regained his voice and asked, "Do you think this news is true?" After he asked this question, Lu Jin and Matsumoto Rangaku fell silent. Urahara Kazuki noticed that the two people were silent, and he felt extremely helpless in his heart. "So what are you two going to do?" Urahara Kazuki asked such a crucial question that Lu Jin and Matsumoto Rangaku didn't know how to answer. Suddenly turning his head to glance at Lu Jin, Matsumoto Rangaku said word by word, "You go first, don't worry about me." She knew that the order given by the captain would never be changed, and Urahara Kazuki had no reason to joke with them, so he might really want to kill her. At this time, I absolutely cannot drag Lu Jin down. Without even thinking, Matsumoto Rangaku blurted out, "Go away, otherwise I will implicate you." Reaching out and grabbing Matsumoto Rangaku's fair wrist, Lu Jin stared at her intently with a pair of obsidian-like black eyes. "Do you really think I'll leave?" Matsumoto Rangaku fell silent. The atmosphere fell silent for a moment. Lu Jin raised his hand and rubbed his eyebrows. He felt extremely helpless and had no idea what to do. Mainly, I didn't expect that the captain would know about this matter, and I didn't expect that the old man would issue such an order. Closing his eyes, Lu Jin finally asked, "Have you really made up your mind, old man?" After asking this question, Urahara Kazuki nodded slightly and said, "What the captain says is like spilled water. He will definitely not take it back easily." Lu Jin was completely silent. With no other choice, Lu Jin could only escape with Matsumoto Rangaku once again. Urahara Kazuki noticed that after hearing what he said, Lu Jin didn't have time to pack anything else, so he grabbed Matsumoto Rangaku, and the two of them had to leave quickly. He took a step forward. "Where are you going?" "The steps under my feet." Pause. Chapter 266. Guilt. Urahara Kazuki asked a very good question. Lu Jin didn't know where to go. He also had no idea where he should take Matsumoto Rangaku and Ni Yinming to avoid the captain's men. Lu Jin's expression changed slightly, and he opened his mouth. "I don't know where to go either." Perhaps he didn't expect him to answer like this, and Urahara Kazuki didn't say a word for a long time. "You don't know where you're going? Do you really want to just wander around like this? Take it one step at a time?" Urahara Kazuki's eyebrows were knitted into a kawa shape. After he asked this question, he noticed that Lu Jin and Matsumoto Rangaku, who were originally standing in front of him, had left without him knowing when. Finally, he couldn't help but sigh. Urahara Kazuki returned to his Urahara store. When he just entered, he also noticed that there were several people standing in front of the Urahara store. Their eyes were always on his face, looking at him with some scrutiny. The corners of his mouth curled up in a mocking arc, and Urahara Kazuki's face showed no expression. "What are you doing here?" The person on the other side sneered. "Why would I come here? Don't you have any numbers in your mind?" Urahara Kazuki suddenly couldn't calm down. Seeing the person opposite him about to turn around and leave, he suddenly reached out and grabbed that person. "Don't look for them, and there's no need to come here to look for me. They won't come back." The man snorted coldly and left. Lu Jin and Matsumoto Rangaku hurried forward. Matsumoto Rangaku gasped for breath. "I can't do it anymore. I can't run anymore." Matsumoto Rangaku couldn't stand it any longer as he kept running without caring whether the ground was clean or not. When Lu Jin lowered her head, she noticed that Matsumoto Rangaku looked extremely tired. She also sat on the ground and raised her hand to wipe the sweat from her forehead. When he looked at Matsumoto Rangaku again, Lu Jin could also notice that the temperament of the person on the ground had changed. He also knew that it was Ni Yinmeng who came out. Ni Yinmeng slowly stood up from the ground and looked at Lu Jin, who had a helpless expression on his face. There was also a hint of guilt in her tone. If it weren't for me, I'm afraid you and Sister Rangaku wouldn't have been implicated. When these words fell into his ears, Lu Jin also noticed that not only was there guilt in Ni Yinmeng's tone, but even his face had an expression of extreme guilt. Advertisement. He didn't know what to say for a moment. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Jin finally spoke. I don't blame you for this. I don't blame anyone for this. I just didn't expect the captain to be so cruel. When he said this, Lu Jin couldn't help but curl up a bitter smile at the corner of his mouth. I'm afraid no one expected that the old man would actually take it seriously. Ni Yinmeng raised her head and looked at Lu Jin. She wanted to say something, but the words on the tip of her tongue were too late to come out. Matsumoto Rangaku also came out at this time. He could feel what Ni Yinmeng was saying to him, but at the critical moment, Matsumoto Rangaku came out. Lu Jin became more and more helpless. When Matsumoto Rangaku slowly opened his eyes, he noticed Lu Jin standing beside him with a helpless look on his face. She could probably guess that Ni Yinmeng must have said something to him just now, otherwise, Lu Jin would not have looked so sad. When thinking about this, Matsumoto Rangaku suddenly reached out and patted Lu Jin on the shoulder. She said, this is all my fault. Whether it was Matsumoto Rangaku or Ni Yinmeng, both of them blamed them for this matter. Lu Jin also felt really helpless. He originally wanted to say that no one was to blame for this matter, but then he heard footsteps in front of him. I heard footsteps coming from a distance, getting closer and closer. A pair of thick black eyebrows also twisted at this moment. Did you hear any footsteps? Matsumoto Rangaku naturally heard it, so when Lu Jin asked this question, Matsumoto Rangaku immediately answered. I did hear some footsteps. Is there anything wrong? After she asked this question, Lu Jin didn't react at all. He suddenly reached out and grabbed Matsumoto Rangaku, and Lu Jin immediately took her and hid nearby. Advertisement. Two people hid nearby. Lu Jin also closed his eyes, thinking that the group of people would just pass by him. Unexpectedly, footsteps suddenly fell beside me. When he turned his head to the side, he saw a man wearing a straw raincoat and a beard with a cold and hard jawline. Just such a casual glance gave him a fright. Lu Jin never expected to see Kyoraku Shunsui, the captain of the 8th Division who rarely takes action, in this place. Kyoraku Shunsui's ears twitched, his eyes narrowed slightly, and then he looked towards where Lu Jin and Matsumoto Rangaku were hiding, and walked towards them. When he kicked the door open, Kyoraku Shunsui also saw Lu Jin and Urahara Kazuki hugging each other. A mocking smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. I didn't expect you to hide in this place. Kyoraku Shunsui had just finished saying this when Lu Jin suddenly stretched out his foot and kicked towards him. No one expected Lu Jin to kick over, and Kyoraku Shunsui didn't react for a long time. Fortunately, he reacted very quickly. Kyoraku Shunsui dodged to the side, his eyes also fell on Lu Jin's face. Perhaps he didn't expect Lu Jin to really attack him, and the sarcasm on the corner of his mouth became more and more intense. Can you beat me? When these words fell into his ears, Lu Jin didn't react for a long time. I don't even understand what he meant by this. When Lu Jin came to his senses later, a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Even if I can't beat you, I'm still going to fight you. After saying this, he immediately attacked Kyoraku Shunsui. Kyoraku Shunsui never expected that Lu Jin, knowing that he could not beat him, would still rush towards him without hesitation. Kyoraku Shunsui holds a long sword and a short sword in his hands. Chapter 267. Captain. A pair of eyes fell on Lu Jin, with a hint of amusement in his eyes. Then let's give it a try? Lu Jin summoned his Zanpakuto, but before he could attack Kyoraku Shunsui, Matsumoto Rangaku suddenly reached out and grabbed Lu Jin. The steps under my feet suddenly stopped. Perhaps he didn't expect Matsumoto Rangaku to suddenly reach out and grab him, and Lu Jin didn't react for a long time. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Jin finally found his voice. Why did you suddenly reach out and grab me? After he asked this question, Matsumoto Rangaku also shook his head. Absolutely not. Kyoraku Shunsui was watching the two of them talking to each other, and when he noticed that Lu Jin didn't know what he was thinking about, his face suddenly became gloomy. While watching with great interest from the side, Kyoraku Shunsui also noticed that Matsumoto Rangaku, who had been holding Lu Jin tightly, was also attacking him at this time. Looking at a familiar face in front of me, unable to help but recall what the captain had said to him, Kyoraku Shunsui immediately recognized that the man in front of him was Matsumoto Rangaku, the man the captain had ordered him to kill without mercy. You brought it upon yourself this time. He raised his sword, and just as Kyoraku Shunsui was about to attack, Lu Jin suddenly jumped out from the side. Zanpakuto blocked the long sword with a clang, and Kyoraku Shunsui also raised his head and looked at Lu Jin in front of him. There was no expression of surprise on his face. Kyoraku Shunsui seemed to have guessed that Lu Jin would pop up from the side. Instead, he lazily glanced at Matsumoto Rangaku next to him. The captain only ordered me to capture Matsumoto Rangaku and that Ni Yinmeng. This matter has nothing to do with you. As long as you stand aside and don't get in my way, I will definitely not attack you. After saying this, Kyoraku Shunsui thought that Lu Jin, who was standing next to him, would hurry up and leave. But I didn't expect that after I said this, Lu Jin didn't respond for a long time. Advertisement. A mocking smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and Kiraku Shunsui suddenly exerted force. Lu Jin was completely unprepared and was accidentally pushed to the ground by Kiraku Shunsui. Kiraku Shunsui immediately took two short swords and attacked Matsumoto Rangaku. Matsumoto Rangaku looked at Kiraku Shunsui who was attacking her. She took a few steps back, and then she and Kiraku Shunsui started fighting. When Lu Jin wanted to go over to help, he unexpectedly found that he was powerless all over. His thick black eyebrows twisted at this moment, and he lowered his head to look at his legs. Lu Jin couldn't help but grit his teeth. When Kiraku Shunsui takes action, few people can beat him, including Lu Jin and Matsumoto Rangaku. Matsumoto Rangaku was quickly defeated by Kiraku Shunsui. Lu Jin wanted to rush forward at this time, but Kiraku Shunsui was one step faster and grabbed Matsumoto Rangaku. Just come over here and try it. These words fell in his ears. Lu Jin originally wanted to take a step forward, but because of his words, his steps stopped. Matsumoto Rangaku noticed that Lu Jin was looking at her with a nervous expression. She just shook her head at Lu Jin and said, "Don't come over here." Lu Jin looked at Matsumoto Rangaku with a helpless look on his face. He had never expected that she would say such a thing to him. After an unknown amount of time, he turned his head and glanced at Kiraku Shunsui next to him. Kiraku Shunsui noticed that Lu Jin was looking towards him. His eyes seemed to be spitting fire. But whether he spews fire or not, Kiraku Shunsui doesn't care at all. As he thought about this, Kiraku Shunsui shrugged nonchalantly. "How about this? Why don't you come over here?" Of course Lu Jin didn't dare to go over. Matsumoto Rangaku is still in his hands, and Kiraku Shunsui is even more of a lunatic. He only listens to the captain, so no matter what he says or what he explains, Kiraku Shunsui will not listen. Advertisement. Lu Jin lowered his head and stared at his toes, then found his voice again. "What exactly do you want to do?" After asking this question, Kiraku Shunsui just shook his head. "I don't want to do anything, I just want to complete the task assigned to me by the captain." After he said this, Kiraku Shunsui immediately grabbed Matsumoto Rangaku and left with his men. The hands placed at your sides are clenched into fists at this moment. Lu Jin could only watch as Kiraku Shunsui grabbed Matsumoto Rangaku and disappeared right before his eyes. There was no emotion on his face. Lu Jin just lowered his head and stared at his toes. After an unknown amount of time, he immediately rushed forward, but he didn't have time to do so. Urahara Kazuki popped up from the side. He grabbed Lu Jin and asked, "Has Matsumoto Rangaku been captured?" A familiar voice fell in his ears. When Lu Jin turned his head to look, he noticed that Urahara Kazuki reached out to pull him and even asked this question. After Urahara Kazuki asked this question, he originally thought that Lu Jin would answer him immediately, but after he asked this question, he ignored him. He then raised his hand and touched the tip of his nose. Urahara Kazuki was speechless. I don't know how long it took, but Urahara Kazuki also noticed that Lu Jin's face was getting uglier and uglier. He took a deep breath. Urahara Kazuki also knew that if he didn't seize the time to pull Lu Jin back, Lu Jin might really catch up with Kiraku Shunsui directly. Kiraku Shunsui is not that easy to mess with at all. Even if I join them, the two of us cannot beat Kiraku Shunsui, so we must not act blindly and impulsively at this time. When thinking about this, Urahara Kazuki took a deep breath and said, "The more anxious you are at this time, the more you must not act impulsively. You must calm down." Listening to Urahara Kazuki's warning in his ear, Lu Jin raised a mocking smile. "This is not like your style." Chapter 268, Rescue. After he finished speaking, Urahara Kazuki also lowered his head, "But it was me who gave Matsumoto Rangaku a nirvana." When he said this, Urahara Kazuki paused and said, "So this time I can be considered an accomplice." Maybe she never expected Urahara Kazuki to say this to her, nor did she ever think that he would belittle her and call her an accomplice. Lu Jin didn't react for a long time. "So what are your plans?" Lu Jin asked this question as he turned his head to look at Urahara Kazuki. After he asked this question, Urahara Kazuki didn't respond. "The two of us can't beat Kiraku Shunsui at all, not to mention that this time it's the captain's order. If I want to fight you." Before Kiraku Shunsui could finish his sentence, Lu Jin hurriedly interrupted him. "I know what you mean." After saying this, Lu Jin immediately turned around and left. He knew that no one could be relied upon nowadays, not to mention that there was no need to rely on others. So if he wanted to save Matsumoto Rangaku, he could only return to Jinglingding first. Lu Jin hurried back to Jingling Court. When he arrived at the Seirei, he looked at Kuretsuchi Mayuri in front of him and said word by word, "Don't stop me." She glanced at Lu Jin with a half smile, especially when she heard him say this in her ear. There was no expression on Kuretsuchi Mayuri's face, and her tone was also calm. "What do you want to do?" When these words fell into his ears, Lu Jin was speechless. Mainly because he didn't expect Kuretsuchi Mayuri to ask him such a question. When he finally realized what was happening, Lu Jin found his voice again. "I just wanted to save Matsumoto Rangaku." When he opened his mouth to answer this question, Lu Jin's thick black eyebrows frowned. This time, Kuretsuchi Mayuri suddenly appeared in front of him and blocked his way. Lu Jin felt particularly annoyed. Matsumoto Rangaku has been taken away by Kiraku Shunsui and his group. Lu Jin has no idea what they are going to do with Matsumoto Rangaku. There is nothing but worry in my heart. So when Lu Jin noticed Kuretsuchi Miyuri suddenly appear in front of him, he probably understood why he came. Advertisement. When thinking about this, Lu Jin couldn't help but sneer. What on earth do you want to do? After he finished speaking, Kuretsuchi Miyuri standing in front of him did not respond for a long time. When Lu Jin was about to pass by, Kuretsuchi Miyuri suddenly reached out and grabbed Lu Jin. I know what you want to do. As these words fell into his ears, his steps suddenly stopped. Lu Jin turned his head to look at Kuretsuchi Miyuri, and his thick black eyebrows twisted at this moment. What do you mean you know what I want to do? Kuretsuchi Miyuri looked at Lu Jin seriously and said, It's simple. Don't you want to save Matsumoto Rangaku? So what do you want to do? I have a way to help you save Matsumoto Rangaku, but I don't know if you will agree to it or not. When listening to Kuretsuchi Miyuri's words in his ear, Lu Jin couldn't help but recall the time when he went to ask Unohana Retsu for help. The words he gave to him were almost the same as Kuretsuchi Miyuri's. So Lu Jin could probably understand what Kuretsuchi Miyuri meant by pulling himself down. He lifted his eyelids lightly and looked at Kuretsuchi Miyuri in front of him. Lu Jin also found his voice again. I promise. As if she had guessed that Lu Jin would agree to her, Kuretsuchi Miyuri did not show any surprise on her face. But I need you to agree to one request of mine. Kuretsuchi Miyuri continued to speak. Lu Jin looked up at Kuretsuchi Miyuri in front of him and replied, I don't know what that request you're talking about is. When Lu Jin asked this question, his brain was working rapidly. He probably understood what Kuretsuchi Miyuri wanted to say to him by calling him down this time. Thinking of this, a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. As long as it's not an excessive request, I will do my best to agree to it when the time comes. Of course, the premise is that it's not too excessive. My request is simple, just you have to defeat me. Kuretsuchi Miyuri spoke word by word, and while he was speaking, his eyes were always glued to Lu Jin. Advertisement. Lu Jin hadn't even thought about what Kuretsuchi Miyuri was asking for. It turned out to be a fight between the two of them? Don't you want to fight? Kuretsuchi Miyuri looked at Lu Jin like this, and his voice was also cold. Or are you afraid? Facing the provocation from Kuretsuchi Miyuri, Lu Jin certainly would not be afraid, but was just a little unhappy. He also spoke absent-mindedly. It's not about being afraid, but have you forgotten the fight we had before? A picture flashed through my mind. Thinking about how he and other captains had tried to stop Lu Jin from rescuing Ni Yin Meng, and how he ended up beating himself up like that, he felt powerless. But he never expected that Lu Jin, who was clearly the person below him, would say this in his ear. Kuretsuchi Miyuri didn't know what to say. After an unknown amount of time, he finally found his voice again. So what do you mean? Lu Jin just looked at Kuretsuchi Miyuri, who originally had a calm look on his face. When he said this, his tone was full of seriousness, and his eyes were fixed on him. Being looked at like this by him, Lu Jin could be said to be completely indifferent. It's not a big deal. Since you said you wanted to fight me, then I'm naturally happy to accompany you. The two men wrestled with each other. It has to be said that Kuretsuchi Miyuri is indeed no match for him. Long before, Kuretsuchi Miyuri had already lost to Lu Jin once. This time we will definitely lose again. Lu Jin summoned his own Zanpakuto, but before he could chop his Zanpakuto over there. Kuretsuchi Miyuri's eyes gradually turned cold. What exactly do you want to do? He asked this question, and there was no emotion in Kuretsuchi Miyuri's tone. Lu Jin found it a little funny. He never thought that he should be the one asking this question, but now for some reason, it was Kuretsuchi Miyuri's turn to ask him. Chapter 269. Unexpectedly taking a step back, Lu Jin's expression was calm and composed. So you don't want to fight anymore? Or do you admit defeat? Such a sentence seemed to be squeezed out from the throat. Kuretsuchi Miyuri could naturally feel that Lu Jin was staring at her when he said this. It was as if Lu Jin would take action against him if he didn't agree. Kuretsuchi Miyuri might be really scared. His body was shaking like a sieve. I was wrong. Lu Jin originally thought that Kuretsuchi Miyuri was very powerful, but he didn't expect that Kuretsuchi Miyuri suddenly apologized to him almost not long after. With a slight smile on his lips, Lu Jin did not continue to embarrass Kuretsuchi Miyuri. Instead, he raised his head and looked at Kuretsuchi Miyuri in front of him. When he was about to put away his Zanpakuto, Kuretsuchi Miyuri suddenly walked towards him. Seeing him reach out and grab his Zanpakuto, Lu Jin, who had originally had no expression on his face, suddenly changed his expression. A hint of danger flashed in her obsidian-like pupils. Perhaps she had never expected Kuretsuchi Miyuri to be so bold, and she was speechless at the moment. Kuretsuchi Miyuri, who was timid just now, came over at this time, and he exuded an aura. Do you know why you do this? He asked. Lu Jin didn't know how to answer as to why Kuretsuchi Miyuri's expression suddenly changed, and why she reached out and grabbed her Zanpakuto. Lu Jin was not aware of any of this, so when he heard him asking questions in his ear, Lu Jin also raised one eyebrow slightly. You obviously know something I don't know. After saying this, Kuretsuchi Miyuri laughed and said, Do you still want your Zanpakuto? The hand-holding Zanpakuto suddenly began to tremble. Perhaps Lu Jin didn't expect Kuretsuchi Miyuri to ask such a question in his ear, and he didn't react for a moment. Advertisement. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Jin regained his voice and asked, What do you mean by that? Kuretsuchi Miyuri looked at Lu Jin with a forced smile on her face. No matter what, I will never let you rescue Matsumoto Rangaku today. His tone was very firm, and Lu Jin didn't know how to respond. It never occurred to him that from the very beginning, Kuretsuchi Miyuri was unwilling to let him go to save Matsumoto Rangaku. This is all just a scam. When thinking about this, Lu Jin's face darkened. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. After saying this, Kuretsuchi Miyuri just smiled and said, what do you mean you didn't expect me to be this kind of person? The strength of his grip on the Zanpakuto gradually increased. Lu Jin had never thought that he wanted to take away his Zanpakuto, so Lu Jin naturally would not let him get what he wanted. When Lu Jin was about to take back Zanpakuto, he unexpectedly found that no matter how hard he tried, he could not take back Zanpakuto held in Kuretsuchi Miyuri's hand. The two of them just held onto Zanpakuto tightly. Lu Jin's forehead veins bulged. What on earth do you want to do? Hurry up and let me go. These words came out from between his teeth. Kuretsuchi Miyuri raised one eyebrow and looked at Lu Jin, who was looking angry in front of him. He also felt a little funny. You want me to let go? Should I let go? Lu Jin felt extremely angry, mainly because he did not expect that Kuretsuchi Miyuri would set such a trap for him. He took a deep breath and said, what do you mean? Kuretsuchi Miyuri shook her head. I didn't set a trap for you, so you don't have to think too much. As for Zanpakuto. At this point, Kuretsuchi Miyuri paused for a moment, then continued, as for Zanpakuto, don't even think about it, let alone saving Matsumoto Rangaku. The Zanpakuto in Lu Jin's hand was suddenly snatched away by him. With his eyes wide open, Lu Jin was about to take Zanpakuto back when he noticed several captains suddenly rushing out. Looking at the captains rushing out, Lu Jin was surprised to find that they were holding Zanpakuto in their hands, and the direction of Zanpakuto was all pointed at him, with extremely serious expressions on their faces. Advertisement. I couldn't utter a word for a long time. The atmosphere became tense for a moment. Kuretsuchi Miyuri was holding the Zanpakuto in his hand, and he could notice that Lu Jin's eyes were always on him. If looks could kill, Kuretsuchi Miyuri knew that she would have died countless times. When he thought about this, a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. So what do you think? Such a sentence fell in his ears. Lu Jin did not expect that Kuretsuchi Miyuri would say such a sentence to him. He also said that he was a little confused. Give Zanpakuto back to me first. Lu Jin took a deep breath. He didn't care what Kuretsuchi Miyuri said to him, nor did he care about the group of people around him. His eyes kept falling on his Zanpakuto. He couldn't defeat Kiraku Shunsui to begin with, and if his Zanpakuto was also taken away, Lu Jin really didn't know if he could still rescue Matsumoto Rangaku. As he thought about this, Lu Jin lowered his voice once again. I'll repeat it one last time. That's my Zanpakuto. Give my Zanpakuto back to me. Just looking at Lu Jin, who was furious in front of her, Kuretsuchi Miyuri had a faint smile on her lips. He shrugged nonchalantly. Weren't you so nonchalant before? You wouldn't agree to anything I asked for. It's just taking your Zanpakuto away. What's the big deal? Lu Jin felt like he was about to be mad to death. The main reason was that I never expected that Kuretsuchi Miyuri would actually say that in my ear, and when I looked at him and said that, he had an indifferent attitude on his face. Lu Jin felt that he could no longer bear it. He took a step forward, but before he could reach Kuretsuchi Miyuri, he was stopped by several people. What on earth are you going to do? Looking at the captains blocking his way, Lu Jin didn't react for a long time. After he said this, several captains snorted coldly. We are going to capture you and take you back. Chapter 270. False accusation. After hearing these words, Lu Jin didn't react for a long time. He didn't quite understand what these captains meant. When Lu Jin realized what was happening, he just shook his head. I don't know what I did wrong, if you insist. Kuretsuchi Miyuri threw the Zanpakuto in her hand. Before Lu Jin could pick up his Zanpakuto from the ground, those people came over again. He reached out and grabbed Lu Jin, and several people smiled and said, you don't want to get your Zanpakuto back, do you? Lu Jin said that he didn't quite understand what they meant by this sentence. His thick black eyebrows twisted into the shape of a kawa character, and Lu Jin also asked about the doubts in his heart. Zanpakuto is my own Zanpakuto, and I just want to get my own Zanpakuto back. When Lu Jin said this, he also felt it was really funny. So what does it have to do with you? After saying this, Lu Jin was about to pick up his Zanpakuto from the ground when a sharp dagger suddenly stopped at the tip of his nose. He just stared at the dagger that was shining with a cold light. I couldn't utter a word. Lu Jin had never expected this group of people to treat him this way. After a while, a cold laugh escaped from his throat. You guys don't want to use this method to deal with me, do you? After asking all these questions in one breath, several people also laughed. What do you mean by wanting to use this method to deal with you? Don't you think we have no other way to deal with you? Lu Jin stopped talking, but the expression on his face became very cold. Those people looked at Lu Jin with a gloomy look, and they also raised their brows. Do you know who Kuretsuchi Miyuri is? This sentence was a bit puzzling, and Lu Jin also felt that these people's questions were a bit nonsensical. He just raised his head and looked at Kuretsuchi Miyuri in front of him. He simply said without any emotion, of course I know who he is. Kuretsuchi Miyuri is just the Technology Development Bureau. Before he could finish, the people standing in front of him suddenly laughed. You still know this? Lu Jin said he didn't quite understand what they meant by that. He was confused and asked directly, what do you mean by, I know this? Advertisement. Kuretsuchi Miyuri came over here. You stole something from the Technology Development Zone. Have you forgotten? A trace of panic flashed in Lu Jin's eyes, and his face was even more stunned. What do you mean I stole things from the technology development zone? Did I steal them? What evidence do you have? As these few words came out of his throat, Lu Jin also noticed that they were ignoring him completely. I didn't know what to say at the moment. After an unknown amount of time, Kuretsuchi Miyuri also looked over here and asked, what do you mean there is no evidence? After saying this, Kuretsuchi Miyuri suddenly threw a device to Lu Jin. Lu Jin looked at the electronic device in his arms. After he quickly turned on the device, Lu Jin also found that there was a short screen recording inside. The self inside wandered around the Technology Development Bureau at will and even stole something particularly important. But the person in the video was not me at all. Lu Jin has been following Matsumoto Rangaku these past few days. He has not been anywhere else, and has never been to the Technology Development Bureau. I have never taken anything from the Technical Development Group. Just looking at the images played on the electronic device in front of him, Lu Jin couldn't help but increase the strength of his hands. I couldn't utter a word for a long time. Kuretsuchi Miyuri next to him noticed Lu Jin's resentful look, and a nonchalant smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Kuretsuchi Miyuri also found her voice again. Do you know why I do this? When these words fell into his ears, Lu Jin also said that he was a little confused about what the words Kuretsuchi Miyuri meant. But at this time he had no time to think about anything. Lu Jin turned his head and glanced at Kuretsuchi Miyuri, then took a deep breath and said, whether I did it or not, I believe you know it best in your heart. After squeezing out these words from her throat, Kuretsuchi Miyuri shrugged her shoulders nonchalantly. Advertisement. But whether you did it or not, you've seen the news, and the surveillance cameras have captured you, including everything you did, so why haven't you admitted it yet? As she spoke further, Kuretsuchi Miyuri's voice gradually became sharper. Lu Jin was speechless. He just lowered his head and stared at his toes. After an unknown amount of time, he finally found his voice and said, so, is this the reason you came here to tell me this? When asking this question, Lu Jin's lips curled up in a sarcastic arc. Kuretsuchi Miyuri shrugged nonchalantly. Of course I'm telling you this. Otherwise, what do you think it is? Lu Jin was completely speechless. The captains standing nearby also looked at Lu Jin with sarcasm. They had of course watched that video long before. Kuretsuchi Miyuri would never do such a thing. That video definitely couldn't be fake. No one doubted its authenticity. They only believed what they saw. So when they saw that video, several captains rushed over in a hurry. Is there anything else you want to say? A man standing in front looked up at Lu Jin, and finally asked this question. Lu Jin suddenly felt that this was too ironic. I never thought that this group of people would frame me like this. If I watched it carefully, I would find out that this video was fake, but I don't know what happened. This group of people completely ignored me. When he thought of this, Lu Jin didn't know what to say. After an unknown amount of time, he finally found his voice again. So from the very beginning, you were framing me? You were deliberately stalling me? That's why you said that to me? Kuretsuchi Miyuri just looked at Lu Jin in front of her, and noticed that when he said this, a pair of eyes fell on her, and she gritted her teeth. Chapter 271. Unworthy. So what? Kuretsuchi Miyuri said nonchalantly. Looking at his nonchalant expression, Lu Jin knew that no matter what he said, these captains would not listen to him. It turns out that this was a trap from the beginning. It was a pity that he was so stupid that he didn't even realize it until now. When he thought about this, Lu Jin couldn't help but shook his head. I miscalculated this time. After he finished speaking, he suddenly lowered his head and forgot to glance at his Zanpakuto. Kuretsuchi Miyuri noticed that Lu Jin's eyes were fixed on Zanpakuto. A hint of a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. So what are you thinking? Such a sentence fell in my ears. Lu Jin raised his head and looked at Kuretsuchi Miyuri in front of him. He had no idea what he meant by this sentence. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Jin regained his voice. What do you mean by, what I think? Do you know you were wrong? Or do you want to admit that you were framed by me again this time? When Lu Jin said this, his voice was very cold, and there was a flash of anger in his eyes. Kuretsuchi Miyuri just stared at Lu Jin, then shrugged indifferently. The evidence is all here now. Even if you want to escape now, you won't be able to. He said all this in one breath, and Lu Jin completely ignored Kuretsuchi Miyuri next to him. Instead, he wanted to pick up his Zanpakuto from the ground. Knowing that he had fallen into his trap this time, Lu Jin could be said to have no regrets. Who made me demented? But Lu Jin couldn't let these people lock him up. After all, he still had to save Matsumoto Rangaku, and Matsumoto Rangaku and Ni Yinming were waiting for him to come and save them. When Lu Jin thought of this, he slowly bent down. Before his hand could touch Zanpakuto, a person rushed out from the side. He reached out and grabbed Zanpakuto. Lu Jin was also watching as he was about to catch Zanpakuto, but suddenly a person appeared next to him. Turning his head to glance at the person next to him, Lu Jin didn't react for a long time. Advertisement? What do you mean? As these words came out of his throat, Lu Jin had never expected that this group of people would be so excessive. After he said this, Lu Jin also noticed that there was no reaction from the people in front of him. You don't deserve Zanpakuto. Lu Jin just raised his head and looked at the person in front of him. He probably didn't expect him to say this to him, nor did he expect the words to be so vicious. Despite being unable to react for a moment, Lu Jin regained his composure afterward, saying, What do you mean I don't deserve Zanpakuto? If I don't deserve Zanpakuto, then do you deserve it? After saying this in one breath, Lu Jin curled up a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. The man never expected Lu Jin to say that. He didn't know what to say and could only turn his head to look at the other captains next to him. The other captains noticed Lu Jin's arrogant attitude and immediately raised their eyebrows. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Lu Jin didn't quite understand what they meant by this sentence. When he was confused, Lu Jin asked directly. What do you mean I'm pretty awesome? After he asked this question, the people here did not respond at all. A pair of thick black eyebrows frowned. Lu Jin noticed that this group of people did not answer his questions, but whether they answered or not, Lu Jin no longer cared. He also knew that there was no need for him to waste his time talking to this group of people, and Lu Jin also knew that there was no need for him to waste his time here. It was impossible for Kuretsuchi Mayuri to come up with a good solution for herself. Whenever Lu Jin thought about how he trusted Kuretsuchi Mayuri this time and fell into such a trap, a self-deprecating smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Give me back the Zanpakuto. After he said this, Lu Jin noticed that the person in front of him ignored him. Advertisement. His voice grew colder. If you hurry up and return Zanpakuto to me right now, I might not bother with you anymore. But if you don't return Zanpakuto to me right now, don't blame me for being rude to you. Lu Jin rushed forward. However, without Zanpakuto, Lu Jin's strength was greatly reduced, and he was no match for this group of captains. Kuretsuchi Mayuri on the other side noticed that Lu Jin was still trying to overestimate his own abilities at this time, and immediately laughed coldly. A guy who doesn't know his own limitations. After he said this, Lu Jin wanted to say something else, but he noticed that those captains not only joined forces to defeat him. They also walked over here, and several people lifted Lu Jin from the ground. Lu Jin noticed that after this group of people lifted him up, they wanted to take him forward, but he had no ability to resist. Lu Jin finally panicked. Where are you taking me? When saying this, Lu Jin could feel his voice trembling uncontrollably. But after he said this, those people did not answer him at all. Lu Jin turned his head and glanced at Kuretsuchi Mayuri. Then she noticed that he was looking at her with a cold expression. Catching the hint of confusion in Lu Jin's eyes, Kuretsuchi Mayuri kindly said, they will take you to a nice place, so please make sure to enjoy it. As for what exactly is the good place that Kuretsuchi Mayuri mentioned. Although Lu Jin was not quite sure, he knew that it was definitely not a good place. He was dragged into the prison by a group of people. Just looking at the dungeon in front of me, the environment was very damp and dirty, and occasionally a few water rats would fly past quickly in front of me. The hands on both sides are also clenched into fists. I could probably guess what he meant by the good place, but I never expected that I would be imprisoned here. Lu Jin looked at Kuretsuchi Mayuri's men in front of him and said in a low voice, let me out. Those people originally turned around and wanted to leave, but when they heard Lu Jin suddenly say this in their ear, they looked at each other and then burst into laughter. Chapter 272. Pressed into the dungeon. You think you'll let us release you? Do we have to release you then? When a few people said this, they couldn't help but sneer. Who do you think you are? Do we really need to let you go even if we ask us to? After they said this, they noticed that Lu Jin looked particularly unhappy. Several people didn't realize anything was wrong and continued, just like our director said, I hope you can enjoy it. Lu Jin listened to their sarcastic remarks and raised half of his eyelids indifferently. There was no emotion on Lu Jin's face, but there was a flash of hostility in his eyes. But Lu Jin quickly suppressed the hostility that flashed across his eyes. He also spoke word by word. No matter what I do or say, I don't want to repeat myself, so this time I would like you to be a little more sensible. After Lu Jin finished speaking these words in one breath, those people wanted to turn around and leave. However, they did not expect that Lu Jin, who had already become a prisoner, would still speak such big words to them. The group of people burst into laughter again. Lu Jin looked at this group of people laughing like this, and a cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. What's so funny? The group of people put away the smiles on their faces. Then they came over one by one, looking at Lu Jin with a gloomy face, and said, so you called us down? What do you mean? Lu Jin simply said calmly, it's nothing, I just want to ask where my Zanpakuto is. He knew that no matter what he said, these people would definitely not let him go, not to mention that his Zanpakuto was also taken away by these people. If there was no Zanpakuto, Lu Jin knew that even if he rushed out by himself, he would probably be completely unable to rescue Matsumoto Rangaku from Kiraku Shunsui. As he was thinking about this, Lu Jin said directly, I don't ask you for anything else, I just want to know where my Zanpakuto is. The group of people ignored Lu Jin completely. A disdainful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and the group of people didn't even bother to look at Lu Jin. No matter how dazzling this person was before, he is now wanted by the headquarters as a traitor and is even imprisoned in such a water dungeon. No one wanted to pay any attention to Lu Jin. Advertisement. When they heard him yell this in their ears, the group of people just scratched their ears lazily and then left. Lu Jin's eyes were red. Whenever he thought about Zanpakuto being away from him forever, he wondered what they would do to him after Zanpakuto was taken away by this group of people, given their ruthless nature. He suddenly lowered his head. A gloomy aura also permeated Lu Jin's entire body. Suddenly someone came over. Hearing the footsteps falling beside his ears, when Lu Jin raised his head, he saw Hitsugaya Toshiro walking towards him step by step. Just like that, a familiar face came into view. Lu Jin didn't react for a long time. After an unknown amount of time, he finally found his voice and asked, why are you here? When saying this, Lu Jin was too lazy to look up at the person in front of him. Instead, he turned his head away and asked this question with a cold voice. The man standing in front of me showed no emotion on his face. He listened to Lu Jin asking in his ear, and his attitude towards him was cold and distant. Hitsugaya Toshiro walked towards this side without saying a word. He took out a bottle of clean water from the side and handed it to Lu Jin. Looking at the bottle of water he handed over, Lu Jin didn't react for a long time. What do you mean? His eyes were fixed on the hands that Hitsugaya Toshiro extended to him. Lu Jin did not take the water, but instead asked this question. Such a sentence fell into my ears. Hitsugaya Toshiro extended his hand towards him again. Drink some water first and conserve your energy. A sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth as he looked at Hitsugaya Toshiro in front of him, especially noticing that Hitsugaya Toshiro was handing him a bottle of water. Advertisement: tell yourself to conserve your energy. What's the point of conserving my energy? I can't escape from this cage, and I can't even save Matsumoto Rangaku and Ni Yin Meng, so what's the point of my energy? The more he thought about this, the more silent Lu Jin became. He also didn't even look at Hitsugaya Toshiro, who was standing in front of him. Hitsugaya Toshiro kept handing the water over, but when he noticed that Lu Jin hadn't taken the water from him, he frowned. Are you still resentful of me? After he asked this question, Lu Jin, who had been standing beside him and had refused to look up at Hitsugaya Toshiro. At this moment, he suddenly raised his head and looked at Hitsugaya Toshiro. Later, Lu Jin said word by word, I don't hate you. Although he said so, Hitsugaya Toshiro noticed that when Lu Jin said this, he even had an expression of reluctance on his face. I didn't even dare to look up at myself. At that moment, he raised the corners of his lips and smiled. Are you really not resentful of me? After asking this question, Lu Jin, who had been sitting on a big rock nearby. At this time, he suddenly stood up. Taking a step towards this side, Lu Jin looked at Hitsugaya Toshiro in front of him, or to be more precise, Hitsugaya Toshiro outside the cage, just looking at a familiar face in front of him. The time when I was with Hitsugaya Toshiro couldn't help but come to my mind. We were very good friends, but that was in the past. Lu Jin has no good friends nowadays. When he thought of this, a self-deprecating smile appeared on Lu Jin's lips. I don't need you to control me. After saying this, Lu Jin didn't care at all about the look Hitsugaya Toshiro was looking at him. Instead, he walked directly to the side. Hitsugaya Toshiro never expected that Lu Jin would say this to him, and even chase him away. Chapter 273. Come and take care of you. After an unknown amount of time, Hitsugaya Toshiro also spoke. Then do you know why I came here this time? When these words fell into his ears, Lu Jin, who had originally had no expression on his face, suddenly turned around and looked at Hitsugaya Toshiro, probably not expecting him to say that. In addition, Lu Jin also said that he had no idea why Hitsugaya Toshiro came this time. When thinking about this, Lu Jin turned around and glanced at Hitsugaya Toshiro. He also found his voice. So why did you come here this time, and what is it all about? Lu Jin just felt that there were too many problems. He also felt a little confused in his heart, and had no idea why Hitsugaya Toshiro appeared here this time. Could it be that he just wanted to visit me? Hitsugaya Toshiro noticed that after he asked this question, Lu Jin, who had been ignoring him, finally raised his head and looked at him. There was no expression on his face, but when he reacted later, Hitsugaya Toshiro also said, Actually, the reason why I came here this time is not to visit you, nor to laugh at you, so your big brother can rest assured. Looking up at Hitsugaya Toshiro, this sentence was obviously easy to understand, but when it came out of his mouth, Lu Jin found that he didn't understand it at all. What is the reason for coming here this time? Neither looking forward to myself nor mocking myself. If it's neither, then what does it mean? The more he thought about it, the more confused he became. Lu Jin looked at Hitsugaya Toshiro in front of him and asked, what does this mean? Hitsugaya Toshiro took a step toward this side. As he walked towards this side, Lu Jin just happened to notice the key hanging on Hitsugaya Toshiro's waist. Noticing the bunch of keys hanging around his waist, his thick black eyebrows frowned at this moment. Lu Jin felt himself becoming more and more confused. I was also increasingly puzzled as to why Hitsugaya Toshiro had come here. So, what was the purpose of his visit? Advertisement puzzled, Lu Jin raised his hand and scratched his hair, his face showing waves of irritation. After realizing what he had said, Lu Jin became even more puzzled as to why he had come here this time. This time he even raised his hand and scratched his hair. Hitsugaya Toshiro knew that he shouldn't keep a secret any longer, and he also knew that Lu Jin was almost dying of confusion. He immediately said, it's not for anything else. The reason I came here this time is to keep an eye on you. Along with these words fell in my ears. Lu Jin also suddenly raised his head and looked at Hitsugaya Toshiro in front of him, and did not react for a long time. He also said that he was not quite sure what Hitsugaya Toshiro meant by this sentence. But when he came to his senses later, Lu Jin found his voice again. What do you mean you came here this time, to keep an eye on me? After asking all these questions in one breath, Hitsugaya Toshiro did not continue to respond. After Lu Jin asked this question, he noticed that Hitsugaya Toshiro next to him had not responded to him. I just felt more and more confused inside. However, Lu Jin could probably guess what he meant by this sentence. As Lu Jin thought about this, his expression became increasingly serious. So this time, the reason you came here was to keep an eye on me and prevent me from escaping? After asking this question, Lu Jin's eyes were fixed on Hitsugaya Dashiro in front of him. Noticing that after hearing what he said, Hitsugaya Dashiro also nodded at him. If he still had some hope in his heart at the beginning, then when he saw Hitsugaya Dashiro nodding at him, Lu Jin reacted instantly. A bitter smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. I know, don't worry, I will never plan to sneak out, and I will never make things difficult for you. After Lu Jin finished saying this, he immediately lowered his head and stopped looking at Hitsugaya Dashiro. Advertisement Hitsugaya Dashiro turned his head to glance at Lu Jin, and noticed that Lu Jin didn't react at all. He even said this to himself. I didn't know what to say for a moment. After an unknown amount of time, noticing that the atmosphere was becoming increasingly awkward, Hitsugaya Dashiro took a deep breath. What on earth are you thinking? Lu Jin said that he didn't quite understand what Hitsugaya Dashiro meant. What does it have to do with him, what do you think? The two of them no longer had any relationship, and Lu Jin knew that there was no need for him to bother with Hitsugaya Dashiro. So when Hitsugaya Dashiro asked this question in his ear, Lu Jin ignored him. After asking this question, Lu Jin still didn't reply. Hitsugaya Dashiro probably understood what he was thinking. With a bitter smile, Hitsugaya Dashiro immediately turned around and left. Lu Jin originally thought that he turned and left because something happened and would come back to continue looking after him after a while. But I didn't expect it would only take a moment. Hitsugaya Dashiro had indeed returned, but instead of continuing to guard himself, he swung a small axe. Just looking at the small axe in his hand, Lu Jin didn't quite understand what Hitsugaya Dashiro meant. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Jin finally found his voice and asked, what do you want to do? After he asked this question, he noticed Hitsugaya Dashiro walking towards him. His steps paused, but quickly returned to normal. He just watched Hitsugaya Dashiro walk towards him step by step, even swinging an axe. Lu Jin felt more and more confused. However, when he noticed that he was walking towards him with an axe in hand, Lu Jin also had a bad feeling in his heart. After taking a few steps back, Hitsugaya Dashiro also noticed that Lu Jin was looking at him with a defensive expression. Chapter 274. Unbelievable. When Lu Jin noticed that he was swinging the axe, he thought he was going to do something, and he even took a step back, which was different from his usual look of trust in him. Now I am also a little cautious. Catching the flash of warning in his eyes, Hitsugaya Dashiro felt a little hurt inside. Lu Jin also noticed that Hitsugaya Dashiro was thinking about something, and his eyes suddenly dimmed. A pair of thick black eyebrows frowned, and Lu Jin also noticed that Hitsugaya Dashiro looked so distraught. Originally, he felt a little wary in his heart, but now seeing him look so injured, Lu Jin knew that he was not going to swing the axe to hurt himself. But, when this idea popped up in his mind, Lu Jin suddenly raised his hand and patted his head, showing even more disbelief. Even if he was going to beat him to death, Lu Jin never thought that Hitsugaya Dashiro was going to let him go. When he thought about this, Lu Jin had no idea what to say. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Jin finally found his voice again. What exactly do you want to do? When Lu Jin asked this question, his eyes were fixed on Hitsugaya Dashiro in front of him. Hitsugaya Dashiro heard Lu Jin ask this question in his ear. He felt a little hurt in his heart, but when he heard him say this in his ear, I couldn't help but take a deep breath. Nothing, I just want to let you out. He could probably guess what Hitsugaya Dashiro meant, but when he heard him say this in his ear, Lu Jin didn't react for a long time. The words that were on the tip of his tongue were swallowed back by him. Lu Jin didn't know what to say, and he had no idea where to start. I never thought that it would be just as I imagined. Hitsugaya Dashiro wanted to let me out? When thinking about this, Lu Jin suddenly took a step back. Advertisement Hitsugaya Dashiro noticed Lu Jin's gaze on him, and he immediately spoke up, so you're unwilling? Or do you not want to go out? Lu Jin shook his head after hearing these words. I really don't want to go out. Now it was Hitsugaya Dashiro's turn to be puzzled. He also didn't understand why Lu Jin didn't want to go out. Was it because of him or something else? I just felt my mind was in a mess, and Hitsugaya Dashiro couldn't help but have a lot of random thoughts. Lu Jin noticed that Hitsugaya Dashiro was thinking about something and he was lost in thought. Lu Jin, who was standing next to him, felt that he could no longer bear to watch it. He reached out and grabbed Hitsugaya Dashiro, who also turned his head to look at Lu Jin. Some people don't quite understand what he means. Go ahead. There's no need to let me out. Let's just pretend we don't know each other. When he said this, Lu Jin couldn't help but curl up a bitter smile at the corner of his mouth. Remember, our relationship had already completely broken down before. There was absolutely no need to let me go because of this incident, and you didn't have to let me go. After Lu Jin said this, he didn't even look at Hitsugaya Dashiro next to him. Just turned his head away. Hitsugaya Dashiro didn't know what to say, and he didn't know where to start. After an unknown amount of time, Hitsugaya Dashiro said word by word, so, what do you want to say? Lu Jin said that he didn't quite understand what Hitsugaya Dashiro meant. What do you mean by what I want to say? Lu Jin looked at Hitsugaya Dashiro in front of him and answered himself, I don't want to say anything. I just hope you can leave me as soon as possible. I don't want this matter to implicate you. After saying this in one breath, Lu Jin immediately turned his head away and stopped looking at Hitsugaya Dashiro next to him. Hitsugaya Dashiro didn't know what to say. The atmosphere was very strange. After an unknown amount of time, footsteps were heard in the distance. Advertisement. Lu Jin hurriedly retreated, and he kept a distance from Hitsugaya Dashiro without making any noise. The person who came over was Kuretsuchi Miyuri. When Kuretsuchi Miyuri walked here, he could vaguely feel the awkwardness in the air. He first turned his head to look at Hitsugaya Dashiro, then his gaze fell on Lu Jin in the cage. "How's this place?" A familiar voice fell beside his ears, and Lu Jin tried his best to suppress the churning in his stomach so that he didn't vomit out of control. He wasn't interested, and Lu Jin shook his head indifferently. "What do you mean? That's all." When saying this, Lu Jin did not even turn his head to look at Hitsugaya Dashiro next to him. He even kept his distance from him without making any noise. Lu Jin knew that the reason why Hitsugaya Dashiro came to look after him this time must be the intention of Kuretsuchi Miyuri and those captains. If Kuretsuchi Miyuri knew that the relationship between him and Hitsugaya Dashiro was still so good, Hitsugaya Dashiro even wanted to get himself out. Lu Jin also knew that this matter was extremely serious. After he finished speaking, Kuretsuchi Miyuri nodded slightly and said, "As long as you feel good." Kuretsuchi Miyuri's gaze fell on Hitsugaya Dashiro's face next to him, and a hint of a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Then I hope you will take good care of Lu Jin." After saying this, Kuretsuchi Miyuri noticed that Hitsugaya Dashiro was about to nod to her, but before he could nod, Kuretsuchi Miyuri added, "Don't let him out." Along with these words fell in my ears. Lu Jin, who had originally had a calm expression on his face, suddenly also remained calm. Even Hitsugaya Dashiro, who was standing next to him, had a slightly changed expression. The two looked at each other, but when they walked to the back, they suddenly remembered that Kuretsuchi Miyuri was still here. No matter how shocked and surprised I was inside, I was completely unable to express what I was thinking. After Kuretsuchi Miyuri left, Lu Jin also turned his head to look at Hitsugaya Dashiro. Hitsugaya Dashiro noticed that his eyes fell on his face, even with a hint of inquiry. Chapter 275, Cold Smile. With a cold smile on his lips, Hitsugaya Dashiro said word by word, "What are you thinking about?" When these words fell into his ears, Lu Jin really didn't know how to respond. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Jin finally found his voice again. "I wasn't thinking about anything. I just didn't expect Kuretsuchi Miyuri to bring it up. I was a little surprised." Although he said this, Hitsugaya Dashiro could probably guess from the tone in which Lu Jin said this that he was filled with doubts and confusion in his heart. With a half smile on his lips, Hitsugaya Dashiro asked, "So you're doubting me?" Lu Jin certainly didn't doubt him anymore, so when he heard him ask this in his ear, Lu Jin didn't know how to answer him. No matter what he does or says in his daily life, Lu Jin likes to get straight to the point. Doubt is doubt, and no doubt is no doubt. But now, facing Hitsugaya Dashiro's questions, Lu Jin didn't know how to answer. He didn't know how to answer better. Hitsugaya Dashiro did not continue to argue with Lu Jin. He picked up the small axe from the ground again. Aside from being a little surprised for a moment, when he finally came to his senses, Lu Jin lowered his head and stared at his toes. "So, are you planning on letting me out?" After asking this question, Hitsugaya Dashiro nodded and said, "Of course I plan to let you out." Lu Jin was completely silent. He just looked at Hitsugaya Dashiro, who was B******* G on the door frantically with a small axe in his hand, and couldn't say a word. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Jin finally found his voice again. "Don't do that. Didn't you hear the warning in Kuretsuchi Miyuri's tone when he just said that?" Kuretsuchi Miyuri could probably guess what was in Hitsugaya Dashiro's mind, otherwise she wouldn't have said that, and that sentence was also a warning to Hitsugaya Dashiro. Now, seeing Hitsugaya Dashiro still hammering the door with an axe even after being beaten so hard, Lu Jin lowered his head silently. Advertisement. He knew that no matter what he said, no matter how he persuaded, Hitsugaya Dashiro would not listen to him. It seemed that he had to let himself go. The door was broken open, and Lu Jin looked at Hitsugaya Dashiro as he entered. His eyes were filled with confusion. "So why did you let me out this time?" After asking this question, there was no response from Hitsugaya Dashiro. "It's not about why I let you out, but if I don't let you out, I might feel guilty for the rest of my life." Lu Jin expressed his confusion about why Hitsugaya Dashiro felt guilty. Could it be that he didn't release her? Was that the reason he felt guilty? As he thought about this, Lu Jin took a few steps back. That's absolutely not possible. After saying this, Hitsugaya Dashiro also shook his head at this time. It must be possible even if it is not possible. He reached out and pulled Lu Jin out of the cell. Lu Jin was unable to react for a long time as he looked at Hitsugaya Dashiro, who reached out to grab him. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Jin looked at Hitsugaya Dashiro and suddenly let go of his hand. "Actually, we two can still be considered friends, right?" As these words fell into his ears, Lu Jin turned his head and looked at Hitsugaya Dashiro. Before he could open his mouth to reply, Hitsugaya Dashiro continued speaking. "It doesn't matter if you don't consider me a friend. I will consider you a friend anyway. The two of us are lifelong friends. No matter how much you dislike me, it doesn't matter." When it came to the latter part, Hitsugaya Dashiro was completely unable to continue, and Lu Jin could no longer listen. Mainly because he hadn't expected Hitsugaya Dashiro to say that in his ear. Lu Jin took a deep breath and said, "So you're on my side? Are you and I still good friends?" Whether the two are good friends or not, Lu Jin naturally regards Hitsugaya Dashiro as a good friend. However, because of that misunderstanding, Lu Jin also thought that Hitsugaya Dashiro did not consider him a good friend at all. He didn't consider himself a good friend, and Lu Jin felt that there was no need for him to continue to support him. When thinking about this in his heart, Lu Jin finally spoke out those words. Advertisement Hitsugaya Dashiro fell silent. After an unknown amount of time, he finally found his voice again. So what do you think? What is Lu Jin thinking? He also found that he couldn't put it into words, but when he heard Hitsugaya Dashiro say in his ear that he regarded him as a good friend, Lu Jin felt that he was really happy. When thinking about this, Lu Jin said, since you already consider me a good friend, then of course I will consider you a good friend as well. After saying this, Lu Jin also knew that this was not the question Hitsugaya Dashiro wanted to ask. He also continued. We are good friends. At this moment, a smile finally appeared on Hitsugaya Dashiro's face, which had been expressionless. A smile bloomed at the corner of his lips. Hitsugaya Dashiro simply pushed Lu Jin. So hurry up and save Matsumoto Rangaku. Lu Jin was pushed by him without warning. Looking back at Hitsugaya Dashiro who was cheering him on, Lu Jin wanted to leave. After all, he was really worried about Matsumoto Rangaku, but then he thought that if he just left like this, what would happen to Hitsugaya Dashiro? Will he be punished by Kuretsuchi Miyuri and the others for releasing himself? Kuretsuchi Miyuri's words echoed in his ears again, and Lu Jin knew that he was criticizing Hitsugaya Dashiro. I guess they thought the two of them had become enemies. This time, Kuretsuchi Miyuri wanted to torture Lu Jin, so she specially sent Hitsugaya Dashiro to look after him. I'm afraid Kuretsuchi Miyuri never realized that she had dug a big hole for herself. This time he shot himself in the foot. When Lu Jin thought about this, a cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Chapter 276. You deserve it. You deserve it this time. After Lu Jin finished saying this, he turned his head and glanced at Hitsugaya Dashiro next to him. Hitsugaya Dashiro noticed that Lu Jin was looking at him, and for a moment he didn't quite understand, but he could probably guess the worry in his heart. Finally, he spoke to comfort her. Don't worry, you don't have to worry about my safety, there's nothing wrong. Things have come to this point, and Lu Jin really doesn't know what to say anymore. Chapter 267 However, he still felt a little worried about Hitsugaya Dashiro. Lu Jin was about to say something, but when he arrived here, he didn't have time to say it. Hitsugaya Dashiro also looked at Lu Jin in front of him with a serious expression and said, you don't need to worry about what happens next. Lu Jin said he didn't understand. Absolutely not. If I leave you here alone, then when they find out you let me out, there's no way the Kuretsuchi Miyuri and the others will let you go. After Lu Jin finished saying this, he also wanted to reach out and grab Hitsugaya Dashiro, but he didn't have the time to touch Hitsugaya Dashiro. Hitsugaya Dashiro just looked at Lu Jin, and he also had a determined expression on his face. No need. Things have come to this. Lu Jin knew that he shouldn't continue talking, but he was still a little worried about Hitsugaya Dashiro in his heart. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Jin reached out and grabbed Hitsugaya Dashiro. You can come with me. Although he knew that it would be dangerous for Hitsugaya Dashiro to go with him, if he left him here alone, Kuretsuchi Miyuri and the others would discover that he had escaped, regardless of whether Hitsugaya Dashiro had let him go or had escaped on his own. Hitsugaya Dashiro will suffer the consequences. His mind raced, and in the end, he decided to go all out and take the person away. Advertisement Hitsugaya Dashiro turned his head to glance at Lu Jin, and noticed that he was looking at him with a nervous expression. It was a little funny at that moment. After an unknown amount of time, Hitsugaya Dashiro finally found his voice again. I can probably guess. After hearing these words, Lu Jin was in no mood to chat with Hitsugaya Dashiro. He just said with a serious expression, you know I don't want to chat with you here, so hurry up and leave here with me. He almost squeezed out these words from his throat. After Lu Jin finished speaking, Hitsugaya Dashiro still felt a little worried and uneasy. He reached out and grabbed Lu Jin. Hitsugaya Dashiro simply said, actually. When he got to the end, Hitsugaya Dashiro also found that he could not continue at all. I don't even know where to start. When Lu Jin turned his head, he noticed Hitsugaya Dashiro's nervous expression. Swallowing the words on the tip of his tongue, Lu Jin asked, so you don't want to go with me? He knew that if Hitsugaya Dashiro was willing to go with him, there would be no need for him to say it so many times. Hitsugaya Dashiro would have gone with him long ago. Instead of talking nonsense to yourself here. Lu Jin took a step back, and the look he gave Hitsugaya Dashiro became increasingly unfamiliar. Hitsugaya Dashiro noticed that Lu Jin was looking at him with a strange look in his eyes. He let out a bitter smile and said, I can probably guess what you're thinking. So it's okay. Hurry up and save Matsumoto Rangaku. After he said this, Hitsugaya Dashiro knew that he could no longer waste time with Lu Jin, as time waits for no one. I deeply understand this truth. Hitsugaya Dashiro simply pushed Lu Jin. Hurry up and leave. Advertisement Lu Jin fell completely silent. After he left, Hitsugaya Dashiro did not leave with him, but kept waiting. I don't know how long it was before I heard footsteps not far away. When I looked up, I saw Hitsugaya Dashiro also looking at Kuretsuchi Miyuri who was walking towards me. Kuretsuchi Miyuri's face was cold, and her eyes were filled with frost. You really betrayed me? After hearing these words, Hitsugaya Dashiro glanced at Kuretsuchi Miyuri without thinking, and asked with a hint of confusion. What do you mean by this? I never thought that the person I had the highest hopes for, Hitsugaya Dashiro, would let him go just for the sake of that so-called friend. I even asked myself what it meant. Kuretsuchi Miyuri only felt a wave of disappointment in her heart. He walked towards this side, and Hitsugaya Dashiro just looked at the person in front of him with an extremely angry face. He could probably guess that Kuretsuchi Miyuri probably knew that he had let the person go. Hitsugaya Dashiro calmly withdrew his gaze and ignored Kuretsuchi Miyuri. She just let Kuretsuchi Miyuri look at her like that. After an unknown amount of time, Kuretsuchi Miyuri also spoke up. So why did you lie to me? Why did you let him go? Hitsugaya Dashiro shook his head. I'm sorry I can't tell you, but these are all my decisions, so no matter how you punish me, I don't care at all. When he said this, Hitsugaya Dashiro seemed to have realized something belatedly, and he couldn't help but speak up and give a friendly reminder. To be honest with you, I'm too lazy to pretend anymore. I was the one who released him, and I guess by now, Lu Jin would have already left. You won't be able to catch him, so I advise you not to waste your energy. Hitsugaya Dashiro kindly reminded Kuretsuchi Miyuri, but he didn't even look at him and walked straight outside. I don't know why there was no expression on Kuretsuchi Miyuri's face, and he didn't feel anything at all about my kind reminder. I was also confused and puzzled inside. I don't know how long it was before Hitsugaya Dashiro suddenly slapped his head, and a bad thought spread in his mind. He knew he couldn't just sit there and wait for death any longer. Chapter 277. Caught. Hitsugaya Dashiro hurried outside. He was also very worried about Lu Jin. I just released the person from prison. The rest of the journey depends entirely on Lu Jin himself. Could it be that something bad happened when he went out? Some bad things did happen. After Lu Jin was released by Hitsugaya Dashiro, he also walked out carefully alone. Lu Jin knew there must be someone guarding outside. He also deliberately walked lightly and headed outside, and finally managed to escape from some of the patrols. But when he went out to take a look, Lu Jin found that the real situation was more serious than he had imagined. There are too many people outside. Lu Jin was also discovered. He was captured right away. Kuretsuchi Miyuri had already sent people to capture Lu Jin before he came to the dungeon. This time he came here just to warn Hitsugaya Dashiro. After Kuretsuchi Miyuri came out of the dungeon, he also looked at Lu Jin in front of him with a cold smile on his face. Kuretsuchi Miyuri said word by word, "Do you think you can escape from my grasp?" When these words fell into his ears, Lu Jin lowered his head and stared at his toes. He was unable to utter a word. Kuretsuchi Miyuri looked at Lu Jin and saw that he didn't answer his question. He didn't feel angry at all, but took a step forward. He kicked Lu Jin. Lu Jin felt waves of sharp pain in his waist, and he never expected that Kuretsuchi Miyuri would be so excessive. I never thought he would treat me like this. Lu Jin suddenly raised his head. His eyes were red and there was a hint of anger in them. If a glare could kill, if a look alone could kill someone, Kuretsuchi Miyuri would have died hundreds of times by now. Being stared at by such a pair of red eyes also made Kuretsuchi Miyuri feel like she had nowhere to hide. He took a deep breath, and Kuretsuchi Miyuri didn't even look at Lu Jin next to him. Instead, he ordered his men, "Catch the man in the dungeon." Advertisement. After hearing these words, Lu Jin didn't react for a long time. Catch the man in the dungeon. Who is that man in the dungeon? Lu Jin clenched his hands into fists at his sides. When Kuretsuchi Miyuri turned his head, he noticed Lu Jin clenching his fists. A faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Just as you imagined. If Lu Jin still felt a glimmer of hope in his heart at the beginning, then when he heard Kuretsuchi Miyuri say these words in his ear, Lu Jin became completely indifferent. Her lips, of moderate thickness, were pursed into a straight line. Lu Jin was also speechless. Kuretsuchi Miyuri turned her head to glance at Lu Jin, and noticed that he was standing next to her without saying a word. He did not continue to watch, but instead watched the men he sent out bring Hitsugaya Dashiro over. Hitsugaya Dashiro was carried over here by several people. As he walked over here, Hitsugaya Dashiro also noticed Lu Jin standing not far away. He never expected that after he had finally released the person, Lu Jin was caught again. He couldn't help but grit his teeth, and Hitsugaya Dashiro even turned his head to the other side. Kuretsuchi Miyuri looked at the people he had sent to capture him, and Hitsugaya Dashiro also noticed Lu Jin in front of him at a glance, but he didn't know what was going on. He seemed to be afraid to look at Lu Jin, and finally turned his gaze away calmly. But whether he dared to look or not, it didn't matter to Kuretsuchi Miyuri anymore. Kuretsuchi Miyuri knew the truth in the course of events very clearly. When he thought of this, he turned his head and glanced at Lu Jin. But soon, without lingering on Lu Jin for too long, his gaze returned to Hitsugaya Dashiro. Kuretsuchi Miyuri asked word by word, "Did you let the person out?" "I put it there, so what?" Hitsugaya Dashiro turned his head and glanced at Kuretsuchi Miyuri. After he said this, a smile appeared on Kuretsuchi Miyuri's originally expressionless face. He raised his hands and clapped them. Very good. Several people were confused about what Kuretsuchi Miyuri meant. Advertisement, to be more precise. Kuretsuchi Miyuri was so angry that she laughed. At the beginning, he deliberately sent Hitsugaya Dashiro to look after Lu Jin, intending to torture him mentally, but he didn't expect that he had underestimated him this time. Kuretsuchi Miyuri also didn't expect that the relationship between the two was so good. He took a whip from the hand of the subordinate next to him and waved it casually. Lu Jin swallowed hard, and didn't quite understand why Kuretsuchi Miyuri took out the whip. But when he reacted later, he realized something belatedly, and Lu Jin's face darkened. What do you want to do? Kuretsuchi Miyuri smiled and said, it's not that I want to do anything. I just want to have some fun with you guys. After he said this, Kuretsuchi Miyuri immediately turned his head and glanced at Hitsugaya Dashiro next to him. I know you were the one who let him out. Even if Lu Jin didn't escape, we caught him back. When he said this, Kuretsuchi Miyuri paused deliberately, but soon he continued speaking. But your punishment is inevitable. Lu Jin's eyes widened. He had no idea what punishment he was talking about. He also said that he didn't quite understand what the punishment Kuretsuchi Miyuri was talking about was. Hitsugaya Dashiro noticed that Lu Jin's eyes were always on him, and there was worry in his eyes. I just shook my head and said, it's okay. After Hitsugaya Dashiro said this, he wanted to say something else, also to prevent Lu Jin from worrying about him. But before he could finish the words, Kuretsuchi Miyuri, who was standing nearby without moving, suddenly came over. He picked up the whip in his hand. Then, under Lu Jin's watchful eyes, Kuretsuchi Miyuri whipped Hitsugaya Dashiro again and again. Red marks immediately appeared on Hitsugaya Dashiro's body, and his skin was torn apart. With his teeth clenched and his brows furrowed, Hitsugaya Dashiro could feel his skin burning as the whip fell. It's even hotter, however, considering that Lu Jin was still standing in front of him. Hitsugaya Dashiro simply stopped talking. He just pursed his lips tightly, and Hitsugaya Dashiro also tried hard not to make any cry of pain. Chapter 278. Very good at fighting at this time, Lu Jin was running forward while looking back. Hitsugaya Dongshilong was being whipped by the man in black. The man in black was beating Hitsugaya Dongshilong while shouting, look, you just helped Lu Jin escape. You treated him as a friend, but now he's on the run. These words were heard by Lu Jin, who was not far away. In fact, even if he didn't hear these words, he was already unable to move after seeing Hitsugaya Dashiro being tied up by those people, let alone hearing such words now. The more Lu Jin thought about it, the angrier he became. How dare you touch my people? As Lu Jin spoke, he rushed towards the man who was beating Hitsugaya Dongshilong and punched him. He knocked the man to the ground immediately. When the man saw it, he was instantly frightened and squatted down. When he saw Lu Jin, he saw a pair of angry eyes on his back. How dare you come back? The man thought that Lu Jin had found the opportunity to run away long ago, but he didn't expect that he would come back because of Hitsugaya. He immediately looked at Lu Jin with admiration. I didn't expect you to be so conscientious. You knew your brothers were fighting for you in the rear, but you didn't just leave. Lu Jin listened and sneered. Do you think I am you? After saying that, he threw a punch, but the man turned around and ran away in a flash. Lu Jin hid nothing. At this moment, Hitsugaya Dongshilong saw Lu Jin turning back to save him, and his eyes suddenly turned red. You little brat, you still have a conscience. Advertisement. Hitsugaya Dongshilong climbed up from the side and called out to Lu Jin. Lu Jin was about to reply when he was pushed to the ground by a group of people who came from behind. Seeing this, Lu Jin immediately turned over and stood up, knocking the 7 or 8 people behind him to the ground. As a result, those men in black were also very skilled in martial arts. They jumped up and immediately appeared in front of Lu Jin. One of them said, Boy, I know that your martial arts are good, but you are not the same as before. Lu Jin snorted coldly after hearing this. Don't tell me that things are different now. Even if I'm seriously injured now, I can still clean you up without any effort. Lu Jin said this casually, and the man in black beside him laughed out loud. At first, I thought you were an ungrateful guy. I thought I had misjudged you, but I didn't expect you to be so. Hitsugaya Dashiro, who was standing next to them, listened to their conversation and laughed secretly. Only Lu Jin saw this smile. There was mockery and irony in this smile. The mockery was directed at those men in black who did not know Lu Jinxiangsao's true strength. The mockery was even more directed at those men in black who had said something sarcastic just now. A few minutes ago, those men in black spoke with great confidence. Maybe in a few minutes, these men would be knocked to the ground by Lu Jin. This is what Ja Dashiro thought at this moment. Although he didn't say it directly, his expression betrayed his thoughts. At this moment, Lu Jin had no time to think so much. All he wanted was to catch all the men in black who had come and get rid of them all at once. At this moment, more than a dozen people came from behind, all of them prepared Lu Jin. All of them are ready. Seeing this, Lu Jin turned over and jumped onto the guardrail next to him, only 2 meters away from Hitsugaya Dongshilong. At this time, Hitsugaya Dongshilong also got up from the ground and walked towards Lu Jin. Lu Jin protected Hitsugaya Dongshilong behind him and then rushed forward directly. 2 men in black suddenly appeared in front of him and rushed towards Lu Jin. He didn't react at first, and by the time he reacted, he had already tripped and fallen to the ground. He was seen kneeling on one knee and supporting the ground with the other knee, his posture motionless. Advertisement Hitsugaya Dashiro was defeated by a man in black who came from behind. The 2 of them attacked while dodging towards the exit. Although there were more than a dozen people who came over just now, plus the few people in front, there were more than 20 people in total, but when Lu Jin and Hitsugaya Dashiro reached the exit, there are only 3 to 5 people left in total. The rest all bowed down to the west. At this moment, Hitsugaya Dongshilong couldn't help but glance at Lu Jin, his face full of admiration. You are really amazing, kid. I thought you could beat 7 or 8 people, but I didn't expect you to have such skills. You are really a hidden talent. Lu Jin couldn't help laughing when he heard what Hitsugaya said, and said jokingly, I thought you knew I could fight. I do know you can fight, but I didn't expect you to be this good. At first, I thought you could beat 7 or 8 of them, and I'd take care of the rest. But I even had the car ready to drive, but before I could even start, you knocked them all to the ground. You're incredible. Lu Jin heard this and was about to reply, but before he could say anything, the men in black surrounded him again. He thought that the men in black were coming to attack him again. But before she could make a move, the men in black fell to their knees in front of her and Hitsugaya Tushiro. 2 of the men in black bowed their heads and said, Sir, please spare us. Yes, we won't look for you anymore because we can't catch you anyway, but please be gentle, at least let us go back and report. Otherwise, we won't be able to report back and it will be very difficult. The 2 men in black talked to each other. Lu Jin and Hitsugaya Tushiro looked at each other and couldn't help but burst out laughing. Okay, if that's the case, then I'll be gentle so you can report back. After saying that, Bian Zhongli punched the 2 men's obvious areas a few times, and directly hit them in the dark blue areas. A wound like this can be considered a superficial injury and will heal after a few days of rest at most. Unlike the dozen or so people behind them, all of them have been trained. The 2 men suffered minor injuries and then fell to the ground pretending to be in pain. Chapter 279. Separate actions. They cried out in pain and said to Lu Jin and Hitsugaya, alright, go ahead. After saying that, the 2 continued to lie on the ground and scream. At this time, Jingling Court had just sent out 2 teams of people, rushing towards them. The 2 men were lying on the ground with their feet in pain because they were afraid that the people from Jingling Court would come and see that they were not injured at all and would be reported. If more than 20 people captured Lu Jin and Hitsugaya, and they were the only 2 who were not injured, they would definitely be blamed by their superiors. So the 2 of them exposed their most obvious injuries, then lay on the ground and started pretending. The people from Jinling arrived at the scene in a short while. Seeing the mess on the ground, more than a dozen people lying in a pool of blood, and the only 2 people left, he ran over. Are you 2 among those who helped capture Lu Jin Xiansao and Hitsugaya Dongshi Lang just now? After hearing this, the 2 men nodded and said yes. They also said that Lu Jin had many tricks and that he and his brothers had escaped from the tiger's mouth with great difficulty, otherwise they might have died like the dozen or so brothers behind them. When the people in Jingling Court heard this, they gasped and immediately imagined the scene of Lu Jin's cruel method at that time. Then he checked the injuries of the dozen or so people behind him, and found that some of them had broken bones, some were completely disabled, and some had already passed away. Those who went to the west were not the most pitiful. The most pitiful ones were actually those who were beaten half crippled. Living in the world had become a burden to them, but if they did not live, they would feel nostalgic for the beauty of the world. As for those who died, they are dead and cannot experience the pain of being caught between 2 sides. Advertisement. The captain of the Jingling Court took one last look and then looked at the brothers behind him, saying, this kid's methods are really cruel. I thought we were all acquaintances and he wouldn't go so far as to obtain evidence. I didn't expect him to resort to such cruel means. As soon as he finished speaking, someone next to him said, yeah, to be honest, I didn't expect it. I've seen this guy before, and he's not the kind of ruthless person, let alone someone who would beat someone up like this. How come this time, he actually... At this point, the man couldn't help but take a breath. The captain nearby couldn't help but sneer when he heard this. As the saying goes, even a cornered rabbit bites. Someone as capable as Lu Jin might not be very effective simply because he's too soft-hearted. But once he's effective, he's naturally terrifying. It seems we underestimated him before. Now that he's been cornered, he's certainly not going to care about escaping. After saying that, he then asked the 2 people who fell to the ground and pretended to be in pain. In fact, the captain of Jingling Court saw that these 2 people were traitors as soon as he came over, but he did not expose them in person. He planned to deal with these 2 people directly later. If you think about it carefully, the place was in a mess when he came here. More than a dozen people were disabled or injured, and some even died. The one who was beaten the least was half disabled. But these 2 people only suffered some minor skin injuries. How is that possible? This minor skin injury clearly didn't match the injuries of the dozen or so people. If he wasn't a traitor, what else could he be? The captain glanced at the 2 people on the ground and asked, which direction did Hitsugaya Dongshilong and Lu Jin run in? The 2 men on the ground exchanged glances, and one of them, busy trying to please the captain of the Jingling Court, said, it probably ran southwest. I think I saw it just now. As soon as this person finished speaking, the person next to her gently pushed her. This small action was clearly seen by the opposite corner of Jinglingting. The person who pushed the speaker probably thought that the captain's question was obviously a problem, so he felt a little strange. Captain, Lu Jin and Hitsugaya were really ruthless just now. They beat us so badly that we lost our bearings. How could we possibly know which way is which? After saying that, he cried out in pain twice and continued, so, Captain, why don't you take your men and go out and look for them? You have more people anyway, so if you split up into 3 groups, you will definitely be able to find their trace. Advertisement. The captain glanced at the person who was speaking, then laughed out loud, thinking that this guy was really smart. If the 2 of them really surrendered to Lu Jin, it must have been this guy's bad idea. Then he waved his hand. It doesn't matter. After saying that, he left immediately. Just like that, all the professionals in Jingling Court split into 3 or 4 groups and started searching for Lu Jin Shankao and Hitsugaya Dongshilong from the outside to the inside. They searched all the way but found nothing. At this moment, he suddenly thought of the person who said southwest. Could it be that he really ran to the southwest? If he walked southwest from the direction they ran out just now, it seemed that there did seem to be a very narrow alley there that led to the outside world. Could it really be there? Thinking of this, the captain of Jinglingding brought a large number of people and gathered them all at the entrance of the alley, and then sent another group of people to directly block Shang Wei. As for the two surrendered people, as soon as the captain of Jingling Court left, he sent his own people to lock up the two people. He planned to settle the score with them later and question them thoroughly at that time. Just like that, the entire Jingling Court was divided into two groups. However, the captain of the Jingling Court did not realize that, among the two groups, only one group obeyed him, and the other group had actually been bribed by Lu Jin. Just like that, when the captain led a group of people to block the alley entrance, they did not find any trace of Lu Jin Xiansao and Hitsugaya Dong Shilong. Could it be that what the man said before was all lies and he was not running towards the southwest at all? But that was impossible. When he continued to track down, he found that the group of people he sent to block the end of the alley had disappeared long ago. What's going on? Could it be that my people haven't reached the alley entrance yet? But if we calculate based on the time, they should have reached the alley entrance. The captain thought more and more that something was wrong, so he rushed out of the alley with a large group of people. As a result, he found that one of the people he sent out was whispering with Hitsugaya Tushiro, as if the two were communicating with each other. Then the next second, he saw with his own eyes that his people actually let Hitsugaya Tushiro escape. Chapter 280. Looked down on each other at this moment, he couldn't believe that all this was true. His own people actually let Hitsugaya Dong Shilong and Lu Jin escape. Doesn't this mean that his people were bribed by these two people? He rushed forward in a rage, and Hitsugaya Tushiro happened to see him at this moment, and then he quickly ran away. The captain could see from a distance that the one running in front was Lu Jin. He grabbed the man who had let Hitsugaya and Lu Jin escape, dragged him up, and demanded, "What on earth were you thinking? How could you have watched Hitsugaya and Lu Jin escape? Don't you know why I asked you to come here?" After hearing this, the man laughed and said, "I'm not here just to follow your orders, so please don't talk nonsense there." After hearing this, the captain became even more angry. "Didn't I tell you to hide in the alley with those people? Where did they go?" After hearing this, the man smiled nonchalantly and said, "Where did those people go? You said where they went. They're not under your jurisdiction. You think that the order you just gave them is an order. You are too naive. These people only listen to me." After he finished speaking, he gave an order, but he didn't expect that within a few seconds, all those people ran out from the back. This scene shocked the captain. He thought that all the people in Jingling Court obeyed him, but he never expected that half of them listened to him, the deputy, and he didn't know when he became a captain with no one to show off. His deputy said smugly, "We've already been Lu Jin's men." "What did you just say? You ordered us to capture Lu Jin Xiansao and Hitsugaya Dong Shilang. Come on, we just ran fast to save you face, we didn't want you to be embarrassed. You don't have many people you can mobilize right now. Just shout and see if you don't believe me." As soon as these words were spoken, the captain was stunned. He couldn't believe that he could only mobilize a few men, so he was yelled at. As expected, the number of people he could mobilize was only 30 or 40 at most. The remaining 80 or 90 people all stood behind his deputy. "You are really something, kid. I didn't expect that you poached so many of my people behind my back. You are really ruthless. I didn't expect that even after everyone left, there would still be so many brothers to die for him." Advertisement. As the captain spoke, he was furious. His eyes were filled with anger and his face was flushed red. "Don't get complacent here, kid. Lu Jin, don't think you understand him. In fact, you don't. Maybe he's just using you." When the deputy captain heard this, he just said, "Pa. Forget about it. Do you really know Lu Jin? If you really knew him, you wouldn't have led so many brothers to go against him. Don't tell me about orders from above. Only people like you would listen to such nonsense." After the deputy finished speaking, he simply waved his hand, and in an instant, several people behind him stood in front of him. Seeing this situation, the captain couldn't help but take 2 steps back. To be honest, the reason he was so confident before was just because he had people in his hands, but now more than half of the power and manpower have fallen into the hands of others, and he didn't dare to say anything more. But in a situation like this, if she didn't resist, wouldn't it be too embarrassing for him as the captain? Thinking of this, he decided to make one last desperate effort. Then he turned to the 30 or 40 brothers behind him and said directly, "Brothers in the back, I believe you have followed me for many years, and you all know me. If you still want to be brothers with me, you must listen to me and deal with these traitors in front." It was obvious that few people behind him were willing to rush forward, and at this moment, he thought for a moment, in order not to lose face, and then continued. "If you're truly timid and don't dare to step forward, that's fine. I won't blame you for this. After all, if you truly consider me a brother, then we have a bond. If you truly don't consider me a brother, then that's as it should be." After he said this, it did have some effect. Apparently, a few people came out from behind him, and then glared at the 700,000 to 800,000 troops in front of them, as if they regarded the captain as one of their own. But the captain didn't think so at this time. What he thought was that if there were 7 or 8 people behind him who could kick him out to support him, it meant that more than 10 people or even 20 people, or more, could continue to come out. After all, everyone has a herd mentality. Advertisement. Just like that, after a while, several people came out one after another. At this moment, the deputy on the opposite side snorted and saw through the captain's little thoughts. Then he smiled and said, "Although your words sound nice, they are obviously unreasonable. If you really regard those people behind you as brothers, you don't have to say this, like me." He simply clapped his hands and said, "Brothers. Just like that, 3 simple words came out of his mouth, and dozens of people came up behind him. No matter how much the captain said, it was not as effective as the 3 simple words said by his deputy. This is the difference between how people behave and what they do. At this moment, the captain's face was completely red with anger, and he glared at the deputy captain opposite him. He seemed angry that the deputy captain didn't give him any face at all. I told you not to push your luck, you know? I've been waiting for you for a long time. I've been very kind to you all these years. Do you really have to get to this point with me just because of a gilded vanilla and Hitsugaya Toshiro? What did you mean by that? Are you saying I'm a failure? Or what are you talking about? After saying all this, the deputy burst out laughing, and then spoke to the captain in a questioning tone. Aren't you a failure as a human being? You can only call out a few of these brothers out of so many. I just took a look at the few who came out, and I think they are all newcomers. None of the real veterans are on your side, haven't you noticed yet? After the deputy captain said this, the captain was stunned. Then he took a look around him, and it was true that the people who stood out just now were really newcomers whose familiar faces he had never seen before, and those old people who looked familiar had actually run to the subordinates of the deputy captain on the opposite side. 7CA Chapter 281. Fighting. Damn it. Captain Suifeng was so angry that he was cursing there, but he didn't show any temper at all. Just as the two were in a stalemate, 2 figures suddenly appeared in the distance. One was Lu Jin and the other was Hitsugaya Toshiro. When Suifeng saw Lu Jin swaggering towards him, he became even angrier. Why did this brat come to us on his own? He's so unscrupulous just because he has people in Jingling Court. As soon as he finished speaking, the deputy captain came directly to Lu Jin and called him Big Brother. Lu Jin took a look at the situation in front of him, then snorted coldly and sneered at Suifeng opposite him. I originally wanted to save some face for you, but I didn't expect you to be so ungrateful. As he spoke, he walked in front of Suifeng and glanced at the people next to Suifeng. With men like you, these new minions, you still want to capture me, don't be ridiculous. After he finished speaking, he glanced at his deputy behind him and continued to say to Suifeng, this is my man. If you yell at my man here, you are yelling at me. After hearing what Lu Jin said, Suifeng was immediately furious. He had always disliked Lu Jin's past behavior, and now that this guy had an attitude of superiority, Suifeng felt even more upset. In fact, the entire team of Jinglingding is divided into 2 teams. The captain of the first team is Shufeng, and the captain of the other team is Yunohana Retsu, the captain of the 4th team. Speaking of Yunohana Retsu, he is the one who has been with his deputy for many years and gets along well with Lu Jin. Therefore, most of the power of Jingling Court is in the hands of Yunohana Retsu, and the deputy is Mao Jihua Lian's right-hand man. Although he also listens to Sufeng's words, if Yunohana Retsu is there, the deputy is in the same group as Yunohana Retsu. Normally, Yunohana Retsu doesn't talk much in the Jingling Court, but his prestige is extremely high. Unlike Broken Peak is the leader of everyone on the surface and has a lot of say. But it is actually Yunohana Retsu who is in charge of everyone. Advertisement, I've disliked you for a long time, but I never thought you could be so disliked. As he spoke, he walked towards Lu Jin with angry eyes. Then the next second, before Lu Jin could react, he felt a heavy punch coming towards his face. Lu Jin was shocked and dodged quickly. He originally thought that Suifeng was not so fast, but he did not expect that this guy could increase his speed several times. Oh my god, you want to kill me? As he spoke, he swung his left hand towards Sufeng's left eye. Suifeng was caught off guard and was hit hard by Lu Jin, and his big eyes turned purple. After feeling a heavy hammer, he took 2 steps back. At this moment, he could guess how the group of people behind him were looking at him without turning his head. There must be a look of irony on his face. The people in Jinglingding are all followers of the trend. They can't wait to curry favor with whoever is powerful. What's more, most of the people standing behind him are newcomers to Jingling Court, so they are even more short-sighted, not as good as the old people in Jingling Court. Just as Suifeng was thinking of this, he heard those whispering voices coming from behind him. Look, he said he was the chief captain of the Jingling Court, but I didn't expect him to be so vulnerable. That's right, he was just shouting about killing Lu Jin, but he just swung his sword lightly and fell to the ground. Hearing this, Suifeng was of course unhappy, and then he turned his head to look behind him. He saw those people whispering behind him, trying to lower their volume to the lowest level, but he could still hear it clearly. You bastards, I've always been kind to you, but now you're betraying me. Suifeng cursed angrily as he looked at the group and pointed his finger at them. At first, I thought you guys were new, so I didn't bother with you. I didn't expect you, these traitors, to be so stubborn that you're nothing. Suifeng finished speaking, then looked at Lu Jin again. At this time, Lu Jin gently twisted his wrists, and a creaking sound was heard. Advertisement. Then he twisted his neck and sneered, don't blame these newcomers. I think you should look for the problem in yourself. Why can't you tame these newcomers? I haven't given my brothers much benefits, but they are willing to follow me and fight on the battlefield. After hearing what Lu Jin said, Sufeng was so angry that his neck turned red. You mean you are awesome? Sufeng sneered, then pouted and continued, don't think that you just punched me. In the next few minutes, I will make you pay double. After saying that, he jumped in front of Lu Jin, then opened his arms, picked up a tool from the side and rushed towards Lu Jin's face. In the blink of an eye, when he arrived in front of Lu Jin was not moved at all. Because he had already seen through Sufeng's next few moves, He first rushed in front of him, then swung the weapon in his hand back and forth to distract him and finally launch a sneak attack on him. Although he and Suifeng had not fought many times, for a person like Suifeng, just 2 simple fights were enough for him to understand every move of his. Be careful, Hitsugaya Dongshilong next to him hurriedly called out, thinking that Lu Xun didn't see it on the scene. As a result, Lu Jin directly made an OK gesture, and Hitsugaya Dongshilong was relieved. Then Lu Jin jumped up and dodged Shufeng's first attack. As expected, Shufeng's first attack was indeed a tentative attack. So Lu Jin dodged directly and prevented Suifeng from succeeding, but the next second, several silver needles suddenly jumped out from Shufeng's sleeves, which immediately scared Lu Jin. Oh my god! What the hell is this? Lu Jin Xiongxiao thought he was hallucinating, then he widened his eyes and looked straight ahead, only to find that it was actually the hidden weapon that Jing Lingding had banned from use long ago. Although Lu Jin could imagine that Suifeng would use weapons to test him, and he could also imagine the subsequent moves, he just didn't expect that Suifeng would use hidden weapons against him, and those were hidden weapons that Jingling Court had long forbidden to use. I saw the hidden weapon heading straight towards Lu Jin and rushed towards his chest. Chapter 282, Furious. Seeing this, Lu Jin quickly dodged behind him, trying to avoid the silver needles, but he was still a beat too late. Suifeng shot out a total of 5 silver needles, and Lu Jin dodged 3 of them. The only difference was that he couldn't dodge the 2 silver needles at the back and they hit Lu Jin's left arm directly, causing 2 strings of blood to flow out instantly. Vanilla endured the severe pain and made 2 clicks of the tongue. FCK, people like you are such a despicable villain. No wonder your people don't want to follow you. Lu Jin finished speaking, then looked at Hitsugaya Dongshilong behind him. Look at this villain, you actually use this kind of hidden weapon. If I am not mistaken, this hidden weapon has long been banned by Jingling Court, but you are still using it now. Aren't you afraid that Jingling Court will punish you and put you in solitary confinement? When Suifeng heard this, he laughed out loud. I haven't heard you act so powerful that Guangdong and Guangxi can control me. I've been practicing this hidden weapon for years and have used it countless times, but why haven't I seen anyone from above arrest me? As for you, do you still want to use this hidden weapon to bring me down? Don't even think about it. The people above would rather believe me than your hopes. They are so eager to send all the people to capture you. As for what you say, can you still believe it? When Qianzhao heard what Suifeng said, he just spat. Who the hell do you think you are? If I wanted to save you, I wouldn't have to do anything, nor would I have to ask for anything. A B******** D like you who uses hidden weapons doesn't deserve to stay in Jingling Court any longer. As soon as Lu Jin finished saying this, he knelt down on the ground. Perhaps it was because the silver needle was highly poisonous, and the poison seemed to be acute, so in just a few seconds, the poison had spread to half of his body. Seeing this, the deputy hurried over. Brother, we can't go on like this. After saying that, he asked someone to get the first aid kit prepared by Jingling Court. Generally, every time a team from Jingling Court goes out, they will prepare some first aid kits just in case. However, it is impossible for these first aid kits to contain antidotes for such hidden weapons, because the Jingling Court has long banned the use of such hidden weapons, so they will not prepare such antidotes for them to carry with them. Advertisement. Although the deputy knew the situation clearly, he still held on to a lucky mentality, wondering where the emergency first aid kit would come from. He stirred it randomly inside for a long time. He saw the poison in Lu Jin's body slowly spreading and had spread to every blood vessel. His arms and legs were covered with dark purple veins, which were moving from his limbs to the center and slowly reaching Lu Jin's abdomen. Even so, at this critical moment, the antidote is still nowhere to be found. What should I do? If you continue like this, you will really lose your life. While speaking anxiously, the deputy rummaged through the first aid kit and took out several extremely effective heart-saving pills and detoxifying substances, which he gave to Lu Jin one by one, but they had no effect at all. After Lu Jin ate those knots, they disappeared without a trace, as if they had sunk into the sea. Fortunately, all the antidotes were swallowed up by the poison. Hitsugaya Dongshilong was completely panicked at this time, but he had no idea what to do. He originally wanted to take Lu Jin out, but Lu Jin actually asked such a question. What's the point even if he could escape? Hitsugaya Dongshilong looked at Shufeng, furious. He picked up something and smashed it directly at Shufeng's head. The next second, before Suifeng could react, he felt a buzzing in his head. When he came to his senses, he had been knocked to the ground. And next to my ear, I could hear Hitsugaya Tushiru's shouting. Your AF GB D. If you really want to do something, then do it for real and show your ability. But you actually use such despicable means, and you still call yourself the captain of the Jingling Court. It would be a complete mistake for Jingling Court to choose someone like you as its captain. After saying that, he went to check on Lu Jin's injuries. His deputy and Hitsugaya Toshiro. Several people were busy with Lu Jin's injuries, but they could still do nothing. At this moment, a man in white appeared in the distance. The man had short hair with a slightly lighter white on it. He looked at everything in front of him with a stern face, and then walked over. Advertisement. In fact, he had been there for a long time. After Lu Jin was poisoned, he rushed over after hearing the noise, but he did not show up for a long time. Now, if he did not show up, Lu Jin might really die. This person is Unohana Retsu, the captain of the 4th team. Unohana Retsu walked over with a stern look on his face, then glanced at the captain Suifeng next to him, and then looked at Hitsugaya Toshiro who was squatting on the ground checking Lu Jin's injuries. She sighed and said, a woman can't cure a poison like his, don't bother with it.
Hitsugaya Dongshalong was so angry when he heard Unohana Retsu's words that he stood up and said, I always thought you were Lu Jin's friend. I didn't expect that you would say such a thing when he was injured now.
Are you just watching the fun? Hitsugaya Toshiro asked. Unohana Retsu didn't answer, but glanced at Shattered Peak who was standing nearby watching the fun. After all, the person who possesses this kind of poison usually has the antidote. Why don't you go ask him?
It's better than you guys trying to save people all the time here.
Hitsugaya Dongshilong heard what Unohana Retsu said and immediately felt that it made sense. He then turned his gaze to Suifeng and asked, do you have an antidote? After hearing this, Suifeng laughed speechlessly. Even if there is, so what, I won't give you the antidote, do you think it's possible?
Sufeng's words immediately aroused Toshiro's anger. Hitsugaya immediately stood up and punched Sufeng. Hand over the antidote quickly. If you don't hand over the money, I will make you pay for it and you won't see the sun tomorrow.
I just won't scream, what can you do to me? Suifeng said with a smile. What can I do to you? Hitsugaya was so angry that he flew into a rage. He pushed Suifeng to the ground and searched through Sufeng's belongings like he was ransacking his house.
I want to see how much poison and antidote you have on you. I don't believe you don't have the antidote with you. Hitsugaya Toshiro said. Chapter 283, Antidote. No matter what Hitsugaya said or how he searched, he still couldn't find the antidote on Sufeng's body.
Hitsugaya looked for it again and again, and he became more and more anxious. Where is the antidote? Tell me. He angrily grabbed Sufeng's collar and lifted half of his body into the air. Whoever thought of Suifeng laughed, not taking her sister seriously at all. If I say I don't know where the antidote is, would you believe me? After hearing what Suifeng said, Hitsugaya Dongshilong directly said, you don't know the antidote. What kind of joke are you? Don't you know that the antidote can contain poison? After saying that, Hitsugaya Dongshilong still refused to give in and continued to search Sufeng's body, but the result was still the same. Not to mention the antidote, he didn't even see the antidote bottle.
Could it be that he really didn't have the antidote on him?
Just when Hitsugaya Toshiro was thinking this, Unohana Retsu came over. Unohana Retsu glanced at everyone, then looked at Suifeng, and said with a smile.
If I'm not mistaken, you must have taken the antidote in advance. Hitsugaya Dongshilong suddenly understood what Unohana Retsu said, and continued to ask with surprise. That means Xiao Yao had already given her the medicine in advance, right? If so, then there is no antidote left for Lu Jin. What should I do now? Unohana Retsu laughed out loud when he heard what Hitsugaya Toshiro said. He looked at Lu Jin, who was already dying and his whole body was black and purple. It was obvious that if the antidote was not taken out, Lu Jin's life would be in danger.
At this time, Lu Jin glanced at Unohana Retsu, and then said with a pale face. You guy, don't keep me in suspense. I know you can definitely save my life. Unohana Retsu laughed out loud when she heard what Lu Jin said. It seems you understand me best. Advertisement. After saying that, he walked towards Suifeng, glanced at Hitsugaya Dongshilong next to him and said, actually, even if he swallowed the antidote, there is still a way to get the antidote. If we were to stockpile this ahead of time, it would surely be absorbed into his bloodstream within half an hour. So, we could just use a dagger to cut open his artery and let the blood flow out. Then, we could have Lu Jin take it. It would most likely have a detoxifying effect.
Unohana Retsu finished speaking, and then asked Hitsugaya Toshiro, do you have a dagger? Hitsugaya Dongshilong thought for a moment, then took out a small dagger from his pocket and took a look at it. To be honest, he really couldn't bring himself to do it, so he handed the dagger to Mao Zihualai.
Unohana Retsu took the dagger and walked in front of Suifeng. Suifeng looked at Unohana Retsu with an angry look on his face, and the look in his eyes was different from before. Just like that, Unohana Retsu took the dagger and without hesitation cut a deep gash on Broken Peak's wrist. Before Broken Peak could feel the pain, blood began to flow from his arm. The strange thing was that the color of the blood was pink, not the normal color. Unohana Retsu swallowed hard and smiled. It seems that you were right. You really did drink the antidote in advance, so your blood has turned pink now. If you hadn't drunk the antidote, your blood wouldn't be this color. After hearing what Mao Jihuali said, Suifeng glared at him. We've worked together for so many years, and I never thought you'd be in cahoots with that Lu Jin. You really disappoint me. No matter what Suifeng said, Unohana Retsu pretended not to hear it. He directly took Sufeng's hand, asked Hitsugaya Dongshilong to pull Lu Jin over, and then put Sufeng's hand on Lu Jin's mouth. In a short while, Lu Jin's mouth was covered with blood. Suifeng was enduring the pain with an unwilling look on his face. If Unohana Retsu hadn't come just now, it could be said that Lu Jin's poison would definitely not have been cured. Unexpectedly, Unohana Retsu's sudden appearance actually broke his little plan. While enduring the severe pain, Suifeng said unhappily, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person, Unohana Retsu. If I can still get out alive, I will definitely go up there. You actually colluded with this criminal and even wanted to take his life. I wonder what the higher-ups will do to you and what crime they will accuse you of. Unohana Retsu laughed out loud when she heard this. What crime have you committed? Are you kidding me? Are your words an imperial decree? Advertisement, Unohana Retsu said, then pulled Broken Peak aside. That's probably enough to drink. In this way, several people waited here for more than 10 minutes. Lu Jin's expression obviously changed slowly. The black color on his face was gone, and the black veins on his body disappeared instantly. The whole person's energy and spirit also improved. Lu Jin spat a mouthful of blood on the ground. The blood was black and red. Unohana Retsu took a look and saw two black bugs jump out of the blood. Unohana Retsu crushed the two black bugs to death and said, "It's okay. These two bugs can easily crawl back into your wound and find a gap. If they do that, your toxins will be absorbed back into your body. The most terrifying thing about this toxin is these two bugs."
Hitsugaya Toshiro looked confused after hearing this.
What kind of poison is this? Why are there these two bugs? Unohana Retsu listened and continued. This poison can also be called Wu Jiyu technique. It was passed down from Wushan. At first, few people understood it, but later, it gradually spread to Jingling Court. I remember that at that time, 2 people in Jingling Court learned this voodoo technique, which ultimately led to the deaths of nearly a dozen people in the entire Jingling Court from the poisonous tree. As a result, Jingling Court became completely obsessed with this voodoo technique. I never expected that Suifeng would actually learn it secretly. Hitsugaya Dongshilong was even more puzzled after hearing this. If this poison only harmed a dozen people, it wouldn't be considered serious. Why is it being banned so strictly?
After hearing Hitsugaya Toshiro's curiosity, Unohana Retsu sighed. Didn't I tell you that the terrifying thing about this poison is that it can backfire?
Although only a dozen people were poisoned at the time, over 1,000 people died within a month, which means the backlash was huge. 1,000 people, that's so many? Chapter 284, equal. There are at least 1,000 people. Hitsugaya Toshiro and Unohana Retsu were chatting here, and Suifeng was listening there, with obvious changes on their faces but not easy to detect. Just as the two were chatting excitedly, the captain of the 6th Division, Byakuya Kuchiki, as well as the captains of the 7th Division and the 8th Division, Kyoraku Shunsui, all appeared in front of them. Kuretsuchi Mayuri of the 12th Division and Jishiro Yukataki of the 13th Division also rushed over from the other direction. Seeing this, Suifeng was overjoyed. He thought that since so many team captains had come, his power would definitely increase, and Lu Jin would definitely not be able to escape. Looking at this time, behind Lu Jin were the captain of the 10th team, Hitsugaya Toshiro, the captain of the 11th team, Zaraki Kenpachi, and Unohana Retsu on his side. So Unohana Retsu will help Lu Jin, but Unohana Retsu never goes to the battlefield. In other words, if the two sides really fight, Unohana Retsu will definitely not stand on anyone's side.
He will not stand on Lu Jin's side nor on Sufeng's side, and the remaining two are Hitsugaya Toshiro and Zaraki Kenpachi, so only these two captains help Lu Jin, but they are very powerful, Hitsugaya Toshiro of the 10th Division and Zaraki Kenpachi of the 11th Division.
Thinking of this, Lu Jin forced himself to stand up and looked at the two admirals behind him. At this moment, Hitsugaya Toshiro and Zaraki Kenpachi seemed to be in perfect harmony with Lu Jin. He walked over directly and supported Lu Jin and his men.
At this moment, Byakuya Kuchiki and Kyoraku Shunsui had already arrived in front of them. Although Kuretsuchi Mayuri and Jishiro Yukataki did not speak, their attitude towards them could be seen from their eyes.
When Suifeng saw that all the team leaders behind him had arrived, he seemed to be encouraged in an instant and said with a smile. Haha, although the captains of both teams of my Jingling Court have come to your place, after all, you don't have as many people as me. I think you should surrender as soon as possible, and I will consider giving you a way out. Broken Peak finished speaking, then glanced at the side and continued. Unohana Retsu, if you are willing to join my camp now, I will pretend that everything that happened just now never happened. What do you think? Advertisement. After he said this, he rolled his eyes at Unohana Retsu the next second, gave a notice, and then leaned against the wall, as if pretending to enjoy the show. Then he said, do you think that treating me the way you treat those newcomers will work? I am not like those newcomers under you who have never seen the world. Unohana Retsu finished speaking, then took out a cigarette from his pocket, took out a lighter and lit it gently, took a few deep puffs, and then blew out a few smoke rings.
He sneered, I, Unohana Retsu, have never heard of this. Who can persuade me? As for who I am willing to help or not, it is entirely up to me. Although I just saw that I helped Lu Jin once.
But I won't risk my life for anyone. After hearing what the man said, the other party sneered, since you've explained it so clearly, I won't say anything more. Although I know that you never care about wars and never freeze ice, I just want to be a transparent person behind me. But what I never expected today was that you were willing to help that fugitive kid to get me. Since you're unwilling to join my camp even after I invited you, forget it. You can ignore what I said. But if a fight breaks out and you help Lu Jin deal with me again, I won't be as easy on you as before. After Suifeng finished speaking, he glanced at the two team leaders behind him, as if to indicate something. Jishiro Yukataki just nodded and smiled, as if he understood what Suifeng meant. Then he walked forward and swung the golden chain that he had not used for a long time towards Meteor Vanilla. He simply swung the chain in the air, and soon several yellow circles were drawn, and then swept directly in front of Lu Jin.
Seeing this, Lu Jin quickly dodged and then took a few steps back.
Lu Jin took a few breaths of cold air at this moment. Before he could make a move, Hitsugaya Dongshilong next to him could no longer sit still and rushed forward with his weapon in hand. Advertisement. The two teams started fighting. Hitsugaya Toshiro and Zaraki Kenpachi were the two most powerful warriors in Seirei. Although Unohana Retsu was also worthy of the name, he never cared about worldly affairs, so he would not help anyone.
At this time, two teams were seen fighting each other, while Unohana Retsu was sitting there watching the show, as if he was planning to cut off some loopholes.
Just when Jishiro Yukitake and Hitsugaya Dashiro were fighting evenly, suddenly, Lu Jin rushed directly towards Suifeng and wrestled with him. Suifeng was cut by Unohana Retsu just now, although he didn't bleed much at that time. Lu Jin was deeply poisoned, so when his lips touched the wound. Although the poison was removed, it was obvious that Suifeng was suffering from the backlash of the poison. Just as the two were fighting, suddenly, Suifeng foamed at the mouth and fell to his knees, which scared Lu Jin. Oh my god, what's going on here? Stop pretending. Lu Jin was stunned at this moment. Looking at the broken peak in front of him, he suddenly panicked. Logically speaking, he didn't seem to have thrown a single punch just now, but how could this guy fall to the ground out of nowhere? Lu Jin was wondering, and then he saw a white worm emerge from the white foam spit out by Suifeng. The white bugs were seen shuttling back and forth in the white foam, which made everyone feel sick. At this moment, Unohana Retsu stood up immediately after seeing this scene.
Oh my god, normally this kind of witchcraft only involves 2 bugs, but I didn't expect there would be 3, and one of them is a female.
When Unohana Retsu said this, everyone present was stunned, including Shattered Peak at this time.
What do you mean? What queen insect? Su Feng asked in confusion.
Unohana Retsu frowned and said, it's nothing. This white bug is a female bug, and the black bug is a male bug. But generally speaking, female bugs don't do witchcraft or anything like that. But it doesn't matter now. You've already vomited the bug out of your body, so it won't bite you back. Chapter 285. The fight started.
As Unohana Retsu finished speaking, Sui Feng became furious and rushed forward with Zanpakuto in his hand. Lu Jin and the others were naturally unwilling to be outdone, and the two teams started fighting.
Except for the captain who was watching from the side, everyone else participated in the battle. When Hitsugaya Dashiro took a step forward, he noticed 2 people appear in front of him. They were looking at him with extremely serious expressions. Looking at Sui Feng and Byakuya Kuchiki in front of him, Hitsugaya Dashiro curled up a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. So this time I will fight against you. After he asked this question, Sui Feng in front of him said bluntly, if you don't fight us, who else can you fight? After saying this, Sui Feng immediately attacked from this side. Hitsugaya Dashiro also hurried forward to fight. On the other side, the captain of the 7th division of the Kenpachi team, Zaraki, and Kuretsuchi Miyuri also looked at each other. Kuretsuchi Miyuri had never imagined that the captain of Squad 7 would actually be willing to side with Lu Jin. He immediately asked, are you really willing to stand on that side, even if you know you won't gain anything? The captain of the 7th division heard Kuretsuchi Miyuri ask this question in his ear. When Kuretsuchi Miyuri asked this question, his face was full of disbelief. It seems that he has doubts about his choice. The captain of the 7th division just stared at Kuretsuchi Miyuri with no expression on his face. It was unknown how long it took before he finally found his voice. If I don't stand on Lu Jin's side, then whose side could I stand on? Things have come to this. Kuretsuchi Miyuri also knew that no matter what she said, since the captain of the 7th division had already made up his mind, no matter what she said, it would be useless. When he thought about this, Kuretsuchi Miyuri finally raised her hand and rubbed her brows. Since you have made up your mind, I have nothing more to say. You don't have to say anything. Even if you want to tell me, I don't want to talk nonsense with you here.
When the captain of the 7th squad said this, his face was serious, and there was no emotion in his tone. He just raised his eyelids and uttered these words calmly.
Kuretsuchi Miyuri felt like she had really lost her temper. Advertisement. Meanwhile, Lu Jin, on the other side, looked at Kiraku Shunsui and Jishiro Yukitake and asked, are you really willing to abandon all your previous friendships and stand on the captain's side? After saying this, Kiraku Shunsui remained silent. Jishiro Yukitake, standing next to him, said, if we don't stand on the captain's side, then where else can we stand?
When Lu Jin heard him say this, he felt that he had completely given up hope.
He didn't say anything else. A group of people started fighting without distinguishing between friend and foe. Zaraki Kenpachi here was clearly in the upper hand. He also looked at Kuretsuchi Miyuri in front of him and noticed that Kuretsuchi Miyuri was no match for him at all. Under his fierce attack, he finally spat out a mouthful of blood. He sneered, I originally thought you were so powerful, but I didn't expect. You're just like this, not worth mentioning at all. When Zaraki Kenpachi said this, he even raised his hand to pat the dust off his clothes. He also completely ignored Kuretsuchi Miyuri who was in front of him. Kuretsuchi Miyuri never expected that Zaraki Kenpachi would say this to him. He could also hear a hint of disdain in Zaraki Kenpachi's tone. Kuretsuchi Miyuri also sneered. How powerful do you think you are? You've only gained the upper hand temporarily. The winner hasn't been decided yet? After saying this coldly, Kuretsuchi Miyuri attacked again.
Zaraki Kenpachi and Kuretsuchi Miyuri started fighting. Zaraki Kenpachi was well aware that Kuretsuchi Miyuri was no match for him. After just a few moves, Kuretsuchi Miyuri was exhausted.
This side clearly has the upper hand. But on the other side, Hitsugaya Dashiro was extremely exhausted. He had never thought that just because they hadn't seen each other for a few days, Sui Feng was much stronger than him. He took a step back. Hitsugaya Dashiro's face was also covered with sweat. Sui Feng was holding his Zanpakuto and was about to launch an attack again, but he noticed that Hitsugaya Dashiro had already collapsed. Looking at him, a drop of sweat fell from the tip of his nose. Advertisement. Sui Feng also found it somewhat amusing. Since you can't hold on any longer, then I advise you to just surrender and admit defeat. After saying this, Sui Feng thought that Hitsugaya Dashiro would surrender immediately, but he didn't expect that after he said this, Hitsugaya Dashiro suddenly raised his head and looked at him. The two people looked at each other. Sui Feng could also clearly see that his eyes were red, and there was a flash of hostility in his eyes. For some reason, looking at Hitsugaya Dashiro like this, Sui Feng also felt a little scared in his heart. He couldn't help but take a step back. Byakuya Kuchiki on this side also noticed that Hitsugaya Dashiro was forced into a corner this time. He even raised his head and looked at the two of them. Byakuya Kuchiki also turned his head to look at Sui Feng and said in a serious tone, "Don't mess with him." When these words fell into his ears, Sui Feng couldn't help but be stunned. Sui Feng probably didn't expect his partner Byakuya Kuchiki to warn him like this. Not only did he fail to react for a moment, but when he finally reacted, his brows furrowed. "You're not trying to help Hitsugaya Dashiro, are you?" After he asked this question, Sui Feng stared at Byakuya Kuchiki in front of him with a particularly serious look. As soon as he finished saying this, Sui Feng noticed Byakuya Kuchiki standing next to him, and he looked at him with disdain. "Would I favor him?" After Byakuya Kuchiki said this, he immediately attacked Hitsugaya Dashiro. Byakuya Kuchiki Huan Chu Zanpakuto. Hitsugaya Dashiro had never expected that Byakuya Kuchiki would suddenly attack him directly, but when he reacted later, he also summoned his Zanpakuto, and the two fought each other. However, later Sui Feng could clearly see that Hitsugaya Dashiro was seriously injured even before the joint attack by himself and Byakuya Kuchiki.
But I can still fight with Byakuya Kuchiki. Chapter 286. Don't give up. With a cold snort, Sui Feng immediately came forward to help Byakuya Kuchiki. The two of them attacked Hitsugaya Dashiro together with fierce and brutal attacks.
Hitsugaya Dashiro was struggling. It was already very difficult for one person to deal with two people, not to mention Byakuya Kuchiki and Sui Feng in front of him. No matter which one of them was picked out alone, it would be impossible for him to win so easily.
But what he didn't expect was that two people attacked him at the same time, so Hitsugaya Dashiro naturally had a very difficult time. I can sense that you are extremely tired, so I advise you to give up as soon as possible.
Byakuya Kuchiki raised his head and looked at Hitsugaya Dashiro in front of him, and he finally said this.
Hearing Byakuya Kuchiki say this in his ear, even saying that it was for his own good as the name suggested, Hitsugaya Dashiro felt that it was too ridiculous for some reason. There was no expression on his face, and Hitsugaya Dashiro was just staring quietly at Byakuya Kuchiki in front of him. It was unknown how long it took before he finally found his voice.
"Do you think I need it?" When this sentence fell into his ears, Byakuya Kuchiki also said that he didn't quite understand what he meant. Feeling puzzled, Byakuya Kuchiki asked directly, "What do you mean by this?" After he asked this question, Byakuya Kuchiki noticed that Hitsugaya Dashiro standing in front of him did not answer him at all, but sneered instead. At that moment, I couldn't say a word. After an unknown amount of time, Byakuya Kuchiki finally found his voice and said, "What do you mean?" When he asked this question, Byakuya Kuchiki felt like he was about to collapse. Mainly because I never expected that Hitsugaya Dashiro, who was obviously about to die, would say this in my ear.
Hitsugaya Dashiro listened to his question in his ear, but did not answer. He just looked at Byakuya Kuchiki and Sui Feng in front of him. After an unknown amount of time, he suddenly turned his head to the other side and stopped looking at the two people. He suddenly turned his head to the side, and no matter how many times he asked, Hitsugaya Dashiro was unwilling to answer him. Byakuya Kuchiki felt a surge of anger in his heart.
Advertisement flames also spewed out of his eyes. Hitsugaya Dashiro refused to answer, but after he said that, he was unwilling to answer when the two people asked him about it. It's equivalent to angering two people. Sui Feng could also feel that Byakuya Kuchiki standing next to him was extremely angry. The reason for his extreme anger was all because of Hitsugaya Dashiro standing in front of him. As Sui Feng thought about this, a faint smile appeared on his face. He kept encouraging Byakuya Kuchiki, saying, "Since Hitsugaya Dashiro is unwilling to answer, then just beat him until he answers." At first, he was a little annoyed, and Byakuya Kuchiki didn't even know what he meant, but now, he heard Sui Feng say this in his ear. I have to say that this suggestion is indeed very good. Byakuya Kuchiki's gloomy face softened considerably, and when he finally did, he continued, "That's a good suggestion. Let's fight until he answers." After saying this, Byakuya Kuchiki immediately attacked Hitsugaya Dashiro.
Hitsugaya Dashiro here has already adapted to it.
So when he noticed Byakuya Kuchiki attacking him, there was no emotion on his face, and he even raised his eyelids lightly. Looking at Byakuya Kuchiki and Sui Feng in front of him, Hitsugaya Dashiro also looked at them as if they were dead. After an unknown amount of time, Hitsugaya Dashiro finally found his voice and said, "What do you mean by beat me until I answer?" Well, I can only say that I might have disappointed you. When he said this, Hitsugaya Dashiro's face showed no expression. For some reason, I forgot that he looked so indifferent. Byakuya Kuchiki and Sui Feng felt like they were about to die of anger. The attacks were getting more and more fierce. Hitsugaya Dashiro didn't care whether the attacks were fierce or not. He just raised his eyelids with no emotion on his face. So, you are angry because of shame? It has to be said that when it comes to making people angry, Hitsugaya Dashiro is a natural. The two men had never expected that Hitsugaya Dashiro could be so irritating. They wished he would become mute immediately and just stared at Hitsugaya Dashiro in front of them. Advertisement. He also found his voice again, "Don't go too far." Hearing the two people say this in his ear, Hitsugaya Toshiro still raised half of his brows slightly. He didn't know where he had gone wrong, so when he heard the two people say this in his ear, Hitsugaya Toshiro also felt extremely innocent in his heart.
The more he pretends to know nothing. Byakuya Kuchiki felt more and more angry, and immediately attacked together with Sui Feng and the other two.
Noticing that the two men were attacking together, Hitsugaya Toshiro also perked up. He knew that it would be difficult for him to deal with two people, and he also knew that it would be difficult no matter how many of them he dealt with, let alone two of them together. But no matter how difficult it is to deal with them, if both of them come up, Hitsugaya Toshiro will not give up. Byakuya Kuchiki beat the man to the ground. Just looking at the seriously injured and defeated Hitsugaya Toshiro, a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. See how arrogant you can be. Everything in front of him was blurry, and Hitsugaya Toshiro just listened to Byakuya Kuchiki's provocative voice falling into his ears, but he didn't have any energy to respond. After Byakuya Kuchiki said this, he noticed that Hitsugaya Toshiro ignored him and didn't even look at him. There was no expression on his face. Later, Byakuya Kuchiki also strode towards him. He kicked Hitsugaya Toshiro who was lying on the ground hard, and Hitsugaya Toshiro curled up. Sui Feng had never expected Byakuya Kuchiki to be so ruthless. He suddenly reached out and grabbed Byakuya Kuchiki, asking, "What if he's beaten to death?" When these words fell into his ears, Byakuya Kuchiki, who had originally had no emotion on his face, raised half of his brows. Maybe I didn't expect him to say that, so I didn't know how to respond for a moment. Chapter 287. Are you crazy? It wasn't known how long it took, but Byakuya Kuchiki finally found his voice, "If I beat him to death." As he said the latter part, a hint of amused smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "But do you think I can kill Hitsugaya Toshiro?" When he said this, Byakuya Kuchiki had no expression on his face, but he continued to kick Hitsugaya Toshiro. Sui Feng was completely speechless. At this moment, the captain of the 4th Division, Unohana Retsu, suddenly rushed over from the side. He treats everyone equally. When walking towards this side, Unohana Retsu also noticed that Byakuya Kuchiki and Sui Feng were bullying Hitsugaya Toshiro, and he couldn't help it.
Walking over with big strides, Unohana Retsu also reached out and grabbed Byakuya Kuchiki. "Are you crazy?"
Such a sentence came from the side. The one who had been bullying Hitsugaya Toshiro also paused for a moment. Perhaps he did not expect someone to suddenly stop him, so he was unable to react for a moment. But when he reacted later, Byakuya Kuchiki also turned his head to look at Unohana Retsu. "I never expected that he would appear in front of me." When he came to his senses later, Byakuya Kuchiki frowned and asked, "Why are you here?"
After he asked this question, he originally thought that Unohana Retsu would answer him, but what surprised Byakuya Kuchiki was that Unohana Retsu didn't even pay attention to him.
Instead, he helped Hitsugaya Toshiro up from the ground and even gave him a vicious look. Raising his hand and touching the tip of his upturned nose, Byakuya Kuchiki found his voice again. "What's going on? You don't want to save this traitor, do you?" After he said this, Unohana Retsu continued to ignore Byakuya Kuchiki. But when Unohana Retsu heard the word, "traitor," from his mouth, she couldn't help herself. He suddenly turned his head to look at Byakuya Kuchiki. Byakuya Kuchiki also asked several questions, but ended up noticing that Unohana Retsu was ignoring him. Advertisement. But when he was betrayed, Unohana Retsu suddenly looked towards him. His eyes were also full of sharpness. At that moment, I felt my scalp tingling.
Byakuya Kuchiki was very afraid of Unohana Retsu, not to mention the way he looked at him. He took 2 steps back and asked tremblingly, "You don't really want to help this traitor, do you?"
"Who do you call a traitor?" Just looking at Byakuya Kuchiki in front of him, Unohana Retsu asked word by word. Perhaps he had never expected that one day Unohana Retsu would look at him like that, and even ask him who the traitor was. He didn't know how to answer for a moment.
After an unknown amount of time, Byakuya Kuchiki finally found his voice again. "A traitor is just."
Before he could finish his words, Sui Feng, who was standing next to him, reached out and pulled Byakuya Kuchiki. Byakuya Kuchiki also didn't react at all. The main reason was that he didn't quite understand why he suddenly reached out and helped him. He was a little confused at the moment, but when he came to his senses later, Byakuya Kuchiki took a deep breath. "So what do you mean?" After asking this question, Byakuya Kuchiki didn't receive any response at all. Unohana Retsu was about to walk forward with Hitsugaya Toshiro on his back, but before he could move forward, Sui Feng, who was standing beside him, couldn't bear to watch anymore. He reached out and grabbed Unohana Retsu. Sui Feng's tone was also tinged with danger. "Where are you taking Hitsugaya Toshiro?" Such a sentence came from the side. Unohana Retsu could clearly hear the threat in his tone when he said this. He didn't say anything, and Unohana Retsu raised one eyebrow slightly. "Nothing."
After saying this, Unohana Retsu didn't even look at Sui Feng, and just turned and left.
Advertisement. She never expected him to be so heartless. Sui Feng was speechless. Unlike Sui Feng, who was speechless, Byakuya Kuchiki, who was standing next to him, felt irritated.
The main reason was that he had never expected that Unohana Retsu was even more arrogant and domineering than he had imagined. When he thought about these things, he felt that he could no longer remain calm. He had never imagined that one day he would be treated like this.
Sui Feng wanted to say something, but when he met Unohana Retsu's gaze, he swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. I couldn't even utter a word. Unohana Retsu also noticed that Sui Feng was speechless. He He raised a half smile and regained his voice. Since you two know that I'm not easy to deal with, why don't you get out of the way? The two were completely speechless. After Lu Jin finished the fight, he hurried over. When he walked over here, Lu Jin also noticed that Hitsugaya Toshiro was not only seriously injured, but Zaraki Kenpachi next to him was also seriously injured. I was so surprised that I couldn't say a word. I never expected that Zaraki Kenpachi would be injured like this. I just looked at Zaraki Kenpachi, whose face was as pale as a piece of paper. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Jin finally found his voice again. Who hurt you like this? Who hurt you? These words squeezed out from my throat. After Lu Jin asked this question, he noticed that Zaraki Kenpachi had a bitter smile on his face. He also replied with difficulty. Lu Jin is the one who knows Zaraki Kenpachi's strength best. He also knew that with Zaraki Kenpachi's abilities, it was impossible for him to defeat the opposing Naraki.
But seeing him look so seriously injured, Lu Jin couldn't help but start to have doubts.
Zaraki Kenpachi noticed that Lu Jin's eyes were always on him. There was a hint of confusion in his eyes. It was obvious that he didn't understand why he was injured like this.
In fact, it was not just Lu Jin who was confused. He himself had never expected that he would be beaten so badly by Nelly Khan.
The timeline goes back to the front. Zaraki Kenpachi thought that he was against Neri Kanan, so it would be easy for him to win. Chapter 288. Take you away at the beginning. Zaraki Kenpachi was indeed in the upper hand, and he had planned to end the battle quickly, but he didn't expect that Neri Kenpachi would suddenly burst out with amazing power from behind, which scared him.
It took me a long time to react. I don't know how long it took, but when I finally came to my senses, it was already too late.
Zaraki Kenpachi was badly injured. He also never expected that Nelly Khan's ability was much more powerful than he had imagined. Even in the end, he was caught off guard. When Lu Jin walked over here, he noticed that Zaraki Kenpachi was seriously injured on the ground. Even if he didn't say anything, Lu Jin could probably guess something.
When thinking about these things, Lu Jin also felt particularly distressed.
I know everything. I'm going to take you away from here right now. Seeing Zaraki Kenpachi being seriously injured, Mr. Lu Jin felt very worried. After he said this, there was no reaction from Zaraki Kenpachi. The more Zaraki Kenpachi didn't react, the more distressed Lu Jin felt. It was unknown how long it took before Lu Jin hurriedly left Jingling with the seriously injured Zaraki Kenpachi and the injured Hitsugaya Toshiro. But just when he took a few steps forward, Unohana Retsu suddenly appeared in front of him. He also looked at Lu Jin, and Unohana Retsu just sighed. Are you really planning to leave here? Lu Jin knew that Unohana Retsu did not want to embarrass him, not to mention that in the previous battle, Unohana Retsu did not take sides with either side. He treated everyone without distinction between friend and foe. Advertisement. Lu Jin knew what kind of person Unohana Retsu was, so when he noticed him standing in front of him, he also knew that he didn't want to make things difficult for him. Since Lu Jin didn't want to embarrass himself, it was naturally impossible for him to embarrass Unohana Retsu. So when he asked this question in his ear, Lu Jin nodded slightly and said, "We really need to leave this place." After saying this, Lu Jin was about to turn around and leave, but just as he took a step forward, Unohana Retsu reached out and grabbed Lu Jin. "But do you think the captain will let you go?" His steps suddenly stopped, and when he heard Unohana Retsu asking this question in his ear, Lu Jin felt that he could not say a word. He didn't know what to say, and Lu Jin had no idea where to start. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Jin regained his voice. "Whether the captain lets me go or not, I will." When he got to the end, Lu Jin found that he couldn't continue. A self-deprecating smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and Lu Jin completely ignored Unohana Retsu next to him. When listening to him say this in her ear, Unohana Retsu could probably understand what Lu Jin was thinking and what he meant.
When thinking about this, Unohana Retsu leaned slightly to the side. "I think I can understand what you mean, so go ahead, I won't stop you."
Perhaps he didn't expect him to say such a thing in his ear. Lu Jin turned his head to look at Unohana Retsu, and was unable to say a word for a long time. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Jin finally found his voice and asked, "Are you serious?" When he asked this question, Lu Jin also felt quite confused. Unohana Retsu had never expected that after she said this, Lu Jin would suddenly ask her another question, and it was obvious that he didn't quite believe her. I didn't know what to say for a moment. Unohana Retsu took a deep breath and was about to say something when she noticed a group of people chasing after her. Advertisement. When he noticed that the group of people were chasing them, he immediately reached out and pushed Lu Jin hard. Lu Jin had never expected that Unohana Retsu would suddenly reach out and push him. For a moment he was unable to react and cast his eyes on her. He was also a little confused, and Lu Jin didn't quite understand why Unohana Retsu suddenly reached out and pushed him. Lu Jin also asked directly, "Why are you pushing me for no reason?" Unohana Retsu shook her head. "Don't talk nonsense here, those people are chasing us." When Lu Jin heard these words, he didn't react at first, and he didn't understand what Unohana Retsu meant, but when he finally reacted, he looked back. The moment he looked back, Lu Jin also noticed a group of people running towards him.
He instantly understood what it meant. He immediately grabbed Zaraki Kenpachi and Hitsugaya Toshiro, and without even having time to say hello to Unohana Retsu, he hurriedly pulled the two of them forward. They were being hunted, and with Zaraki Kenpachi and Hitsugaya Toshiro seriously injured, it meant that only Lu Jin was capable of dealing with this group of people.
Although he had the ability to deal with this group of people, Lu Jin also knew that he would never be able to defeat them with his own abilities, not to mention that he had two burdens with him. Although he had a way to escape from this group of people, Lu Jin knew that it would be too risky if he took one or two of these burdens with him. When thinking about this, Lu Jin gritted his teeth. There was no other way, so Lu Jin could only take the two of them and escape to the mortal world. Originally, Lu Jin thought that they had fled to the real world, and he even thought that the group of people would not chase them. But later I found out that I was totally wrong. The captain would never let him go, and Lu Jin had tried his best to get rid of that group of people, but every time it was unsatisfactory. He clenched his teeth, and Lu Jin felt that he couldn't say a word now. As he walked forward with his two burdens, Zaraki Kenpachi suddenly opened his eyes. After waking up for a short while, Zaraki Kenpachi looked around, and finally raised his head to look at Lu Jin who had been holding him. He roughly understood what was going on.
Chapter 289, Approaching. Taking a deep breath, Zaraki Kenpachi said, "Why are you?"
When he got to the end, Zaraki Kenpachi found that he couldn't continue at all. Lu Jin noticed that Zaraki Kenpachi was thinking about something, and when he spoke the latter part, he suddenly swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. A layer of sweat appeared on his forehead, but Lu Jin had no time to wipe it off. He couldn't utter a word, he just ran forward desperately with the two people. Zaraki Kenpachi suddenly took a deep breath. "I know I'm holding you back. Those people won't let go until they catch us, so you should." Before Zaraki Kenpachi could finish his sentence, Lu Jin interrupted him rudely. "So I am still what? What are you going to say?" When he got to the end, Lu Jin found that he couldn't continue at all.
He probably understood what Zaraki Kenpachi meant, so when he heard Zaraki Kenpachi say this in his ear, Lu Jin interrupted him directly and rudely.
After asking this question, Lu Jin obviously noticed that Zaraki Kenpachi opened his mouth to say something, and he couldn't help but snorted coldly.
"Or do you think I'm that kind of person?" Lu Jin was certainly not that kind of person, but he kept pulling him, and Zaraki Kenpachi didn't know what to say at all, let alone how to start.
He felt like a burden, and Zaraki Kenpachi also felt that it was because of him. If it weren't for him, Lu Jin would never have been so busy and exhausted. When thinking about this, Zaraki Kenpachi wanted to break free, but before he could do so, a group of people gradually approached this side. Lu Jin noticed that the group of people were chasing after him. Especially when he noticed that the captain also came over, looking at the captain's face which was intimidating without even being angry, Master Lu Jin felt that he was speechless.
Advertisement. The captain and a group of people gradually approached.
Lu Jin also pulled Zaraki Kenpachi and Hitsugaya Toshiro back. Hitsugaya Toshiro was still seriously injured and had not yet woken up, but Zaraki Kenpachi next to him woke up at this time. Just watching the captain and a group of people approaching, Zaraki Kenpachi's brain was working rapidly. He knew that if he continued to delay like this, then it would be no longer a solution. When thinking about this, Zaraki Kenpachi couldn't help but take a deep breath. Don't. When he got to the end, Zaraki Kenpachi found that he couldn't continue at all.
Lu Jin rubbed his brows with a headache. He never expected that Zaraki Kenpachi would say such a thing in his ear at this time.
He couldn't help but frown at the moment, and Lu Jin said word by word. "Don't say anything, these people have already caught up with us, even if I leave you two burdens behind." When he said this, Lu Jin paused for a moment, then found his voice again. "Even if I leave you two behind, these people won't let me go, and I won't be able to escape."
After saying this in one breath, Lu Jin could also feel that Zaraki Kenpachi suddenly fell silent.
If he still had a glimmer of hope in his heart at the beginning, then when Zaraki Kenpachi heard Lu Jin say this, he completely gave up. He closed his eyes and stopped talking. The captain here was approaching with a group of people. He looked at Lu Jin in front of him, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "I didn't expect you to be such a good runner." When Lu Jin heard the captain say this in his ear, he didn't know whether the captain was praising him or. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and Lu Jin pretended to be indifferent.
There was a hint of nonchalance in his words. "Then I can only thank the captain for the compliment."
After saying this in one breath, the captain standing not far away had a subtle expression on his face. He probably didn't expect him to say this to him, and he didn't know how to respond at the moment. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Jin could sense that the atmosphere was becoming tense. Advertisement. He took a deep breath, and Lu Jin found his voice again. "So what do you think?"
The captain never thought that at this time, Lu Jin could still be so calm, and even asked this question in his ear. He didn't know what to say, and the captain didn't know how to respond either.
Lu Jin could sense that the captain was thinking about something, so he took a step back calmly. While the captain was thinking about something, Lu Jin continued to run forward with his two burdens.
The captain had never expected that Lu Jin would treat him like this. He didn't even listen to what he was saying and just ran away.
The captain's face was expressionless. He turned his head to glance at the group of people standing nearby. He immediately said, "Why don't you hurry up and catch up?"
When these words fell into their ears, a group of people hurriedly ran forward.
As they ran forward, Lu Jin suddenly realized something. Then he turned his head to look at the group of people behind him, and noticed that no matter how fast he ran forward, the people behind him were still chasing him. I didn't know what to say for a moment. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Jin finally found his voice again. "Can't you just let me go?" When he asked this question, Lu Jin's eyes were fixed on the group of people behind him. I never thought that the captain wanted to kill me, and asked such a question with such a sad face. The captain sneered. If I let you go, who can let me go? Lu Jin also fell silent. Turning his head to glance at Hueco Mundo behind him, Lu Jin also looked at the captain in front of him. After an unknown amount of time, he finally found his voice. So you have to push me to this point? After he said this, Lu Jin also retreated towards Hueco Mundo behind him. Chapter 290. It's all because of you. The captain had never expected that Lu Jin would actually retreat towards Hueco Mundo. His eyes were wide open and he couldn't say a word for a long time. Yunohana Retsu, who was hurriedly catching up, never expected that he would see such a scene as soon as he arrived. Looking at Lu Jin, who was retreating backwards, Yunohana Retsu swallowed hard. Don't do anything stupid. These words squeezed out from my throat.
Yunohana Retsu originally thought that after she said this, Lu Jin would say something to her, but she didn't expect that he just looked at her.
Still retreating towards Hueco Mundo behind him. Yunohana Retsu didn't know what to say. She suddenly turned her head and looked at the captain. Yunohana Retsu took a deep breath. Is it really necessary to push people to this point? These words fell in his ears, and the captain listened to Yunohana Retsu yelling these words in his ear. When he said these words, there was a hint of anger in his voice. At the moment, I didn't know how to respond. The captain may not have expected that Lu Jin was more extreme than he imagined, and he even kept telling Hueco Mundo behind him to retreat. Watching him about to walk into Hueco Mundo, the captain closed his eyes at this moment.
Do you know what will happen if you step back any further?
After the captain finished speaking, Lu Jin turned his head and looked at the captain. Of course I knew what would happen, but you forced me to do it. Without even glancing at the captain, Lu Jin immediately turned his head and walked behind him. Yunohana Retsu never expected that Lu Jin didn't listen to what he said at all, and even walked directly behind him. He didn't know what to say at the moment. Not only the captain and Yunohana Retsu were surprised, but also the others around them. Everyone's eyes widened. They never expected that Lu Jin would actually walk into Hueco Mundo. Advertisement. Everyone in the group knew very well what Hueco Mundo represented. They looked at each other and finally turned their gaze towards the captain.
The captain noticed that so many people were looking at him. His face was stern and he didn't say anything. His face became even colder.
Those people didn't know what to say. The whole area fell into silence for a moment.
When Lu Jin walked into Hueco Mundo with two people, he noticed that Hueco Mundo had long since lost its former glory and was in a mess and dirt everywhere.
The pair of narrow and long phoenix eyes narrowed slightly at this moment, and Lu Jin didn't know what to say. Just walked in with a few people. Apart from a period of complexity in my heart, complexity is all that remains now. At this time, Zaraki Kenpachi also woke up. When he opened his eyes, Zaraki Kenpachi also noticed the chaos around him, with dust everywhere. At that moment, I couldn't even utter a word. Zaraki Kenpachi just stood there, looking at the mess around him. After an unknown amount of time, Zaraki Kenpachi finally found his voice. What on earth is going on? After he said this, Zaraki Kenpachi also noticed that Lu Jin did not answer his question at all, and he was also looking around. Apart from being unable to react for a moment, Zaraki Kenpachi almost understood everything by the time he came to his senses later. After staring at the mess in front of him for an unknown amount of time, Zaraki Kenpachi called out, "So this place is." When he got to the end, Zaraki Kenpachi found that he could not continue at all. Lu Jin turned his head to look at Zaraki Kenpachi at this time, and noticed that he opened his mouth but couldn't say a word for a long time.
In fact, it wasn't just Zaraki Kenpachi who couldn't say a word for a long time, Lu Jin was also unable to say a word. Advertisement. The two of them fell silent. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Jin finally found his voice again. But there's something I'm curious about, and I'm not sure if you know this or not. After he asked this question, Zaraki Kenpachi turned his head and glanced at Lu Jin.
I didn't quite understand what he meant by this sentence. When I was confused, Zaraki Kenpachi asked directly. What do you mean by that? Lu Jin immediately asked, do you know who is the boss of Hueco Mundo? Zaraki Kenpachi shook his head at this time. He had no idea who was in charge of Hueco Mundo. So when Lu Jin asked this question in his ear, Zaraki Kenpachi could only sigh and say, I can only say sorry. After Lu Jin asked this question, he heard him say this sentence in his ear, and immediately understood what Zaraki Kenpachi meant. When thinking about this, Lu Jin could only walk forward with a few people. Haribel had already learned that someone had broken into Hueco Mundo.
But as to who those people were, Haribel found himself a little curious.
After all, after so long, no one had ever been willing to break into Hueco Mundo. Haribel didn't know how long it had been since anyone had broken in. When she thought about this, she became more and more curious.
After learning that someone had broken in, Haribel immediately walked outside.
After wandering around for a while, Haribel also noticed that several people in front were walking towards this side. When she saw the person in the lead clearly, she didn't react for a long time. Haribel had never expected to see Lu Jin and his group in this place. She was so surprised that she couldn't say a word. When Lu Jin walked over here, he noticed Haribel looking over here, and he didn't know what to say. The atmosphere fell into silence. After an unknown amount of time, Haribel also walked towards this side step by step. A hint of a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. I didn't expect to meet you here. Chapter 291. Welcome. When she said this, Haribel's eyes were fixed on Lu Jin. Being looked at like this by Haribel, Lu Jin also felt a little uncomfortable all over.
Lifting his hands and rubbing his arms, goosebumps appeared on them. Lu Jin also found his voice again. I wonder who you are.
They had no idea about Hueco Mundo. So looking at the woman in front of him, Lu Jin also felt a little confused in his heart. After asking this question, Lu Jin noticed that the woman suddenly took off the mask on her face. The moment the woman took off the mask on her face, Lu Jin reacted instantly. He didn't know what to say at the moment. He never expected that the masked woman in front of him was the number 3 Arrancar Espada of that year, and the only female Espada. So when looking at the woman in front of him, Lu Jin's eyes widened slightly, and he was a little shocked in his heart. Not only Lu Jin was shocked, but even Zaraki Kenpachi who was standing next to him was a little unable to react. They had never expected to meet Haribel in this place. Haribel noticed that several people's eyes were on him, especially that their eyes were full of confusion. With a slight smile on his lips, Haribel asked, "Didn't you expect to meet me in this place?" After she asked this question, Lu Jin was still in a daze for a long time. Not only was he a little dazed, Zaraki Kenpachi was also a little dazed. Zaraki Kenpachi swallowed hard, and finally found his voice. "But why did you suddenly appear here?" When asking this question, Zaraki Kenpachi felt really confused inside. Haribel shook her head. She didn't answer the questions of the others, but only asked her own question. Advertisement, but why did you break into Hueco Mundo? After asking this question, Haribel also noticed that none of the people standing in front of him spoke, and they all had embarrassed expressions on their faces. I understood something at that moment. A faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Haribel felt that her question was embarrassing for the others, so she didn't ask any more questions. He just walked forward with a few people, and Haribel also turned around and said, "Welcome to Hueco Mundo." After she said this, Lu Jin's steps slowed down slightly. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Jin finally mustered up the courage to speak, "But don't you doubt." Before he could finish his words, Haribel smiled and said, "I know this question makes you feel embarrassed. If you feel embarrassed, then there is no need to answer." Haribel could probably guess what was happening outside. So looking at Lu Jin standing in front of her, she smiled slightly and didn't care about it at all.
Lu Jin had never expected Haribel to say this to him, and he didn't know how to start the conversation. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Jin finally found his voice.
"Are you serious about what you said?" Lu Jin never expected that Haribel was easier to get along with than he had imagined. He found it too unbelievable and finally asked this question. Haribel could sense that when Lu Jin asked this question, his face was filled with confusion, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He said word by word, "Of course. If you feel embarrassed, you can refuse to answer this question. Of course, whether you answer or not, you are very welcome here." After Haribel said this, Lu Jin fell into a long silence. Because Haribel was so open and honest, Lu Jin knew that he didn't need to hide anything anymore. As he thought about this, his lips, which were of moderate thickness, were pressed into a straight line. Lu Jin spoke without hesitation. "The captain and his men really did send people to hunt us down. When we escaped to the real world, the captain and his men kept forcing us, so..." Advertisement. Before he could finish his sentence, Haribel chimed in, "So, with no other options left, you had no choice but to flee to Hueco Mundo?" When asking this question, Haribel's eyes were always on Lu Jin.
Lu Jin never expected her to ask such a question, and he didn't know how to respond.
After an unknown amount of time, Lu Jin regained his voice and said, "You're right. This time, we were forced here by the captain." Interesting, quite interesting. Haribel's pair of emerald green eyes were fixed on Lu Jin in front of him. Lu Jin said that he didn't quite understand what she meant by this sentence. Haribel noticed that Lu Jin's eyes were fixed on her, so she spoke up, "I roughly understand your situation, so what do you think?" When she asked this question in his ear, Lu Jin didn't know how to answer.
Zaraki Kenpachi, who was standing next to him, couldn't help but cough at this moment. "What else can we think? There's absolutely no way we can go back. It seems we can only stay in Hueco Mundo."
After saying this, Zaraki Kenpachi suddenly realized something. Just looking at Haribel in front of him, he also thought of a very important point at this moment. If they couldn't stay outside, they might not be able to stay inside Hueco Mundo either. After all, this was not their territory, but Haribel's territory. When thinking about this, Zaraki Kenpachi turned his head and glanced at Lu Jin. Lu Jin noticed his gaze turning towards him, and for a moment he didn't know how to start. When they got to the back, Lu Jin couldn't help but cough. "Why are you looking at me like that?" After he asked this question, Zaraki Kenpachi turned his head and glanced at Haribel, with a hint of hesitation in his eyes. Haribel naturally noticed that Zaraki Kenpachi was thinking about something. His eyes were hesitant and confused, and he kept looking towards him. Chapter 292. Sentence of a serious crime. Haribel had some idea of their inner concerns. So when she noticed a few people looking at her like that, she smiled slightly and said, "Don't worry, Hueco Mundo is indeed my territory, and I'm willing to take you in."
Such a sentence came out of my mouth. Lu Jin also suddenly fell silent.
He didn't even know how to start. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Jin finally found his voice and said, "Are you really willing to take us in?" When Lu Jin asked this question, he felt confused and puzzled in his heart. Perhaps he really didn't expect Haribel to be so straightforward. "I couldn't help but ask this question." When he heard him ask this question in his ear, Haribel could also detect a hint of disbelief in Lu Jin's tone. For a moment, I was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. After an unknown amount of time, Harabelle finally looked up at the people in front of her. There was a hint of amusement in her eyes. So you don't believe me? After she asked this question, several people couldn't help but shake their heads. Of course we believe you. Harabelle listened to several people talking in her ears and nodded. Don't worry, since I've already said that I'll take you in, you can stay here forever. After saying this, she seemed to have realized something belatedly, and Harabelle couldn't help but add a sentence.
Besides, this place is safe enough. As long as you are here, there is absolutely no way anyone from that side will come over here.
Harabelle is exceptionally confident. When several people heard her say this, they couldn't help but nod their heads repeatedly. It has come to this point. If we still don't believe you, then I don't know who else we can trust. This news was passed back to Soul Society. Advertisement. Originally, the captain and his group were about to catch up with a few people, but they noticed that Lu Jin suddenly broke into Hueco Mundo. Naturally, it was impossible for them to enter Hueco Mundo. I can only wander around outside. Unexpectedly, I kept wandering outside and even waited outside for so long, but in the end I still couldn't wait for Lu Jin and the others. The captain noticed several of his men looking towards him, and they spoke anxiously. If they enter Hueco Mundo, then I'm afraid we... Before he could finish his sentence, the captain interrupted with an expressionless face. What do you mean by, when the time comes, even if you can't catch him, you have to catch him back for me?
After saying this, several people fell silent at this moment. However, we waited for a long time, and several people didn't come out of Hueco Mundo. The captain had no choice but to retreat with his men. After they returned to Soul Society, they were originally thinking about how to get people out of Hueco Mundo.
Before I could come up with a solution, a message came back.
Looking at the person who reported the news, the captain frowned and asked, "Are you telling the truth?"
After he asked this question, the subordinate standing in front of him nodded repeatedly and said, "It's true, the news has spread throughout the Soul Society."
When he heard his subordinate say this in his ear, his already frowned brows became even more furrowed, and it looked like he could almost pinch a fly to death.
The others standing nearby also looked at the captain with some uneasiness. They could feel that the captain's mood was very delicate at the moment. Not only the captain was in a subtle mood, but their moods were also a little subtle. I didn't know how to start talking at the moment.
A group of people just looked at the captain, and they felt like their hearts were about to jump out of their chests. The captain noticed the others' gazes on him, and he couldn't help but take a deep breath. I believe you've heard it too. Several people escaped into Hueco Mundo and were even.
Advertisement. The captain paused briefly at this point, then continued. He was even taken in by Harabelle. It looks like he'll be staying in Hueco Mundo for the rest of his life. As the captain's words fell into their ears, the others standing nearby couldn't help but gasp. No one had expected this to happen. I don't know what to say at all. The captain could feel that the other people standing around him were in a somewhat subtle mood. Not only were the others in a somewhat subtle mood, the captain also felt extremely angry. I never thought these people would be so excessive.
They never expected that after they escaped to Hueco Mundo, Harabelle would actually take them in. It seemed that they were willing to stay in Hueco Mundo.
When thinking about this, the captain didn't know how to start. After an unknown amount of time, the captain raised his head and looked at his men in front of him. I already know the news. Some of the subordinates didn't quite understand what the captain meant, but later, the captain continued. Lu Jin was originally a traitor, and now he dares to do such a thing. It seems that they can't be kept here. Everyone listened to the captain say this in their ears, and for a moment they looked at each other. I even feel a little palpitations. The men pricked up their ears as the captain said this. After an unknown amount of time, he finally found his voice again. So what's next? At this point, the captain took a deep breath and said, "Sentence Lu Jin and Zaraki Kenpachi to serious crimes."
After he finished speaking, the captain suddenly raised his head and stared at the group of people standing nearby. He also spoke one sentence at a time. Both of them are traitors. They also voluntarily entered Hueco Mundo.
The captain raised his hand and rubbed his eyebrows, as if he had finally made up his mind. He took out a piece of paper from the side, and then quickly wrote something on it, and handed it to his men. Send someone to hunt them down. These words fell in their ears. The other captains standing nearby were also speechless at this time. They had never expected the captain to give such an order, and they didn't know how to speak. However, since the captain had given such an order, and the two men had voluntarily entered Hueco Mundo, it was not surprising that the two men were convicted of serious crimes and that the captain had sent people to hunt them down. Chapter 293. Nothingness. Today, Hueco Mundo is already a void. Compared to the prosperous times back then, things are probably no longer the same as they used to be. Lu Jin picked up a stone from the ground and threw it not far away. There's not even a ghost. How can this place still be used? Zaraki Kenpachi was also sitting next to him. His expression didn't change much, except for a hint of melancholy. Are you thinking about Yachiryu? Now that they have encountered this disaster, things are naturally different from then on. Both of them have their own helplessness. HMPH. Everyone knew Zaraki Kenpachi's personality. He was probably the type who would never admit it even if he thought about it, so now he just snorted coldly. Lu Jin finally sighed. Apart from anything else, he was indeed a little worried about Matsumoto Rangaku's situation. I just want to ask you one question, what should we do next? Although they usually act without using their brains and just rely on brute force, we have to ask ourselves now, what should they do next? Now that things have come to this, they are afraid that they will be hunted down, so hiding in Hueco Mundo is now a last resort. And if my guess is correct, life will be very difficult in the future. The two of them can't keep hiding like this, they have to think of a way. But this solution is not so easy to come up with, it's not like that at all. Advertisement. Lu Jin finally sighed. We just got here, and we don't know who's in control of Hueco Mundo right now. As I said, we could go find his manager and see if there are other opportunities.
That's true. There's no need to wander around this place aimlessly anyway. You still have to find the right person.
So the two of them took a short rest and then began their search. They wanted to find the former palace and see if there was anyone still inside. Now, many years have passed since the defeat of Aizen, but it does not mean that everything no longer exists. This journey is very difficult, but it is actually more enjoyable and smooth than before. Back then, there were many crises and many people blocked the road, but now no one can continue to block their way. Instead, this journey is unobstructed, but it makes people feel a little sad. It turns out that the glory of the past is long gone, and now it looks desolate.
This makes people feel a little uncomfortable in their hearts, but what can they do? Whether you are sad or not, you have to accept the current fact, because it is unquestionable and the most helpless thing.
Those guys back then are all gone now. I never thought I'd see this scene again.
After a sigh, I finally sighed and looked up at the sky. Everything in the scene had not changed. The only thing that had changed was that things and people were no longer the same.
Although for Zaraki Kenpachi, there is nothing to feel wrong about, instead he thinks it is a very normal thing. Because human life always has its own meaning, including those of them who have long become illusory creatures, and now perhaps the meaning of the existence of all these creatures has disappeared, which has led to the situation today. Maybe there is no right or wrong, and no one can say what the concept of this matter is, but no matter how the result is finally obtained, that is the result that this matter should have. The two people walked for a day and a night, or perhaps they just walked for a long time and didn't know how long they had been walking, because there was no time in this world, no night and day, and it always looked the same. In fact, they knew that the journey was still very long, but the most important problem was that there was no way to meet anyone along the way, so it seemed that they could only keep walking like this so far. This was the most tortuous thing, but what could they do? No matter how tormented it was, they had to endure it. This was the most helpless thing. We've been walking for a few days now, and I've been feeling a bit thirsty lately. I'm afraid I can't hold on any longer. Lu Jin glanced at the endless expanse. They might be heading in the right direction, but they had no idea when they would reach their destination. This moment was quite helpless, but what could they do? Since they had already implemented the plan and begun their journey, they had to accept it. As for where they would end up, there was no way to know what would happen next. Let's go. We'll get there sooner or later, won't we?
Advertisement. Zaraki Kenpachi doesn't care about those things. As long as he can meet the enemy he wants to meet one day, it's enough. In fact, he has always been born to fight, which feels meaningless.
You think it's nothing, but this journey is long, and it would be boring for just the two of us. All Lu Jin could think about were the scenes from the past. It had been a long time since he felt such a desolate feeling. Look when we get there. But at this moment, the ancient palace suddenly appeared before everyone's eyes. This made people a little shocked. How could such an ancient palace appear so suddenly? Wasn't it very far away before? As for why, no one can explain it clearly. After all, this is how the world is, and there are many things that science cannot solve.
There are also many things that people cannot explain clearly. In short, many things are not what you want them to be.
Come in. Although both of them knew that things would be different after entering the palace, and although they had become important targets of hunting, they were definitely different from before, and this had to be acknowledged. Are you mentally prepared? In fact, I have always had a sense of doubt in my heart about following Zaraki Kenpachi. I never knew if this was what I wanted, nor did I know whether it was right or wrong. In short, I was very afraid that I had done something wrong, that I should not do something. I've been mentally prepared for this since the moment I followed you, and now I'm just going to continue.
For someone like Mujanba, whether they can survive or not is actually not a big deal. It's just about making their life more fulfilling. In the past, they were looking for excitement, but what are they looking for now? They have no idea.
Chapter 294. Sedimentation. I've been waiting for you for a long time. A voice that was both familiar and unfamiliar sounded. The two were stunned. When they looked up again, they found that the person in front of them was the most familiar face they had ever had. Hey, it's you. The original number 3. In order to fight against the real world and Soul Society, Aizen created 10 blades, and this Haribel was the third one at that time. It just so happened that the person Haribel was fighting against at that time was Hitsugaya Dashiro. Although he was defeated in the end, he was not killed. Hitsugaya Dashiro did not kill Haribel, and Haribel survived the battle after all. After surviving, Haribel left Aizen and returned to Hueco Mundo. Moreover, at that time, Aizen was defeated and imprisoned in a 1,000-year prison. There was no one to rule Hueco Mundo. After Haribel returned to Hueco Mundo, everyone used his strength to eventually make him the king of Hueco Mundo, the current king. Haribel is no longer the same person he was back then. Moreover, Haribel has always been a quiet and taciturn person, and he has always been a relatively calm person. There are too many demands nowadays, so it is actually very difficult for people to survive at this time and accept the rule inside. But fortunately, under the rule of Helibel, the entire Sushien is now well organized, which is reassuring in comparison. However, Harabel was somewhat surprised by the arrival of the two of them, and had not expected it at all.
They were welcomed into the royal palace of Hueco Mundo, and were provided with delicious food and drinks. A welcoming party was even held for them in the evening.
At the banquet, they met many people who survived the war. Hueco Mundo at this time was no longer the same as it was then. In fact, it can really be regarded as a more harmonious way of getting along. I'm really happy to see you guys like this. Lu Jin subconsciously raised his glass towards Nellilu. You were lucky enough to survive that battle. Although you gave up the position of king to Harabel, Nellilu has long been content. In addition, everyone in Hueco Mundo respects Nellilu very much. Advertisement Nellilu just smiled. What's the big deal? In fact, everyone knows what's going on. Being infected and controlled back then wasn't the result we wanted. Do you remember that the original 10 people were not the same 10 people as now? What kind of life did we 10 hope for back then, and what kind of life do they have now? In fact, it's completely different. But what can we do? No matter how different it is, we can only accept it. But now that lazy guy has been defeated, we have returned from the life we didn't want at the beginning to the life we want now. It's a very happy thing. Yes, Aizen once occupied their home and led them down a path they shouldn't have taken. In fact, none of them wanted to become like that at the time, but they couldn't change it because Aizen was really powerful, so powerful that no one could stop him. That was then. Now you feel like you're living a decent life, that's enough. All I can say is don't overthink it. Everything just has to go with the flow.
Everyone was having a great time chatting. They all knew each other from the past and now had some feelings for each other.
People who have survived life and death together must care about each other very much now. Don't even think about it. In fact, everyone is the same. At this moment, Harabel, who was sitting on the throne, spoke first. Lu Jin. Zaraki Kenpachi, it's really not easy for you two to come here, and I'm very grateful. I think your coming here is a sign of your trust in me. If it weren't for that trust, I'm sure you wouldn't have come to me. The two words, ask, can actually describe their current situation very well, because they have been abandoned by the poetry soul world. No matter what the reason is, no matter who is right or wrong, it doesn't make any sense. In short, they have been abandoned by the soul-devouring world. Since they have been abandoned, all they can do now is to try their best to find a place to stay. Perhaps the place where they are now is the only place where they can survive. A place that was once their enemy, clearly their enemy, a place where those who were looked down upon or even hurt by them would go after death. It is quite ridiculous to say that they would end up in these places. It's trust indeed. Even though we were enemies back then, that was only then. So what if we were enemies before? At least we are no longer enemies now. And I don't know when it started, but if something really happens, maybe you and I are the only ones who can be considered. Lu Jin felt rather pathetic. At first, my companions, my family, the people around me, they all rejected us and tried their best to drive us away. Yet, in the end, we had to come here to seek refuge with people who were originally our enemies. It's quite ridiculous to say, but what can we do? Since it has come to this, I guess we can only accept it. Why are you saying all this? Have you thought about what to do next? Harabel was still very concerned about this question. Although leaving you in Hueco Mundo is fine, and we don't think it's a big deal, staying here forever isn't a solution.
I think you still need to think of a solution. For example, haven't you ever thought about how the people in the soul-devouring realm treated you? Have you ever thought about revenge and wanting to change the current situation? I think you may have thought about it, but you just don't know how to change it.
Yes, that's true. It's impossible that no one has ever thought about this problem, but even if they have, what does it matter? Because whether you think about it or not, the final result is the same, so there is no need to care about it or talk about it. At least for now, we can't fight our way back. Our important people are still there. How can we do that? It will be a dead end in the end. We can't do it now, so let's deal with it later. We still need some time to calm down.
Chapter 295. Kill. Why can't we fight back? Harabel put down his glass and looked at the two men in surprise. What they're doing now has crossed your moral bottom line, hasn't it? I'm afraid no one would be able to accept it if I tried to change my mind. You've actually done nothing wrong in what they're doing now. Whether it's because you were framed or the rules of Jingling Court are too stubborn, in short, you're the ones who are hurt now. Quote. How should I put it? The most important people are being held hostage. If we fight back, won't we care about their lives? I don't think I can do that.
Lu Jin has never been someone who wants to be bullied, but no matter whether he wants to be bullied or not, in the end it is just the same. If he really does that, then he will only be bullied, because at least in this way he can protect the people he cares about, which is the most important point. If he doesn't do that, he can't even protect the people who are most important to him. Whether it was Matsumoto Rangaku or Ni Yin Meng, they were both in their hands, held hostage. What other options were there now? All they could do now was to escape, at least to ensure their safety. Because the neighboring court now considered them their greatest enemy, as long as they stayed away from them, as long as they didn't show up, as long as they didn't get caught, then these people wouldn't do anything to their most important people. They would be afraid. If they harmed their most important people, would they be in trouble? This was very clear and obvious. It really would be a disaster. Actually, I understand your thoughts very well, and I completely agree with you. I know why you feel this way, but if you think about it carefully, you can't be too indulgent with these people. I think they're going a bit too far. I don't know if you share this view, but if you do, I advise you to think carefully about what's right and what's wrong. Nelilu has always been a very sensible person. He believes that this matter should not be like this, but that we should think of ways to change the status quo. If the status quo is not changed now, the consequences will be disastrous, and it will only continue like this. No one wants to make things awkward, nor does anyone want their loved ones to get hurt. So the only way is to try every possible way to rescue the ones they love, rather than escape, to ensure everyone's safety in this situation. Yes, maybe they no longer have the ability to save the people they want to save, but this does not mean that there is no way at all. They can always think of some ways, right?
Since you've come to Hueco Mundo and met us, I believe you should be able to think of a solution, right?
Seeking help is the only way. If you cannot change the current situation by yourself, then you can only seek help. This is unquestionable and helpless. However, there is nothing wrong with it, because when you find someone who can help you ask him to help you, then maybe you will succeed. Actually, I'm too embarrassed to ask you for help. I don't even know how to ask. You've all helped me a lot over the years, right? If I were to ask you for help now, I think what I'd done would be a bit abominable. Advertisement Lu Jin spoke from the heart. He thought this was abhorrent, so he refused to do it. He felt that doing so would be extremely sad, but now that things have come to this, if he really doesn't do it, what else can he do? He couldn't think of a better way to change anything, so for now, he might as well just leave it to fate.
It seemed like the best solution he could have. At this time, Harabel also spoke up. What's so hateful about it? Don't think so. This is just your own wish. I don't think it's a big deal.
That's just your opinion, but I have my own. I really don't think this matter is insignificant to you. On the contrary, I think it's really too difficult for you. You're living a comfortable life now, and if you really help me, it will break the current situation. What's wrong with disrupting the status quo? We've been living a relatively comfortable life lately, but we've had enough.
No one wants to live this comfortably forever. We're a fighting nation, and now we're being forced to just eat, drink, and have fun every day. I think this kind of life isn't what we wanted compared to before.
Neliel glanced at Harabel. What do you think? Although I hope everyone is safe, I believe that so much time has passed, and everyone must have different thoughts at this moment. They must have really begun to get used to this kind of life, and at the same time, they also miss their previous life. As soon as these words were spoken, the people below responded one after another. They were all born to fight, now they have not fought for a long time. Although their lives are extremely comfortable, this may not be what they want. On the contrary, many people's fighting skills have already regressed.
This is an extremely sad thing for them. Therefore, they miss their past lives and want to review their past lives.
If possible, they can continue to fight, no matter what the reason. Everyone responded, and that might be the result they wanted. Lu Jin didn't expect that everyone would agree with this, so he felt a little uneasy at this time, while Zaraki Kenpachi on the side burst into laughter. It looks like war is about to begin. I'm already itching to fight. Even Harabel said, this time I think I can personally join the fight. They beat us to a pulp back then. Although there's no hatred between the two sides, I believe those who need to fight must fight.
They're not enemies to us, but they are good opponents. We won't treat them as enemies either. However, since they're here to help you, we'll stand by you and do our best to help you succeed. Chapter 296, Purpose.
My goal is just to save people. I don't want any of them to get hurt. Even though we fought many times, they're still very important companions in my heart.
The old man is just relatively stubborn. There are many stubborn people in this world, and the old man's character has long been deeply rooted. He is just the final result caused by the environment around him, so no one will blame the old man for anything he does.
Because the old man's original intention was only for their own good, so his approach might be, but this approach might be something that no one could accept. However, this does not mean that the old man was wrong. Perhaps what the old man did was absolutely correct.
If it weren't for the old man's efforts, the entire soul-devouring world would have suffered. Today, the soul-devouring world can prosper so much and become better and better.
All this is thanks to the old man. So in fact, everyone should thank the old man. But no matter what the final result is, it will be what it is. In fact, everyone should accept what they should accept. Don't worry, we will never really harm anyone in the Soul Society. They are your companions, and they are also our respected enemies. For us, if they are respected enemies, then we will never do anything we shouldn't do. So this is undoubtedly the last thing you need to worry about. But how should I put it? Things that need to be acknowledged must be acknowledged.
Maybe in the end we will still have some doubts about these people, and there may be nothing we can do about it.
Nelilu also nodded. What about Kurosaki Ichigo, how is he? Speaking of this, it is a rather frustrating point, because they have always been enemies with the Lion Soul world.
As a proxy Shinigami plane, the medical staff are caught in the middle and it is very difficult.
Precisely because of this, Kurosaki Ichigo has no idea what to do. For Kurosaki Ichigo himself, it is not a solution to continue like this, but Kurosaki Ichigo is not a serious Shinigami after all, so they have no way to ask Kurosaki Ichigo for help. It is even beyond doubt that they may not have told Kurosaki Ichigo about this matter. I think you should discuss this matter with the Black Chess medical staff. Nelilu believes that Kurosaki Ichigo should be a very important existence in front of each of them or in their lives.
Since he is an important existence, no matter what happens, what should be said should always be said.
If nothing is said, then this is not the best solution. You always have to think of a way. So what should be said and what should not be said, in fact, everyone knows it clearly in their hearts. If you want to treat the black-hearted medical staff as your companion, then you should tell him about this matter, you must tell him. What should I say? Saying that I'm an enemy of the people they once fought against, that I was once one of them. You might know why I'm doing this. I'm doing this for a woman. I don't know if I can even say it. Lu Jin has always regarded Kurosaki Ichigo as a very good friend, so when he is about to do this now, he feels really sorry for Kurosaki Ichigo and feels that he should not do such a thing. However, if he really has to do it, he will feel uncomfortable in his heart and cannot accept this situation. Advertisement, no matter what the reason is, we can accept it. After all, this is life. Haribel looked at the subordinates beside him. They had paid a lot for him, and were even about to sacrifice their lives. It was extremely difficult to rescue them later. Now, for him, these subordinates are also his most important friends. So now he must take good care of them and let them continue to live happily in this world. Since he has important people, he can naturally understand the important people in other people's hearts. As long as you work hard and fight for the important people, it is very acceptable. Nellilu also agreed very much with this statement. If it weren't for Kurosaki Ichigo, I would have been in hell by now, so I am very grateful to him. I also think he is a very responsible man who can do a lot. If he is willing, he can help you with us, and I believe he should not refuse you. Although he considers them as very good friends, it does not mean that he does not consider you a very good friend as well. Since we are all friends, then who to treat well or who that person can be. In fact, I think this matter is not something we can decide. Instead, we can admit this fact, which I think is a good thing. Yes, I have to admit that this is indeed a good thing.
If Kurosaki Ichigo had really been able to help, perhaps Matsumoto Rangaku would not have fallen into his current state.
But who can be sure what will happen? If you don't try, you have no idea what the result will be. You can't clearly imagine who will stay in the end and who will be able to rescue the people you want to save. I just don't want to trouble Kurosaki Ichigo, because it would be really awkward for Kurosaki Ichigo to stand in the middle. Then do you really think I should tell him about this? Wouldn't it be awkward for him to stand in the middle? Kurosaki Ichigo once promised the old man many things. Of course, other people don't know what Kurosaki Ichigo promised the old man. No one can really say, and no one can know it clearly, but Kurosaki Ichigo must have promised the old man something. This is certain.
No one knows the old man's character better than Lu Jin. If I could negotiate with myself, I would definitely negotiate with Kurosaki, there is no doubt about that.
So what were the conditions? No one knows yet, but it is definitely an unequal treaty. Although the old man doesn't like to take advantage of others, he will never show any mercy to anyone who can help the Master Soul Realm. Because the old man is definitely not a kind-hearted person. Number 297. Kindness and soft hands. I believe everyone knows exactly what kind of place the Soul Eater world is. If you are soft-hearted in this world, then there will be only one outcome. It's just a dead end, so you must never be merciful no matter what.
Others may not be qualified, but the old man is definitely the one who demonstrates this to the fullest.
Because the old man knows what kind of people need him and what kind of people don't need him. Only after knowing this can he understand clearly what to do. Take the Rukia Kuchiki incident for example. The old man never showed any mercy at all. The old man at that time did not dislike Rukia Kuchiki, but for the old man, no matter whether he appreciated this junior or not, as long as he made a mistake and as long as the order was given from above, the old man would never show mercy and would only carry it out. This may sound a bit stubborn, but how could they have achieved the position of captain if they hadn't? Each of the 12 teams, each captain, perhaps because of their own strength or because of their own strength, there are always some reasons that have led them to where they are today. But no matter what the reason is, in the end, since you have reached this position, you must perform your duties. When you reach this position, you must do what you should do and fulfill your responsibilities. It is said that everyone should do his own job. Everything the old man did was just his job, so over such a long time, even though there were too many things and what the old man did was unreasonable, no one blamed him. Instead, everyone expressed their understanding, which is very normal.
Lu Jin never blamed the old man. Instead, he felt that there was nothing wrong with what the old man did.
However, at this moment, he really had to rebel against the old man, and he felt a little helpless. Although he had done it before, the feeling before was somewhat different from the feeling now. He was indeed forced into doing so before, and on several occasions, old man Sanfan was indeed deceived by others and listened to some words he shouldn't have listened to, which led to him doing the things he did in the end. In fact, those things he did may not be right or wrong, but since he did them, there was always something wrong with them. Leave the task of discussing this matter with Heiki Yihu to me. It just so happens that I haven't seen him for a long time. I really want to meet him. I wonder what he's like now. Nellilu volunteered to say that she wanted to meet Kurosaki Ichigo, and it was true. She missed him so much after not seeing him for a long time. This longing was no joke, because it was indeed this man who saved her. If he hadn't saved her, she probably wouldn't be living in this world today. Advertisement. Have you decided to go to the real world? Haribel didn't have any objection to this matter, but he did feel that if their current situation did not require them to go to the real world, it might not be the best choice.
Nellilu nodded. Even though I've never been there, I don't think there's anything scary about going.
After all, that world is one where everyone can survive. So every alien space has its own unique concept and environment. But I think as long as we want to go, we can go. As long as we don't hurt those people, they won't find me. Besides, didn't those dead but unformed humans once exist in that world? If it's okay for those people, what about us? This is true. In fact, there are only two possibilities for them to go to the real world. Either they will meet the proxy Shinigami or the Shinigami in charge of that area, and at worst they will have a big fight with them. If they understand, it is easy to deal with. Secondly, it is to prevent accidental injury to humans. This is not impossible. If humans are really injured by mistake, it is not a good thing. However, this situation is generally relatively small, and humans will not be injured by mistake so easily.
As long as you are careful, I don't object. Today, Haribel is known as the king of Hueco Mundo.
Since he is the king of this world, he must manage his subordinates well, just in case they do something that may accidentally hurt others or should not be done.
As long as this aspect of things does not exist, then the other things are actually not a big deal.
Nellilu curled her lips in displeasure. What do you take me for? Don't I know how to handle this? After all, I was once number 3. Haribel, we were once the same. Now that you're talking like this to me, I'm actually a little unhappy. Well, since you said so, I can only believe you, former number 3. Although they are different now than they were in the past, they did have many differences because of the number issue, and both sides had expressed dissatisfaction with each other, but that was when the world was controlled by Aizen. Now that so much time has passed, there is no need to take those things in the past seriously. What has passed is past, and there is really no need. Alright, stop being so sarcastic. You two have been at odds with each other for a long time, and you're still at odds with each other now. It's really hard to understand. That's enough. It's been so long. Anyway, I don't think there's any need to be at odds with each other anymore. Lu Jin has been watching the two of them all along, and he knows exactly what they were like in the past and what they are like now, so it is really funny to see them like this now. Maybe some people think that beating is love and scolding is love. They will still get along in the same way as before, and there is almost no way to change this way of getting along. It will continue like this. This is something that cannot be changed. After a long time, they will both get used to it, and this habit may not be a bad thing. As long as there's nothing wrong between the two of you, then it's really no big deal.
So what do you think of my suggestion? Do you want to really do it according to my suggestion?
Chapter 298. Speaking of which, after thinking about it for a while, everyone finally agreed that this method was feasible, so everyone agreed with this view.
Then do as you say. Tomorrow you will set off to the county to look for Kurosaki Ichigo and the others.
As Haribel gave the order, Nellilu became increasingly impatient. Then why wait until tomorrow? I think today is a beautiful day, perfect for a trip. Why don't I go today and avoid the hassles of waiting until tomorrow? Normally, he is not an impatient person, so why is he so anxious now? It is really puzzling, but since he is anxious, then let him go. Haribel will not refuse. Since you said so, go ahead if you want to. Nellilu was so anxious that he almost didn't care. He waited for the party to be over before leaving for reality, because he and Kurosaki Ichigo really hadn't seen each other for a long time. And to say that he didn't miss each other for such a long time was absolutely a joke.
He did miss each other a little and wanted to see each other very much.
There was no doubt about that. Normally, Nellilu would bring several of her subordinates with her wherever she went, but she went alone because she felt that it was a bit of a burden to bring her subordinates with her every time, not to mention that the place she was going to this time was definitely not an ordinary place. His subordinates look very scary. If they accidentally scare others, the consequences will be unimaginable, so it is better not to bring them along, so that they won't scare others. Because these people are different from ordinary virtual people. In fact, they have long become no different from normal people. However, to say that there is no big difference, there is still a certain difference. To say that there is no difference at all is no joke. So they must now consider many issues. For example, would normal humans be scared when seeing them like this? So the most important thing for them is to plug the hole in their body. This is very important.
But simply plugging the holes is not the only way to make them less scary. The main thing is that some of them look no different from humans, while some look very scary. So in order to prevent this problem from happening, it is better to make them more normal as much as possible.
So before going to reality, Nellilu made a lot of preparations and set out alone. Although the subordinate officer did cry and make a fuss before departure, and seemed extremely reluctant, he still set off alone in the end, because there was nothing he could do. No matter how much he cried, he had to stay when he should, and he could not stay when he should not. This was very clear. Advertisement. This was the first time that Nellilu came to reality, although she had often heard of her before, and she had become a child at that time, following Kurosaki Ichigo.
Kurosaki Ichigo would sometimes mention his parents, his 2 sisters, his school, and his friends and classmates.
At that time, she was actually quite curious, because these were things she had never thought about, because she had never been to school and had no so-called parents. She just grew up naturally. I was very curious about the creatures that Kurosaki mentioned, and I wanted to go and see what he was talking about.
But at that time, I didn't have that possibility.
Now, maybe I still have that possibility. I randomly found a clothing store. Although I scared the people there, I did get 2 pieces of clothes. After putting them on, I looked much more normal. With the hat on, I looked no different from a normal person. So the next goal is to find the Kurosaki family according to the address they gave me. I felt a little nervous. Although I had known Kurosaki Ichigo for a long time, this was the first time I went to see him. It was also the first time I had a closer contact with Kurosaki Ichigo. So I felt quite scared, but I was also quite excited. I went to the roof of Kurosaki's house and secretly leaned on the window to look inside. There was no one inside. I glanced at the sun again. Could this be the time when the black-hearted medical staff said he was going to school? Otherwise, I would just wait. In short, Kurosaki Ichigo would come back sooner or later. I lay on the roof and waited until the sun set a little bit and it was about to get dark. Then I slowly saw the orange-haired boy walking towards me from a distance. My shadow was very long. When Nelilu saw this, she was very excited and wanted to rush over and give Kurosaki Ichigo a hug, but after seeing the girl next to him, she felt a little disappointed and did not do as she wanted. The girl next to Kurosaki Ichigo is called Orihime. She is the girl that Aizen once captured. Neliel knows her. But the two of them look really close, even better than ordinary friends. I have always had certain feelings for Kurosaki Ichigo. Kurosaki Ichigo saved me back then, and this is deeply rooted in my heart. I have always been grateful and have feelings for Kurosaki Ichigo. Seeing this scene now, I was naturally sad, but after thinking about it, I didn't move. Instead, I stood in the distance and looked at it. I only saw Orihime said something to the black-hearted medical staff at the door of Kurosaki's house before leaving.
What kind of feelings did they have between the two of them? I didn't know about this, and I was afraid that they would not let me know, but these were not the most important things. The most important thing is that he has to find Heiki's house. The moment he climbed in through the window, Heiki was so scared that he almost fell off the bed.
Kurosaki Ichigo widened his eyes and looked at the girl in front of him in shock. Although she was wearing a hat and changed her clothes, all her former characteristics had disappeared, but because of the familiarity between the two of them, Kurosaki Ichigo now recognized this person. You are. Could it be? Neliel, I didn't expect you to still recognize me. I thought you had completely forgotten me, but now it seems you still recognize me, so I'm quite happy. Nelilu finally showed a long-lost smile, a smile that seemed to have been seen a long, long time ago.
Chapter 299. Reunion. Are you kidding me? How could I possibly forget you? We were both in a life or death situation back then.
It wasn't because of you that I escaped death, but if it weren't for you, I would have died. So, to say I'm not grateful to you is absolutely a joke.
Besides, back then, we were a life or death friendship.
What Kurosaki Ichigo said was true. After all they had gone through in Hueco Mundo, how could they forget it so easily? All the memories were like that, unforgettable. Because Nelilu was framed at that time, her original physical state turned into a child. Only her subordinate officers followed her all the time, but the subordinate officers had such low IQs that they had no way to protect themselves.
To be honest, they were wandering outside, and every step they took was very difficult.
If they met a bad guy, they would probably disappear from Hueco Mundo. Fortunately, they met Kurosaki Ichigo. Kurosaki Ichigo has always been a very kind person. He never treats them with the intention of killing them. So not only did he not kill them, but he became good friends with them. In fact, it is not easy to say. Before meeting Kurosaki Ichigo, Nelly thought that all Shinigami were very bad, but after meeting Kurosaki Ichigo, she realized that this was not the case. On the contrary, many Shinigami were kind-hearted.
The two of them helped each other to the end, which actually played a big role.
However, it seemed that the two had not seen each other for a long time since that time. To be honest, we regarded each other as very good friends at that time. We haven't met each other until now. It would be a joke to say that we don't miss each other at all.
Of course we miss each other, but this longing does not seem to stay in our hearts forever.
Instead, it will slowly disappear sometimes. This is a very normal thing. Because they will meet many people along the way. They are not of the same species, they are different creatures. One is a human, and the other is a person who has died and his body has become alienated. Even if their thoughts and behaviors are exactly the same, they cannot maintain this forever, and their good impression of each other will soon disappear. There is actually nothing we can do about this. How can you be so heartless, kid? I became so miserable for you back then, and it doesn't count as saving you. But I'm old now, and I'm lucky. In the end, nothing happened to me. If something had happened, I'm afraid it would be too late for you to regret it now.
After all, I sacrificed myself for you. Yes, that's true.
Fortunately, nothing happened at the time, otherwise I would have regretted it for the rest of my life.
This kind of thing is not impossible, so now when I think about it, I really feel that God gave them a way out.
Every time they were in extreme hardship and danger, there would always be someone to help them. It's a coincidence, but it's not necessarily a bad thing. Because someone helping you means that you are very worthy of help, so someone will help you.
Otherwise, how could anyone help you? So think about it carefully, everyone is the same.
If someone is willing to help you, it only means that you still have value in this world.
Otherwise, there is no point in him helping you. Advertisement. Don't say that. Fortunately, you're fine, otherwise I would really regret it. But it's a good thing now. At least you're fine. I feel quite happy inside. But this is one thing. Besides, you have to be fine and don't let me worry about you in the future. When Kurosaki Ichigo said this, he suddenly realized that something seemed to be wrong and looked at Nelilu in front of him with surprise. Shouldn't you be fine in Hueco Mundo now? Why are you in the real world? And this is my home. No matter how I thought about it, it felt wrong. Shouldn't this be a peaceful and prosperous time? Normally, someone like him wouldn't appear in a peaceful and prosperous time, so his sudden appearance was quite unexpected and strange. Why did he appear? No one could figure it out. Nelilu couldn't help but smile. Isn't that why you're so slow to react? You just realized something's wrong. Indeed, You might find it a little strange that I'm here, but I don't think it's a big deal. I came here specifically to find you, so there's nothing strange about me being here.
The words, "I came to see you on purpose," inevitably made Kurosaki Ichigo fall into deep thought. What was going on? Why did he come to see me on purpose?
What do you mean? Why did you come to me specifically? Could something have happened to Hawako Mundo again?
This is the only reason Kurosaki Ichigo could imagine why Neliel came to find him. Nelielu did shake her head, and then her expression became much more serious.
I have to have a reason to come to you. If something hadn't really happened, I wouldn't have come to you. But it's really different from what you think. Hawako Mundo has no problems, so you don't have to worry too much about this. Nelielu couldn't help but think that they had been there for so many years, and they were all safe and sound.
What could possibly happen? So there was no need to worry too much. But then again, how could she not be worried at all? After all, something had to have happened to cause this situation.
Otherwise, could they really come to see Kurosaki Ichigo? This possibility was relatively small, at least the possibility that it existed was almost non-existent.
After all, even if they are really good friends, they are different creatures after all.
There are huge differences between their worlds, so it is impossible to say that I will come to see you and I will definitely come to see you.
This situation is almost non-existent and there is nothing that can be done about it.
So what happened? Tell me right now, don't keep me in suspense. Are you trying to drive me crazy?
Chapter 300. Origin. Seeing Kurosaki Ichigo so anxious, I couldn't help but burst out laughing.
Nelielu hasn't smiled so happily for a long time, because in the past she wanted to laugh, but there was nothing too happy, so she couldn't laugh. But now it's very different. She feels like the person she cares about is by her side, and it's quite easy to laugh.
This kind of feeling is actually just like that. When you feel that someone you care about can be happy for you or something, you will really feel as if the world is not a big deal.
Of course, it was just that the man in front of me was someone I had feelings for before.
Nelielu knew that although she shouldn't have any feelings, because she was a monster in their eyes, how could she have any feelings with humans? But that was just her own wishful thinking, not an unquestionable reality. So when she thought about it carefully, she realized that what she did at that time was not wrong, but rather an expression of her true feelings. But that was all in the past. If I think about it carefully, I don't deserve to have feelings in this life, so I just keep it in my heart and never think about it again or do it again. But now that I can see him smiling so happily beside me, I am actually happy in my heart. I feel that all the time I have spent has not been in vain.
It is good to keep working hard like this. I just hope it can always be like this.
So this possibility is not very high, but I don't care about it, because in the long run, there will always be something that makes me feel at ease.
To be honest, Lu Jin, he went to Hawako Mundo. When these words were spoken, Kurosaki Ichigo was stunned. What did you say he went to Hawako Mundo? Why would he go to that kind of place? To be honest, this is really hard to understand. The people who should go don't go, and the people who shouldn't go anyway. So no matter how you think about it, it's hard to understand.
I thought it was strange at first, too, but have you heard about the Soul Society?
When a Shinigami captain is unable to stay in his homeland and is forced to go to Otherworld, there must be a reason of his own. If something had not happened, it would not have been so. So there must be his own difficulties.
Kurosaki Ichigo shook his head. To be honest, after the previous matter was resolved, I haven't heard anything about the Lion Soul world for a long time. Lately, apart from going to school and hanging out with friends, I haven't done anything else. Of course, I still remember that I'm an agent Shinigami, but I only remember that I'm an agent Shinigami.
To be honest, it seems that I haven't done anything that an agent Shinigami should do in a long time.
Because every district and every place has its own Shinigami, no matter what happens in this place, there will be this Shinigami to solve it, and Kurosaki Ichigo was just helping Kuchiki Lugia at that time. On the one hand, and on the other hand, it is because he has the qualifications. Now the city therein already has other Shinigami, which means that he is not needed at all. Advertisement. Although I have seen those things from time to time, and I really think that I should do something, but after thinking about it carefully, it seems that I am not needed all the time, and
there's nothing wrong with being an ordinary person. Experiencing battles every day and thinking that you might die in the next second is not a life that everyone wants. Now that I'm slowly getting used to this dull life, I feel that the life I used to live was quite tortuous. Sometimes the stressful life lasts too long and slowly I really don't want to live like that anymore. When I calm down, I feel that what I want most is to talk to my classmates and cook for my family when I get home from school every day. In fact, it's not that Kurosaki hasn't been bothered by these things. Ichigo is right in front of you, so how could you not discipline him? But when I really don't want to care about something, I will pretend that I didn't see anything, because only in this way can I completely detach myself from the things I don't want to care about.
Although it is almost impossible to completely break away from it, it does not mean that there is no possibility at all. What happened to Soul Society? What happened to Hawako Mundo, again? There is a key figure here, Lu Jin. He and Kurosaki Ichigo were very good friends at the time. The two met in the soul-devouring world. At that time, Kurosaki Ichigo was still their enemy, but he did not hurt himself, but saved himself instead. So when I think about it now, I am very grateful. What's more, after the misunderstanding was resolved, the relationship between them has always been very good. So now when I think about it carefully, it seems that if possible, I also hope to help the person who once helped me. Well, you should know that because of a lot of things that happened before, his relationship with Soul Society hasn't been particularly good. Now, because of those things, both sides are very unhappy.
It's even reached a point where they might break up completely in the next second.
Actually, it might seem a little strange. No matter how bad it gets, it won't go that far. But it's actually completely different from what we imagined. In short, the old man now thinks this matter is entirely his fault, but he doesn't dare to rebel. The old man's reason is very simple. Because his important people are here, it has become a very embarrassing situation.
So what we need to do now is to help him change this situation. However, we all know that this situation is very difficult to change.
It is not something we can change just by wishing it over. What we need to do now is to help him rescue the people he wants to save. I think this is quite important, but whether we can actually do it is a question worth pondering. I see. Matsumoto Rangaku or Ni Meng was detained by the old man's gang, right? The flight medics knew the guy's weaknesses too well.
Apart from the two women, no one else could possibly become his weakness, so they probably knew why he didn't dare to confront the old man.
How could such a powerful guy be completely subdued by someone else, unless he found a point that was untouchable? Chapter 301. Soft help. You guessed right. The old man forced him to rebel, but he also happened to find his weakness. As we all know, the Matsumoto chaos and the big dream have been controlled by the old man, so now he is completely helpless. He doesn't know what to do. He is very helpless now. Nelly Lu expressed Lu Jin's thoughts. It's not that I don't want to fight to the death, but I don't dare to do it. Because if I do that, I will hurt the people I don't want to hurt. After all, the people I don't want to hurt are still in the old man's hands. If I really do that, the consequences may be unimaginable. So I don't dare to take such a gamble. It is precisely because I don't dare to take the gamble that I am the most nervous and afraid at this moment.
That being said, it's a bit similar to when I was young. I didn't have any weaknesses back then, but I must admit that I was really scared when my most important person was in the hands of the enemy.
Kurosaki Ichido remembered what happened when he wanted to save Rukia Kuchiki. When the person you care about is in someone's hands, you don't know what to do at all, and you have no way to confront him, because once you do that, he is likely to hurt the person you care about.
Even for the person you care about, you have to be careful.
At this time, a head-on confrontation is simply useless.
So the old man is not so despicable as to kill you, but he also has many ways to make you suffer.
So that's why you came to me for help. Originally, he fled to Hueco Mundo with Zaraki Kenpachi. It didn't look like he wanted our help, but we felt that instead of just sitting there and waiting for death, we should find a way to change the situation. That's why we decided to help him. We took the initiative to ask for their help, so we can't blame them. But no matter what the reason is, the end result is good.
Nelialu had to admit that they were the ones who started this war, but no matter who started it first, or what the war ultimately started and ended for, as long as the result was good, that was enough. As for the rest, it didn't seem that important.
Okay, I don't think you did anything wrong. When someone you care about is tied up in someone else's hand, and you don't know whether they live or die, or whether they are suffering or not, it is indeed quite worrying. I support you in doing this, but I can't help you at all right now. Kurosaki Ichigo looked at his hands, feeling helpless at this moment. Why'd I say that? Kurosaki Ichigo knew exactly what was going on. Because after experiencing so many wars, the black-hearted medical staff could already sense that their own abilities seemed to be slowly disappearing, and in the end, it seemed that they had none at all. I don't know how long it has been since I pulled out the Zanpakuto, and during this time, I felt like a waste, or rather, an ordinary person in the eyes of ordinary people. I am not a so-called waste, but some people think so. Kurosaki Ichigo likes his current life and doesn't want to change it. Of course, if his friends need him, he will do everything he can to help.
Advertisement. When I have the ability to help, I will never refuse no matter what. But when I no longer have the ability to help, it seems that I can't say anything and can only watch it all happen because I am simply powerless.
No one wants to be powerless, but whether you want it or not, the facts are right in front of you and you can't say anything.
What's wrong with you? Perhaps Nelialu hadn't seen Kurosaki Ichigo for too long, so when Kurosaki Ichigo said this, she was quite shocked and felt very strange.
She was a little puzzled as to what had happened to make him say such a thing. What's the big deal? Saying such a thing made people very confused. I seem to have lost my Shinigami abilities. Now I'm just an ordinary person. It's not that I don't want to help you, but how can I help you? It's too difficult for me to help you right now. I can't even imagine myself wanting to help you. It seems a little too unbelievable. When Kurosaki Ichigo said this, he couldn't help but sigh. He was actually quite sad in his heart. He felt that he could clearly change the status quo, but he was content with the status quo at that time, which eventually led to the result. It is impossible to say that I am not sad at all. I used to be so passionate and fought almost every day.
In fact, I liked that kind of life very much. Later, a series of changes happened slowly, and now I seem to have to accept such changes.
But after accepting them, what can I do? I still feel speechless in my heart and I don't know what to do at all.
Neliel was still a little bit unbelievable, because she and Kurosaki Ichigo had not seen each other for a long time, so she never thought that Kurosaki Ichigo was now an ordinary person without the Shinigami ability. In fact, while she was in disbelief, she couldn't help but start to question it.
You are a chosen Shinigami after all, and your father is also a Shinigami. How could you truly lose such an ability? Unless you don't want to regain it, you can definitely regain it. I believe that if you don't want to regain it, then I have nothing to say, because this is your own business.
Even if others want to help you, I'm afraid it won't be that simple.
They can't help you at all. This is true. Life is your own and your feelings are your own. So if you really want to regain your ability, you can only regain it through your own efforts rather than relying on others. If you don't want to regain it, then what others say is actually just a waste of effort. This is very clear in my heart, and it is precisely because of this that I feel helpless now. It's not that I don't want to get it back, but I just don't know what to do. I also feel that my current life seems to be quite satisfying. If I really change this life, it may not be what I want. So what should I do? What happened? That's what I want. Chapter 302. How? I came to you with great anticipation. I don't want you to tell me that you can't do anything. If that happens, I think everyone will be disappointed, and I will be disappointed too.
No matter what, we came here with hope, so we naturally don't want to return with disappointment.
Kurosaki Ichigo fell silent for a long time before speaking.
I don't know if I can help him, but I think I should give myself some time. I need to think about what I can do and what I can achieve. I don't know anything right now. I'm very confused about whether I can do it.
You can go to the hospital and look out the window. The scenery outside is actually quite admirable. But if you were caught in a war, it will be difficult to see such scenery again, because every day is dark and gloomy, and every war follows one after another. You spend almost all your time in the war. You have no time to care about the scenery outside, and you have no time to see what you want to see. All your time is wasted. Do people really want to be caught up in war all the time throughout their lives? Some people may think it is completely possible, but others are extremely reluctant. No one can tell whether you are willing in the end, but one thing that must be acknowledged is that no matter whether you admit that the result you want is like this or not, what you can do are just some small things, and those so-called things of saving the world may not be what you need to do, so it's quite ridiculous to think about it. They think that you have to do things to save the world. Aren't they making things difficult for you? But Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't say that, because he knew that each of them had certain expectations of him. If he really did something like that and said something like that, everyone would be very disappointed. He really didn't want to disappoint them, so he still felt that if possible, he should try his best to do what he could. Although it was quite difficult, he had to try his best.
You should think of a way, or think about whether you really want to help him. If you want to help him, there is always a way. I'll wait for you at Urahara Kazuki's place.
Advertisement: the former captain of the 12th Division, the former director of the Technical Development Bureau. This man is definitely a very magical existence. He is different from everyone else, and what he can do is not something that everyone can do. In short, he is very powerful.
He can definitely do what you can't do. He is many times more powerful than the current director of the Technology Development Bureau. However, there is a difference between them. It is not a kind of strength.
But no matter whether it is a kind of strength or not, in short, strength is by no means a joke or a lie. Then the man disappeared, and Kurosaki Ichigo was the only one left in the room. At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo was still quite desperate. He didn't know what to do, or what he could do. He just thought about it stupidly for a long time before finally sighing. What should we do? Do you really want to regain your Shinigami abilities? Even if you do, what good will that do? Who can you help with your mediocre skills now? After such a long battle, everyone is convinced that the enemies they encounter will only become stronger and stronger, and there will never be anyone weaker. This is precisely why it is so frightening. When so many people are so powerful, what are their own strengths? In fact, they have no idea. If I could do more, I wouldn't be so afraid. When I arrived at Urahara Kazuki's place, what I didn't expect was that he had been waiting for me for a long time and even let his men wait at the door. This was actually a very shocking thing. Although I have always known that this guy's predictive ability is very strong, no matter how strong it is, he can't predict that I will come here so far in advance. This is really hard to believe. What kind of person is this guy? Or where did he get the information? It's really hard to imagine. I've been waiting for you for a long time, but you're a little later than I expected. Urahara Kazuki was still fanning himself as usual, looking at the person in front of him with a relaxed look on his face. Advertisement: how did you know I was coming? It seems no one except the people of Hueco Mundo would know about this. Does this guy have the ability to predict the future? This is a bit hard to believe. How could someone with the ability to predict the future appear here? And under normal circumstances, this guy shouldn't have the ability to predict the future. So how did he know it? To be honest, I just found out about this when I was investigating your shuche. This explanation is a bit far-fetched. First, why would he investigate Hueco Mundo? Second, even if he did investigate, how could he know about this matter at such a coincidence? But it doesn't matter. This old guy has spies everywhere. It is normal for him to know these things, so there is nothing worth being curious about.
Then let's get to the point. I'm sure you already knew that Kurosaki Ichigo had lost his Shinigami abilities. That's for sure. I know everything that happens in this world. How could I not know such a small thing?
Urahara Kazuki chuckled, looking at the woman in front of him, then looked aside. I've even figured out how to restore his Shinigami abilities. But whether he's going to do it or not is his own business. After all, when he told me about it before, I had already started to put it into practice. Is he really not going to continue being a Shinigami? Nellilu was still very worried about this matter.
If he was just an ordinary person, then it seemed that they would never have any contact in this life, unless he was still willing to continue being a Shinigami, even if it was just an acting Shinigami.
But this is only Black Heart Doctor's own business. No one else can decide anything for him, let alone change anything. So all he can do so far is to try his best to guide Kurosaki Ichigo according to his ideas.
But what is the method of guidance? Will he be able to Chapter 303, Guidance? If you're asking that, I'm not quite sure. After all, this kind of thing is your own business, young people. Besides, whether or not you want to continue being a Shinigami, whether or not you want to continue being a hero in this world, is also your own business.
I'm just trying to help you think of a solution. In short, if he wants to continue being a Shinigami, I do have a way, but if he doesn't want to be a Shinigami anymore.
Urahara Kazuki suddenly stopped talking and paused before saying, that's his own wish. We can't change anything, we just have to obey. After all, it's his life. What does it have to do with us? But he's needed now. Some people need her help. Nellialu believes that the most important thing in life is to be there when others need your help. If others need your help, but you're not there at that moment, wouldn't your life feel meaningless?
Urahara Kazuki shook the fan in his hand. There are so many people who need his help. If he can't help them, does that mean he's no longer himself? People live for themselves. Whether or not they can help others is their own will.
If he wants to help, then that's the point. If he doesn't want to help, then there's nothing we can do.
You came to him this time for your own reasons, of course, but whether she wants to do it or not, I advise you not to make things difficult for him. Nelliel was a little frustrated. If he really doesn't want to come with me to help, then my trip would be in vain. Besides, they're good friends. I hope he can continue to be a Shinigami. After all, he said he would just be an ordinary person. I guess he will be mediocre and useless in his life. If you can be a hero and have the ability to do so, who in this world would not want to be a hero? However, it does not mean that everyone must be a hero to have their own meaning. Perhaps for the Kurosaki family now, as long as they can protect their family, that is the meaning they want. As for other things, maybe they are not that important at this point. Since you're here, make the best of it. Since you're here, why don't you stay here and rest for a while? I suspect Kurosaki Ichigo won't know what he wants to do or what he doesn't want to do so quickly, so you don't have to be too anxious during this period. You just need to wait patiently for the final result. I suspect the final result may not be what you want, right? Urahara Kazuki's words are not without reason. Now all we can do is wait silently. Otherwise, even if we don't want to wait, what else can we do? We have to wait even if we don't want to. But the waiting process is always painful. It's okay after the first day, after all, you can't ask people to change their minds on the first day. But the longer it goes, the more headaches it causes, because this time is really too long, so it seems that there is no way to wait any longer. If you keep waiting like this, it will feel endless. Nellilu was not an impatient person, but she started to get a little impatient on the 5th day. Advertisement, Urahara Kazuki. Today is already the 5th day, and he still hasn't come. Can't I go find him? I don't understand what's wrong with me going to find him if he doesn't come. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. On the 2nd day, Nellilu wanted to find Kurosaki Ichigo to ask about the results, but was stopped by Urahara Kazuki.
The previous reason was that the black-hearted medical staff at this time must not have thought it through.
It would be better to wait and give Kurosaki some time, but we can't always give him time. Once or twice, 1 or 2 days is fine, but the longer it takes, the more people feel that there is no way to continue giving him time, because if we keep giving him time like this, the final result is disappointment, as you can imagine.
No one wants to be disappointed all the time. I am already too disappointed now. If I continue to be disappointed, I am afraid no one can bear it, so I really want to give up.
In fact, I was still obedient and did not go to find Kurosaki Ichigo, but so much time has passed, there should be a result. It's too long, it's 1 o'clock, anyone else would probably not be able to wait any longer, this is very normal. Is today already the 5th day? It went by so fast, I didn't even notice anything. I thought it was only the 2nd day. Urahara Kazuki has always been like this, really enjoying saying these useless words.
What's the point of you saying this? I'm going to go find him now, don't stop me. Nellialu said as she was about to rush out, but was eventually stopped by Urahara Kazuki's clerk.
Oh, why are you so anxious? It's only the 5th day. Based on my understanding of Kurosaki Ichigo, she still hasn't figured out what she should and shouldn't do. Going to her now is totally unnecessary and a waste of time. Then how long should I wait? 5 days won't do. 6 or 7 days won't do. Do I have to wait 10 or 8 days, or even a month? Everyone is waiting for news from me, and I'm just wasting time. I don't think this is right. Anyway, I think I should find out what's going on as soon as possible. The reason why Nellilu was so anxious was because she felt that everyone was waiting for her, and at this time she not only had no way to take it back, but she was just wasting time.
So she felt a little sorry and didn't want to continue doing this.
If she kept doing this, she would always feel uncomfortable. Don't be anxious, wait for his last day. Believe me, maybe he will come tomorrow.
Urahara Kazuki looked very confident. Although what he said was a little hard to believe, it was indeed the first time he said such a thing in these 5 days, so it was better to believe him this time.
After all, it was a big deal to wait 1 more day. It was better than waiting aimlessly without any results.
Now I could at least wait 1 more day. If he still didn't come, I could go find him.
Then do as you say. I'll wait for him 1 last day. If he still doesn't come, I'll go find him. Don't stop me. Chapter 304. Results, of course. There's no benefit in stopping you. Urahara Kazuki agreed immediately. Nelilu then gave up the idea of going out to look for Kurosaki Ichigo, and continued to stay here obediently, waiting for Kurosaki Ichigo to come to her on his own. However, the waiting process was still very painful. The following time was almost aimless waiting. Fortunately, it was only one day, which was relatively fast. On the afternoon of the second day, Nelilu finally couldn't sit still anymore. This time he didn't want to care about it anymore. He planned to rush out, but the moment he went out, he saw the medical staff standing at the door, but they didn't come in for a long time. This inevitably makes people feel a little strange. Since they have already come here, why are they standing at the door and refusing to come in? But fortunately, it came. Nelilu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Kurosaki Ichigo, you're finally here. Do you know how long I've been waiting for you? I thought you really weren't going to come. Kurosaki Ichigo smiled apologetically but didn't say much, and the two of them walked into the house. Urahara Kazuki had already made the tea and was looking at the two of them with a smile. I told you he would definitely come. I told you not to worry, but you were so impatient that I didn't know what to say. Now you know I wasn't lying to you, right? Is he really coming? I didn't expect you to be so accurate. I thought he had no intention of coming at all. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken so long to come. There was a hint of blame in Neliel's words, and Kurosaki Ichigo felt helpless. It wasn't that he didn't want to come, it was just that he had no choice. If he really didn't want to come, then why bother coming? Wouldn't it be better not to come at all? So now he was helpless? I really didn't plan to come here at first. Advertisement. Kurosaki Ichigo had no intention of lying to them at all. If he wanted to come, he could come. If he didn't want to come, he wouldn't come. He just had to tell the truth. There was no need to lie to anyone. At the beginning, Kurosaki Ichigo really didn't intend to care about these things. He felt that there was no point. Whether to care or not was just his own idea. If he really didn't intend to care, no one would say anything. But now think about it, it seems that this is not the case. If he really didn't care, perhaps this matter would have no result. What were you thinking? I thought you would definitely come. I waited for you for 6 whole days before you came. This time, Nelilu was indeed more or less angry with Kurosaki Ichigo. She was not lying.
But no matter how angry I was, Kurosaki Ichigo finally came, and I still felt a little comforted.
But let's not talk about that for now. Since you finally chose to come here, it proves that you still have some thoughts about this matter in your heart. You still want to help them and care about them, right? This is true, I still think about it and remember it. Kurosaki Ichigo sighed. My 2 sisters and my classmates didn't want me to take risks anymore, so at first I really didn't want to take risks anymore. I know they are my good friends, and I should help them, but so what? I still have other good friends. All they care about is my safety. If I go against them and do something that makes them worry, I will feel very sad. I don't want to do such a thing, but I don't know what to do is right or wrong. But now I think the meaning of my life is nothing more than to protect the people I care about. Now that the people I care about are in trouble, I don't help but do these things that I shouldn't do.
I feel that it is really wrong. So what you said seems to be true.
I really should think carefully about what I should do and what I can do. Maybe through my help, many things can be changed. Who knows? No matter what you think at first, as long as you can figure out the final result, then since you're already planning on helping them, let's go. Look at you. Why are you so anxious to leave? He hasn't recovered his Shinigami abilities yet. Where are you going now? If you take him out, isn't that a dead end? Urahara Kazuki said helplessly while fanning himself, and Nelilu then remembered that Kurosaki Ichigo was no different from an ordinary person now.
Yes, Kurosaki Ichigo hasn't regained his Shinigami powers yet, so he can't just leave like that.
Advertisement, didn't you say you had a way to restore Kurosaki Ichigo's Shinigami powers? Yes, but you have to give me some time. It's not like I have a way to restore his abilities in an instant. I'm just an ordinary scientist, not a god. Urahara Kazuki is indeed a very powerful scientist. He was a well-known figure in the Technology Development Bureau and was almost regarded as a god-like existence. However, no matter how powerful he is just an ordinary scientist. How powerful can he be?
It is impossible to say that anything you want will happen. The most you can do is to improve your research ability.
There's just a little more that can be done. It can only be said that they are admired by ordinary people and can never be compared with real scientists. You must admit this. Okay, how long will it take? Nelilu really felt that she had wasted too much time on this incident and was afraid that everyone would be anxious, so she still hoped that the matter could be resolved as soon as possible, the faster the better. Urahara Kazuki glanced at the clock hanging on the beam and said, it will take at least 3 days and 3 nights. It also depends on how well Kurosaki Ichigo recovers. Come with me, boy. What? Nelilu looked at the two of them with a strange expression on her face. She had no idea what they were going to do. But no matter what they were going to do, they always had their own reasons. She just had to listen to them. Kurosaki Ichigo and Urahara Kazuki went to the basement. Only then did he discover that there were countless Zanpakuto in this basement, and this scene was very similar to a previous scene, when Kurosaki Ichigo was training at the beginning and was going to save Rukia Kuchiki. Is it the same recovery ability as before? But why?
What does this mean? Chapter 305. Once. Seeing these slashing knives, you should be able to clearly understand that this is what you experienced when you regained your ability to die.
Urahara Kazuki pointed at the vast expanse of Zanpakuto before turning to Kurosaki Ichigo. Time has changed, but the method of restoring abilities remains the same. It's still the same method you used to restore abilities back then. So whether you can restore abilities or not depends on your Shinigami abilities. Damn it. Kurosaki Ichigo thought that this guy had come up with some good ideas so that he wouldn't have to suffer, but now it seems that everything is the same as before. Urahara Kazuki is such a jerk, he's such a jerk, you said so earlier. Why? If I had told you earlier, would you not have come? I'm telling you, this is your own obsession and idea. Since you've chosen this path, you'll come no matter what I say. Just like when you wanted to save someone very important to you, you were fearless back then. Now I see you're just a little hesitant, but deep down you've already made your decision.
Urahara Kazuki is relatively familiar with Kurosaki Ichigo, not to mention that the person they want to save is also a member of their Technology Development Bureau.
Although Lu Jin and I didn't have much contact, we were familiar with each other over the years. Urahara Kazuki has always been a very reliable person, so naturally he hopes that nothing will happen to the talents in his Technology Development Bureau.
Kurosaki Ichigo felt very unhappy, but when he thought about it carefully, he realized that what this guy said was right.
No matter what the situation was, he would always come when he was supposed to, so there was no point in saying this because this was his own choice and he would definitely not go wrong by following the path he had chosen. Advertisement, you old man have tricked me time and again. Even though it's been so long, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't be able to make it. Kurosaki Ichigo said as he rolled up his sleeves and casually pulled out a handful of Zanpakuto. But if it weren't for you, I might have died halfway along this road and wouldn't have been able to make it. How can I not thank you? As he spoke, he rushed forward. Urahara Kazuki just stood there fanning himself. Since you know exactly what you should and shouldn't do, why hesitate? You've only been causing others unhappiness for no reason. Nellilu was waiting up there alone, very anxiously, and she didn't know what was happening down there, so she didn't know what to do at the moment, and she looked very impatient. Urahara Kazuki didn't know when he came up. Don't worry, he's already started. What has already started? Nelliel stood up excitedly. Didn't you say you wanted to help him regain his Shinigami powers? What are you doing now? What does it take to restore a Shinigami's powers? Look at you. Why are you so anxious? Everything needs to be done slowly. What's the point of being so anxious? Urahara Kazuki sat down opposite Nellilu. Although Nellilu knew that since this guy chose to help, he would definitely help her well, so there was no point in thinking and doing this now, she just had to obey and trust, but the anxiety in her heart was no joke.
I think everyone has been waiting for me for a long time, so I'm so anxious. I hope you can understand my feelings.
Of course, I understand your feelings, but at the same time, I must tell you that this matter is not as simple as you think.
Do you think that people who have lost their Shinigami abilities can easily regain their so-called Shinigami abilities? If it were that simple, then wouldn't anyone be able to do it?
Urahara Kazuki suddenly became serious. I just want to tell you that the Shinigami's ability, although not given by God, is no different from that given by God. It's almost like once you lose the Shinigami's ability, it becomes very difficult to recover. It's not that simple at all. I know this isn't an easy task, but it's definitely not a difficult one either. It might be very difficult for others, but I don't believe it can be that difficult for you.
Advertisement. Nellilu knew this guy's strength. It would be fine if other people said so, but it was really hard to believe that he said so.
You are the former director of the Technology Development Bureau. I believe you can do it, and speed up the process. Nellilu said word by word. Urahara Kazuki could only sigh in the end, feeling somewhat helpless. Look at you. Why are you so anxious? Urahara Kazuki's eyes were a little uncertain. I've already told you that everything requires patience. If you are so anxious about everything, you will only end up dead. I'm not kidding you. You have to admit this. Okay, then I'll listen to you this time. I can wait, but I hope you won't make me wait too long. The key is that this isn't something I can decide. How long to make you wait is something no one can easily decide. But of course, since you've said this, I won't make you wait too long, don't worry.
Urahara Kazuki was relatively clear about it in his heart. After all, it was not the first time that Kurosaki Ichigo had done this. He was not sure what would happen. In fact, even if Kurosaki Ichigo did not know, Urahara Kazuki knew it in his heart, and he was very clear about it.
Although some things cannot be decided in a short time, they will definitely not take too long to be decided. As expected, Kurosaki Ichigo was already halfway through it this time. Since this was his second time, it was obvious that Kurosaki Ichigo was much more proficient this time than the last time. I don't know how many times this sword has been broken. One after another, all of these swords were broken one by one. Kurosaki Ichigo still hadn't found his own Zanpakuto, nor had he found his destined partner. At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo was somewhat anxious, but he still wiped the sweat from his face and breathed a sigh of relief. I knew it would be difficult, so I'm not afraid at this time. In short, since this is the path I have chosen, I have to go on no matter what.
Chapter 306. Recapture. Damn it. Where is it? Kurosaki Ichigo wiped the tears from his face, looking at the countless Zanpakuto in front of him, not knowing where the one he was looking for was.
At this moment, he felt anxious and helpless, but he also understood that this was the path he had to take. This path might be difficult, but if he didn't take it, he would never find back his Shinigami abilities. Zanjetsu. Kurosaki Ichigo yelled, but got no response. Kurosaki Ichigo knew that there was actually no point in doing this, because he knew from the beginning that he had given up on his uncle, so it was very difficult to find him now. When Kurosaki Ichigo gave up, all he thought about was living a peaceful and quiet life in the future.
I was just living an ordinary life, but now I think about it, I feel a little regretful. But is it too late to regret?
Ichigo, finally, after much pleading, Urahara Kazuki agreed and let Nelilu go down to the basement to check on Kurosaki Ichigo. Because this basement is actually equivalent to a secret room, ordinary people are generally not allowed to come here. So since people are allowed to come here, it means that there is an extraordinary trust between them. It's not just that, the main issue is not just about trust.
Maybe it can help, who knows, although we don't know how it can help, but no one can be sure whether it can really help.
Neliel. Why are you here? Kurosaki Ichigo had been fighting for a whole day and night. He was really tired at this time, sweating profusely, and exhausted all over. So when he heard his name, he really wanted to take a break, but Kurosaki Ichigo knew that if he rested for such a while, it would probably waste a lot of time. Although he did not need to be so anxious now than at that time, it did not mean that he did not need to be anxious at all. He would still have to be anxious if he needed to be anxious.
I wanted to come and see how you were doing. I don't know exactly what's going on, so I'm a little worried. Seeing you working so hard,
Advertisement Nelilu still felt a little regretful in her heart, because she was indeed letting her imagination run wild before. Some people think that Kurosaki Ichigo did not work hard or something like that. In fact, that is not the case at all. Kurosaki Ichigo did work hard, but I just couldn't see it at all. But since I didn't see anything before, how can I blame Kurosaki Ichigo? However, Kurosaki Ichigo just wiped the sweat from his forehead and sat on the ground. Remember what you looked like when you turned into a little brat? It's a bit strange to suddenly bring up that time.
Nelilu smiled and nodded. Being framed and turned into a little brat, that incident will probably leave a shadow in my heart for the rest of my life. How could I possibly forget it?
At that time, Aizen came to Hueco Mundo and changed everything, and I became a little brat because of being framed. Now when I think about it, I really feel that I was hopeless at that time. No matter what happened, how could I become like that because of a miscalculation?
Fortunately, there were people who were willing to help me later, and I was lucky to meet someone like Kurosaki Ichigo. If I hadn't met him, no one knows what would have happened. If something had happened.
It is even possible that I would have died at that time. This is extremely possible. Now that I think about it, it is too late to regret. When I first met you, I never thought that in such a big city like Hueco Mundo, there would be a guy like you. Kurosaki Ichigo mentioned his thoughts at that time. It's funny to think about it now. He really didn't expect anything at that time. But how can the thoughts at that time be the same as those now? No matter what I thought at that time, I would probably have different thoughts now.
Didn't I lose my memory at that time? I didn't expect that I would become like that. Nelilu felt a little embarrassed when she said this. After all, she never thought that she would become like that one day, so she felt that she was a little embarrassing at that time.
Advertisement, however, with the passage of time, many things have become a thing of the past, and all the embarrassment does not seem to be so embarrassing anymore. Over time, I felt that it was no big deal. Didn't you lose your own abilities back then? Not only did you lose your memory and abilities, you even needed the protection of your crappy subordinates.
So think about it, didn't you go through the same thing back then? Everyone goes through their own lows, and if you've been there, so have others. I'm probably feeling the same way now. Kurosaki Ichigo really feels that what he is going through now is a real low period.
I may not have felt this way before, but now I think about the feeling of losing my ability, it is really uncomfortable, and not everyone can bear this feeling. When you are very powerful and can fight many people, but suddenly your ability to fight is gone, what will you think? Will you feel that your whole world will become dark? Unless you agree with that kind of peaceful life, but I guess not everyone can agree with it, and not everyone can accept that kind of life. It's not that I don't understand you, it's just that our recovery processes are different, so I can't help you. Nelilu has never thought about helping Kurosaki Ichigo, but whether she can do it is a very big question. Because for some people, your experience may be the same as his, and you two may be able to help each other, but for some people, it is different, so not the same thing can be reflected in two people. And there is no way to do it no matter what, two people have to accomplish this together. I understand you. It's understandable that you're anxious. We all consider him a friend. I'm anxious too, but right now I feel helpless. Kurosaki Ichigo lowered his head and looked at his hands. I don't even know what I should do, what I can do, and whether I can recover. Chapter 307. I believe you can do it. You did it before, so you can definitely do it now. Nelilu's eyes were full of trust. She must believe that the man in front of her had the ability. Kurosaki Ichigo smiled. But you must know that I am no longer the same person I used to be. I used to be on the battlefield all the time, and now I don't know how long it has been since I stepped into the battlefield again. At this time, I am already a little afraid of the battlefield. I no longer know if I can do it, I no longer know what else I can do.
Nelilu couldn't help herself and sighed helplessly.
I don't know what else I can say, and I don't know if I can truly encourage you. I just hope that we can complete the next step together. In the next few days, Kurosaki Ichigo worked almost without eating, drinking or sleeping, searching for his own Zanpakuto every day. However, it was as if there was a card that he had not passed. No matter how hard he tried, he had no way to get back the Zanpakuto he wanted. He kept trying and always failed. He didn't know how long this journey would last, and Kurosaki Ichigo himself was almost exhausted. Neliel has been following closely behind Kurosaki Ichigo these days, accompanying him and never leaving. Because we also know that at this time, the black-hearted medical staff really need the company of their companions. As long as there are companions around, then perhaps there is no need to worry too much about many things, Kurosaki Ichigo devotes all his time and energy to training except for eating and drinking. He finally makes some progress, but has not yet found his own Zanpakuto and ability.
Zanjetsu. No matter how many times I yelled, no matter how many times I broke down, it was as if the Zanpakuto had never existed. I couldn't find it no matter how hard I tried. It was extremely difficult. Nellialu felt so heartbroken watching this scene, but no matter how heartbroken she was, there was no way she could change the status quo, so at this moment she could only watch it all happen.
Advertisement Urahara Kazuki almost never went down to the basement during this period, and only came down on the 7th day of Kurosaki Ichigo's training. Seeing that there was almost no progress, I couldn't help but sigh. I really didn't expect that it's already the 7th day and there's still no progress. Before, I thought that there would be some progress anyway. Now I think I was wrong. Kurosaki Ichigo, you are not as good as before. Urahara Kazuki couldn't help but complain. Nellialu disagreed with this statement. How can you say that? He used to be almost always training for combat, but now he's completely different. He's been an ordinary person for so long, and whatever happened during that time has nothing to do with him. He has no idea, and he has never been exposed to it. That's why he hasn't held a sword for a long time and even lost his Shinigami ability. It's not his fault. Urahara Kazuki just smiled and said, "Oh, little girl, you misunderstood me. I never blamed him and I never thought he was incompetent. I just wanted to say that a person's talent will never change."
He was able to break through himself and get his own Zanpakuto in 2 days, and he can do it now.
It just shows whether he works hard enough, because he will always be himself. His biggest enemy is either others or himself. He didn't do it in 7 days.
It only shows that it's not that my captain training has become difficult, but that his talent has regressed.
Who can he blame for this? He can only ask himself what was wrong with his heart and why he didn't continue to work hard. Because at that time, he knew that if he didn't complete this training within 3 days, then there was a high possibility that he would not be able to save the person most important to him. But now, perhaps there is nothing to force him, so he feels that no matter what, it doesn't matter. But in fact, this is not the case. If it were true, it would be fine, but it is not the case. So, it is precisely because of this situation that he should understand. What is he thinking in his heart, and what does he want to do? In fact, what the old guy said is not wrong at all. The most difficult thing for you to face is just your own heart. When you know what to do, maybe you will be able to understand clearly what you can do. Kurosaki Ichigo fell silent and looked at his hands seriously. What on earth is wrong with me? It's been 7 whole days, and I haven't accomplished anything. I would never have ended up like this before, but now I can't figure it out. Kurosaki Ichigo, what happened to you? Why did you become like this? Advertisement, Ichigo. Don't be too hard on yourself. Nellialu was still very distressed. Seeing Kurosaki Ichigo like this, she naturally felt uncomfortable. However, Kurosaki Ichigo did not respond to anyone, but just kept thinking about how he should do something. After a long time, Kurosaki Ichigo suddenly raised his head and looked towards the two of them. I don't want to waste too much time. Give me the last 2 hours.
Nellialu was completely stunned when she heard this. What did it mean to give him the last 2 hours? He had spent the whole 7 days and hadn't accomplished anything. How could he finish what he hadn't finished before in just 2 hours?
This is a joke, it's almost impossible. Urahara Kazuki actually has a completely different idea and thinks that thinking this way is actually a good thing. Very good, then I will help you train for these 2 hours. In the next 2 hours, Nellialu stood aside and watched their training. She was completely stunned because the training in the previous 7 days was completely different from their training today. So when she saw all this, it was completely unimaginable. Maybe if I had known this earlier, I would have started these 2 hours of training directly. Maybe I could have achieved much more. Sure enough, in these 2 hours, Kurosaki Ichigo has undergone a qualitative improvement and the changes are very, very big. Urahara Kazuki not only filled the entire basement with Zanpakuto swords, but also filled it with monsters. Chapter 312. Here it comes. The next second, a rumbling sound was heard, and the two people became a little timid in an instant, but soon the door opened, and the person who walked out was very shocking. Isn't this Lu Jin, Zaraki Kenpachi, and Harabelle? It's actually the 3 of them. But what's going on? Why are they here? What's the hidden story behind this? Why are you here? This is really surprising. Are we waiting for you to return if we don't come? Our goal isn't Hueco Mundo, but the realm of lost souls. Of course, we have to reach the real world first.
Lu Jin said as he came to Urahara Kazuki. Anyway, I really trouble you with this matter. If it weren't for your help, I'm afraid nothing would have gone so smoothly.
Urahara Kazuki just smiled as usual. What's the big deal? After all, I've helped you a lot over the years, so it won't matter if I help you once or twice? What he said is indeed true. If it weren't for this guy's help along the way, I'm afraid we would have died halfway. Urahara Kazuki is their benefactor. There is some connection between the two of them. He used to be the 7th seat of the 12th Division of the Technical Development Bureau, and this guy used to be the captain of the 12th Division of the Technical Development Bureau. Advertisement, how to say it, the two of them had worked together before, not to mention they were good friends in the same team, so it was nothing to help each other, not to mention that they were experiencing roughly the same thing now, so they probably felt sorry for each other. How sure are we this time? You should know that Kuretsuchi Mayuri is no weakling. Urahara Kazuki has always tried his best to help them, but he has done what he can and has no way to move forward. He would rather not go to Soul Society if he can. For him, everyone is relatively peaceful in this reality now. If he returns to Soul Society, maybe something more serious will happen, which he naturally doesn't want to do. Therefore, what can help them are only some technical issues related to equipment, and the final result still depends on their own efforts. Lu Jin shook his head. To be honest, I wasn't sure before, but I've fought against them before. I lost an admiral, and the current Hitsugaya Dashiro was seriously injured. He was even taken back by them. We don't know the specific situation.
I really feel sorry about this matter, but no matter how I think about it, things have come to this point and there seems to be nothing I can do.
What you three did last time was wrong. There are 12 teams in the Lost Soul Realm, including that old man. How do you think you three can defeat them? It's impossible for the three of you to fight against so many people.
Urahara Kazuki was speechless every time he thought of this incident. Let me put it bluntly, even if the three of you were together, you might not be able to beat this old man alone, let alone the others.
You were just courting death, but it was my fault that I couldn't persuade you back then. Now I think about it, if it was possible, I wouldn't let you do such a thing. Urahara Kazuki felt very regretful in his heart. It was indeed his fault that he failed to persuade them at that time. Now he thought that he hoped that they could make sufficient preparations before doing anything this time, otherwise it would be too late to regret. Last time, we were indeed too impulsive. Now that I think about it, we weren't fully prepared. But since things have already happened, what else can we do? What we have to do next is forced upon us. Advertisement, or they are forced to do so every time. They never know what they have done wrong, but why are they always forced to move forward by these people? In fact, they have no idea which step is not good enough, but no matter which step is not good enough, they are unwilling to let them go. Especially since the old man was the only one who was most unwilling to let them go. In fact, sometimes I feel very sad when I think about it. No matter the previous transactions with the old man or the subsequent contacts, I always regard the old man as a very important person, and every time I give him enough face. But why did the old man want to kill him in the end? Perhaps this is the decision that an old man as the captain should make, but they don't know what they did wrong to be treated like this.
No one really understands that old man. Think about it.
Kyoraku Shunsui and Jashiro Yukitaki were both his disciples, but when they really asked for the Dharma, the old man fought them without hesitation, even with the determination to kill them.
So think about it, if even the disciples he taught with so much effort can be treated like this, what about you? So, what do you need to be mentally prepared for? It's just the old man's cruelty.
Believe me, the old man is definitely a person who regards rules as more important than anything else. No matter what, none of you can impress him. As long as he thinks it is wrong, or this matter has been determined to be wrong, then no one can change it. So, I understand that you were forced into this situation. However, I also advise you to think carefully before doing this. Although the old man is wrong to a certain extent, think about it, you also have your own faults. This statement was very puzzling, and Zaraki Kenpachi couldn't help but ask, where did we go wrong?
In fact, they never thought they were wrong. They had always done everything perfectly and listened to the old man. But in the end, they were still fooled by the old man. So they must feel very uncomfortable.
If you're going to say what's wrong, it's just that you've violated all the rules set by Soul Society. However, you don't seem to think you've done anything wrong, but they think it's a huge mistake. In short, there's no right or wrong. It all depends on how you think and what you plan to do. Urahara Kazuki had been kicked out before, so he could naturally empathize with them and stand on the same side with them, but when he thought about it, none of that mattered.
The important thing is that you are living a good life now, right? Chapter 308. 2 hours. And these monsters are the lowest level of void.
This is why the Black Lacquer user fought for a full 7 days and 7 nights. These lowest level areas were simply unable to do it and could not stop Kurosaki Ichigo, so even if it was 7 days and 7 nights, it would be meaningless. But then, Urahara Kazuki made a terrible decision. Neliel, why don't you help him?
Nelielu understood the meaning of these words, so she was a little shocked and found it a little unbelievable at 1:15.
But how can I help him? Besides, he doesn't even have Shinigami abilities right now. If I really fight him, won't I hurt him? I can't bring myself to do it.
I know, so I prepared this for you. Urahara Kazuki took out a small box from his arms. There was a pill in the box. After taking out the pill, he handed it to Nelielu.
Nelielu took the pill with a puzzled look on her face. What is this for? You'll know after you eat it. Urahara Kazuki has always been a person who likes to keep people in suspense, so this time it was the same as before, but the more he did so, the more angry it made people feel. Just say what you want to say. Why do this? How could Nelielu just casually say no to this thing? If it really was something strange, it would be too late to regret it.
Urahara Kazuki curled his lips in displeasure. Look at you, little girl, why are you so ignorant? How could I harm you? This thing just makes you unconscious after eating it.
It can do things not according to your own will. That way, when you fight Kurosaki Ichigo again, you won't have to control your abilities because of your heartache. What? Nelielu was even more afraid to eat it after hearing this. Instead, she kept her distance from it. Are you kidding me? How can I eat something like this? What if I lose consciousness after eating it and lose control of myself in battle? What if I accidentally hurt Kurosaki Ichigo? Advertisement, this kind of thing is not impossible to happen, so when I heard that this thing can make people lose consciousness, I would never eat it again. I didn't want to accidentally hurt Heihuhu, so I was unwilling to eat it. Now if I know that this thing will definitely accidentally hurt Kurosaki Ichigo, then I will definitely not eat it.
Of course, Kurosaki Ichigo didn't say anything, it was Urahara Kazuki who spoke first.
If you don't eat and don't fight him, let alone 2 hours, he won't make any progress even if he fights for 7 days and 7 nights. So this is related to him to a certain extent, but the biggest reason is not here. I think you should be able to understand the biggest reason.
The so-called biggest reason is nothing more than that. Kurosaki Ichigo currently has no powerful enemies, so Kurosaki Ichigo is completely powerless at this time.
Because Kurosaki Ichigo needs a powerful enemy. When a person is on the verge of life and death, his potential is unlimited. Only at this time can he be forced to use all his abilities. Except for this time, there is no way to force out a person's strength. So doing this is actually a good thing for Kurosaki Ichigo. But, Neliel looked at the now exhausted Kurosaki Ichigo and couldn't bear to do such a thing. Actually, it was not impossible. After all, after taking the pill, she would be unconscious. She could do whatever she wanted to do next, there was no need to worry. But what if she accidentally hurt Kurosaki Ichigo, and what if Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't resist? No buts. Neliel will be watching us from the side. If anything really happens, he will stop it. Urahara Kazuki, my life is in your hands. After hearing what Kurosaki Ichigo said, Neliel really didn't know what to do. She hesitated and finally sighed. Well, since you've already said so, I'm afraid I have no reason to refuse. He took the pill and swallowed it directly. Whether it is an ordinary hollow or hollow like Neliel, who has already become a mask.
There are certain conditions under which you can hollow it out.
Advertisement hollow is the process of pouring a hollow soul into another soul and attempting to elevate the target to a higher level soul by destroying the boundary between souls. And this so-called target is all of them themselves, whether they are unformed hollows or formed masks. The original intention was to strengthen the Shinigami's soul, gain the power of a hollow, and become a mask. But then over time the poop was different. There is a difference in power between Shinigami and hollows.
The powers are different. Boundary is something that constrains their power, but if there is a power that breaks the boundary.
Any party can obtain powerful strength, but hollowing is conditional. Relatively speaking, if you want to hollow, your life must be in danger. However, through Ranran's efforts, they finally achieved this. Of course, their so-called hollow or becoming a mask is very different from the result that Lanran wanted. But fortunately, there is no danger to their lives, and they can still use it normally. After taking the pill, Nelilu's mind was completely blank and she knew nothing. Within a second, certain changes began to occur. Her eyes began to become empty, and it seemed as if she didn't recognize anyone in front of her at all. Urahara Kazuki sighed and took 2 steps back. Oh, please don't hurt me by mistake. I knew this little girl was not that simple and must be very powerful. Now it seems that I was right. The dosage of this pill is well controlled. Please don't add too much, otherwise no one can stop me.
Sing, Antelope Knight. Almost immediately after taking the pill, he began to release his Zanpakuto.
Nelilu has now completely lost all consciousness and knows nothing at this moment. When Neliel is released, she holds her Zanpakuto with both hands facing forward, and after being released, she turns into a centaur holding a 2-headed spear.
Chapter 309. Out of Control. The double horns originally attached to Nelilu's skull mask turned into long horns with segments and curved backwards. Her collarbone, shoulders, elbows, and hands were all covered with white armor, and her arms had black long-sleeved gloves.
All in all, it is quite different from the previous image.
The previous image was relatively close to the human physique, but the current appearance is not so close to the human physique. How to say it?
Once these people become hollow, they will become like those unconscious beings. It is very different from their current appearance. Although Urahara Kazuki has been studying these things, he was still very shocked when he really saw everything in front of him. He felt that he had never thought that they would actually be like this.
However, apart from being shocked, he still felt that it was nothing.
After all, this kind of thing is very normal. Come on, Neliel. At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo was actually already prepared, but he just needed someone who could fight with him. However, before, this person who could fight with him had never been there, and only now slowly appeared, so he really needed this person at this time. However, whether he needed it or not, he was afraid that the road ahead would be very difficult. But this was something he could not help, there was no way around it. Neliel launched the first attack. 0. This is a move that every Arankar or mask can use, but compared to ordinary hollows, the Sero of these people is very powerful, and almost no one can withstand it.
So when this move came, Urahara Kazuki hurriedly took out the defensive cloak he had made before in order to prevent himself from being accidentally injured, because he knew that no matter how deep and big his basement was, it would never be able to withstand such a guy Sero so easily.
He was the number 2 in Arankar. What kind of concept was this? In fact, everyone knew it clearly in their minds. At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo had no Zanpakuto to defend himself, so he had to either use his body to block the attack or quickly find a knife to block it for him. However, even if he could find a knife to block it for him, it would not change anything.
Kurosaki Ichigo hurriedly picked up a knife and tried to block the attack, but it was obvious that most of the knives stuck here were actually useless. Even if they could barely block it, they would not be of much use at all.
Soon the Zanpakuto was swallowed by the sudden Sero, and the next second the entire basement was as bright as daybreak. This kind of light made it impossible to open one's eyes. It was not blocked and hit Kurosaki Ichigo. Kurosaki Ichigo was beaten so hard that he vomited blood. Advertisement. Before I could react, the next Sero came. Urahara Kazuki was very scared when he saw this scene. After all, if Sero came down one after another, let alone whether Kurosaki Ichigo could stop them, his basement might be blown up. How could Urahara Kazuki allow such a thing to happen? So he thought that he should just stop it immediately. If Kurosaki Ichigo really failed this time, there would be nothing he could do.
After all, things had come to this point. Kurosaki Ichigo still had no way out, so he could only leave it to fate.
No one had any other tricks at this time. But at this moment, Kurosaki Ichigo suddenly grabbed Zanpakuto with both hands and slashed at Sero. Although it was not very useful, it still stopped Sero. Although Urahara Kazuki was panicked, he still expressed his appreciation for Kurosaki Ichigo's actions, because he knew that Kurosaki Ichigo was different from other Shinigami. This kid was not afraid of life and death, and many things he could do were not something ordinary people could do. It was precisely because of this that it was better to choose to believe, because some people can really do it, but some people may not.
But Kurosaki Ichigo is definitely able to do it, because Kurosaki Ichigo himself has that ability, so it is not a difficult thing to do.
It looks like Kurosaki Ichigo will be successful soon. In fact, it is really difficult. Every second is torture. Even if you lose consciousness, you will retain your fighting habits. Nellilu knew that the guy in front of her was so weak that she didn't even need to activate the second move. Sero alone could completely defeat him, so she didn't care about this battle at all.
This kind of contempt is in the bones, not in the eyes or what is said or not. Even if Kurosaki Ichigo is regarded as a very good friend on weekdays, he really looks down on him at this moment.
Nelliel. You? Kurosaki Ichigo gasped for breath as he looked at the woman in front of him who had already lost consciousness. In fact, in your heart, I am nothing at all. You came to me for help this time. And you never thought that I would become like this. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to disappoint you. Advertisement. Nellilu was indeed disappointed, but she just didn't want to say it and couldn't say it, and she couldn't bear to let it go, because this man was a man she cared about very much. However, this disappointment could be fully expressed, and it was not as simple as saying it or not. Kurosaki Ichigo ran while pulling out the Zanpakuto in front of him, while she kept chasing after him, one Sero after another, catching the black-hearted medic off guard. Nellilu is terrifyingly powerful in herself, and this Sero does not require any time to condense, almost one is produced every 2 seconds. Although Kurosaki Ichigo has lost his Shinigami ability, at least this was his former fighting habit. Kurosaki Ichigo is still very fast, so with the help of the useless sword in his hand, he can still avoid Sero.
YF2F. But escaping and hiding all the time is not a solution at all.
We have to find a way to deal with it, or even to push Sero back. The enemy had complete advantage and it was a crushing battle. Once hit by Sero, the whole person would be almost destroyed, and there was no possibility of fighting back. In order to prevent such a thing from happening, Kurosaki Ichigo did not dare to stop for almost a moment. Even if I keep running like this, there is no way to control it. At this moment, the knife in front of him looked very much like the former Zangetsu. But there were too many knives like Zangetsu here, and even though this knife smelled good, he didn't dare to pull it out.
Or you will be disappointed after pulling it out. Rather than being disappointed. No, that's not right. How could I be disappointed all the time?
There will always be one that is real. There will always be one. Chapter 310. Zangetsu. Kurosaki Ichigo thought that no matter whether it was true or not, he had to give it a try. After all, he had tried it so many times before. Although he had not succeeded in the end, it did not mean that he would not succeed every time. The knife was far away from him. If he had to rush over to pull it out, he would most likely lose his life because his body would definitely not be able to withstand the blow if the Sero hit him. Let's take a gamble. I shouldn't have tried to use the knife since it was so far away from me, but there really is no better way so far. It won't hurt to give it a try.
Kurosaki Ichigo has also made up his mind, let him die. Anyway, the so-called peaceful life may not be what he really wants. Why not give it a try? Maybe he can succeed. Yes, maybe he can succeed.
Kurosaki Ichigo, you must succeed, this is your last chance. Urahara Kazuki was also ready to rescue, because he knew that if Kurosaki Ichigo failed to be hit by Sero this time, the consequences would be disastrous, and it was very likely that his body could never be saved. But it didn't matter, because the body could not be saved, it didn't mean that his soul could not be saved either.
When Urahara Kazuki made this pill that makes people lose themselves, he also left a backup plan, which of course can be controlled by himself.
If the pill has gotten out of control to a certain extent, the control on his side can make the pill ineffective, and then the person will completely regain his will.
If it really comes to the point where he needs to intervene, then this is the only way. I hope I don't have to get involved, I hope. Kurosaki Ichigo was very close to the knife, but Sero's frequency was getting faster and faster. It was 1 every 2 seconds just now, but now it has increased to 1 every second, which is a bit unbearable.
After all, it is too difficult to dodge at this speed. Kurosaki Ichigo was now having a very hard time dodging, and there were even a few times when the edge of Sero had brushed against his body. The burning sensation was no joke, it was very painful and he could hardly bear it. At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo was almost unconscious, and he could hardly even open his eyes. All the movements and actions of his body were subconscious, all muscle memory. Finally, there is only 1 meter away from the knife. I believe that there will be no more accidents in this 1 meter, right? Advertisement. Yes, there is only this 1 meter left.
Of course you can. Kurosaki Ichigo closed his eyes, and the next second he rushed over like a madman, and immediately pulled out the Zanpakuto.
However, at this moment, Nellilu Sero also came along. Okay, at this moment, it's time for a Jedi counterattack. Kurosaki Ichigo didn't care about anything else anymore, and his subconscious intention was to chop towards Nellilu with the knife.
If this sword is a Zanjetsu, then it can not only split Sero in half, but may even injure the enemy. If this sword is just an ordinary sword, or even an unknown and meaningless sword, then he will surely die.
Kurosaki Ichigo closed his eyes, no longer caring about anything else. Even if death lay ahead, he had to accept it. However, what the black-hearted medical staff waited for was not death, but unusual silence for a long time. When Kurosaki Ichigo opened his eyes again, he found that Nellilu in front of him was already lying on the ground.
What is going on? Urahara Kazuki came over and gave Nellilu some kind of medicine.
He then said to Kurosaki Ichigo, "How could you be so heavy-handed when you just regained your powers? Don't you have any idea of the severity of the situation? If anything really happens, I'm afraid it will be too late for you to regret it." What does this mean? Does it mean I've regained my powers? Really? Kurosaki Ichigo still felt a little bit unbelievable, looking at Urahara Kazuki in front of him with surprise. Have I really regained my Shinigami ability? Really? How else could a mere mortal body possibly injure him so badly, unless the Zanpakuto in your hand is the Zanjetsu you've been searching for so long?
Advertisement. Kurosaki Ichigo then noticed that the Zanpakuto in his hand seemed different from the first time.
It must be admitted that at the beginning, the knife in his hand seemed to be exactly the same as the other Zanpakuto, that is to say.
It was just an ordinary knife, not even a cutting knife. You might just cut anything with it, but the knife in his hand was exactly the same as the Zanjetsu he had seen before.
That means this sword must be Zanjetsu. Kurosaki Ichigo was very happy and couldn't suppress the smile on his face. Because it has been so long since I saw Zanjetsu again. How could I not miss him after all this time? Besides missing him, I probably also felt like I had finally regained my Shinigami powers, and now I could do whatever I wanted.
Are you happy that you have recovered your ability?
Urahara Kazuki could even see tears in Ichigo's eyes, because for Ichigo, it was really not easy for him to be a Shinigami again one day. In fact, he had never thought about this in the past. He never thought that he would be able to be a Shinigami again one day.
Yes, I'm very happy, thank you. Kurosaki Ichigo didn't know how many times he had said thank you to the man in front of him, but no matter how many times, it was his duty to say thank you every time, because this man had really helped him a lot with all his heart, so much so that sometimes he didn't even know how to say a few words of thank you to make up for it all. Why should you thank me? This isn't the first or second time.
Anyway, I just hope you're doing well, that's all. Besides, nothing else matters to me. Also, someone who needs your help is waiting for you. I think you should hurry up and get on with your journey. Everything else doesn't seem that important anymore.
That's true, Lu Jin, he is still waiting for Kurosaki Ichigo to help. The only way for the unscrupulous medical staff now to know what their next step should be is to rush to the scene to discuss countermeasures.
Then it's up to you now. Treat his injuries first. I think I didn't use too much force.
Kurosaki Ichigo felt that he did have great control over his power at the time, but because the sword was not his Zanpakuto at the time, and he thought it was another sword, he was not sure whether he actually had control over his power or not. Chapter 311, Next Step.
Nellilu's injuries were not particularly serious, so she recovered quickly after several treatments. Their next step was not to treat the wound, but to have a more important task on their shoulders. While waiting for Nelliel to wake up, Kurosaki Ichigo kept observing with Zanpakuto in his hands. Urahara Kazuki said, "In fact, your Zanpakuto has never been with me. It just exists in your heart all this time. You sealed it away before and refused to let it out, so it couldn't come out. But now you are willing to let it out, so it can come out of this world again. So since you plan to let it out, don't give up on it from now on. After all, the bond between Shinigami and Zanpakuto is not something that everyone can have, and it is very difficult. Naturally, one thing that everyone must be clear about is that when you have a Zanpakuto, and your Zanpakuto is always by your side, then what is the importance of this Zanpakuto?"
Kurosaki Ichigo also realized that what he did was extremely wrong. No matter what, he should not give up his Zanpakuto. As a Shinigami, the most important thing is the Zanpakuto in his hand. If he can't even give up the Zanpakuto, then there is no point in being a Shinigami.
"Don't worry, I won't do that again." At this time, Nellilu just woke up. So all the injuries are not serious, but the pill made by Urahara Kazuki is still in the trial stage, so there are still some minor side effects, so when you wake up at this time, you will still feel a splitting headache. Nellilu frowned slightly, rubbed her temples, and opened her eyes, but when she saw Kurosaki Ichigo holding the Zanpakuto in his hand and wearing the Shinha uniform, she still breathed a sigh of relief. This meant that Kurosaki Ichigo was not only fine, but also successful, which was a very important point. "You succeeded, Ichigo." Nelliel didn't care how much she was injured. "I didn't hurt you by mistake, right? You should be okay, right?"
Don't worry too much, I'm fine. Kurosaki Ichigo patted his shoulder to show that he was not injured. Only then did Nellielu feel relieved.
Then he started complaining about himself. "It seems my abilities have declined over the past few days, otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to hurt you at all. What's more, I was completely unconscious just now. Normally, I should have. Advertisement. Although you were unconscious at the time and all your actions were carried out according to your usual habits, you subconsciously knew that if you were facing someone weaker than you would not use your full strength. In other words, during the battle, you did not take Kurosaki Ichigo seriously at all. In your unconscious mind, you thought he was too weak and not worthy of fighting you. Therefore, you did not use more serious moves against him at all, but just kept using Sero.
But did you know that your Sero almost took his life?
That's why this problem occurred. So that's how it is. I feel much better now that I hear that. Neliel was still a little worried and went forward to check the wounds on Kurosaki Ichigo's body. She was relieved after confirming that there was nothing wrong. In short, it's best if nothing happens. Please don't let anything go wrong, otherwise I will definitely feel very sad.
Don't worry, I'm here so nothing can happen to your Ichigo.
Urahara Kazuki has always been very confident about his pills. He doesn't think that his pills will get out of control. As long as he is with them, there will be no problems. Then we should be ready to set off next, right? Nelilu certainly wouldn't forget that everyone was still waiting for them in Hueco Mundo. Kurosaki Ichigo nodded. Now that my Shinigami powers have been restored, there's absolutely no point in waiting any longer. It's just a waste of time. We can definitely head out now. I'm telling you too, don't be so anxious. Wait a minute, I think you should listen to me on this matter. Urahara Kazuki waved the fan in his hand slowly and leisurely, and his calm look was really speechless. So this kind of thing is very normal. Some people are not anxious by nature, so it is normal. But when you see that they are not anxious, you become very anxious. If you have anything to say, just say it now. We both have more important things to do right now. You've helped us during this time, and we're very grateful and will thank you later, but please stop wasting time, okay? It's always like this, every time. Do you know how much you're wasting time? Advertisement. Look at you, girl. Who am I when you say that? I'm the former director of the Technology Development Bureau. How could I possibly waste your time?
As Urahara Kazuki spoke, he asked his men to open a door. Behind the door was something similar to a portal. This portal looked a little strange, but it was unclear what it was used for. What is this? It was very easy for Nelielu to travel to the human world from Hueco Mundo. That was the passage left by the infection, so she had never seen this thing in front of her and found it a little strange.
Kurosaki Ichigo frowned. He had indeed seen this thing before, but he didn't know if it was the same thing as before.
Could this be connected to Hueco Mundo? Urahara Kazuki didn't say much, just nodded with a smile. While the two were shocked, Nelielu suddenly remembered something. Although she was anxious, if she wanted to go back to Hueco Mundo, she must have something leading to Hueco Mundo, otherwise how could she go back?
Just as he was about to go in, he was stopped by someone. I told you you're impatient. Why are you so impatient? Something bad will happen sooner or later. Why don't you just listen to me and wait a little longer?
It is very difficult to understand what Urahara Kazuki said.
Why do we have to wait any longer? What's the matter? If you have something, just tell us. You're making us wait aimlessly like this. We feel uneasy. Don't worry, it'll be here soon. As soon as he finished speaking, there was movement at the door in front of him.
Chapter 313, Choice. So escaping may not be a bad thing. On the contrary, it may be the best choice.
Do you mean for us to give up, stop going on, and stay away from the world like you? Lu Jin had thought about it, but was it really feasible? Moreover, the most important person to him hadn't been rescued yet. How could he just give up like that? How should I put it? Maybe you don't agree with what I'm saying, because you don't think it's a good thing.
After all, I've been alone in this world for such a long time, and it's been quite lonely, but they are all by my side.
Come to think of it, it's not better than before.
When I was in the Technology Development Bureau, everything I researched was not my own, and I had to report it.
The most important thing was that some things couldn't be researched.
I think my life is perfect now. I can do whatever I want, research whatever I want, and no one can do anything to me. No one can stop me. All of them are just people who enjoy the results of my experiments. They don't deserve me to do anything. Urahara Kazuki just wants to say that his current life is perfect, and he feels that his current life is what he wants.
He doesn't have any other meaning. Maybe not everyone can accept this kind of life, but on the contrary, such a life makes people feel pretty good, which is actually quite important. Maybe other things are not important. The most important thing is what you think and what you want to do. Your life is good, and we envy it, but we won't do that. The reason is simple. Maybe the people you consider important have already escaped the Soul Society's control, but we haven't. Not only have we not escaped, but we are all controlled by them. I must rescue all the people I consider important. I don't care what life will be like in the future, but what I have to do now is to rescue them. Whether it is Matsumoto Rangaku, Nii Menji or Hitsugaya Dashiro, these people are very important to me, and none of them have been rescued yet, so they are all in danger now, and we cannot let them continue to be in such danger. Soul Society is such a dangerous place, really. Alright, you're just like Ichigo Kurosaki back then. I understand your feelings very well. Although I don't agree with you doing this, there's nothing I can do about it. Since this is what you want to do, then just go for it. What can I say? Urahara Kazuki said as he took out a small box, which undoubtedly contained some small pills. Advertisement every time this guy likes to take these things out, these pills must have some use.
What is this for? Lu Jin took the pill and looked at it carefully, but he could not see any clues at all.
If something goes wrong, you can take this pill. Then, you can detach part of your soul and return to me. This way, you won't completely lose yourself.
This is probably the last resort. Lu Jin held the box tightly in his hand, knowing that this was their last life-saving thing, so he had to keep it safe no matter what. Thank you. Don't worry, we will never let you down. You escaped back then, so we will definitely escape too.
Lu Jin had experienced so many life and death situations, but he didn't think anyone could beat him, so he wasn't that worried. That's right. You're different from others. I don't need to worry about you so much. I can completely trust you. You can definitely do it. Urahara Kazuki knew that the man in front of him was different from the others. He was very strong and powerful, and he didn't need to worry about these trivial things at all.
Then all we have to do is wait for their good news.
Now that everyone is here, you can set off. Urahara Kazuki looked at everyone and said, please keep the beauty pills. Don't forget that they can help you when you need them. I hope everyone can return safely. Advertisement. Well, it's not like we're going to face life and death, and we won't see each other again, so why be so sad?
Lu Jin was very confident. Even if it was just him and Zaraki Kenpachi, they could guarantee a safe return. It's just that there was a possibility that they wouldn't be able to rescue anyone, so why worry so much at this time?
With so many people this time, the chance of success is almost 100%, so there is no need to be too scared or worried.
Okay, I know you're powerful, but the others are different. They almost always failed in that war, and they've been mostly idle for a long time, without training, so I have no idea if they can succeed next time.
This is because I haven't fought for a long time, so whether I can succeed is indeed a question worth thinking about. Why think so much? Whether it succeeds or fails, can we just not do it? No matter what, this time it has to be done, so success or failure, it doesn't matter. Let's go. Although Nelilu is impatient, it may not be a bad thing. Next, everyone got ready and headed to Soul Society. It only took about an hour, but within this hour, everyone had to run and run without stopping. Everyone set off. Urahara Kazuki raised a smile, another fierce battle. Why should we help them? At some point, Yoruichi Shifuin appeared behind him. You know very well that the old man is targeting him, so we can't go against the old man.
Shifuin Yoruichi was just like Urahara Kazuki. He was framed for some reasons and then came to the present world.
So after experiencing so many things over the years, all the misunderstandings have been resolved. But this does not mean that they can still go against the old man. The old man's character is too stubborn. No one can violate the rules he believes in, and these people are just going against him. If they continue like this, there is only a dead end. Chapter 314. Opposition. With the experience from the previous times, it was very easy to pass through this passage this time. It took about an hour for everyone to arrive at Soul Society safely.
However, although they arrived safely at the soul-devouring realm, no one was able to enter the Jingling Pavilion.
After all, the recent days were different from the past, so the Jingling Pavilion was heavily guarded. It was almost impossible to enter the Jingling Pavilion recently. It was extremely difficult before, and it was even more difficult now, so this was still a very troublesome thing. Naturally, several people had to think of some way to deal with this matter.
They once again went to find the person who helped them open the listening door before.
However, because of those things that happened before, it was almost impossible for him to open the door now. Anyway, it was very difficult, so everyone still expressed a headache and didn't know what to do next. Or let's just force our way in. Nelilu was an impatient person, and she was naturally unhappy about being shut out like this. What's more, delaying like this was not a solution. After all, it had come to this point, so she was not afraid of these things. If she couldn't get in, she could just force her way in.
The worst that could happen was a battle. There would definitely be a battle this time, so don't even think about it.
Lu Jin shook his head. I think we should not do this. If we force our way in, we'll quickly alert everyone in Jingling Pavilion. If Team 13 finds out we're forcing our way in, they'll definitely transfer the people we're trying to rescue to another location and intensify their investigation. This is very disadvantageous to us. After all, the purpose of our coming here is to rescue them. If there is no way to rescue them, then there is no point in our coming here at all. Have you forgotten someone? Just when everyone was thinking hard, Kurosaki Ichigo suddenly spoke. Lu Jin blinked and looked at Kurosaki Ichigo, as if he remembered who that person was. Are you talking about Kukaku? Advertisement?
So they came to Konghei's house again. When he learned that they were going to break into Jinglingting, Kong was speechless, but finally helped them. After all, this person also knew that helping them was not a bad thing, so since they wanted to do that, then just help them. What's the big deal? Thank you, this is not the first time. Kurosaki Ichigo suddenly said thank you when he was chatting with Kukaku in the evening. Of course, Kukaku was a little confused.
We're all good friends, so saying thank you seems strange. If you really want to thank me, don't do this again. It's happened once or twice, and it's already happened so many times. Don't you know how much of a headache I have for you guys?
Of course there will be headaches, but once in a while it's nothing. But if it happens too often, you will definitely feel helpless.
Although Kong K has been against Jing Ling Ting for such a long time, those who have done it once or twice may not care too much about it because they are much weaker than them. I believe that no matter who it is, they will definitely care about it.
Kurosaki Ichigo was somewhat helpless. I didn't expect something like this to happen, but now that things have come to this, what else can I do? Anyway, I still have to thank you. Without you, we really don't know what to do.
What's the big deal? As long as you want to get in, there will always be a way to get in. Don't think I don't know that your strength should not be underestimated. This hits the nail on the head. It's true that some people's strength should not be underestimated. But we don't want to force our way in. You know, if we force our way in, they'll definitely know we're here, and that would make it difficult for us to rescue people. We only want to rescue those who can be rescued, so forcing our way in is definitely not the best solution. If possible, we still hope to get in quietly. That's how they got in last time. Although they were discovered very quickly, they still managed to buy some time. If they were to go in so boldly this time, there might be some consequences, so it's better not to do that if possible. Of course, we can avoid alerting them. It's best not to alert them, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous. You suffered heavy losses last time, so this time it won't be too severe. However, I still hope you can be careful. After all, although this isn't the first time, it doesn't need to happen again. Advertisement Kong didn't mean that he didn't want to help them, but even if he helped them, he still hoped that some things would end there. If this happened again and again, anyone would probably feel speechless. Let's set off tomorrow, we should still be in time. Kukaku was not particularly well informed about the news of Seirate E13, but he did know some things, and he knew exactly that Matsumoto Rangaku and Ni Yin Meng were locked up. It is precisely because I know about this that I am still quite worried about it.
And Kurosaki Ichigo also heard all this along the way.
Why did it happen and what happened in the middle? In fact, after hearing all this, Kurosaki Ichigo never thought that the old man would be so cruel. He did think about what kind of character this old man was before, but no matter how cruel he was, he would not do this, so he still felt a little helpless in his heart.
I don't know what happened to them. What else can he do? He must be suffering. Lu Jin came out of the house at some point, and seeing the two of them sitting here chatting, he sat down next to Kong Hee.
Rukia suffered a lot back then, and I'm sure the two of them are suffering no less now than Rukia did back then. Every time this was mentioned, everyone had different expressions and felt a little melancholy, and Kurosaki Ichigo could only sigh. The old man thinks they've done something wrong, so naturally, he won't let them off easy. But that's their business. What we need to do now is to rescue them from this suffering. I believe that as long as we work hard, this won't be a big problem.
There are so many of us here, don't worry about it. Believe me, I will definitely be able to rescue them.
We will definitely rescue them, but no one knows what accidents might happen, so we are still quite worried about this. If something really happens, I'm afraid it will be too late to regret it. Chapter 315. Saving People. Don't worry about it. Do you think you are the only ones who need to worry about it? I don't think so.
It's not like Kong doesn't know what kind of people they are. It's completely useless for someone so powerful to still worry about these things.
Lu Jin was not unaware of his own abilities, but his biggest worry now was simply, it's just a matter of their safety. As long as they are safe, nothing else matters. Don't worry, they are definitely safe. I can't guarantee you anything else, but I can guarantee you this. Kong. We are considered the #1 family in Soul Society, so when we say these words, it is very trustworthy.
Or maybe others who say this are not worthy of trust, but Kong K must have a reason for saying this.
You know? Lu Jin looked at Kong Hee with unusual seriousness. We don't know anything right now. I have no idea what happened. If you really know, I hope you can tell me everything. After all, there is nothing we can do now even if we are so anxious. Kong originally didn't intend to tell them the reality, but now thinking about it, he was afraid that he couldn't hide it even if he wanted to.
After all, if others really wanted to know something, no matter how hard you tried to hide it, it was actually impossible to really hide it. So sometimes, since you clearly know that you can't hide this matter at all, there is no need to hide it anymore. Why should you make everyone worry? Well, actually, I did hear about what happened between the two of them. I only heard about it. I don't know the truth of the matter. After all, you know we are only outside and not inside, so we really have no idea what is going on inside. Kong didn't want to tell them at first, but now that he was forced to tell them, he thought that even if he wanted to hide it, he couldn't really keep it a secret any longer.
Since they all wanted to know so much, he should just tell them what he should tell them. There was actually no need to hide it any longer. Just tell me what you know, you're going to drive him crazy.
Kurosaki Ichigo felt helpless when he saw Lu Jin's anxious look. Advertisement. Why are you so anxious? Kong Hee sighed, then said, this matter has to start from a few days ago. Before you came, there was some movement in Jingling Court. So what happened there has nothing to do with me, and I wouldn't care too much.
But after all, there must be a reason for it to suddenly become like this, so I sent my men to see what was going on and why this happened. After my men went down, they told me that this matter was not as simple as I thought. It turned out that they were planning to torture me.
As you know, if there weren't some extremely evil person involved, this kind of thing would hardly happen. So I'm very confused. What on earth happened that would require the use of the word dynamic? I really don't understand it. I don't understand what's going on. After my people went down and made inquiries 3 times, they finally found out that it was about Matsumoto Rangaku and Ni Yin Meng.
After hearing these 2 names, Lu Jin began to tremble all over. After all, these were very important people to him.
If something really happened to them, what would he do? He was actually very scared in his heart, and naturally did not want anything to happen to them, so he looked at Konghe in front of him very nervously.
Kurosaki could tell what was going on, that it was a cold, and patted Lu Jin on the shoulder. Don't worry, if anything really happened, he would definitely tell us.
Why wait until now? Since things have come to this point, it only means that things are not as terrible as we thought.
If something really happened to the two of them, would they still need us to rescue them? It would have been fine if he had told us to prepare for their funeral earlier, but since they need us to rescue them now, it only means that they are fine. If you put it that way, I feel a little relieved and a little relieved. After all, they are right. If something really happens, I'm afraid they don't need to take action now, and the next step is to massacre the city. Lu Jin thought that he was not a good person. If they really touched his bottom line, the consequences would be unimaginable. There is absolutely no way we will let them go no matter what. When the time comes, I must let them know what regret is. I treated the old man as an elder and respected him so much, but he did such a thing. Now I think about it and feel hateful in my heart. If the old man really intends to continue like this,
then in the end they will probably have to have a fierce battle with the old man.
Everyone knows that the old man's strength is very terrifying. Even if they want to fight the old man, even if all of them combined, they may not be able to defeat him. But if it is really necessary, no one will back down at that time. Kukaku continued, my subordinates have learned that the captain wants to execute Matsumoto Rangaku and Ni Yin Meng. As for why this order was issued, I haven't found out yet. I guess it has something to do with the higher-ups. After all, your captain isn't the kind of person who gives orders casually. He has people he listens to, so I guess there must be something wrong with the higher-ups that led him to have such an idea. But no matter what his idea is, and what the final result is, since he issued such an order, it means.
That means the people you were trying to save were in danger.
Of course, I didn't know they were the two you were trying to save at the time, so even after I got the news, I didn't tell anyone. Instead, I pretended I didn't know, but then I found out they were planning to execute them. Although it was an order from the higher-ups, many people below them objected.
Several senior captains even jointly wrote a letter asking your captain to rescind his order. Although your captain didn't listen, because each captain had his own opinion, there was no way to delay the matter.
You know, there are some things that you can't do just because you want to. Chapter 316, What happened? So, it's precisely because these captains jointly submitted a petition requesting a stay of execution that your captain didn't proceed, and the matter has been temporarily delayed. Konghe sighed as he spoke, but decisions made by the higher-ups always have to be made.
So the captain-in-chief has held several important meetings, hoping that all the captains would retract their joint petitions to allow the abnormality to appear. But no one seems willing to retract their joint petitions, and some even express strong opposition to this matter.
It just so happens that, precisely because of this opposition, the captain finally seems to have shown some humanity. He didn't relent, but instead continued to postpone the execution. He's currently preparing for a second major meeting, which is said to begin tomorrow. If more than half of the people in this second meeting decide to execute them, then this matter can be decided directly. So I think you should go in and rescue them as soon as possible, otherwise it might be too late. What time tomorrow? Lu Jin stood up after a pause, looking so impatient that it made people feel helpless. A voice came from behind. After all, you were one of the captains of Team 13 at the time. How come you don't even know about this? Usually these meetings are held in the afternoon, so we just need to arrive before tomorrow morning and rescue the people.
It was Zaraki Kenpachi's voice. It sounded simple enough. If they could get to Jingtingting by tomorrow morning and rescue the people, nothing would happen. But it wasn't that simple. Even if they wanted to rescue them, it wouldn't be done overnight, so it was still quite worrying.
My equipment will be ready to go tomorrow morning, so it won't be a big problem if I send you there. The rest is up to you guys. This is the best that Kong can do to help. After all, he has been bothering her for such a long time, and she has done almost everything she can and cannot do. Kong, thank you. I will repay you when I have the chance. This was the first time Lu Jin accepted Konghe's help, so he was very grateful in his heart. He also couldn't help thinking that having such a friend might not be a bad thing.
He was willing to help himself and everyone. At this time, many things seemed to become much easier.
It also became a lot easier. Then let's have a good rest today, try to get up early tomorrow, and then enter the Seirei earlier. Kurosaki Ichigo had been busy for so long and was a little tired. He had just eaten and now what he wanted to do most was to sleep. Maybe it's because my physical condition is not as good as before. If it were in the past, this little bit of trouble would be nothing, but now it's completely different from before. If I continue like this, I'm going to collapse. I definitely can't continue like this. You guys go to sleep first, I won't sleep, but Lu Jin couldn't fall asleep. Advertisement Kong, he understood their anxiety, but he still said, I know you're not in the mood to sleep right now, but I still advise you to get some rest early. After all, there's a tough battle tomorrow. If you don't rest now, you might not be able to handle it. So don't think too much now, go to sleep quickly. That's the most important thing. Kurosaki Ichigo also stood up while yawning. That's right, no matter how bad your mood is, you still have to rest. Everyone in here is like a beast. If we don't rest well, I'm afraid there will be big problems tomorrow. This is absolutely true. Once the battle starts, some people will act like they don't care about their lives. In short, it's very scary. Kurosaki Ichigo didn't want to care about it anymore and turned to go back to rest. Kukaku continued to persuade him, it's cold at night. Go back and rest quickly. You have to be well rested. After all, your goal is to rescue them. If you don't have the energy to fight, the result will not be as good as you think. You should go and rest quickly, don't worry about us. Lu Jin hasn't been back to Soul Society for a long time, so his mood is still a little difficult to describe. At this time, he really doesn't want to go back so soon.
Kong tried to persuade him several times, but he didn't listen at all, so he finally gave up.
What's the point of going there so many times? If a person really doesn't feel like resting, then no matter what you say, he will always be in a bad mood when he shouldn't be in a bad mood, so you don't need to say so much at all, because he really won't listen. Kukaku got up and went back to rest, leaving only Lu Jin and Zaraki Kenpachi alone at night. The air in Soul Eater is so fresh, it seems much fresher than the real world in Hueco Mundo. Lu Jin looked up at the moonless, yet still bright, sky. We were born and raised here, so why are we now homeless? It's really pitiful. This place is clearly our home, and we should have returned long ago. But now, not only is there no one to take us in, but we have to be sneaky even if we want to come back. It's ridiculous. It is indeed quite ridiculous. This is obviously their home, but now no one recognizes them and even wants to drive them away. So it makes people feel helpless. It turns out that your home is not where you were born. Whether this place can become your home depends on the thoughts of other people.
You have offended the old man, he will not let you go. Zaraki Kenpachi did not care. In short, he would appear wherever there was a war. No matter how he lived, he just had to be happy. If he really died one day, it would not be a big deal, because he felt that it was just his fate.
Lu Jin smiled and said, "What are you talking about? I offended the old man, but didn't you offend him? We both offended him, so isn't it only natural that we're kicked out? I don't think it's a big deal. We both offended each other. If I offend him, he will fight me, and I can fight him. This is what I want. What about you? Is this what you want? No need to guess, it's definitely not." Chapter 317. No, yes, definitely not. Who wants this kind of life now? I feel helpless just thinking about it. But whether I want it or not, I have this kind of life, so there is nothing I can't accept. On the contrary, I feel that the current situation seems to be pretty good. If it continues, there will be nothing uncomfortable. I don't want this kind of life, but now I have it. I have no choice but to accept it. You always say that you yearn for battle and enjoy fighting, but I don't think this kind of battle is what you want. Lu Jin has always known what Zaraki Kenpachi wants, but what he wants is far different from what he wants. Fighting is actually quite interesting, because you never know when you'll die, and you never know if you'll be gone from this world in the next second. I think this kind of life is pretty good, because it allows me to fight with all my strength. After all, no one knows if I'll die in the next second, or if I'll cease to exist in this world in the next second. If that were the case, I don't think being alive would necessarily be a good thing.
Being alive may not be a good thing. If you can say such words, you must have already felt despair about life. It is normal. After all, there are too many things in this world that can make you despair, and you never know what you can do in the next second. If we fight every day just for the sake of fighting, there might not be much meaning. Now, this can be said to be good or bad. In short, it's not bad, but it's not great either. All Lu Jin wanted was to be able to rescue the two of them one day and live with them. In fact, he didn't really want much. All his life was pointing to the final path. He just hoped to be with them for a long time. However, such a simple idea of his might not always be fulfilled, so it was quite pitiful. I know what you want, but the old man won't give it to you. What's more, for the old man, whether you have made mistakes or not, you have made mistakes. You should know what I mean, so you don't need to think too much. It's meaningless because the outcome can only be like this. That's right, Zaraki Kenpachi has always been a man who speaks the truth, so since he said that, it must have a certain meaning. Even if we keep fighting and rescue them, you will still be hunted. Have you thought about the future? Lu Jin shook his head. I haven't thought about it. I don't know what to do next. Even if they never intend to let us go, this is the only way. If you really don't intend to be let go, then the only way out is to escape every day and try every possible way to hide every day. I don't want to live a life of wandering, but even if I don't want to, there's nothing I can do. I have to live that kind of life. Because now it is no longer a matter of wanting to or not wanting to. It is almost impossible to rescue the people you care about and live the life you want with them. In short, staying in Soul Society is unrealistic. It's impossible anyway. Lu Jin had already guessed what his final outcome would be like, so he actually didn't care. It didn't seem like a big deal. He could see the end of this kind of life anyway, so he could only accept it. What else could he do? Advertisement. I just hope that the old man will let me go in the end. Although this is almost impossible. It's almost dawn. I looked up at the horizon and saw a white light slowly rising. I didn't expect that time would pass so quickly and it would be dawn soon. The battle is about to begin. Are you afraid? They had fought before and lost miserably, so they might be a little timid now. Everyone was badly injured and lost, so they sent Hitsugaya Deshiro here instead. If I guessed correctly, the old man would definitely punish Hitsugaya Deshiro for treason. But no matter what charges the old man intends to bring against them, what they can do now is to rescue these people and keep them away from trouble. Continuing to fight is not a solution at all, and there is no reason for them to continue fighting. Whether it was the old man or anyone else, everyone fought side by side at the beginning. They all had a common enemy, and this common enemy was definitely not each other. It is possible that one day everyone will return to the same place and continue to fight their common enemy.
So what they are doing now is completely unnecessary, why bother? If the Vice Admiral really died in this battle, everyone would surely regret it, because in the entire 13 teams of Mirror Spirit Court, the relationship between everyone was so good, everyone helped each other and fought together, but in the end they stood on the opposite side of morality, and everyone became their own enemy. This was not the result they wanted. Zaraki Kenpachi burst into laughter after hearing this. Are you kidding me? Do you really think I'd be scared? Am I the type of person who would be scared? That makes sense. If you're not even afraid of death, what else could you be afraid of? Advertisement. If Hitsugaya Dashiro had been like Zaraki Kenpachi at the time, perhaps nothing would have happened. Because everyone has his or her own soft spot in his or her heart. If someone touches it, you will not be able to exert your full strength at this time. You will hesitate, be timid, and retreat, because they are holding on to the place that you have no way to touch. It was as if the person important to him was in their hands, so he didn't dare to go against them.
That was why he hesitated for so long at the beginning.
If he went alone, he was afraid that he would not be able to rescue the person no matter what. So now, even if he had someone to help him, he still felt a little timid in his heart. After all, they were 3 people together before, but in the end they didn't accomplish anything. They just made a big fuss. However, the other party didn't suffer any losses, and instead one of them was killed here. So now they have more people. Can 5 people fight against so many people on the opposite side? Maybe they can or maybe they can't, but no matter whether they can or not, all they have to do now is to try. Except for that old guy, I really don't want to fight the others. Lu Jin sighed and counted on his fingers. And that guy Kuretsuchi Mayuri is a complete pervert. You know, some people get jealous because your abilities are stronger than theirs. So, he becomes jealous. He wants to use you as an experiment to find out what your abilities are so he can replicate them. If he replicates your abilities, you'll be the one who isn't the strongest. This is advantageous for him, so of course he wants to do that. Kuretsuchi Mayuri, the most terrifying man, he is selfish and perhaps only has himself in his heart. He wants to become stronger, even his peers and the entire Soul Society. He is ambitious. Do you think I'll let him succeed? Even though he's framed me countless times over this long time, I won't let him succeed. Even if he thinks he can do it, that's just his belief. I'll definitely make him know what regret is. Lu Jin felt very disgusted every time he thought of this man. After all, if it weren't for this man, so many problems would not have occurred. There's no point in saying this, just kill him. Zaraki Kenpachi's eyes flashed with murderous intent. I think such a person doesn't deserve to live in this world, because he only cares about his own abilities, but I don't think fighting him is a good thing at all. The reason why I say this is because this man is really disgusting. He uses some rather hateful tricks in battle, and these things are despised by many people.
If you can really kill him, I'd be very grateful to you.
I've thought about it so many times, and I've used all my strength and tried every possible way to end it here, but I just can't do it. We all know that this guy is not strong or weak, he's not a human at all, he's a pervert. So it's a bit difficult to end his life here. Yes, he has countless ways to escape, so it may be easy to kill a person, but it is really difficult to kill such a person.
All we can say is that we will try our best, but in the end we may not be able to do it. Chapter 318, Details.
And at this time in the jingling courtyard, Kuretsuchi Mayuri had already received the news that they were going to attack the neighboring court. A terrifying yet extremely careful man. There are some details that even other people in the Seirei cannot discover, but that does not mean that Kuretsuchi Mayuri cannot discover them. This man is the most terrifying and one that people must be on guard against. The robot next to him was created by Kuretsuchi Mayuri at one time. It looks exactly like Nirvana, but it is not Nirvana. How to say it? Maybe he just likes girls like this, but the thoughts injected into each one are different. To be honest, the first one, the first generation Nirvana, is the one that Kuretsuchi Mayuri put the most effort into. It's not just about giving. Even after several transformations, he finally had his own thoughts. In fact, at the beginning he did not want the robot he created to have thoughts. After all, this artificial human just wanted to help him accomplish some things that he could not accomplish on his own. It's like creating an assistant, but in the end, this assistant, this artificial person, has his own thoughts. This is actually very scary, because once he has his own thoughts, it means that he can no longer completely obey you as before. If this person is no longer able to listen to you like before, then he has become a useless person, and there is no need for you to continue to invest any effort in him. This is also why there will be the second generation, third generation, and even the later generations of Nirvana. They may look the same, but he must be the most obedient and the type who will only let you go east and not west. They're here. Second generation handed the information to Kuretsuchi Mayuri. In addition to the two of them, they also brought Kurosaki Ichigo and these two Arankars. Advertisement. Kuretsuchi Mayuri frowned slightly at the sight and the people in the photo. This damn guy, how come he keeps coming here again and again like a cockroach that's immune to death? And this time he even brought someone with him. I don't know what he was thinking. Does he think he'll succeed this way? Stop kidding. Kuretsuchi Mayuri sneered and stood up. As the director of the Technology Development Bureau and captain of the 12th Division, now that we know about this, we naturally can't just let it go. We must quickly inform the captain-in-chief of this matter so that he can take precautions early. Otherwise, we can't just let this matter go. After all, these guys are too abominable, just like the cockroaches and immune to death, time and time again. If this continues, what should we do? Shall we go to the headquarters and report this to the captain now?
Ni Yin Meng had already prepared it. She sorted out the records of this matter and then informed the captain. However, it was obvious that Kuretsuchi Mayuri was still in a state of doubt about this matter. He had not yet figured out what to do about it.
Wait a moment. I don't think there's any need to rush to tell the captain about this matter. But they'll soon invade and listen. What will we do then? Then let me go meet them. We've been together before, and now it's time.
Kuretsuchi Mayuri has now thought it through. Instead of informing the captain and asking him to call an emergency meeting and then find a solution, it would be better for him to go there himself.
If he can really take it down in one fell swoop, it will be considered a first-class merit.
Besides, even if he fails, it won't be too embarrassing.
No one knows anyway. What's more, there are many personal grudges between them. If they can resolve the personal grudges this time. Let's talk about what happens next later. If I could kill this person myself, I would actually be very happy. After all, there have been quite a few grudges between the two of them.
Let's go meet him. But you should remember what I told you. You have to act nice in front of him. Kuretsuchi Mayuri naturally caught hold of his weakness and knew exactly what kind of person he was.
How should I put it? The most important person in this guy's heart is that girl. Although sometimes one must think about the fact that if one can create one artificial human, it means that countless can be created. As long as one has such ability, one can create as many as one wants. In fact, this is quite scary, but one must admit that this is an indisputable fact. Of course I remember this is what you trained me for in the beginning. If I don't remember this, what else can I remember? Advertisement. One thing that every generation remembers is that they know someone's weakness, and they must use this to do something, so the things they should know and remember will never be forgotten. Just remember it, this matter still depends on you. The two of them set out like this, leaving Jinglinting and arriving at Soul Society. At this time, the sky was just beginning to brighten. I guess they haven't set off yet. What we need to do today is to keep all of them here before they set off.
Want to rescue the person they think is most important. It's not that simple. Don't think you can rescue the person they want to save. It's almost impossible.
Ni Yinming is just an artificial human. Since it is an artificial human, there can be many of them, not just one. But for Lu Jin, there is only one person he wants to save, so not everyone can become the same person in his heart according to his ideas. It is precisely by seizing this weakness that we will be able to break it. At this time, everyone at Shiba's house was ready for what to do next. But at this moment, a strange evil wind suddenly blew out. Others just commented on the strange wind, but they didn't pay much attention to it and didn't think anything was wrong.
Nelialu frowned slightly. What kind of wind is this? Why does it feel so strange? It feels like it's going to break your bones when it blows on you.
That's right. I haven't felt anything wrong with the weather these days, but today I really feel like something is wrong. Everyone felt it, and some even thought that the wind was really uncomfortable. What's going on? Kong, he frowned. This is definitely not natural wind.
Chapter 319. Wind. Since it was not a natural wind, it meant that the wind was man-made. Everyone became alert because they knew that if it was man-made, then someone must have come, and it might be their enemy.
Everyone stepped back and huddled together into a small group. Because they knew that if the enemy came, it would be very likely that they would not be able to defeat them so easily, so everyone was still very nervous at this time. This wind feels a little familiar. Kurosaki Ichigo frowned slightly. He felt as if he had felt this kind of breath somewhere before, but he couldn't put his finger on it. This is not some evil wind. It's clearly murderous aura. Lu Jin suddenly remembered that he had felt such an aura in a certain place before, and more than once, so he suddenly understood something when thinking about it, and then smiled helplessly. It seems that if there is a certain grudge between us, then we have to resolve it. What are you talking about? Harabel clearly had no idea what they were talking about, and his face was filled with worry. This aura is absolutely not good. If we continue like this, we might just die.
Yes, this person's murderous aura is too strong.
Even with so many of us, I'm afraid we may not be able to defeat him. Nelialu also felt that she had not fought for too long, so she suddenly felt a little scared in her heart. She always felt that this aura was a little unbearable. In fact, not everyone can understand this feeling, but now she is indeed scared by this aura. What are you afraid of? No matter who comes and what kind of murderous aura they have, we will just fight them. For Zaraki Kenpachi, it doesn't matter who the comer is or why they bring this aura, because the knife in his hand is blind and he will just chop anyone who comes. This person is an old acquaintance of ours. Lu Jin pulled the corner of his mouth helplessly, took a step forward, and then said to them who had been hiding in the dark. Now that we are here, it's not so good to hide in the dark all the time. Although this has always been your character, I think you will always show up when it's time. Yeah, hiding in the dark is no big deal. Whether you want to kill or chop me up, come out and have a good fight. Advertisement, only villains would hide in the dark. A true gentleman wouldn't be afraid of so many things. Although Kuretsuchi Mayuri has always been a person who doesn't care what others say and does her own thing, she naturally does whatever she wants and doesn't take what others say to heart. But now that I'm here, they've realized it's me, so there's no need to hide. If I continue like this, everyone will look down on me. But the person who appeared was not Kuretsuchi Mayuri, but Ni Yin Meng beside him. Long time no see. It was the same voice, the same face, everything was so familiar, but the more familiar it was, the sadder it was. Lu Jin hadn't seen the person in front of him for a long time, so at this moment he was actually very excited. He wanted to rush over and give her a hug, and he also wanted to tell her how much he missed her these days. But no matter what, these things could not be done, because you don't know whether the person in front of you is the one you want to see. Everyone knows how insidious this guy Kuretsuchi Mayuri is, and it is precisely because they know this that they will think clearly. He might do something extremely extreme, or he might. This has been done before by using a fake person to deceive people, so it is very possible. You must care about these things, and you cannot be defenseless just because the person in front of you is the person you want to see. If you do that, you will only have a dead end. Why don't you talk to me? We haven't seen each other for so long, don't you miss me at all? I've suffered a lot these days. I've been wondering when you'll come to save me. I've been waiting for you. I know you won't abandon me. You'll definitely come to save me, no matter when or where. I believe you, and I know. It's just a matter of morning and evening. You'll be here soon, right? You'll definitely come. Advertisement, luckily, I waited for you, you finally came. You didn't have to keep me waiting for so long. If I had waited too long, I might never see you again.
You should know that they are terrible people. Maybe they wouldn't keep me in their arms, or even kill me.
Do you know how scared I was at that time? I kept thinking, what would I do if you didn't show up? I've been living in a nightmare these days. Every day I'm looking forward to your arrival. I know you'll come one day, but when will that day be? I don't know.
But luckily I didn't give up. You finally came and finally saved me. You want to take me away, right? No matter where you go, I will always follow you. As long as it's you who goes, I'm willing to go.
In fact, Kurosaki Ichigo was still very shocked to see such a sound-pinching dream. Because the girl I had the impression of before was not someone who would say these words. On the contrary, how should I put it? She was a very cold person who would not say these words, nor would she ask you to save her or anything. In short, these words were like a joke, and not a single word would appear. But Kurosaki Ichigo hadn't been with them these days, and didn't know what was going on nor had he experienced it, so he didn't know who was who. I have no idea whether the person in front of me is the one I really know, so it doesn't matter whether he is or not, or whether this person has changed. Because what difference does it make whether you change or not? In the end, you will be the same as everyone else. The person who stays by your side may be the most important person to you.
Is this the person you want to save? It seemed that this was the first time that Nelialu saw the girl in front of her. She looked pretty and there was nothing special about her, but she always felt that something was wrong but she couldn't put her finger on it. Yes, this is the person I want to save at all costs, but why do I always feel like there is something different about him?
Is it really him? Is it really him? Chapter 320. Yes and no. But perhaps at this point, it no longer matters whether it is true or not. Many things have blinded me completely, and I only want the person in front of me. Meng. Lu Jin seemed unable to control himself and walked towards Ni and Meng in front of him. Don't go over there, it could be fake. Even Kurosaki Ichigo was a little worried. It certainly could be fake. Everyone knew about this kind of thing, but what if it's fake? If it's fake, can you guarantee that you'll succeed? No one knows.
Maybe it won't work, or it might be sabotaged. It's all possible, so it's actually quite scary.
I know he might be fake, but do you know how much I miss him and how scared I am these days? What if something happens to them if I don't come? What if I really never see him again?
I know that guy is very insidious. He can create many people I care about, and each one looks exactly the same, even their personalities and preferences for me are the same. I know this kind of thing will happen, and I am also very scared.
I was very scared. In the end, the person I saved might not even be familiar to me. He was just a robot. Every day I wonder what I should do. Every day I wonder, maybe if I continue like this, I will never see the real person I was with again, but do you know how powerful he is? Every time he creates this artificial person, it can tug at my heartstrings. When the person you care about is standing right next to you, what should you do? Can you really just ignore them? I believe not everyone can do that. At least it's not that easy for me right now. I'm scared, and I don't want to be scared like before. I am Ni Yinming, the person you have always wanted to save. What are you waiting for? Let's get out of here. The girl in front of him seemed to have noticed something different, so she started saying these words over and over again, but everyone knew in their hearts that this guy was actually fake. Because they really wouldn't keep persuading him to give up. After all, Matsumoto Rangaku was still being held captive. Even if they could escape now, they would still forget Matsumoto Rangaku and Hitsugaya Dashiro. Do we have to fight? Advertisement? Do you really have to go? Isn't it good to be with me? Let's give up everything and be together happily. I will accompany you no matter what you want to do. Isn't this what you want? Are other people really that important to you? I don't believe it. I think as long as I'm here, other people can be unimportant, right? Let's go. Let's not go on. This place is not fun at all. I don't like life here at all. I don't think life here is suitable for me. They all say I'm an artificial being, that I have no thoughts, but I know I've been waiting for you. If you're willing to save me, what does it matter if I have thoughts or not? Stop talking. Lu Jin felt like his head was about to explode, but the next second he suddenly realized that the girl would not say such words. He was not a heartless person. How could he just leave without caring about others? Both Matsumoto Rangaku and Hitsugaya Dashiro had paid so much for them, so he would definitely save them at this moment. You are fake. Just these words made the knife pierce her chest directly. Ni Yin Meng in front of him was shocked, and the next second he turned into an empty shell. It seems to be fake. If it is really a product with ideas, it would not be solved so quickly. Under normal circumstances, there is always a process for manufacturing, and it is of a certain quality. The fact that it was solved all at once can only mean that it is a defective product. If it is a defective product, there seems to be no need to care about it. Come out. Kuretsuchi Miyuri saw that her plan had failed and she didn't plan to continue hiding, because there was no point in hiding, so she decided to come out when she could. Advertisement. After he came out, his face was indeed a bit disgusting. He was the same as before, still with those yellow teeth and the face of an Egyptian pharaoh.
Long time no see, Lu Jin. It's been a long time, Captain.
Lu Jin had indeed fought with him several times before, but there was always some reason that led to his failure in those battles, or he was unable to take this guy's life in one fell swoop.
Anyway, he felt a little sorry that he didn't do it.
If it was possible this time, he would definitely not save this guy's life, because this was the last time. This guy had deceived himself again and again, and he could not be given any more chances no matter what.
Some people's lives should have come to an end before.
It was indeed because this guy was too insidious that he failed to do it. I think your life will end here today. This is the last time I will talk to you. Are you sure? You've tried to kill me so many times before, but don't forget that you failed. If you really can kill me, then don't say such words again. Some words are not just words. Of course, some words are not just talk. When Lu Jin gets really angry, no one can stop him. It took almost a second, and Kuretsuchi Miyuri never expected that his speed would be so fast that he directly put Zanpakuto against her neck. You. How could it be so fast? The next second, before he could finish his words, he felt a knife on his neck, and what gushed out was not red blood, but a green liquid, a sticky liquid, very disgusting, but everyone should know what it was. Only such a disgusting pervert would fill his body with venom and such disgusting and vomit-inducing things. Let's go. Lu Jin's eyes were red, as if he had forgotten that he had just killed someone. Their target was Jingling Court, and what they had to do next was to continue killing and save themselves and the people they wanted to save.
No one could stop them on the road ahead, and this road would lead to the end, and anyone who tried to stop them would die.
Chapter 321. Ending. Everyone quickly entered the Jingling Courtyard.
This time they were not discovered so quickly, but no one planned to act quietly. Instead, they went directly to where the prisoners were held.
The most important thing in the entire Jingling Court is the place where prisoners are detained. This is the place where the most people are guarded. Not only that, but it is also the place where the most attention is paid. Everyone was discovered when they arrived here, and their whereabouts were soon known to the captain. The captain did not have time to hold an emergency meeting, so he had to issue the first order as quickly as possible, which was to arrest all of them. But this time everyone decided to come here to rescue people with full confidence, so how could they be caught so easily? Everyone knew that if they were caught so quickly this time, then they would have failed, so everyone used all they had learned in their life to fight these people. The battle was over quickly. The people who wanted to be rescued were also rescued. Due to some previous reasons, the Matsumoto Chaos and the Ni-Yin Dream have now merged into one. But continuing like this is definitely not a solution. This battle is on a large scale and is likely to destroy the entire Jingling Court. Originally, the captain wanted to capture them all, but in the end he found that no one could do it. The captain had no choice but to decide to negotiate with them. The result of the negotiations was peace and harmony between the two sides. Because only in this way can we ensure that no lives are lost. After all, if they really want to fight, the consequences will be unimaginable. Since they have reconciled, you can also ask for help from Unohana Retsu, the captain of the 4th Division. According to a certain Hanaretsu, although he has never seen a situation like that between Matsumoto Rangaku and Yen Yinming, he can still give it a try and maybe he can separate the two. However, doing so definitely carries certain risks, as some people might disappear as a result. Therefore, Lu Jin did not agree to do so at the beginning. Advertisement. Because these two women are very important to him, no matter who he loses, he will be very sad, so naturally he doesn't want to lose both of them. But some things are not what you say, and you don't want to lose it doesn't mean you can't lose it. Therefore, the final outcome of this matter depends on whether Matsumoto Luanju and Ni Yinming want to do it. After all, no one wants to be a parasite in someone else's body for a lifetime, and no one wants to let someone else be a parasite in their own body for a lifetime. After much deliberation, the two finally agreed to have the surgery. Fortunately, although the operation was risky, the final result was relatively good. The two people were separated, but it was just that one of them was weaker. However, there was nothing they could do about it. After the separation, they decided to stay away from the world and no longer engage in wars every day like they do now. Now that they have reconciled with the Elf Pavilion, they can live in seclusion in the mountains. This is not reality, but a place in Hueco Mundo. It is said that Hueco Mundo has only one color, which is gray. But in fact, Hueco Mundo without dying also has some places similar to the forest, but the color is darker, but it does not mean that there is no color. Although it is dark green, it is still green that can be seen with the naked eye. Do you think this is feasible? After searching for a long time, they finally found a place where they could escape from the world, and this might be their final place.
Maybe it is not the best place, but it is the only place where they can stay. In fact, after searching for so long, everyone knows that it is impossible to find a perfect place. I quite like it here. The current Ni Yin Meng is no longer the artificial human he used to be. Instead, he is a different kind of artificial human whose soul is housed in a real human body. Has his own thoughts. In fact, There is not much difference between me and normal people. After all, I can have my own thoughts when I am with them. I am no longer the person who believes whatever others say, listens to the master, and does whatever the master wants. There is always one person who is slightly redundant in the lives of three people. After the three of them lived together for a long time, Hitsugaya Toshiro finally found them.
He just said that he wanted to get Matsumoto Rangaku back, because the days in life without Matsumoto Rangaku were not what he wanted. If possible, getting Matsumoto Rangaku back was the best life he thought. After thinking it over, Matsumoto Rangaku finally decided to leave with Hitsugaya Toshiro and leave all life to the two of them. If there was no love or affection between the two of them, they would not have experienced so much, nor would they have planned to eat and live together. So they always have their own ideas. If that is the case, then the rest of their life belongs to the two of them. At the moment of leaving, Hitsugaya Toshiro once asked, "Who is Matsumoto Rangaku?"
Advertisement. Do you regret it? But the answer is that I really don't regret it at all. After living with them for so long, I finally understand that even if I regret it, it would be meaningless, because there are some things that cannot be regretted.
What's more, even if I love her in my heart, I know very clearly whether she loves me or not. Love is love, and not love is not love, it doesn't matter. I just hope that the two of them can live happily ever after. Don't you feel sorry? What's there to regret? This is the only thing I can do that makes me happiest. I hope they can have such a wonderful life together for the rest of their lives. I really envy you. You can actually let go of all this. Don't forget that I'm quite happy being with you, so I haven't lost anything, and naturally I have no regrets. And somewhere in the mountains, Ni Yinming was shocked to find that her belly had grown bigger. Can I give birth to a child with the help of this body? Of course you can. Although the body is not yours, the mind is yours and it will be our child if we are born. If you are willing, from now on we can just live a carefree life, just the life of an ordinary couple. That's what I thought when I came here with you. Then from now on we will be together forever and never separate again. Never to be apart again, ever.